Chapter 1, Welcome to the Train Survival World. Where am I? Is this the domestic area? What am I doing here?
Yuan woke up in a train carriage, pressing his aching head as he opened his eyes.
Train carriage? Yuan couldn't remember what happened yesterday.
His last memory was staying up late to work, and then suddenly, everything went dark.
It felt like a memory gap.
When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a train carriage. At that moment, the train's broadcast sounded again.
All survivors have awakened.
Once again, welcome to the train survival world. There are endless treasures here, as well as unknown opportunities, but also deadly dangers.
The most important thing is to survive. Here are some important notes.
1. Those with underdeveloped minds have been automatically brought into the same carriage under the confirmation of relatives or close friends. 2. Those with major illnesses or disabilities have been automatically healed, ensuring a relatively fair starting point for you.
3. The driving system contains everything you want to know.
Each person has a unique train conductor number.
Please protect your train well.
4. The train's core engine is a greedy little creature. Please be careful with feeding it, but when its demands become excessive, you must refuse in time. 5. Besides collecting food, gather materials that can be used to upgrade your train or arm yourself.
You must ensure your train at least looks safe.
6. Do not touch the black mist. It will corrode your soul. The current spread speed of the black mist is 15 km per hour, and the initial speed of the train is 30 km per hour. 7. After upgrading or modifying the train, the faster the train's speed, the shorter the time it takes to discover new stations.
This will help you collect materials more effectively. However, sometimes keeping a slower pace isn't a bad thing. The above are the important points. Good luck to you all. Yuan instinctively leaned against the window and looked behind him.
Sure enough, he saw a mass of black mist, like a tsunami, slowly approaching. Fortunately, the train's speed was faster than the spreading black mist, so the time difference between them should be enough for exploration at the station. So, it wasn't what I thought, kidnapping or the afterlife. Instead, all of humanity crossed over together and arrived in a strange world, forced to participate in a survival game.
Yuan's first step was to examine the layout.
He saw that this was the only carriage, and right in front of him was the driver's cabin. In the middle of the carriage was an immovable square table, with hard sofas on both the front and rear sides. On the far left, there was a half-person high box against the wall. At the rear right, there was a round protruding space, which, based on the signs above, was probably a toilet.
If nothing goes wrong, this will be my home from now on. Yuan walked to the driver's cabin.
There was a virtual screen, glowing a soft blue light. The words "waiting for activation" were displayed on it. He instinctively reached out to touch it, and suddenly a needle-like object appeared from somewhere, piercing his index finger. A drop of blood fell onto the screen.
Activation successful.
Welcome, my master, train conductor number 200400721 Yuan.
The driving assistance system is at your service.
Current available operations: conductor info, train details, energy core, chat room, trading platform, space warehouse.
Oh.
Then, please introduce me to the details of this train.
Okay, master.
You own a standard level 1 train, with a regular speed of 30 km per hour.
This is the most common train owned by most people in this world. Let me introduce the main functions to you. First, the conductor info. Once you click on it, you can view all your information,
including physical health status and, most importantly, talents. Your current talent is in a dormant state waiting to be activated. The second energy core, which is me. I am both your train's auxiliary system and the key core that makes this train run. So please remember to take care of me often, give me some energy, or else I won't be able to move without enough to eat. The third chat room, as the name suggests, is a platform for communication between players.
The chat room is divided into regional chat and world chat. Regional chat has a speaking limit of once per person per minute, and the initial number of people is 5,000. World chat cannot be used for free and can only be used to pay for announcements.
The fourth trading platform is primarily a place for players to trade with each other, mainly using private messages and auctions. The fifth storage warehouse is mainly used to store items and transfer or extract traded items.
The current base capacity for a level 1 ordinary train is 100 units.
To increase this capacity, you can upgrade the train or build additional warehouse compartments.
The introduction is complete.
If you are satisfied, please take a look at the box behind you and feed me just a little bit, just a little.
Yuan.
He didn't expect this train to be quite intelligent, but then he remembered the earlier broadcast, reminding him not to feed the energy core too much, or it would slowly become insatiable. However, out of curiosity, Yuan still approached and opened the box, only to be startled because inside the box was a white skeleton curled up.
Are you asking me to feed you this skeleton? Yes, my esteemed master. Let's wait until next time. After all, we're not close to the station now. If I feed you this skeleton and I can't find anything at the next station, won't you be starving again? That makes sense, my esteemed master. It seems this little fellow is still quite easy to please, Su Yuan thought, so he decided to be a little more cautious next time. He closed the box, feeling a bit disgusted. After all, being in the same room as a skeleton was somewhat creepy. He returned to the cockpit and tried to open the chat room template, wanting to see how other players were doing. It showed that he was assigned to the 5481 public area chat room, with the online number displaying as 5000. The input box showed that each person's speaking cooldown time was 60 seconds, and no more than 15 messages could be sent per day. Hey everyone, how's it going? Damn. The goddess I've been chasing for 10 years just landed, don't mess with me. No, I'd rather be the only one who traveled through time. With so many people, I get the sense that I'm not the chosen one. It feels like I could die at any moment. It's not an illusion. I'm dying here. This game doesn't even have a beginner's starter pack? No food, no water, no tools. You guys hurry and check the conductor's info. You can awaken your initial talent there. That should be the only starter pack in this game. My talent is underwater breathing, and gills have grown on both sides of my neck. I don't know if it's good or bad, but whoever awakens their talent, let me know. In the chat room, real names and photos are displayed when speaking. Even if the nationalities and languages are different, it will automatically translate for them. Su Yuan had roughly understood the situation through the messages. The game started with just one train, and the rest was all about searching. They didn't even give out a beginner's gift pack. The only key to breaking through this situation was the talent. But looking at that guy's underwater breathing talent, it didn't seem to enhance combat power. Plus, growing gills seemed to be a limitation in some hot environments. However, it would be great for searching for resources underwater. Su Yuan clicked his tongue. A bit of anticipation couldn't help but rise. Since I already have a basic understanding of the situation, it's time to check what my talent is. Chapter 2, No Bugs, No Lag, Thunder Strikes. Conductor's name, Su Yuan. Identity number, 200400721. Own train, level 1 common train, the most common and balanced in all aspects. Physical condition, healthy/normal body type, no abnormal condition/ being slightly underweight affects strength, being overweight affects agility. Physique, 7, normal adults range from 5 to 12, mainly affecting strength, agility, reflex speed, bone density, skin toughness, environmental resistance, toxin resistance, and more. It's the only index that defines a person's standard physical condition. Perception, 20, your perception exceeds the average human level, possibly due to your experiences growing up. Talent, waiting to activate, will begin awakening after confirmation. Su Yuan looked at the attribute panel and felt a bit relieved. At least his physique wasn't bad, and it was at the average human level. It's also worth noting that his perception had reached 20, which, according to the panel, had surpassed the average human level. Could it be related to my childhood experiences? Su Yuan stroked his chin and thought for a moment. He remembered that as a child, he often saw things others couldn't see. Whenever someone was alone or entered certain deep forests, he would also hear whispers from an unknown source. He wasn't sure if this was what the panel referred to. Anyway, he couldn't care too much about that now. It was time to awaken his talent. Su Yuan tapped the virtual screen with his finger, and the words "waiting to activate" shattered instantly, turning into little blue lights that reformed. At the same time, a golden light enveloped him entirely, but fortunately, the entire process only lasted a few seconds. When Su Yuan looked at the control panel again, the text on his panel had changed. Congratulations, talent awakening successful. Talent name, sublimation, unique. Effect, can forcibly elevate the grade of anything, pushing it beyond its current limit. Limitation, only 3 uses available, after which the talent will fall into permanent dormancy or disappear. Note, this is a gift from beyond the rules, please use it carefully, for there is no medicine for regret in this world. 3 times? This talent was indeed powerful, it could make anything break through its limits. It sounded domineering, and according to the panel, it was the only talent among all players, meaning Su Yuan was the only one who had it. But it turned out there were only 3 uses, so it seemed this talent had both its pros and cons. After all, unlike some people's enhancements, Su Yuan was still just a blank slate. Master, remember to be content. It seemed like the system had detected Su Yuan's inner thoughts. The blue light on the control panel flickered, and the voice of the assistant system carried a tone of frustration. The one lying in the box awakened the big stomach talent. Not only does he constantly fight with me over food, but its effect is merely to increase abdominal defense. Compared to that, yours is a divine skill. If used at the right moment, it can change the course of destiny. But Su Yuan chuckled after hearing the core's words. Change the course of destiny? That's for those in desperate situations.
For survival games, placing hope on a critical moment was itself a gamble. Only by turning advantages into a consistent power can one survive. This talent, in theory, could affect everything within the material and immaterial boundaries.
What if? Su Yuan leaned forward, his face almost pressed against the screen, his voice dropping to a whisper. What if I use sublimation to elevate the sublimation talent itself? The cockpit fell into an eerie silence.
5 full seconds passed before the system's blue light trembled violently, as if it had short-circuited from logic overload.
Master, your idea is very dangerous. Talent itself is the embodiment of rules. To interfere with rules using rules, are you trying to exploit a bug? Since no one said it's impossible, then it must be fine. Su Yuan grinned, showing a row of white teeth.
Exploiting bugs is a natural instinct deeply ingrained in every player. If I don't take a big gamble now while I have 3 chances, once those 3 chances are used up, I'll just be like everyone else.
If I'm going to do it, I might as well be the one who breaks the rules. Take a shot, and the bicycle becomes a motorcycle.
Just go all in is wisdom. Su Yuan no longer hesitated, his mind instantly locking onto the golden talent icon. The number of uses immediately decreased by 1, leaving 2 chances. But the system notification did not immediately sound, as if it had crashed from this daring move.
Su Yuan couldn't help but grow tense.
If this goes wrong, it will be a huge loss for me.
After anxiously waiting for a few minutes, Su Yuan suddenly felt a surge of terrifying power explode within his body. Talent sublimation successful. New talent acquired, Super Sublimation. Effect, greatly improves target quality, with a chance of triggering additional effects. Remaining uses, February 2nd. It worked!
Su Yuan slapped his thigh, so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair.
The 1 chance was used, and it became 2, and it didn't break into infinity. The talent level was indeed upgraded.
After all, think about it, strengthening an ordinary person into a world champion is one thing, and strengthening an ordinary person into a superhero is another. Though it looks like only 1 level of difference, the power between the two is worlds apart.
All in is wisdom, I'll keep going all in.
This works? The energy core seemed to be thrown off by Su Yuan's move, clearly confused.
Rare things are strange.
Su Yuan was in a great mood, reassessing the dark golden icon. This is just the beginning.
Since it can be sublimated once, can it be sublimated again? It's like nesting dolls, who doesn't know how to do that? Energy core, tell me, what will happen if I super sublimate this super sublimation again? Master, please stop your dangerous thoughts.
The energy core was clearly panicking, its voice trembling. Super sublimation is already an extremely high quality talent.
By level, it can already be classified as SSS grade.
If we try to forcibly increase it, the required energy and carrying capacity are beyond calculation.
What if it explodes? The bones in this carriage are your predecessor's warning.
The guy in the box had a talent for big appetites, and he died from hunger, not from a talent explosion.
How will I know if I don't try? Make it happen.
After confirming, Su Yuan held his breath, unable to feel the passage of time. He only felt something being forcibly extracted from his mind, and something new was shoved in, causing a painful swelling.
Talent super sublimation successful. New talent acquired, ultimate sublimation.
Effect, breaks the chains of causality and rules. Due to energy limits, it cannot forcibly break through but can infinitely raise the potential of the target of ultimate sublimation.
Remaining uses, 1/1.
Friendly reminder, this is the only sublimation opportunity in the entire train world, please carefully choose your target.
Hee. I didn't expect it to succeed. Su Yuan smiled.
If I use this opportunity to ultimate sublimate an external item, then without a doubt, that item will become a divine artifact in this world.
Holding that artifact would surely put me far ahead.
But there's a fatal flaw, these things are external objects.
But what if my ultimate sublimation target is myself? Energy core. Next second, Su Yuan silently thought.
I choose to use ultimate sublimation on train conductor number 200400721 Su Yuan.
He said the number out loud because he was afraid the system would bug out, and what if another Su Yuan with the same name appeared later? Though this possibility was small. But Su Yuan felt that it might be possible. After waiting anxiously for a few minutes, Su Yuan closed his eyes, waiting, even too nervous to take a deep breath. Finally, a heart-pounding force began to explode within his body. Boom! Boom! Boom!
In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, even forcing the black mist chasing behind him to retreat several kilometers. In the flickering of lightning, countless colors alternated, as if the entire world was trembling for the birth of this moment. When all the light dissipated, the long-awaited system prompt finally appeared again.
Talent Extreme Ascension successfully enhanced. Remaining usage, 0/1. Reminder, since the usage limit has been exhausted, this talent is now permanently disabled.
Just as the prompt sound faded, countless white lights began to fall from the sky, like the Milky Way pouring down, rushing madly into Su Yuan's 7 orifices. However, instead of feeling any discomfort, he felt an extreme sense of relief. This feeling was like coughing up 20-year-old phlegm stuck in his throat, no, even more refreshing by countless times. Under the influence of this power, every pore of Su Yuan's body began to exude black impurities and sludge, smelling foul, and every cell was rejoicing, undergoing an unprecedented transformation.
The entire process lasted for several minutes before all the unusual phenomena slowly disappeared.
Congratulations to player Su Yuan for successfully using the talent Extreme Ascension on himself. The personal panel has been refreshed.
Please click to view. Reminder, after the enhancement, you no longer need to rely on the train system to view your attributes. With just a thought, you can open your panel. I won the bet. Su Yuan clenched his fist tightly, his excitement clearly evident on his face. This is the world's one and only talent. I really used it to enhance myself. This move was like hitting the jackpot. He felt like he could punch through a cow with one blow. The next second, a thought flashed in his mind, and sure enough, a virtual panel appeared before him, one that only he could see. Train conductor name, Su Yuan.
Identity number, 000000.
Own train, level 1 general train, the most common and balanced in all aspects.
Physical condition, absolutely healthy/perfect physique, even the most common flaws have been perfectly repaired, with muscles perfectly coordinated to unleash the fastest speed and the strongest strength. Constitution, 50, normal adults range from 5 to 12, with a value of 50 you can even resist shots from small caliber firearms. Facing extreme environments that humans cannot adapt to, not only can you withstand them, but you can also evolve and adapt continuously. Perception, 100, your perception exceeds the peak level of humans, allowing you to easily probe information that is difficult for ordinary people to detect. Talent, evolution, calling yourself human now is no longer accurate, a more fitting title would be ultimate being. Not only is your learning ability off the charts, but you can also continuously evolve to adapt to extreme environments. In some cases, by imitation, you can even directly acquire other people's talents.
Holy crap! Even the train conductor's ID number has changed, it's now 6 zeros. After looking at his current status, Su Yuan was completely dumbfounded. This is too overpowered. Normal humans peak at 12 in constitution, but I reached 50. This is no longer about strength, this is basically Superman. Although the description says only resisting small caliber firearms, Su Yuan felt that the system's description was still too conservative. Recovery ability, nerve reaction speed, strength, agility, this is an all-around crushing advantage. The key thing is that new talent, evolution. This talent is simply more unreasonable than Extreme Ascension. Facing various extreme environments and dangers, the body can self-adapt and continuously evolve corresponding countermeasures. Does this mean that? As long as I'm not instantly killed, I can get stronger infinitely? Starting with small caliber bullets, slowly adapting to larger calibers, then to shells, theoretically, as long as I give myself enough time and stimulation, evolving to withstand nuclear bombs with my body is not impossible. The key is that, under certain circumstances, I can even mimic and learn others' talents. This evolution is a bug-level talent. Looks like I'll have to stop eating beef in the future. Su Yuan thought with a feeling of satisfaction, but soon calmed down. But I can't be too arrogant, it's better to be cautious. After all, I've become the ultimate life form, and I don't want to give up thinking in space. At this moment, on the other side, the energy core was trembling slightly. The terrifying pressure from Su Yuan's body made this energy entity feel an instinctual fear. Master. Master, are you okay? Good, very good, extremely good. I feel amazing right now. Su Yuan grinned, in a great mood, and walked to the train's control panel, directly clicking the energy core option. Then, the sound of gears turning clicked, followed by the sound of 2 heavy iron plates being opened. Below the train's control panel, a set of intricate mechanical structures appeared, with a ball of fire the size of a human head burning fiercely in the center. A funnel-like structure was positioned above the fire, likely the feeding port. This fire was the key to making the whole train run. The fire shook slightly when it saw Su Yuan's gaze, and then the sound from the control panel immediately came, filled with flattery and fear. Master, please don't eat me. I will definitely work hard for you in the future. I will never slack off again. Please, don't eat me. As soon as the words fell, the train's broadcast immediately gave a warning. Warning, unknown fluctuation detected in the energy core. Energy core has actively removed restrictions. Current train speed has been permanently increased to 40 km per hour. Su Yuan. Not this, buddy, are you serious? So you've been slacking off this whole time, hiding your strength. And hey, I was just curious to see what you look like, who said I wanted to eat you? It's just a ball of fire, I don't even know how to eat it. He shook his head helplessly and closed the gate. It's fine, just do your job well. Stick with me in the future, and I promise you'll eat well and live well. Thank you for not eating me, master. The voice of the energy core sounded like it was about to cry. Since your body is a ball of fire, I'll call you Little Fire from now on. I hope you can be more spirited in the future. Su Yuan casually gave it a name. Yes, master. Little Fire acknowledges it. Su Yuan felt the emptiness inside his body. The recent evolution had consumed a large amount of energy, and now he urgently needed food and water. And his body was all sticky with the expelled filth, smelling terrible. He needed to find a place to take a shower and wash the set of clothes. It would be even better if he could find new clothes to change into. As for the wet clothes, he would just let Little Fire help dry them later. It was perfect. While the train had not yet arrived at the station, Su Yuan continued to ask Little Fire about the rules of this world. He then learned that the train had to keep running, and would randomly refresh stopping platforms. The platforms were divided into individual platforms and multi-person platforms. Individual platforms would not open to other players until the train left, making them relatively safe. Multi-person platforms, as the name suggested, would have multiple trains arriving at the same time, and fighting between players for limited resources was inevitable. Little Fire also told him that sometimes, players could be more dangerous than monsters. The faster the train speed, the shorter the time intervals for discovering new platforms, theoretically increasing the efficiency of obtaining resources. However, after approaching a platform, there would generally be a set time limit. So it still depends on the player themselves. Ding dong. It really is like saying Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives. Su Yuan was chatting with Xiao Hua when he only heard the broadcast announcement in the carriage sound again. Please sit steady and hold tight, the train is about to arrive at your first station. Chapter 4 First Station, Forest Park. This stop station, Forest Park, multiplayer station. Danger star level, 1 star. There has been no human presence here for a long time, perhaps there exist some creatures that people would never expect. Note, this station is a level 5 multiplayer station, the maximum allowed number of players at the same time is 100. The longest stop time this time is 3 hours. As the sound of the train broadcast echoed in the carriage, the empty scenery on both sides of the carriage finally changed, and a mountain range seemed to appear before the eyes. Multiplayer station? Su Yuan raised his eyebrows. This news was half good and half bad. He originally thought that when reaching a single-player station he could accumulate resources, but if he met people right away, perhaps he could first try and see if he could learn the other party's talent. Xiao Hua, this danger level, what exactly is it saying? Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the terminal, Su Yuan asked toward the driver's console. Reporting to Master, the station's danger levels are divided into no danger and 1 to 9 stars, but please note, even a 1-star danger is enough to take the life of an ordinary person, so during exploration please be careful of the arrival of some accidents. Xiao Hua's voice still carried a bit of trembling flattery, afraid that Su Yuan would get unhappy and want to study how to eat it again. Enough to take the life of an ordinary person, Su Yuan muttered one sentence. He was not an ordinary person now. Constitution 50, Perception 100, these numbers were placed here, even he himself felt they were outrageous. But being careful was never wrong. With a whoosh sound, the train door slowly opened. A complex smell mixed with soil, rotting leaves, and plant fragrance rushed toward him, carrying a strand of primitive wildness. Su Yuan stood at the door of the carriage, and did not immediately go down. He took a deep breath. That thick nature smell made him slightly frown, especially with his body still sticky. This feeling was even more unpleasant. Just when he was preparing to get off the train, several lines of semi-transparent text that only he himself could see suddenly jumped out before his eyes. Prompt, because your perception has surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, every time you enter a dungeon, you will automatically obtain some more detailed information. Current number of players in this station, 1, because your train speed is relatively fast, so currently only you have arrived. Intelligence 1, this station has a wide variety of venomous snakes, such as king cobras, silver ring snakes, pit vipers, and so on. Danger level, 1 star. Most snakes do not have active attack tendencies toward larger prey, but you must pay close attention to where you step. Intelligence 2, deep in Forest Park there is a tourist rescue center, usually 2 to 3 forest rangers live inside, mainly responsible for patrolling the mountains and rescuing tourists. There may be some unexpected gains inside. Warm reminder, no people have come here for many years, please be patient, some artificially repaired roads may be hidden within. Fuck. Su Yuan could not help but curse in his heart, his eyes all lit up. This 100 points of perception was way too awesome. Wasn't this just an official cheat? Directly giving the strategy. Looks like I bet right, smashing all opportunities onto myself, this return rate is simply exploding. He felt happy inside. Others entered, eyes completely blind, crashing around like headless flies. And he, directly got the map and key information.
Tourist Rescue Center. Just hearing this place meant there were good things. A place where forest rangers live, food, water, clean clothes, first aid supplies, and maybe there were even weapons. And, the most critical point was, right now only he had arrived. That coward Xiaohua, after being scared once, raised the train speed from 30 to 40. Unexpected luck hit right, letting him seize the first chance. Well done, little fire, later I will find you tasty food. Su Yuan was in a great mood and shouted back toward the car. Serving the master is Little Fire's honor. Little Fire's voice instantly turned cheerful. Su Yuan no longer hesitated and jumped straight down from the car. The moment both feet touched the ground, he felt completely different from before. Light and floating, as if there was endless strength inside his body. The solid feeling coming from the ground was extremely clear, he could even feel the shape of every small stone under his feet. Is this the feeling of a physique of 50? He raised his head and looked at the forest park gate in front of him, a rusty iron gate, covered with dark green vines that almost hid the big words Forest Park. A breath of desolation and ruin rushed at his face, and deep in the park, faintly, he could still hear a few howls of unknown wild beasts, adding a bit of strange fear to the silence. Su Yuan was not panicked at all. He moved his hands and feet a bit, his body making a series of crackling sounds, not bones out of place, but a joyful feeling of muscles and bones stretching to the limit. First, try this new body. Su Yuan grinned, his eyes full of excitement. He slightly bent his knees, then suddenly used force. Whoosh! His whole body shot out like a fired cannonball, instantly rushing more than 10 meters and landing steadily on a big rock. Holy crap! This strong? Su Yuan himself was shocked. He had just wanted to jump casually, not using full strength at all, yet he directly flew out. If he used full strength, wouldn't he be able to jump straight onto a tree? Su Yuan felt like a movie superhero now, his whole body filled with explosive power. He jumped down from the big rock and began to move around on the open ground near the park entrance. Su Yuan also tried running, his speed was frightening, the wind he stirred even made the nearby leaves rustle loudly. When he ran, he could barely hear his own breathing, and his heartbeat was only a little faster than usual, with no tired feeling after intense exercise at all. After simply spending 1 minute adapting to the shock brought by the new body, Su Yuan began to handle serious matters. According to the system hint, there was a man-made repaired road hidden inside. He activated Serious Mode. 100 points of perception fully activated, the whole world instantly became different in his eyes. Dust floating in the air, the sound of insects flapping wings in the distance, the tracks of earthworms wriggling under the soil, countless mixed pieces of information poured into his brain, yet there was no chaos at all, instead everything was processed in perfect order. Su Yuan's gaze swept over the messy grass and vines in front of him. In ordinary people's eyes, this was just a wasteland with no road at all. But in Su Yuan's eyes, the growth marks of those plants, the soil on the ground that had become firmer from being stepped on for years, and some stone slabs with obvious man-made traces half covered by vines, were all clearly exposed. Found it. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth lifted as he pushed aside a bush taller than a person. A stone slab path almost completely covered by weeds and vines appeared in front of him. This path twisted and turned, leading deep into the forest, exactly in the direction of the tourist rescue center mentioned in the intel. If nothing unexpected happened, as long as he followed this road upward, he would be able to find the small house of the tourist rescue center. Set off. Chapter 5 Caretaker's Diary Book. What does it feel like to move at high speed through the mountains and forest? Su Yuan now knew. His whole body was like Tarzan in a movie, arms stretching out, grabbing a thick vine, using the force to swing more than 10 meters, adjusting his posture in midair, and landing steadily on the trunk of another big tree. His toes lightly tapped the tree trunk, and his body shot out again like a cannonball. The wind howled in his ears, and the trees and bushes beneath him swiftly retreated. This feeling, exhilarating. Simply exhilarating. This is true power. He even had the leisure to look down at the forest beneath him from the air. With his 100-meter perception fully activated, the entire forest formed a dynamic, three-dimensional map in his mind. Where a colony of ants was moving, where a snake coiled on a branch in camouflage, where a wild mouse was digging a hole, everything was visible, nothing could hide. The intelligence said there are many venomous snakes here, and they weren't lying. As Su Yuan flew through the air, he saw at least a dozen snakes of various kinds. There were the bright green bamboo vipers, the black and white striped silver-ringed snakes, and the pit vipers hiding in the pile of dead leaves, nearly invisible unless you looked closely. If it were an ordinary person, even an experienced expert, walking in such a place would make them nervous, stepping cautiously with every move. But for Su Yuan, these so-called dangers were as clear as the red dots marked on a map. He could even plan a detour half a minute in advance, leaping over these venomous snakes, over their heads, beside them, or even in the moments when they hadn't reacted yet. It was like entering an uninhabited zone. The tourist rescue center is in that direction. Su Yuan stopped on the crown of a large old tree, gazing at a spot on the mountainside in the distance.
In his sight, there was the outline of a man-made building. Though mostly covered by plants, the neatly arranged square structure stood out starkly in nature. Having pinpointed his target, he did not waste time. Another burst of wind, as fast as lightning, pushed him forward. A path that would take an ordinary person hours, or even most of a day, to traverse, Yuan covered in less than 10 minutes. Not to mention that this stop would only last for 3 hours, and later arrivals would have even less time. Most people would be forced to search for resources on the outskirts, and if they had an axe or machete, they might collect some wood. When Yuan lightly jumped down from the last tree, a lonely wooden cabin appeared before his eyes. The cabin looked a bit aged, with its wooden walls having turned deep black and the roof covered in thick moss and fallen leaves. Vines, like green serpents, wound around the cabin, nearly blending it with the entire forest. In front of the cabin, there was a small clearing overgrown with weeds, and a faded wooden sign crookedly stuck into the ground. The writing was already blurred, but the words Tourist Rescue Center could still be vaguely made out. Finally, I've arrived. Yuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly walked over. The cabin's doors and windows were tightly shut, and a large old-fashioned copper lock hung on the door, already rusted. He reached out and pushed the door, but it didn't budge. Yuan walked up to the door, raised his right foot, and kicked hard at the lock. Bang! A muffled thud sounded. The thick wooden door, along with its frame, was blasted inward, splinters flying everywhere. The force was good, but I didn't control it well. I'll go lighter next time. Yuan assessed the destructive power of his casual kick in his mind. With a constitution of 50, it was no joke. Yuan stepped into the cabin. A musty, damp smell mixed with dust and mold rushed toward him, making him wrinkle his nose. The light inside the cabin was dim, with only a little light coming through the broken door and several dusty windows. Yuan quickly scanned the room, noting its simple layout. On the left were 2 sets of iron-frame bunk beds, the bedding messy and covered in a thick layer of dust. On the right was a desk with a few file cabinets, scattered papers, and folders on the desk. Facing the door, a large storage cabinet stood against the wall. A few tools stood beside, like a shovel and a hoe. Looks like the intel was right, this is indeed the ranger's place. Yuan felt more certain inside. There was a bed, a desk, and a cabinet, which meant the living facilities here were likely quite complete. But things like food must have spoiled by now. After all, it looked like no one had been here for at least 5 years. He had no idea where the people here had gone, or what kind of change had happened. Let's first see if there are any usable things. Yuan first walked over to the storage cabinet by the wall. The cabinet was made of wood, and it wasn't locked. He reached out to pull open the door, and a stronger smell of camphor balls mixed with mildew rushed out. Inside the cabinet, there were a few thick dark green coats hanging, likely the ranger's work uniform. Although the style was old, they still seemed sturdy, and because of the smell, no bugs had gotten into them. I'll take them. But these coats are for winter protection. I'll see if I can find a stream on the way back. Yuan thought, then closed the cabinet door and turned his attention back to the desk. The desk was messy, but one thing caught his eye. It was an open notebook, filled with writing. The ranger's diary? Yuan picked up the notebook from the desk and gently blew the dust off it. The cover was a deep blue hardcover, with the words worklog embossed in gold, though most of the gold had already worn off. Yuan flipped to the first page. The handwriting was neat, done with a fountain pen. He could imagine that the owner of this diary must have some education. After all, who would keep a diary if they weren't serious about it? August 12th, sunny. Today was another peaceful day. During the mountain patrol, I didn't notice anything unusual, though the snakes in the forest seem to have increased recently, and they're especially aggressive. I reminded the tourists going up the mountain to be careful. Oldley was scratched by a bamboo pit viper yesterday. Luckily he was wearing thick pants, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. August 15th, cloudy. The weather is a bit muggy, seems like it's about to rain heavily. Today, I found the corpse of a wild boar in the eastern mountain stream. It was almost eaten up. It was pretty big, around 300 pounds. The wounds don't look like they were made by a tiger or leopard, but more like it was attacked by a group of something. Since when did such powerful predators appear in the forest? I'll have to report it to higher-ups. Yuan flipped page after page, his frown tightening more and more. The earlier entries were pretty normal, just daily patrol records. But as he went further, the content became increasingly strange. September 3rd, heavy fog. The fog today is so thick, the visibility is less than 5 meters. Oldley, Old Wang, and I stuck together during the patrol. The forest was eerily quiet, we couldn't even hear any birds or insects. The strangest part was that our compasses and phones all stopped working, kept spinning in place. If it weren't for Oldley's experience and his knowledge of the route, we might have been lost in the mountains today. September 10th, sunny. A big incident happened. Lu Gu and his team from the western camp went missing. They were fine yesterday, but today we couldn't reach them by radio. The higher-ups sent a search team over, but after a whole day of searching, they found nothing. Lu Gu and his team are experienced rangers, they couldn't have gotten lost in the mountains. I have a bad feeling about this. September 12, cloudy. The search team has withdrawn. They found nothing. The park is temporarily closed, and tourists aren't allowed in. We've been asked to stay at the rescue center and not go out freely. The atmosphere is getting more and more suffocating.
Old Lee has been chain-smoking these past few days. Little Yuan keeps mumbling in his sleep at night, shouting, "Don't come closer." The last page of the diary had a very messy handwriting, as if it was written in extreme fear. September 15th, black, it's all black, they've come, from the fog, help. The words broke off here, the last being a deep scratch soaked in ink, as if the writer had used up their last bit of strength.
Chapter 6, The Wooden Treasure Chest. Su Yuan put down the journal, feeling a bit heavy-hearted.
It seems that before the so-called train survival world arrived, this world itself had already started showing signs of problems.
Black fog, out-of-control animals, missing people. Everything was filled with a sense of mystery. Those 3 forest rangers?
I'm afraid their chances of survival are slim. Whatever, thinking too much won't help, surviving is the most important thing. Su Yuan shook his head, brushing those distracting thoughts out of his mind. Figuring out the truth of this world is a matter for later, right now he needed to quickly gather supplies. He shifted his gaze away from the desk and looked at the few tools standing in the corner.
A shovel, a hoe, and 3 gleaning machetes. Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he quickly walked over.
He picked up one of the machetes, feeling its weight in his hand. The blade was about 50 centimeters long, the steel edge was good, and although the blade was a bit rolled at the edge, it was still sharp. He casually swung it at a nearby table leg.
Crack!
A crisp sound followed as the solid wood table leg snapped off with a smooth cut.
Good stuff!
Su Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although he had plenty of brute strength, he couldn't tear wood apart with his bare hands like in the Minecraft game.
This machete would make things much easier.
He checked all 3 machetes, chose the one that felt most comfortable, and tucked it behind his waist. The other 2 would be taken back to the train, either as backups or valuable trade items.
After finishing with the tools, Su Yuan turned his attention to the file cabinets. Clank, clank.
He tugged at them, only to find that the file cabinets were all locked.
Locked again? Su Yuan chuckled. This wasn't a problem for him at all. He extended 2 fingers, slid them into the lock's gap, and gave a little twist. Click.
The lock core snapped off with ease. He pulled open the first drawer, which was filled with all sorts of documents and forms, such as fire prevention responsibility papers and wildlife observation records.
None of it was useful to him. The second drawer was the same. When he opened the third drawer, his eyes lit up again.
Inside, instead of documents, there was a red emergency kit, packed to the brim. He took the first aid kit and placed it on the desk, opening it. The contents were complete and, most importantly, looked usable.
Bandages, gauze, disinfecting alcohol, iodine, cotton swabs, painkillers. This is life-saving stuff. Su Yuan didn't hesitate to close the kit and decided to take it with him later.
Although his evolution ability was powerful, it wasn't all-powerful. If he were to suffer serious injuries, recovery would take time.
These medical supplies would play a crucial role.
At the very bottom of the file cabinet, he also found a detailed map of the forest park. The map clearly marked various areas, water sources, and some important facilities, such as the rescue center he was currently at, and the weather station at the top of the mountain.
It even marked several other locations mentioned in the journal.
However, the weather station was too far away, located on the highest peak of another mountain, so it wouldn't be worth the time to go back and forth. This was a national-level forest park, home to many rare and protected plants and animals, so there were multiple places like this.
Su Yuan thought for a moment. If it were someone else, getting the map wouldn't be useful.
But time was clearly still on his side. Although he couldn't go to the weather station, he could still search the 2 tourist rescue centers. After finishing with the file cabinets, he turned his attention to the 2 bunk beds made of metal frames. The beds were messy, but Su Yuan patiently began to search through them. Under one of the pillows, he felt something hard.
He pulled it out and looked at it. It was a small package wrapped tightly in oil paper.
He unwrapped the oil paper, and inside was a pack of cigarettes and half a box of matches.
Cigarettes.
Su Yuan picked up the pack of slightly damp cigarettes, sniffed it, and a smell of poor quality tobacco hit him.
Su Yuan didn't smoke, but that didn't mean there were no smokers. To some people, this was considered hard currency, and keeping it for trade would definitely be useful.
He carefully put the cigarettes and matches away and continued searching.
In the end, his gaze landed on an inconspicuous metal box under the bed.
It was a military green tin box, about half a meter long, with a lock hanging on top. It looked like a place where forest rangers stored their personal belongings. Su Yuan squatted down, stretched out his hand, and knocked on the box, producing a dull thud sound.
There was something inside. He extended 2 fingers and repeated the same action. Click. The lock opened with a sound. Su Yuan took a deep breath, feeling like he was opening a mystery box, and lifted the lid of the box. The moment the lid opened, there was no blinding light as he had imagined. Inside, there were only a few neatly folded old clothes and a small wooden box. Su Yuan was a bit disappointed but still reached in to take out the clothes. They were camouflage uniforms, likely belonging to the forest ranger. Although they were a bit old, they were very clean and highly durable, much better than the dirty t-shirt he was wearing. Not bad, he thought. After a shower, they would be perfect to change into. He set the clothes aside and picked up the small wooden box. The wooden box was quite plain, nothing special. Su Yuan opened the box. Inside were a few photos and a letter. The photos were of a middle-aged man, probably the owner of the box. He was hugging a woman and a little girl, smiling happily. The letter was written to his family, saying that he was doing well and not to worry about him. Su Yuan quietly looked at it for a while, then placed the letter and photos back into the wooden box, closed the lid, and put it back in the corner of the metal box. The deceased is gone. He wasn't a sentimental person, just feeling a little bit melancholic. Just as he was about to close the box, his finger unintentionally touched the bottom of the box. Something felt off. One area of the bottom metal seemed different from the others, it felt hollow. Su Yuan's mind stirred, and he knocked on that spot with his finger. Knock knock. Sure enough, it was hollow. There was a hidden compartment. Su Yuan immediately became more alert and carefully observed. Soon, he found a barely noticeable gap along the edge of the compartment. He used his nails to catch the gap and pried it open. Creak. A metal plate was lifted, revealing the hidden space beneath. In this small compartment, a box emitting a faint white glow was quietly lying there. The box was about the size of a shoebox, made of an unknown metal, with intricate patterns carved on its surface. In the center, the word box was faintly visible. Detected wooden treasure chest, would you like to open it? A line of text appeared, visible only to Su Yuan. Wooden treasure chest? Su Yuan was stunned for a moment, then burst into joy. No way. This actually works? As expected, this was a game with box opening moments, but the boxes in this game were not placed in obvious spots. Fortunately, before the crossover, he had played many games and had the habit of searching for things everywhere. If it had been someone with less perception or attention to detail, they would have definitely missed it. Open it. Open it immediately. Without hesitation, Su Yuan silently mouthed these words. As soon as he finished speaking, the patterns on the white wooden box lit up instantly, emitting a soft glow. Then, the lid of the box popped open automatically. Several beams of light flew out of the box and hovered in front of Su Yuan. Congratulations, you have obtained Train Coin X3. Congratulations, you have obtained Pure Mineral Water, 5L, X1. Congratulations, you have obtained. Congratulations, you have obtained High Energy Compressed Biscuits X10. Congratulations, you have obtained Refined Snake Trap X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Special Snake Skin Bags X2. A series of system prompts echoed in his mind, and Su Yuan's mouth couldn't stop smiling. I've hit the jackpot. He looked at the items floating in front of him, rubbing his hands in excitement. 3 silver glinting coins, they looked very high quality, probably the universal currency in this world, but the exact use wasn't clear yet. He could ask Xiaohuo when he returned. A large barrel of sealed mineral water and 10 pieces of neatly packaged compressed biscuits. Food and water, these were the most urgent things he needed right now, immediately solving Su Yuan's most pressing problems. Su Yuan grabbed a piece of compressed biscuit, tore open the package, and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was average, a little dry, but to his hungry stomach, it was absolutely delicious. He finished the biscuit in a few bites and then opened the cap of the mineral water barrel, drinking several large gulps. A cool sensation traveled from his throat all the way down to his stomach, instantly relieving most of his hunger and thirst. I'm alive again. Su Yuan let out a long breath, feeling completely refreshed. After eating and drinking his fill, his gaze turned to the remaining 2 items. A metal trap about 1.5 meters long, and 2 very sturdy-looking bags. Chapter 7, Legendary Poison Resistance King Plan. Refined Snake Trap. Quality, excellent. Effect, made from lightweight alloy, strong and sensitive, the jaws are equipped with anti-slip soft rubber, which can firmly hold snakes without causing lethal damage, making it the perfect choice for snake-catching enthusiasts. Special Snake Skin Bags, X2. Quality, ordinary. Effect, made from high-density fiber weave, breathable but bite-resistant, can safely store captured snakes.
A snake trap and 2 snake bags in total. Su Yuan looked at the descriptions of these items and immediately recalled the information he had received when he first got off the vehicle and the observations along the way. Information 1, this station has a wide variety of venomous snakes, such as king cobras, silver ring snakes, and vipers. Snake traps, snake bags, and venomous snakes everywhere. His talent is evolution, and the core effect is the ability to adapt to extreme environments and continuously evolve strategies to deal with them.
So, is snake venom considered an extreme environment?
The more Su Yuan thought, the brighter his eyes became.
Now, in theory, this is completely possible.
Venomous snakes don't kill a person instantly, instead, it's a gradual process.
And this time is the window for his evolution talent to activate. As long as he's not killed on the spot, Su Yuan can use repeated poisonings to constantly stimulate his body and enhance his resistance to poison.
If 1 time doesn't work, then try 2, if 2 doesn't work, try 10.
Isn't this a way to artificially trigger a resistance to poison talent?
Once he figured this out, Su Yuan instantly came up with a clear plan in his mind. He glanced outside the wooden house, it was still early. According to his own estimation, from the time he got off the vehicle until now, it had only been a little over half an hour.
And this stop would last a full 3 hours. Plenty of time.
Catching snakes and evolving is something that must be done, but it can wait for a while. On the map he found in his file cabinet, it clearly marked 3 ranger rescue centers in this forest park. He had only searched 1 so far, and had already found 3 axes and a wooden chest.
What about the other 2? Who knows what good things might be hidden inside? What if there's another chest in there? What if it holds something better than the snake trap? This kind of opportunity must not be missed. Alright, it's settled.
Su Yuan immediately made a decision in his heart.
First, let's search the other 2 ranger cabins clean. Take everything you can carry.
Once all the supplies are loaded onto the train and my concerns are taken care of, I'll return to execute my antitoxin evolution plan.
Thinking this, Su Yuan didn't hesitate anymore.
He packed everything he had taken out back into the wooden treasure chest again, because this item was a special product with 5 storage slots, and even food inside wouldn't spoil. Some players might discard it due to their conventional thinking, but after a little research, Su Yuan understood.
Even a used treasure chest would definitely still hold great value in the future.
In fact, this thing could even be used to craft a space backpack, making future exploration much more convenient. Su Yuan slung the first aid kit, filled with medical supplies, onto his back, and tied 3 machetes together with a rope, carrying them over his shoulder. As for the camouflage military uniforms, he simply wrapped them in a winter protective coat, tied a sturdy bundle, and carried it in his hand.
Lastly, Su Yuan didn't forget to tuck the detailed terrain map into his pocket.
After completing all of this, Su Yuan took one last look at the now empty wooden house he had looted, then turned and strode out. Carrying all the looted supplies, he didn't take the hidden stone path but instead chose a straight line, running wildly toward the direction where his train was parked at the bottom of the mountain. For him now, the complex terrain of the forest posed no obstacle whatsoever. Along the way, he showcased his superhuman physical abilities once again. With his perception fully active within a 100-meter range, Su Yuan could predict all the obstacles and dangers ahead, planning his route smoothly without a single pause. It's said that going uphill is easy, but coming down is hard. But in reality, coming down is far less tiring than going up, you just have to watch your step. It took him only about 5 minutes to reach the bottom of the mountain.
Xiaohua, open the door.
Yes, my noble master. The energy core would only get greedier, but there was no possibility of it betraying. Xiaohua's voice carried a joyful and fawning tone, and the train's door opened in response. Su Yuan dashed onto the train, throwing all his bags and bundles onto the floor of the cabin.
Master, you went out to rob, didn't you?
Xiaohua looked at the pile of things on the ground, and even its flame form flickered with surprise.
How long has it been since he left? How did he come back with so many things? Can you feed me a little later? This is just an appetizer.
I'll reward you later based on the situation, Su Yuan grinned, opening the wooden treasure chest, taking out a bottle of water, and taking a few gulps.
Put all these things in the warehouse.
Yes, master. A blue light swept over, and the items on the ground disappeared instantly, stored in the space warehouse. Su Yuan stretched his body and felt that the slight weight from earlier didn't even count as a warm-up for him. He took out the terrain map again, spread it out on the table, and started studying it carefully. According to the markings on the map, the other 2 ranger cabins, one was on the west mountain slope, and the other was in the eastern valley, neither of which were too far from his current location. However, the eastern one was slightly farther, while the western one was closer.
Alright, next target, the western mountain slope. Su Yuan clarified his objective. Without any hesitation, he leaped out of the train cabin again, and after a few flashes of his figure, disappeared into the dense forest. Master, such an action-oriented person.
Inside the cockpit, Xiao was fiery corsewayed gently, letting out a heartfelt sigh. It suddenly felt that, following such a master, the future days might be extremely exciting. Even though it knew the master was stingy, as long as the master became stronger, a little bit falling from his fingertips would be enough for it to eat. Chapter 8, The Severely Damaged Last Cabin. Leaving the train, Su Yuan once again plunged into the dense and lively forest. With the experience from before, this time, his actions were even more skillful. Having lived in the city for over 20 years, Su Yuan had never felt nature so clearly as he did now. Following the map's instructions, Su Yuan headed west. After less than 10 minutes of swift movement, the second forest ranger cabin appeared in his sight. It was similar in style to the first one, also a log cabin, standing alone on a flat piece of land halfway up the mountain. However, the condition of this cabin seemed to be somewhat better than the first one, at least the doors and windows were still intact, and the roof was not covered in thick moss. Su Yuan lightly jumped down from the tree and landed on the open ground in front of the cabin without making a sound. He didn't rush inside but instead walked around the cabin first, raising his awareness to the maximum. The cabin was very quiet, with no signs of life. After confirming it was safe, he approached the main door of the cabin. The door also had a large brass lock hanging on it, which had rusted badly in the humid air.
Another one of these locks?
Su Yuan muttered, rolling his eyes. For this level of defense, he couldn't even be bothered to lift a foot. He extended his right index and middle fingers, brought them together, and gently poked the rusted lock core.
Put.
With a light sound, Su Yuan withdrew his fingers and gently pushed the door, which creaked open inward. A smell, similar to the previous cabin, a mix of dust and mildew, wafted towards him.
Su Yuan stepped inside and quickly scanned the interior of the cabin.
The layout here was nearly identical to the first cabin, a bed, chairs, and a filing cabinet. It seemed that these ranger stations were all built to the same standard. With his experience from the first search, Su Yuan moved much faster this time.
He went straight to the point, first opening the unlocked wardrobe.
Inside, there were several ranger uniforms hanging, and Su Yuan couldn't be bothered to pick, so he just packed them all up to take with him. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. These clothes would be useful, whether for himself or for trade in the future. Next, he moved to the locked filing cabinets. He repeated the same trick, easily poking open the lock cores with his fingers, then started rummaging through them one by one. The first two cabinets contained nothing but useless papers and forms, which Su Yuan couldn't be bothered to look at and simply skipped over. When he opened the third cabinet, his eyes brightened. Inside, there was no treasure chest, but there were two brand new fire axes. The axe handles were bright red, and the axe blades gleamed with a cold, murderous light, clearly high-quality items.
Damn, this is good.
Su Yuan picked up one of the axes and weighed it in his hand. It felt solid. He swung it, and the air rushed with power. Compared to a chopping knife, the chopping power of an axe was definitely one level higher. Whether used for chopping trees, breaking doors, or even as a weapon, this thing was much more useful than a chopping knife.
Nice, nice, two more heavy-duty items.
Su Yuan happily placed the two fire axes into his wooden chest. He had already started using it as a temporary backpack, and since both fire axes were the same, they only took up one slot.
Moreover, one slot could hold up to 9 of the same item. After finishing with the filing cabinets, Su Yuan turned his attention to the bed. He carefully searched through the bedding, checking beneath the pillows and not missing any possible corners. Unfortunately, this time he didn't find any diaries or small items like cigarettes and matches. Finally, his gaze fell to the bottom of the bed. Just like before, there was a military green metal box under the bed. Su Yuan felt a stir in his heart and immediately dragged the box out. The box was locked, just like before. Click. The lock was easily twisted off, and with a hint of anticipation, Su Yuan lifted the box lid. Inside the box were still some personal clothes and various items, like an old book and an empty enamel cup. Su Yuan wasn't ready to give up. He reached in, took everything out, and carefully examined the bottom of the box. He tapped and pressed his fingers on every inch of the metal at the bottom of the box. Knock knock, knock knock. The sound was deep and firm. There were no hidden compartments. Looks like not every box has a surprise. Su Yuan felt a little disappointed. He had thought he would find another treasure chest. But after a moment's thought, he figured he shouldn't be too greedy. Getting 2 fire axes for free was already an unexpected joy. He carefully checked the entire room again, not leaving out the gaps in the ceiling and floor. After confirming there was nothing else valuable, Su Yuan picked up the packed clothes, grabbed the enamel cup, and left the ranger's cabin. Next stop, the Eastern Valley. Su Yuan unfolded the map again, confirmed the direction, and his figure vanished into the forest like a ghost. This time, he was heading east. According to the diary, something unusual seemed to have happened there. As he hurried along, Su Yuan kept thinking.
The ranger who wrote the diary mentioned that the 300-plus-pound wild boar's wounds didn't look like they were caused by a tiger or leopard, but like it had been surrounded by something.
A group. What could it be? He couldn't help but think of the messy and desperate handwriting on the last page of the diary. Black. All black. They're here. From the fog. Fog.
Su Yuan's eyes narrowed as he thought of that endless black fog trailing behind all the trains.
And the disappearance of the rangers, as well as the strange events in the forest, were all connected to that black fog?
While he was lost in thought, Su Yuan had already arrived at the eastern area marked on the map. Before he could find the ranger's cabin, a heavy smell of decay and ruin came with the wind.
Su Yuan stopped in his tracks, standing in the treetop, looking towards the valley.
In the deep valley, it was a scene of destruction. Countless trees had been broken off at the waist, the ground was uneven, and there were huge claw marks and upturned soil everywhere. In the center of the ruins, the wreckage of a building was vaguely visible.
That should be the third ranger's cabin.
But at this moment, that cabin could no longer be called a cabin. The entire roof had completely collapsed, and half of the walls had fallen, leaving only a few blackened wooden beams, crookedly sticking out of the ruins, looking like a skeleton gnawed on beyond recognition.
Damn, was this bombed? Seeing the tragic scene in front of him, Su Yuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath.
This level of destruction was way beyond him simply kicking open a door.
What could cause such terrifying damage?
For the first time, Su Yuan's heart stirred with a sense of seriousness. Chapter 9, The Second Wooden Treasure Chest, The First Hot Weapon. Su Yuan cautiously approached the ruins, pushing his senses to their limits, scanning every inch of the land around him with vigilance. The air was filled with an indescribable eerie smell, like the scent of burnt wood mixed with some wild beast's rancid odor, lingering even though time had passed. On the ground, the giant claw marks were shocking to behold. Su Yuan squatted down and carefully observed one of the clearest claw prints. The claw print was enormous, deeply embedded in the soil, with the edges of the earth flipped up due to the immense force. From the shape of the claw print, it didn't look like a bear, nor a tiger, but resembled the claws of some reptile. This thing's size is definitely not small, Su Yuan assessed silently in his heart. A creature that could leave such claw prints was likely at least 5 meters long.
Thinking about that destroyed little house, Su Yuan was certain that whatever attacked here was definitely no good. By the looks of it, the thing should have already left, otherwise, how could the system rate it as 1 star? That monster, even the current version of himself, wouldn't be able to escape if encountered.
Moreover, it seemed there was more than one type of monster, because differing from the diary's description, there were also smaller ones that specialized in attacking in groups. Su Yuan stood up, a sense of vigilance growing within him. The entire interior of the little house had been completely destroyed, all the furniture had turned into a pile of fragments, mixed with the fallen beams and stones from the roof, making it impossible to see its original form.
How am I supposed to find anything? Su Yuan looked at the mess in front of him, feeling a bit of a headache.
It was like searching for treasure in a garbage heap, the difficulty was extraordinary.
However, he did not give up. Since he had come this far, he couldn't just return empty-handed.
Besides, according to the usual game logic, even ruins were worth searching through.
Su Yuan took a deep breath and began his work.
He didn't flail around like a headless chicken, but instead activated his exceptional perception ability once again. In Su Yuan's perception world, this area of ruins was chaotic, but not devoid of order. He could sense things, like which board was on solid ground and which slab was hollow underneath. Different materials emitted subtle sound differences when gently touched by the rubble beneath his feet. So he carefully explored the ruins, step by step, inch by inch.
Time passed minute by minute. Su Yuan was very patient.
Finally, when he reached the northeast corner of the ruins, where the bedroom should have been, his perception caught an unusual response.
Found it!
Su Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He walked over to a beam. It was very thick, one end buried in the ruins and the other end tilted upwards. Su Yuan extended his hands and grabbed the middle of the beam, his arm muscles slightly bulging.
Ha!
He let out a low shout, exerting force from his waist and abdomen, and surprisingly lifted the heavy beam, tossing it aside. With a loud crash, the beam hit the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust.
After doing all this, Su Yuan didn't even catch his breath.
He brushed off the dust on his hands and looked under the beam where it had been pressing down. There, beneath a pile of broken bed slats and charred bedding, lay a familiar wooden box, quietly resting there. It was identical to the treasure chest he had found in the first little house.
Oh wow! There really is one! Su Yuan was so excited he almost shouted.
He hurried forward and dug the wooden treasure chest out from the ruins. The surface of the chest was covered in dust and black soot, but it was perfectly intact, with not a single scratch.
Detected wooden treasure chest, do you wish to open it? The familiar semi-transparent text appeared before his eyes once again. Open.
Su Yuan was eager to know what this chest would yield. Although it was still wooden, it was found in such an environment. With his intention confirmed, the mysterious patterns on the wooden chest lit up again, emitting a gentle white glow.
The box lid popped open with a snap. This time, only 2 glowing orbs flew out from the box. But upon seeing the icons, Su Yuan's breath caught in his throat. Congratulations, you have received Remington M870 Shotgun X1. Congratulations, you have received low-level shotgun shells X10. Shotgun? Damn. It's a gun.
Su Yuan grabbed the long, rectangular glowing orb floating in the air. As the light faded, a completely black shotgun, exuding a sense of violent beauty, appeared in his hands. It felt cold and heavy, the gun's hard lines, and the huge black muzzle all highlighted its terrifying killing power.
This thing is a real killing machine. Even if I get shot by it now, I wouldn't feel good. This thing is meant for taking down large beasts. If it hits a person, there would be bruises everywhere.
Su Yuan eagerly pulled back the gun's bolt, producing a crisp and pleasing click, and skillfully loaded a bullet into the chamber. Although he had never handled a real gun before, his learning ability as an ultimate being was terrifying. Just with a glance at the gun's structure, he instinctively knew how to operate it. 10 bullets should be enough for now. Su Yuan carefully stowed the remaining 9 bullets and the shotgun back into the treasure chest. Compared to being empty-handed or using cold weapons, hot weapons are truly a qualitative change. Feeling satisfied, Su Yuan stood up, looked around the ruins, ensured he had found everything, then put away the second wooden box and left directly.
Su Yuan estimated the time once more.
From the moment he got out of the car to now, he had scavenged 3 locations, back and forth. It had taken him no more than an hour and a half, more accurately just a little over an hour. It's still early, there's enough time. With a grin, Su Yuan held the empty treasure chest in one hand and the bundled clothes in the other, striding down the mountain.
Chapter 10, Forest Park Exploration ends.
Leaving this place and following the blue marker on the map, Su Yuan quickly heard the sound of flowing water. He pushed aside the dense bushes, revealing a crystal-clear stream. There was no one around, only the chirping of birds and the sounds of insects. Su Yuan directly took off the already dirty t-shirt he was wearing. The layer of black smelly mud on his skin had dried, sticking uncomfortably to him. With a splash, Su Yuan jumped into the stream. The icy water instantly enveloped him, electrifying his body. Every pore was wildly breathing in response to the cold stimulation.
Su Yuan vigorously scrubbed the dirt off his skin. The black muddy water danced away with the current.
As the dirt faded, muscles that were smooth like jade yet contained explosive power were revealed.
This is the body with 50 points in physique.
Every muscle was just right, neither exaggerated like a bodybuilder nor too lacking, resembling that of a mixed martial artist. Even some normally under-exercised small muscle groups, like the serratus anterior, were as developed as shark fins.
After cleaning his body, Su Yuan climbed ashore. With the breeze blowing, he felt refreshed all over. He picked up the camouflage training suit he had taken from the ranger's cabin. The clothing, though old and washed out, had a thick fabric and a reassuring scent of soap. Once dressed, he tightened the belt and put on the thick-soled military boots he had found. Suddenly, Su Yuan appeared much more capable. The youthful softness of a city dweller completely vanished, replaced by a wild sharpness. He then casually washed the dirty t-shirt and pants in the water, wrung them out. These fabrics shouldn't go to waste. Even if he didn't wear them, they could be used later as rags or for kindling. Once organized, Su Yuan squatted by the stream. The gaze landed on the clear, flowing water surface. The water supply on the train was very scarce. Besides the 5-liter bucket of drinking water, daily life water was also a big problem. This time, the scavenging was quite fruitful, but there was one thing they did not find: a large-capacity water storage container. Except for the wooden treasure chest that had just been emptied. Since this thing could hold 5 slots of items, how would water, all liquid, be counted? Su Yuan did not hesitate and directly submerged the empty treasure chest into the water. Bubbles began to rise. Immediately, a line of small characters appeared that only he could see. Detected liquid spring water. Do you wish to collect? Sure enough, it worked. Su Yuan silently thought to collect it. He saw the whirlpool at the chest's opening suddenly speed up, as if a great whale was sucking in water. A small indentation appeared on the originally calm stream surface. A few seconds later, the prompt sound rang again. Current slot has been filled, spring water, 1 unit/10 L, that. 1 unit is 10 liters. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows. This capacity is quite considerable. He continued to fill it up. Until all 5 slots were completely filled. A total of 50 liters of spring water, enough for him to lavishly wash his face a few times on the train or flush the toilet a few times. Su Yuan closed the chest lid. 50 liters of water is not light, but this is the benefit of spatial storage. The actual weight remains unchanged, the chest is heavy, and when lifted, it feels heavy. Then Su Yuan briskly walked through the woods, returning to the side of the train. Little fire, open the door. The door slid open.
The red glow under the cockpit noticeably brightened, as if it sensed the fresh water vapor brought back by Su Yuan.
Su Yuan stepped onto the train. He placed the treasure chest in a shady corner of the warehouse. He hung the washed wet clothes on the vent grill behind the cockpit. That spot faced the heat dissipation vent of the energy core. The wind blowing out was a constant warmth, just right for drying. After doing all this, Su Yuan directly had Little Fire take out the 2 snake-catching bags from the train's warehouse, one on each side of his belt. Finally, he lifted the long-handled, refined snake-catching clamp in his hand, revealing a satisfied smile on his face, even posing a little for the cockpit. How about it? Do I look professional or what? Master, please don't do that. Click.
Su Yuan tried to pull the trigger, the clamp closed, producing a crisp snapping sound. Everything was ready, and he stepped back into the forest. This time, his gaze was not to search for dead things, but to lock onto those living beings.
As soon as he entered the woods, Su Yuan's sharp hearing detected faint sounds coming from afar.
That was the crisp sound of dry branches breaking and the heavy footsteps unique to humans, accompanied by several suppressed gasps. It seemed that others were also entering one after another.
Su Yuan glanced at the panel that only he could see. Current player count at the station, 15.
But this forest park covered a vast area and had dense vegetation. As long as they were not deliberately looking for each other, these more than 10 people were like grains of sand scattered in the sea, making it hard to encounter one another. Su Yuan did not plan to join the crowd. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, then suddenly opened them. 100 points of perception fully activated. The world was layered before his eyes again. The sounds of wind, insect chirps, and rustling leaves, all noise was automatically filtered. Every subtle vibration within 100 meters transformed into 3-dimensional signals, clearly presented in his mind. 50 meters to the left front, deep in the grass. A long, cold-blooded creature was slowly moving.
That special gliding frequency, that cold temperature feedback. It couldn't be wrong.
Su Yuan's mouth curled slightly, lowering his body, his toes touching the ground, silently sneaking closer. He parted a patch of ferns that were half his height. A king cobra, as thick as his wrist, suddenly appeared before him. It was coiled on a sunlit rock, basking in the sun, its black-brown scales reflecting a dangerous oily sheen under the dappled sunlight. This is one of the most ferocious poisonous snakes on land.
Su Yuan gave it no chance to react. Just when the snake sensed the vibration, raised its head, and its neck folds began to swell. Su Yuan's snake-catching trap shot out like lightning. He didn't even see how he made his move. Crack!
The metal jaws clamped precisely 7 inches below the snake's head. The king cobra, startled, thrashed its body wildly, its long tail whipping the air, trying to wrap around the trap's long pole. But the anti-slip soft rubber firmly restricted its movement, and no matter how it struggled, it was in vain.
With a wrist flick, Su Yuan skillfully pulled the snake-catching bag from his waist.
He shoved the snake's head straight into it.
He released the trap and quickly tightened the drawstring at the bag's opening. The entire motion was smooth and fluid, without a trace of redundancy.
Inside the bag, there came a violent rolling sound, but Su Yuan paid no mind as he secured it to his belt. This thing may not have the strongest toxin, but its toxic dose is high, making the fatality rate very high.
Su Yuan did not stop his steps. A new red dot appeared in his perception network. 30 meters away, in a pile of decaying leaves.
A short, stout viper was disguising itself as a dead branch, even suppressing its breath to the limit, quietly waiting for prey. This type of snake is the most insidious, specifically biting at people's ankles. Unfortunately, under the scan of 100 points of perception, its disguise was as obvious as a torch in the night.
Su Yuan walked over with big strides.
The rattlesnake was still waiting for Su Yuan to enter its attack range. But before it could open its mouth, the cold metal jaws had already descended from above. There was no suspense. The second snake was shoved into another catching bag. The 2 bags hung heavily at his waist, slightly swaying with Su Yuan's movements, emitting a spine-tingling hissing sound. Su Yuan patted the bags, his eyes full of satisfaction. The supplies from this stop were nearly collected, the best items were in his pack, and the most poisonous snakes were at his waist. Staying here any longer would just mean chopping some trees, looking for fruits or wild vegetables, or hunting some game. Su Yuan thought about it and decided not to linger. Chopping trees was inherently inefficient, better to set off early and see what was at the next stop. After all, he could see hidden information that others couldn't. The earlier he arrived, the sooner he could scavenge. Su Yuan turned around, no longer casting a glance back at the forest, striding confidently toward the train's direction. Little Fire, open the door, prepare to depart.
Chapter 11 Energy Consumption.
Soon, the train slowly started moving, the forest park scene outside began to retreat, and the speed gradually increased. Su Yuan stood at the train door, taking one last look at the mountain range, as if remembering the contents of his diary, and the scene he saw at the last ranger's cabin. Perhaps one day, he would encounter those monsters, no, all the players. After resting for a bit, Su Yuan removed the 2 snake bags from his waist and casually tossed them in a corner. The 2 snakes inside were still writhing restlessly, making hissing sounds.
Su Yuan's gaze fell on the half-man-high initial box in the corner of the train car. Since waking, the items in that box had been a knot in his heart. Being in the same room as an unknown skeleton was not a good feeling at all.
It's time to deal with you. After opening the box, Su Yuan stared at it for a few seconds, feeling little emotion inside.
Lessons learned from the past?
Perhaps. But in this world, the weaker prey to the strong, survival of the fittest death is the most normal thing. What he needed to do was ensure that he wouldn't be the next. Holding the skeleton, Su Yuan walked straight to the driver's room, then pressed buttons on the control panel to open the hatch.
Little fire, open your mouth.
Beneath the control panel, the heavy iron plates opened in response, revealing the blazing core of flame. Seeing the object Su Yuan brought, Little Fire's flame suddenly surged higher, its voice filled with unhidden desire.
Master! Is this for me? Why not? I can't just keep it as a decoration. As Su Yuan spoke, he directly tossed the entire skeleton into the funnel-shaped feeding opening. Crunch, crunch. The skeleton fell inside, crushed by some invisible force, transforming into tiny white specks of light, diving into the flame as if moths to a fire.
Little Fire's flame core instantly changed from the original orange-red to a scorching platinum color, raising the temperature in the entire cockpit by a few degrees.
It let out an ecstatic cheer. Delicious. So delicious. Thank you, Master. You are so kind. Just then, the train's broadcast suddenly rang out. Ding dong.
Energy core Little Fire has consumed high-quality nutrients, feeling happy, and has entered temporary superfrequency state. For the next 3 hours, the train speed will increase from 40 km per hour to 50 km per hour.
Oh?
Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, his lips involuntarily curling up.
Not bad, Little Fire. A good meal comes with overtime pay. This was an unexpected joy.
He initially just wanted to clear away that bothersome skeleton and feed Little Fire, to prevent it from nagging in his ears every day.
He didn't expect to directly gain a 3-hour temporary speed boost.
50 km per hour was 35 km faster than the Black Mist, while most players only had ordinary trains with a speed of 30 km. According to Little Fire, some people would have slightly different initial trains. For example, armored trains have better defensive capabilities but lower initial speed due to heavier weight. Then there are lighter trains, which have smaller carriage space but decent defensive structures, not too different from ordinary trains. After all, otherwise, the whole train would fall apart when it runs.
Hee hee, serving the master is Little Fire's honor.
Little Fire's voice was full of flattery. Master, you can't blame me for not being able to run fast. After all, I need energy to work well.
Let's see how you perform.
Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, but he already had a plan in mind.
After dealing with the skeleton, the carriage felt much cleaner.
Su Yuan walked over and sat down at the fixed square table, casting his gaze towards the 2 wriggling snakeskin bags in the corner.
Now, it was time for a proper meal. Su Yuan did not rush to act.
First, he took out the enamel cup he had found earlier in the ranger's cabin from his space storage. The cup was very clean, the white porcelain glaze on the inside shining softly under the cabin lights. Next, he took out the sharp axe, cutting a piece of cloth the size of a palm from the dirty t-shirt he had changed out of. Finally, he carefully pulled out several sturdy cotton threads from the seams of his clothes. He covered the mouth of the enamel cup with the cloth and tied it tightly with the cotton thread, creating a very simple snake venom extractor.
The fabric's pores would simulate the effect of a snake biting through skin, and he would operate it himself later. After all, Su Yuan didn't want the snake to bite him on its own. In the cockpit, Little Fire's flame core quietly observed Su Yuan's actions. When it saw him take out the simple device, the flame visibly flickered with confusion and shock. Master, what are you going to do? Do you want to use snake venom to stimulate yourself? What else? Should I bring them back as pets? Su Yuan retorted without looking up. Well, I thought you just wanted to kill and eat the meat.
After a few seconds, Little Fire's voice rang out again, this time with an analytical tone. Master, if your evolution talent can really achieve this.
That was indeed a feasible way to strengthen.
According to my database analysis, your physical structure has surpassed the realm of ordinary biology. In extreme situations, even without food and water, your body can enter a plant-like dormant state and even undergo mutations in the surface skin cells to carry out weak photosynthesis to maintain minimal life activities.
Photosynthesis?
Su Yuan was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of it. Yes, but this is just the minimum guarantee for survival.
Xiaohua continued to explain, the level of animal life is ultimately higher than that of plants.
Any activity you engage in daily, including the simplest thinking, consumes far more energy than photosynthesis can replenish. The energy consumed by evolution, an act that breaks the shackles of life, is astronomically high. So, if you really want to try, I strongly suggest that you must have ample food and water ready by your side so that you can replenish energy at any time during the evolution process. After all, only in this way can you ensure absolute security.
Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. That makes sense, this reminder is crucial.
He had indeed overlooked the issue of energy consumption. Evolution does not happen out of thin air, it requires a massive amount of material and energy as its foundation. Xiaohua's analysis gave him a more comprehensive consideration of his plan. This train core seems not only to be a glutton but also somewhat useful at critical moments. Seeing that his suggestion was accepted, Xiaohua's flame immediately danced joyfully again. It chuckled and spoke in a tone almost like a petulant child. So, master, if you want the horse to run, you must also let the horse eat plenty of grass.
How about throwing me a little something to eat?
If I'm full, I can run faster and analyze information for you even better. This guy never strays far from its main function.
Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh at it, shaking his head. Alright, I'll check the trading platform later. If I can buy coal or similar fuel, you'll definitely get your rewards.
Coal?
Xiaohua's voice instantly rose by 8 tones. Great. Thank you, master. I love eating coal. As soon as those words fell, the train's intercom rang again. Ding dong.
The energy core Xiaohua is extremely happy and has voluntarily extended the temporary overclock state. The current remaining time for the train's temporary acceleration has increased from 3 hours to 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Su Yuan.
He looked at the control panel, his eyes turning slightly strange.
This fellow is definitely slacking off. And it's doing so blatantly.
Just by making an empty promise, it has extended the speed up by half an hour, which shows that its energy conversion efficiency is much higher than he imagined. It just hides its abilities and doesn't work without rewards.
Interesting, I wonder if my evolution can learn this aspect as well.
In that case, consuming the same amount of food would give me an advantage in digestion, and I could also store more energy in my body.
Su Yuan thought quietly.
He no longer paid attention to the excited Xiaohua and shifted his gaze back to the table.
Everything was ready. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan reached for one of the snakeskin bags. So, let's begin. Su Yuan's hand went straight into the snakeskin bag.
As soon as the bag opened, a unique smell of the forest rushed toward him. He grasped a small and fierce viper. It felt cold and slippery to the touch, the snake's muscles immediately tensed, bursting with incredible strength as it twisted and struggled wildly. If it were an ordinary person, just the sensation and force would be enough to make them let go in fear.
But Su Yuan's grip was as steady as a vice. He used his fingers to apply force, accurately pinching the snake's head.
The originally struggling poisonous snake suddenly stiffened and became obedient.
Su Yuan pulled it out from the bag.
This viper was entirely a brownish color. Covered with irregular patterns, the triangular head looked particularly menacing. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and hissed as its forked tongue flicked in and out, full of threat.
Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all of this was futile.
Su Yuan didn't even spare it a glance, using his other hand to pick up the simple extractor, bringing the cup to the snake's mouth. He squeezed the serpent's head just enough, forcing its mouth to open wider, and its fangs pierced through the cloth covering the cup.
Immediately, pale yellow venom dripped, drop by drop, through the fangs into the bottom of the enamel cup. In an artificial breeding facility, extracting snake venom is a skilled task that requires rich experience and technique. But Su Yuan lacked these.
What he had was the terrifying power and control that came from 50 points in physique, along with the extraordinary insight from 100 points in perception. He could clearly sense every contraction of the venom gland inside the snake's head and could judge the flow and speed of the venom secretion. So, he didn't need any experience, he was already at his peak as soon as he began. Soon, the venom of this viper was completely drained. Su Yuan casually tossed it back into the snakeskin bag, readying the bag's opening. He picked up the enamel cup and shook it. At the bottom of the cup was a shallow layer of pale yellow liquid that could cause death within hours or at most a day or two once inside the body. Su Yuan took out a bottle of medical alcohol and a pack of cotton swabs from the first aid kit, carefully wiping the blade of the chopping knife for a simple clean. Then, he placed the compressed biscuits and a 5 L bottle of mineral water to his right side, ensuring he could reach them with a stretch of his hand.
Everything was ready. Su Yuan sat at the table, laying his left arm flat on the surface, revealing his strong forearm. He took a deep breath. Not out of nervousness, but to adjust his body's state, letting every cell enter the most efficient operating mode. He raised the chopping knife with his right hand, gliding the cold blade across the skin of his left arm, controlling himself to relax as much as possible. In a fully tensed state, even normal blades could not cut through his skin. Swish! The flash of the knife created a neat cut on Su Yuan's forearm. The cut was shallow, just enough to break the surface, and bright red blood immediately seeped out. He put down the knife and focused his gaze on the cup of snake venom. Su Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the calmness within his body.
Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, picked up the enamel cup filled with death, aimed it at the fresh wound on his arm, and slowly tilted it. When the first drop of snake venom touched the blood oozing from the wound, Su Yuan's body gave the most intense response in an instant. Buzz. He felt as if his brain had been struck hard with a heavy hammer, and every hair on his body stood straight up in that moment, with goosebumps instantly appearing all over his skin. This was not fear but an instinctive warning from his body.
Damn, that's intense?
Su Yuan cursed inwardly, completely taken aback by how fast and strong his body's reaction was. The surrounding muscle tissue, with no command given, was crazily contracting and tightening at an incredible speed, forming a solid barrier. The blood vessels also spasmed and closed in an instant, attempting to lock the deadly toxin tightly within this small area. Su Yuan could clearly feel that as long as he wanted to, with just a thought, he could summon this power to force the already invading snake venom out of the wound like squeezing toothpaste.
Damn, this defense mechanism is insane.
At that moment, Su Yuan had a whole new understanding of his body. When facing snake poisoning, he could completely control his muscles and blood vessels.
The area that completely locks the snake venom. But Su Yuan's goal for this trip is not to test how strong his body's defense abilities are.
What he wants is adaptation, evolution, to turn this foreign threat into his own strength completely. And to verify another hypothesis of his own.
Come in.
Su Yuan's eyes narrowed as he gave an order that went against his body's natural instincts. He forcefully commanded the muscles, which had contracted to their limit, to relax, and ordered the closed blood vessels to reopen. It was an extremely strange experience, as though his left hand and right hand were fighting, with his body's instincts and his willpower having a fierce tug of war.
In the end, willpower won.
The dam formed by muscles and blood vessels collapsed with a loud crash. The blocked snake venom rushed into his bloodstream like floodwaters breaking a dam, starting to spread throughout his body.
An indescribable sensation instantly spread across his body.
It wasn't just pain, but a strange mixture of burning, numbness, and soreness, as though countless venomous ants were wildly biting and crashing inside his blood vessels.
Ugh! Su Yuan couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat instantly appearing on his forehead.
The venom from the viper's blood began to truly exert its power. It was destroying Su Yuan's red blood cells, dissolving his tissues, attacking his heart. If it were any ordinary person, they would likely already be twitching, foaming at the mouth, and nearing death. Though Su Yuan's face was pale, his eyes shone with incredible brightness. Because amidst the intense pain, he sensed deeper changes. His evolution talent was completely activated at this moment. Su Yuan's immune system was analyzing the molecular structure of the venom at an unimaginable speed, simulating ways to neutralize it, and producing new, stronger antibodies.
Fortunately, this process went even smoother than expected. Su Yuan only suffered for about tens of minutes, sweating heavily, before suddenly snapping back to full consciousness. Ding dong.
Detected that you have successfully adapted to blood circulation toxin, low level. Your body is undergoing adaptive reinforcement.
Reinforcement completed.
Your physical fitness has slightly improved. You have gained the passive ability, low-level toxin resistance/advanced snake venom resistance in blood circulation. Reminder, in order to cope with this physical crisis, the energy in your body has been nearly depleted.
Please replenish food and water in time.
Su Yuan immediately opened his personal panel, and when he saw 50 with an added 0.2, he knew.
He had indeed bet right. Physical fitness, 50.2, normal adults range from 512. Chapter 13, Hidden Information of Items. After reviewing his gains, Su Yuan slumped to the ground, gasping for breath.
After resting for 2 minutes, he grabbed half a bucket of mineral water from the floor and tilted his head back to drink.
Gulu gulu.
The cool liquid rushed down his throat and into his stomach, finally easing the burning thirst he felt. Not fearing choking, he grabbed 2 compressed biscuits and shoved them into his mouth, his cheeks puffing up like a hamster, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he forced the dry, hard biscuits down. As the food and water turned into energy and spread throughout his limbs, Su Yuan felt as if he had come back to life.
Ah, that's great.
Su Yuan wiped the biscuit crumbs from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming. This thrill of repeatedly teetering on the edge of life and death was the best catalyst for evolution.
He raised his hand and squeezed his biceps.
The panel wasn't lying, his strength really had increased a little.
0.2 in physical fitness.
Su Yuan's mouth curved into a smile.
Don't underestimate this 0.2.
If converted to an ordinary person, even with months of working out in the gym and eating protein powder, they might not achieve this effect.
Let alone the fact that ordinary people have genetic locks.
At a certain level, there is a ceiling, and taking even a half step further is as difficult as climbing to the sky.
But I don't have that.
In the dictionary of ultimate beings, there's no such thing as limit.
There is only not wanting to evolve, not the inability to evolve.
This pack of compressed biscuits comes with a star candy, and Su Yuan tossed the 2 star candies inside to the sky. Tilting his head, he accurately caught one with his mouth. Crunch! The candy shattered between his teeth, and the sweetness burst on his tongue. After a brief moment of enjoyment, Su Yuan turned his gaze to the remaining snakeskin bag in the corner. That viper was just an appetizer, the real main dish was inside. If the viper's venom was a physical attack that caused tissue necrosis and blood collapse, then the king cobra brought magical damage that struck directly at the soul. Neurotoxin. This thing doesn't reason with you, it directly cuts off nerve signals, suppressing breathing muscles, making you experience the despair of suffocation while still awake, ultimately choking yourself to death from respiratory failure. Though the local reaction wasn't as intense as the viper's, it was actually more dangerous. But fortunately, the effects of evolution that Su Yuan just experienced had 2 aspects. One was a high resistance to viper venom, and the other was a low resistance to toxins. Su Yuan reached out to untie the bag, and without any hesitation, his large hand plunged directly inside. Hiss! A thick black shadow instantly shot out, bringing with it a nauseating stench. The king cobra. This thing was 2 whole rings larger than that viper, truly the king among snakes, so ruthless it even used its kind as snacks. But too bad, under absolute power suppression, even the snake king was just a big loach. No matter how crazily this king cobra twisted its body, even wrapping its tail tightly around Su Yuan's arm, it still couldn't break free. Next came the familiar process. Half an hour later. In the carriage, there was only Su Yuan's heavy breathing. That sensation of total paralysis, with lungs feeling as if filled with cement and unable to expand, had just subsided. He crawled back from the gates of hell once again. Although the process was messy, cold sweat soaked through his camouflage shirt, and he looked like he had just been dragged out of the water. Seeing the data flickering on the panel, Su Yuan felt it was all worth it. Comprehensive high resistance to snake venom / medium resistance to toxins. Physique, 50.5. Increased by 0.3. Adding to the previous, in just 1 hour, his physique had surged by 0.5. Su Yuan got up from the ground, grabbed the remaining 4 compressed biscuits and the nearly empty bottle of mineral water, and wiped them out in a rush. The hunger in his belly finally calmed down. I've just finished off a bit of food I brought out, but it's okay. Let's take inventory and check the trading post later. Su Yuan sat cross-legged at the table, spreading out the spoils he had scavenged. 2 half-dead poisonous snakes were shoved back into the bag. This was also meat, and the snake skin was good stuff. If offered, someone might be interested, and there might even be some old tongue who would buy it to make wine. 3 machetes, keeping 1 for himself, and the other 2 could be sold. The hoe and pickaxe were basic tools, without replacements, they had to be kept as backups. 2 fire axes were tools for breaking through doors, and he wouldn't sell them unless offered extra money. He managed to get 4 winter coats from the forest ranger. These were good items, warm and cold resistant, definitely hard currency in this unknown world. Keeping 2 for changing, the other 2 could be traded for resources. That shotgun was definitely not going to move, a hidden trump card. Aside from that, there were half a box of damp matches and an unopened pack of cigarettes. Finally, in the palm of Su Yuan's hand lay 3 heavy coins. Train coins. Little fire, how do you use this thing? Su Yuan traced the edges of the coin and asked. The flame core under the control panel flickered twice, and the voice immediately came out. Master, this is a great thing. It is the universal currency of this world. Specifically, the first use is to pay 1 train coin to post announcements on the world channel. Sometimes you might urgently need a certain material, but it's stored by other players in the trading hall and they are unwilling to sell it. You can shout to reach a deal. Besides this use, it also includes bounties, searching for items or people, and so on. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, so that's how it is. I need to keep this safe, it will be very useful in the future. Of course, this is just its most basic use. Its true value lies in exchanges. As long as you save enough train coins, you can exchange them for train components or upgrade blueprints. For example, heavy machine gun towers, medical cars, or even transforming the train into a mobile fortress. As long as there are blueprints and the corresponding materials, you can build them with 1 click. After listening to Xiaohua, Su Yuan squinted his eyes. This little coin seemed unremarkable, but its function was so powerful. Then he opened the system interface to check the conditions for upgrading the train from level 1 to level 2. Train upgrade requirements, iron times 200 units, wood times 200 units. Wood is easy to say, it's not hard to obtain. But iron. How do you get iron blocks? Su Yuan asked. Hee, that depends on the master's luck, Xiaohua explained. Usually, there are 3 ways. The first is mining, finding iron ore and refining it yourself, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. The second is opening treasure chests, which tests your luck, also known as face-checking. The third method is the most efficient, collect discarded iron items and throw them to me through the feed port. As long as it's metal, I can melt it down to restore it to standard iron block materials.
Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Got it. After quickly obtaining good items in the next carriage through information, I will find a way to gather wood and iron.
After all, this world is a train survival world, and the level of the train is naturally very important.
Su Yuan sorted the items on the table into categories. In fact, the things he could trade at present are not many.
Just 2 coats, 2 knives, 2 snakes, plus half a pack of matches and a box of cigarettes. Besides that, he had 2 fire axes, a pickaxe, and a hoe available for sale.
Of course, it depends on what urgently needed items he could exchange for.
Then, Su Yuan focused his mind and opened the area chat channel in the chat room. Public area chat room number 5481, online users, 4907. Su Yuan noticed the change in online numbers, unexpectedly, just stopping for a short while at one station. The first batch of people had already died.
Mom! I want to go home. I'm so hungry. My leg is hurt. Is anyone selling water?
I'm going to die of thirst. Oh no, brothers, make sure to boil the water before drinking, it's already contaminated. Brothers, my first stop was by a small lake, and I opened a treasure chest to get a fishing rod and a pack of bait.
I caught a lot of fish.
I don't know if the next station will have a lake, eating fish is getting old.
Who wants to trade for some food? Item info, a regular fishing rod.
The most common fishing rod, it can be used for fishing, but its owner seems to have recently vanished.
Does anyone have food?
I'm begging you, I'll trade this beautiful round stone I just picked up, it's really nice.
Item info, a regular stone. Although ordinary, please, it's really round. Is there a doctor?
I accidentally touched a kind of red fruit, now my hand is swollen like a pig's trotter, and it's spreading. Item info, red chuang fruit, a special fruit covered in invisible thorns. Harvesting must be done very carefully. After special treatment, it can be eaten and has the magical effect of increasing strength, and it's also essential for making some items. At this moment in the area chat, some people naturally had plenty of harvests.
Some people even fell into crisis.
Chat also has a function, where while speaking, one can insert an item for display, directly jumping to make a transaction. Of course, in the early stages, almost everyone could only see the name and could not obtain detailed information. To find out detailed information, one could only rely on the energy core. The database of the energy core might only improve as the train level increased, and it was not omnipotent. So, for example, whether something is edible, whether eating it will cause poisoning, what effect it has, and how to use it, all had to be judged by players themselves. But miraculously, Su Yuan saw additional information again. At that moment, he suddenly realized something, hurriedly exited the chat room, and went to the trading platform.
Chapter 14, The Unopenable Treasure Chest, The Money Guard Spirit.
On the trading platform, players could upload items and set a fixed price. If buyers thought the price was not worth it but still wanted to purchase the item, they could leave a message to negotiate. Due to the low train level in the early stages of the game, most people did not have the ability to identify items or any relevant tools, so the most expensive items were usually those known to pose no safety hazards, like bottled water, bread, instant noodles, etc. Unknown items, which could not be utilized at the moment or did not show any special use, had a somewhat vague value definition.
The reason Su Yuan was so eager was that he wanted to see if he could also see the hidden information of items on the trading platform.
The trading platform was similar to a second-hand app, except the interface was simpler and there were no splash ads. The items inside were dazzling, making one feel overwhelmed. The final result did not disappoint him. In Su Yuan's eyes, besides the images of the items uploaded by players and the messages left behind, there truly appeared a line of small notes.
Item name, Deep Blue Crystal.
Seller message, brothers, I picked this up in a cave, it glows and is especially beautiful.
It feels like some kind of energy stone or gem? Definitely a good thing.
I'm reluctantly parting with it, trading for 100 G of food or a bottle of water. First come, first served. Hidden note, a crystallization of mutant bat excrement. Aside from having a difficult to wash off foul smell and weak radioactivity, it has no practical uses, not even for fertilizer, perhaps only a witch can make use of its value.
Item, bright red mushroom times 5.
Seller message, picked from the woods, the color is particularly good, it looks appetizing. I've already tried it, licked it once, a bit sweet, no one died, and I have plenty in stock. Just trade for a bottle of water. Brothers who are starving can buy it to try, but I don't guarantee after-sales service. Hidden note, hallucinogenic red mushroom, highly toxic, consuming it will lead to severe nervous disorders and organ failure. The reason this seller hasn't died yet is that he only licked it once, and the onset of poisoning has a 90-minute delay. He is currently in a severe hallucinatory state, advised to stay away.
Item, black stick stone.
Seller message, picked from a cave at the last platform, it's too hard. But I can't use it, whoever needs it can take it, just give some food or some pure water. Hidden note, a product left behind after a certain high-level mutant beast defecated and dried. The thermal value is 3 times that of charcoal, but burning it will produce highly toxic smoke. Indeed, most of the items were not as good as imagined. In reality, they were garbage, and some could even be deadly.
However, Su Yuan smiled. Isn't it like panning for gold and dung?
He had plenty of patience. After all, lucky people were few, and it couldn't be that every item without visible information was good.
However, searching like for a needle in the ocean is too inefficient.
Su Yuan quickly discovered the search bar and filter feature in the upper right corner of the trading platform.
There are 5 main categories in the filter: food, weapons, tools, blueprints, and other items. He unhesitatingly clicked into the other items category.
He wasn't hungry at the moment and didn't lack tools, plus the speed of the little fire had been temporarily boosted, so he would see what the next station had. Since he had some time now, he decided to see if there was anything he could pick up. Once he clicked in, the interface refreshed instantly.
All kinds of strange and bizarre items flooded out.
Strange stone, glowing moss, ice block that won't melt, a dried-up tree branch. Most of the items actually have little value, but this category gathered all those odd things together, making it much quicker to search. Just when Su Yuan was flipping through a dozen pages and starting to feel a bit dizzy, a special item successfully caught his attention. It was an unremarkable wooden box that looked similar to the 2 treasure chests he found in the forest ranger's cabin, but with some differences. Because this box had no glowing patterns on it, it looked more like an ordinary storage box.
Item name: unopenable treasure chest. Seller's message: this is driving me crazy.
Found it in a broken temple, looks like a treasure chest, but I tried chopping it with an axe, smashing it with stones, burning it, drowning it, nothing worked.
Not even a seam.
Selling it cheap, willing to trade for anything, message me, whoever can open it can study it, I just can't take care of it anymore. Below the message was a photo showing a dulled axe thrown beside the box, proving the seller had really tried hard. If it were any other player, seeing this message they would probably just scroll past. Because this thing has no use at the beginning, buying it would instead waste precious survival resources. But Su Yuan saw a different hidden note. Hidden note: this is a treasure chest guarded by a mysterious power, containing a spirit of wealth. To open it, you must first bribe it. When the spirit feels satisfied, it will willingly open the door to wealth for you.
Spirit of wealth? Bribe? Su Yuan's eyes instantly lit up when he saw this line of note. This is interesting.
The spirit of wealth, just from the name, one knows it as a guy that loves money dearly.
What could be called wealth in this world? Food? Water? No.
These are just survival supplies, hard currency, but can't be considered real wealth.
Su Yuan's hand instinctively reached into his pocket, feeling the 3 cool and heavy coins. Train coins. That's it, it must be this thing. An answer flashed in Su Yuan's mind.
Little Fire had said before that train coins are the universal currency in this world and could even be exchanged for train components and blueprints. If anything could represent wealth that would entice a guy called Spirit of Wealth, it must surely be train coins. In any case, regardless, judging by the seller's tone, he probably wants to sell it quickly, it's best to buy it first. After learning the specific information, opening it shouldn't be too difficult.
Chapter 15, so this is its purpose.
Su Yuan opened the private message, and the other person's avatar was a shiny bald man, with the ID called Su Bojian. He didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "Brother, what do you plan to do with that unopenable chest?"
"I want to study it and give it a try."
Barely a few seconds after sending the message, there was a reply from the other side, astonishingly quick.
"Su Bojian, brother, you finally asked the right person.
I can't sell this thing now, everyone thinks it takes up space.
I really have no way out, my axe is completely worn out."
Before Su Yuan could respond, Su Bojian seemed to have found someone to speak to, and sent another message. "What kind of thing is this? I finally found a box in a broken temple, it looked like a treasure, but it turned out to be just a wooden lump.
Isn't that infuriating?
In this hellish place, living 1 second is 1 second, what use do I have for this thing?
It can't be eaten or drunk.
How about this, just give me something, as long as I find it acceptable, you can take this box directly."
Give something casually? Su Yuan rubbed his chin, starting to think about what to give.
Food and water are definitely out of the question, he had just eaten, and the remaining mountain spring water was for daily use.
Should he really fill an empty bottle to sell it to him? Tools?
He could give away a firewood cutter, but he didn't know if he could analyze the treasure box thoroughly, he felt like it might be a bit of a loss. Suddenly, he thought of the pack of cigarettes he had scavenged from the ranger's cabin.
Right. This thing.
To someone who doesn't smoke, this has no value at all. But for an old smoker, especially in such a stressful and uncertain environment, the temptation of one cigarette might be greater than a piece of bread. Even if the other person doesn't smoke, selling it to them could lead to a good trade. The pack of cigarettes contained 20 sticks.
Su Yuan took one cigarette and, using the system function, sent it as an attachment. Brother, how about this? This time, there was a full 2.5 minutes of silence on the other end. Su Yuan anxiously waited for a reply, not knowing what the situation was over there. Finally, the reply came, with just one word. Trade. Then, a series of messages popped up, clearly fearing that Su Yuan would change his mind. Quick, quick, quick. Brother. Let's trade now. On the other side of the screen, Su Bojian's inner world was in turmoil. His original plan was that since he had come to this world, it might as well be a good time to quit smoking. But then, out of luck, Su Yuan had taken out a cigarette and sent it to him. Just now, it seemed like two little people were fighting above his head, one saying, just smoke one, just one, feel the taste of tobacco again. The other was insisting, how can you do that? In this environment, you might as well quit smoking. In the end, the addiction to smoking overcame his rational thought, and the one advising to quit lost the battle. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately initiated the trade request, using one cigarette to exchange for that impossible-to-open treasure chest. Trade successful. The system prompt sounded, Su Yuan's stock of cigarettes decreased by 1, and a plain wooden box quietly appeared in the empty space of the warehouse. Done. With a pack of 20 cigarettes, he still had 19 left. Looking at the remaining cigarettes, Su Yuan calculated in his mind. The number of smokers is definitely not small, and this thing at a critical moment is a valuable trading commodity that can bring great benefits. He had to use them sparingly. He then remembered that half a box of damp matches. This was a bit awkward. For most players with ordinary trains, energy cores are just a bunch of fire, and they are not short of a fire source at all. But as Xiaowu mentioned, there are some mutated trains where energy cores might not be in flame form. For those people, fire sources are indeed rare resources. Let's try putting it up for auction. Su Yuan opened the auction platform and listed that half box of matches. He didn't set a price, but chose to trade because the value of this item was a bit awkward. The note was written simply, mobile fire source, not serious inquiries, only trading for interesting little things, those in need, come. After doing all this, Su Yuan focused all his attention back on the treasure chest he had just received. He concentrated his thoughts, took the treasure chest out of the warehouse, and placed it on the square table in the middle of the carriage. The feeling of holding it was strange. This box looked like it was made of solid wood. The metal edges shone brightly, light as a feather in hand, lacking any weight. No wonder that bald guy gave up, Su Yuan murmured to himself. If this box were heavy, Su Bojian would probably sell everything to find a way to open it. He would never let it go so easily. This was the advantage brought by the information gap. Others didn't know, but after looting 2 treasure chests, Su Yuan had already realized that the boxes in this world contained their own space, with weight completely unrelated to their contents. After all, only a few could open the treasure chests. Su Yuan hugged the box and first walked to the driver's cabin. Xiaowu, do you know what this is? The flame core under the dashboard flickered a few times, carefully scanning the box in Su Yuan's hands. Report, Master, there is no information about this item in my database. It is not a standard treasure chest and should be some kind of special product. To be honest, although I have a vague impression, a special force is suppressing my memory, I can only accurately identify this item through train upgrades and feeding evolution. Clearly, Xiaowu was hinting again about needing to be fed. This guy never strayed from his central theme. Su Yuan nodded, which was expected. After all, the energy core was not unique to him, every player with a train possessed one. The information he gleaned came from his extraordinarily strong perception. If it could be recognized, then everyone would know. Su Yuan returned to the table, placing down the box and examining it closely with crossed arms. The surface of the box was perfectly sealed, with no apparent place to grab. He drew out a sharp chopping knife from behind his waist and tentatively struck at one corner of the box. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, sparks flying. The surface of the box didn't leave a single white mark. Instead, a tiny chip appeared on the blade of the chopping knife, about the size of a grain of rice. Pretty tough, Su Yuan smacked his lips. Okay, I knew regular methods wouldn't work. He took out the 3 train coins from his pocket and pressed one against the treasure chest. At the moment the coin touched the box, a sudden change occurred. The silver train coin, as if attracted by a magnet, instantly transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the box. Then, the once mundane wooden box suddenly lit up with a faint glow, and the whole box trembled slightly with a hum. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. There's hope. At that moment, a line of prompts floated before his eyes. Number of coins inserted, 1/3. Rules: every time you insert 3 train coins, you can get a bribery opportunity. The spirit of wealth will use the power of the rules to draw lots, ultimately earning a random reward, with a 1% chance to win a super grand prize. After reading, Su Yuan instantly understood. What did he think this was? It turned out to be a lottery machine. Chapter 16, Platform Announcement Device Blueprint. That guy named Su Bojian couldn't activate the treasure chest because he had no train coins. But Su Yuan had unknowingly met the conditions.
Since that was the case, Su Yuan no longer hesitated and pressed the remaining 2 train coins onto the surface of the box. Number of coins inserted, 2/3. Number of coins inserted, 3/3. When the 3rd train coin absorbed into the box, the entire treasure chest shook violently and emitted a glow several times brighter than before. Congratulations, you have successfully bribed with the train coin, gaining X1 lottery chance. As soon as the prompt finished appearing, the treasure chest before him underwent earth-shattering changes.
The ancient wooden box shook violently, and a faint green smoke erupted from the gap of the lid with a poof.
The green smoke spiraled and gathered in midair, eventually morphing into a small, plump, grayish-blue boy about half a person tall, dressed in ancient official robes. This little boy had a natural shrewdness on his face, his small eyes glimmering as they darted around. As soon as it saw Su Yuan, it immediately flashed a wide smile. This expression instantly reminded Su Yuan of the genie from Aladdin's lamp, but the one in front of him seemed more like a butler or a steward. At the same time, a new hidden note quietly appeared before Su Yuan's eyes. Hidden note: the guardian of wealth spirit, due to an extreme greed for wealth in life, its soul was imprisoned here after death, constantly enduring the torment of being unable to touch any wealth. Its duty is to guard a side door to the treasure vault of the 10,000 realms. A passing supreme god made a deal with it, promising that if it collects 9,999,999 gold coins, i.e., train coins, it will help it escape and reincarnate. For every 3 coins paid, you get a chance to bribe it.
Occasionally, it may surprise you if it's in a good mood. 9,999,999 coins? Su Yuan blinked and quickly calculated in his mind. This amount was simply astronomical. With players tossing in 3 coins at a time, how long would it take for this guy to reincarnate? And it turns out that the so-called super grand prize depends on its mood, just like a lottery with an anti-time travel mechanism. A bold idea began to take root in Su Yuan's mind. Since its goal is to gather train coins, is there a possibility of some kind of cooperation between it and me? But there's no rush. Let's see what this lottery can bring me first. While Su Yuan was sizing up the guardian of wealth spirit, the little chubby one was also eyeing Su Yuan. A flash of surprise passed through its small eyes, seemingly not expecting that this gold master was so young, and there was an aura around him that made it feel uneasy. Although slightly immature, it had a familiar vibe. The business instinct quickly overtook everything else, and it bowed to Su Yuan, its voice high-pitched and thin, dripping with flattery. My esteemed gold master, thank you for your generosity. I have received your 3 coins in full. Following the ancient principle of equivalent exchange, I shall present you with a humble gift to repay your kindness. Saying this, the guardian of wealth spirit snapped its chubby little fingers in the air. Snap. Before Su Yuan, a massive spinning wheel made of light and shadow appeared out of nowhere. The wheel was divided into several dozen segments, most of which were marked with a large question mark, emitting a mysterious white glow. Gold Master, please spin the wheel of fate before you. The guardian of wealth spirit gestured with a please motion. When the pointer stops, you will receive the gift fate has prepared for you. From the hidden information Su Yuan had already gathered, he knew that the so-called super grand prize entirely depended on this guy's mood. So the wheel was just a formality. Su Yuan said no more. He reached out and gave the giant wheel a strong push. In the end, under Su Yuan's naked gaze, the guardian of wealth spirit seemed somewhat guilty, its eyes unconsciously darting to the side, smiling awkwardly. It hit. The wheel turned into dots of light and disappeared. Seeing this, the guardian of wealth spirit smiled from ear to ear, bowing to Su Yuan again. Congratulations, Gold Master. It seems your luck is quite good. After saying that, it spun around and like an eel, whooshed back into the treasure chest. Just a few seconds later, the chest lid popped open with a clink, and a card with a blue glow was quietly lying inside. Su Yuan reached out and picked up the card. It felt slightly cool to the touch, and on the card, there was an intricate mechanical structure, with a line of small text below. Platform Forecast Blueprint. Quality, Special/Rare. Crafting requirements, 5 units of iron, 3 units of plastic, 2 units of copper, 1 electronic component. Effect description: installed behind the train's cockpit, it can monitor in real time and accurately forecast the arrival time, weather conditions, and basic environmental index of the next station. All possible sudden road conditions in the next 24 hours. Hidden note: originally a super prize, but it comes with a little grudge from some guy above. Damn. After reading the card's introduction, Su Yuan was completely stunned. He never expected the other party to be so scared that they gave him a super prize. And as a super prize, this thing's value lived up to the term super. This thing is definitely among the best of the best. You must know that no one knows when the next stop will arrive, a reminder only comes just before arrival, but this thing can know this information at any time. That's not even the key point, this thing can also predict future weather, even including road conditions. A magical device, truly a magical device for information. With great satisfaction, Su Yuan put away the blueprint and again looked at the treasure chest that had returned to its ancient appearance. But after the previous transaction, the money guardian had already vanished. It seemed to have burrowed inside out of fear. Su Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking, am I really that scary? So he walked up and knocked on the chest, but although there was a sound from inside, this thing would rather die than come out. Su Yuan simply shrugged. He didn't expect this thing to be so timid. However, his harvest was still very surprising, so he didn't plan to disturb the guardian again, just waiting until he got more train coins to negotiate again. TSK, this fat guy is really cowardly. A voice emerged from below the console. It was Xiao Hua, filled with a sour taste. When the money guardian was present just now, it stayed silent. Unexpectedly, now that the person left, it became lively. Master, don't be fooled by its appearance. This kind of spirit is the worst, only bullies honest people. Just now it was your powerful aura that intimidated it. If it were someone softer, it'd probably have cheated them out of money and tossed them some broken items. Unlike me? I am loyal to you, master, with all my heart. As long as you give me food, I'll listen to you for everything. Su Yuan thought this flattery was a bit nauseating. But Xiao Hua wasn't wrong. If not for Su Yuan learning the hidden information and keeping a constant watch on the other party with his eyes. If that roulette was truly random, who knows what junk like old socks or rusty nails could come out. So why didn't you speak up just now? Were you pretending to be dead? No. I'm being wronged, master. The flames in Xiao Hua's core flickered. That was it shaking its head. Although that guy is a swindler, it still has a bit of rule power as a spirit. My level is too low. When it appeared, my signal got suppressed, so I couldn't make a sound. Once I level up, such low-level spirits will be easily dealt with, and then you won't even need to lift a finger, master. Su Yuan. Come on. Su Yuan then directly picked up a chopping knife and tossed it to Xiao Hua. The energy core can decompose various iron objects and convert them into construction units of iron. But doing so continuously consumes their energy, yet it will also make them more refined. After replenishing energy, the energy core will slowly grow stronger. This is a way for them to upgrade. Just 5 units of iron, Su Yuan could easily make with the existing materials. However, he lacked plastic, copper, and electronic components. These items should be extracted after smelting electronic devices. Surely there would be some on the trading channel. So Su Yuan clicked in again, this time also paying attention to items with burning value, intending to feed them to Xiao Hua together later. After all, as a boss, one must balance work and rest. It wouldn't be good to shortchange his employees. Chapter 17, Trading, Abandoned Computer. Su Yuan threw the chopping knife into the feeding port, and the flame core, Xiao Hua, beneath the control panel immediately began to dance joyfully, wrapping the entire blade. Crack! Crack! Sounds of metal distorting and melting under high temperatures came through, making one's teeth ache. Master, the material of this knife is not bad, but the iron content inside is a bit low. I estimate, we can only refine about 1 unit of iron. Xiao Hua's voice carried a hint of embarrassment, as if he was saying he had failed in his task. Su Yuan waved his hand, not caring. It's fine, you keep melting it, I will check the trading platform again. Exchanging a chopping knife for 1 unit of iron indeed had a low conversion rate. To gather the 5 units of iron needed for the station report, it was doable. But adding the 200 units needed for future upgrades of the train, relying solely on scavenging existing tools to melt down was simply a drop in the bucket. I was careless. If I had known in advance, I would have taken the iron gate from the forest park. Su Yuan calculated in his heart and opened the trading platform again. His goal this time was clear: plastic, copper, electronic components. He directly typed plastic into the search bar. Quickly, the interface refreshed, and a dozen products with the label plastic jumped out. Su Yuan looked at them one by one while activating his perception ability to check the hidden notes. Item name, unknown plastic block. Seller's note, found in an abandoned house, don't know what it's for, looks quite sturdy, does anyone understand? Just want to trade for some food. Hidden note, industrial polyethylene waste, contains toxic substances, releases toxic gases when burned, not suitable for making tableware or contacting food, due to excessive impurities, has almost lost its refining value. Item name, a pile of rubbish plastic bottles. Seller's note, brothers, I have lots of plastic bottles here, enough to fill your stomach. Collecting waste. Trade for something edible. Hidden note, ordinary PET plastic bottles can be recycled, but the refining efficiency is extremely low, melting 100 bottles yields about 0.1 unit of standard plastic. Su Yuan shook his head as he looked at them. He endured and continued to search until, finally, in a nondescript corner, he found a seemingly reliable seller. Item name, standard plastic times 5 units. Seller's note, refined standard plastic, those who know, know. Also selling copper and electronic components, discounts for bundling, only accepting hard currency, food, water, weapons, tools are fine, don't come if you want a bargain. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Finally, a genuine seller.
This person not only had plastic but also copper and electronic components, exactly the three materials he needed. Moreover, the seller clearly labeled it as standard plastic, indicating that he knew exactly what he was selling. He was an informed person. Su Yuan clicked on the username. The ID was Zhao Dezhu, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He sent a private message, "Brother, I'm sincerely looking to buy, I have some tools for trade, let's be open and set a bottom price." After sending the message, Su Yuan stayed in front of the screen, anxiously waiting.
But it took more than 2 minutes for Zhao Dezhu to reply, "Brother, do you want all 3 items? Or just the plastic?" Su Yuan, "Yes, I want a little of each." Zhao Dezhu, "I see, then tell me how much you have, after all, these things are rare materials and not easy to obtain." Su Yuan. He then started to negotiate with the other party. Initially, the offer was 1 chopping knife plus 3 cigarettes. As a result, Zhao Dezhu absolutely refused, so Su Yuan raised it to 2 chopping knives, plus 5 cigarettes, even adding a fire axe. Yet, Zhao Dezhu still stubbornly held out, stating that his items were indeed very rare. Now, Su Yuan understood, this Zhao Dezhu was clearly taking advantage of the fact that he wanted all 3 items. Thinking of himself as a fat sheep ready for slaughter, he prepared to deliver a cruel blow. Otherwise, why didn't he directly quote a price at the beginning, but instead ask what he had? Finding a 3-legged toad is hard, but 2-legged men are everywhere. Su Yuan admitted that there are very few people selling such things now, but there has always been a market when there is demand. Now with a blueprint, there are also very few people needing this material. Want to use himself as a foolish big spender? No way. Su Yuan was not someone who hesitated, decisively exited the chat, and directly blocked the other person. Zhao Dezhu saw that the other person didn't send a message anymore and thought he had the upper hand. That guy named Su Yuan should be hesitating repeatedly, thinking he could make a good profit now. The result was, after waiting for a full 10 minutes without receiving a reply, he could no longer sit still. So he tried sending 3 ellipses. The result was a red exclamation mark appeared below, leaving his face entirely dark. He looked at the piles of plastic and copper blocks in his warehouse, feeling a wave of irritation in his heart. Damn it, you actually blocked me.
Zhao Dezhu looked at the materials next to him, wishing he could slap himself twice. After all, he had gotten these things, waited for a long time without finding a buyer, and thought he could manipulate the other side to make a good profit. He wanted to trade some tools for food, but now the other party had directly blocked him and ran away.
Zhao Dezhu felt like he was going numb.
Su Yuan did not pay any more attention to the Zhao Dezhu who wanted to butcher him. He believed that guy was definitely more anxious than himself now. There were 2 reasons for blocking the other party. Aside from being disgusted by the other's greedy face, Su Yuan had also figured something out. He started searching again on the trading platform, and this time he changed his strategy, no longer directly searching for finished materials like plastic and copper, but began searching for some trash that could produce these materials. For example, keywords like scrap appliances, broken radios, and computer motherboards. Sure enough, after searching this way, a whole bunch of random things immediately popped up. Most sellers did not know what these things were good for, and the prices listed varied wildly. Some wanted to trade for food, others for tools, and some were just posting for fun. After all, if these things were dissolved, they would also consume the core energy of the train, and the byproducts currently had no market. Su Yuan flipped through each one, the hidden remarks in his eyes refreshing rapidly. Soon, Su Yuan saw someone selling discarded computers, and the hidden remarks showed that one could extract everything desired from them. This is it. He immediately clicked on this seller's avatar. The person's ID was Li Weigua, and the avatar was of a big uncle in a security uniform. It was clear that he was still at work when he crossed over. Su Yuan directly sent a private message, and this time the reply came quickly, almost immediately. Li Weigua, brother, you want this? I don't really know what it's good for, just thought it looked wasted, thought I'd give it a try. If you want it, just give me something usable. The tone was very sincere, unlike Zhao Dezhu who came to probe him. Su Yuan felt reassured. It seemed this was a straightforward person. Su Yuan, how about this? I won't take advantage of you. I'll trade you an axe and 2 cigarettes for this old computer, what do you think? Sure enough, after the message was sent, Li Weigua remained silent for a dozen seconds, and then a message popped up. Li Weigua, an axe? Brother, are you serious? The kind that can chop trees? Su Yuan could feel the surprise and uncertainty in the other person's words. Su Yuan, yes, it's an axe, the steel edge is very good, very sharp. Li Weigua, well, then that's great. I was just worried about not having tools. The wood collected was also just some that had been picked up. Then, he sent another message. Li Weigua, bro, no need for the cigarettes, I don't smoke, just an axe will do. This is already a big favor. Seeing this, Su Yuan smiled. This guy really is an honest man. But Su Yuan didn't have any intention of taking advantage of him.
In this cruel world, it's rare to find someone who keeps goodwill and sincerity. Su Yuan, bro, we agreed on 2 cigarettes, so 2 cigarettes it is. Even if you don't smoke, you can trade them with others, it's more convenient. Let's keep it like this. Li Weigua seemed to be stunned by Su Yuan's straightforwardness, and it took a long time before he replied. Li Weigua, ah. Bro, you're too generous. Alright. I'll go with your word. I'll send the trade request now. Soon, a trade request popped up. After confirming, Su Yuan's warehouse gained a broken computer, and the axe and 2 cigarettes were gone. After the trade was completed, Li Weigua seemed to feel guilty and sent another message voluntarily. Li Weigua, bro, thanks. This axe is really going to help me a lot. By the way, I saw your name and profile picture, you're from our dragon country, right? Su Yuan, yes. Li Weigua, what a coincidence. Let me tell you, I had good luck at the last stop. I found an old abandoned internet cafe, and it was full of computers. I thought these things would definitely be useful in the future, so I took them all apart. If you need more in the future, I still have plenty. Next time, come to me and I'll give you a better price. Then, he sent a friend request. Su Yuan directly chose to accept. Seems like the stations each player encounters are truly bizarre. Su Yuan, alright, I'll contact you again if needed. After finishing the conversation with Li Weigua, Su Yuan was in a good mood. Not only did he successfully gather all the materials, but he also made a new connection with what seemed like a reliable supplier. Su Yuan directly moved the broken computer out, opened the feeding port, and tossed it in. He also picked up a fire axe and an axe and threw them in as well, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough iron. Melt it into standard materials, faster, and then I'll go get you some food. Got it. Just watch me. Little fire cheered, and the flame surged, devouring everything in sight. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds filled the cockpit, accompanied by the unpleasant smell of burning plastic. Chapter 18, Heavy Oil Seaweed, Construction completed. While Little Fire was processing the materials, Su Yuan opened the trading platform again. The materials were ready, but Little Fire's rations problem hadn't been solved yet. He had promised to get it some good fuel, and he couldn't go back on his word. This time, he directly typed fuel, coal, charcoal, and other keywords into the search bar. There were quite a few results, but most were just regular firewood, with low thermal energy and poor cost-effectiveness. Coal and charcoal were also being sold, but the prices were outrageous, mostly asking for weapons or a lot of food in exchange. Clearly, people were hoarding them as strategic resources. This is too black market, the prices are almost as high as food. Su Yuan cursed under his breath and then, like last time, shifted his focus, filtering through other items. However, he didn't have a clear goal, so he had to keep flipping through the listings. Just as Su Yuan was about to lose patience, an unusual item caught his eye. It was a photo showing a pile of dark, greasy things that looked like seaweed, with a shiny crystal layer attached to the surface. Item name, black seaweed? Seller's message, I don't even know what this thing is. The last station was a bay, and it was full of this stuff, not a single fish. I scooped some up and tasted it, it's both salty and bitter, definitely not edible. But this thing burns really well, lights up easily, and burns with black smoke. It's like burning rubber. I have plenty of it, anyone who wants it can take it, just trade me some food, I'm starving. Seeing this message, Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Because in his sight, that familiar hidden note reappeared once again. Hidden note, heavy oil algae, a type of algae mutated under special conditions, rich in high-calorie oils. Its energy value is 3 times that of high-quality smokeless coal, making it an excellent core fuel. Disadvantages, it produces a large amount of smoke when burned, with a very pungent and unpleasant smell. It also contains mild toxins, and long-term consumption can lead to toxic accumulation with significant effects. The energy value is 3 times that of coal. When Su Yuan saw this line of text, his breath stopped for a moment. This isn't seaweed at all. This is practically solid oil. He quickly got in touch with the seller, a man named Sun Chang, who responded almost instantly, clearly starving badly. Normally, items that provide energy aren't hard to sell. Although the energy core can't be overfed due to greed, melting things does consume its energy, which will inevitably lower the train's speed. But the downside of this stuff is the massive smoke, plus its slight toxicity. At the beginning, everyone was just an ordinary person, so they couldn't handle it at all. Only someone like Su Yuan, who relies on exploiting bugs in the system, can be fearless. The response came almost instantly, with urgency in every word. Sun Chang, bro. You want this? Great. I have plenty of it. How much do you want? Just trade me some food. Bread, cookies, instant noodles, anything. I'm starving to death. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately typed back, this is a good thing, but you should know why it's been rotting in your hands until now. Sun Chang, this.
Obviously, he must have tried it himself, and he was trying to downplay it in his description. But some of the buyers who approached him weren't fools.
No one would buy a large amount right away.
They would first make a small transaction to see if the item was right, and then make a second, larger transaction. But when they traded a small chunk, the smoke it produced almost choked them to death, and the deal was naturally terminated.
After all, can you accept a whole train car of smoke, plus the fact that the smoke has mild toxicity and smells like burning rubber? Su Yuan, how about this?
I don't have much food either, but I can trade you some tools.
Sun Chang, okay. Transaction successful. In the end, without much haggling, Su Yuan successfully obtained 100 pounds of heavy oil algae from the other party. The price was a pickaxe and a cigarette.
At that moment, the little fire's voice sounded again, full of joy, because it could sense that its master had traded something for it, something dark.
Could it be for itself? Master, everything has been processed over here. Ding dong. Smelting successful. Congratulations.
You've gained 4 units of iron, 3 units of plastic, 3 units of copper, and 1 electronic component.
Su Yuan looked at the materials. Finally, everything was gathered, and his mood immediately brightened.
He walked over, picked up 1 unit of algae, weighed it, and then threw it directly into the little fire's feeding hole. 1 unit equals 1 kilogram, and Su Yuan had gathered 100 pounds, which is 50 units.
The train's storage space is 100 units, with the unit limit depending on the item.
For things like food and materials, 1 unit can fill up to 99 units.
Tools fill up 9 units, and some special items occupy a single unit.
So, the train's storage space was still more than enough.
Here we go, I'm keeping my word. Try your new food. This is for me?
The little fire froze for a moment. Clearly, happiness came too suddenly for it, leaving it a little unprepared.
What's wrong? Don't like it? Then I'll take it back. Eat, of course I like it, thank you, master.
Realizing what was happening, the little fire hurriedly responded. The heavy oil algae immediately ignited the moment it entered the feeding hole.
Boom! A wave of intense energy suddenly erupted.
The core of Little Fire's flame instantaneously surged, raising the temperature in the entire cabin.
An unprecedented surge of power poured out from the flame core, spreading throughout the whole train.
But at the same time, side effects began to show, and dense smoke started to fill the entire carriage.
Even Su Yuan felt a bit of irritation in his eyes and couldn't help but squint.
He could imagine the scene of others cursing after using Sun Chang's heavy oil and seaweed, all while getting smoked out. Well, it seems that this thing's side effects can only be endured in silence.
Ding dong.
The energy core Little Fire has ingested high-calorie fuel, and energy reserves have been greatly enhanced. Tip: currently, 50 km per hour is the limit that a level 1 train can bear, and speed cannot be increased. At the same time, Little Fire let out an extremely pleasant cheer.
Oh. This is the feeling. So great. Master. I love this thing. Give me more. I feel like I can go even faster. Su Yuan. It seems the next goal is to find a way to upgrade the train. But for now, since the materials are ready, let's build it. Su Yuan took out a blueprint from his pocket, and indeed a prompt flashed before his eyes.
Detected that all materials needed to manufacture the platform announcement system have been gathered.
Iron, 5/5.
Plastic, 3/3. Copper, 3/3.
Electronic components, 1/1. Do you want to consume the materials to manufacture the platform announcement system? Manufacture. Su Yuan confirmed without hesitation.
As soon as he finished speaking, the blueprint card in his hand instantly transformed into a blue light, hovering in midair. Immediately, the iron blocks, plastic, copper, and electronic components in the warehouse transformed into streaks of light, surging into that blue light like rivers flowing into the sea. The blue light sharply shrank and expanded, seeming as if something inside was rapidly taking shape.
The entire process lasted about half a minute.
When the light faded, a beautifully shaped instrument, full of a sense of technology, quietly hovered before Su Yuan. It was primarily hemispherical, with a metal base that fitted perfectly into the reserved interface of the control panel, and the upper part was a transparent cover with a complex three-dimensional projection structure inside.
Congratulations!
You have successfully manufactured the platform announcement system.
Please choose the installation location. Install on the control panel.
The instrument transformed into a streak of light, instantly flying to the cabin and fitting snugly into a circular recess in the center of the control console.
Buzz. A light sound, and the platform announcement system was activated. At the same time, Su Yuan's train control interface showed a new section, Platform Announcement. Excited, Su Yuan quickly walked to the control panel and reached out to click on the new icon. In an instant, a brand new information interface unfolded before him. Chapter 19. Next stop, Uncle Mike's farm.
Su Yuan clicked on the platform announcement interface and found that it was divided into 3 clear categories, but only the first 2 were bright, while the last one was gray.
Future weather forecast. Future platform information. Hidden carriage announcement.
Curious, Su Yuan directly tried to access the gray hidden platform announcement, but found that he seemed unable to click in, or that this feature had to be triggered autonomously.
Hidden carriage announcement. Little fire, as the energy core and assistance system of the train, now that this thing has become a new feature, you should know what's going on, right?
Hearing Su Yuan's words, Little Fire's voice immediately started to explain. Report, Master, after you installed the train announcement system, new relevant content has been updated in my database.
The first 2 functions are self-explanatory.
The last gray function cannot be accessed because it is triggered autonomously, similar to a passive alert. In the train world, there exist some hidden branches, which lead to an unknown lost platform. There may exist some unknown treasures or dangers, but they are often difficult to discover. Or perhaps, scattered along the roadside are some unknown carriages, hidden and nearly invisible to the naked eye. This thing can accurately locate their position, but to obtain these carriages and enter unknown branches, one also needs a hidden carriage receiver and a track changer, with the minimum train level raised to level 2.
So that's how it is?
It seems this function alone makes this forecasting device worthy of the super jackpot.
Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim.
Xiaohua added, the maximum detection range of the forecaster is 30 kilometers ahead, which means that within 30 kilometers ahead, there are no hidden carriages or concealed platform sockets. Su Yuan had a clear understanding and no longer paid attention to the gray icon, first opening the weather forecast. Rows of data streams and dynamic icons appeared on the translucent spherical screen, accurately showing the weather changes along the train route for the next 24 hours. Next 1 hour, sunny, light breeze, temperature 25 degrees Celsius, humidity 60%, feels comfortable. Next 3 hours, turning cloudy, wind increases, temperature drops to 22 degrees Celsius. Next 6 hours, overcast, localized thunderstorms expected, please take precautions. Next 12 to 24 hours, heavy rain, accompanied by strong thunder and wind, danger level, low. Please be cautious of the hypothermia risk from sudden temperature drops and keep train doors and windows tightly closed to prevent rainwater from entering the carriage.
Heavy rain and thunder. The weather forecast should be, to be honest, the most practical and most overlooked function among all. Those who often watch Mystery Garden know that the biggest threat to those who go missing in the mountains is not wild beasts, but rather the unpredictable weather up in the mountains. For ordinary people, the cooling and dampness brought by the environment can be deadly and easily lead to hypothermia.
But for Su Yuan, such environmental changes were nothing, his body could easily adapt. However, there is no denying the effectiveness of this function, it is an important item for almost all ordinary players.
But what truly caught Su Yuan's attention was the small hint at the bottom of the weather forecast. Hint, the world is unpredictable, especially nature. The current accuracy of the future weather is about 99%.
Under any circumstance, the weather can change in an instant, certain creatures can even cause droughts, and some can even bring floods.
Creatures that can cause floods and droughts?
Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, he didn't think this was just meaningless chatter from the system.
It felt more like a warning, a veiled risk alert.
If one day the weather forecast suddenly showed severe and unreasonable changes, it would mean that a big creature was ahead. Although Su Yuan had a high constitution of 50 points, he was not arrogant enough to think he could take on those creatures that could even trigger weather changes, so it was best to avoid them if he could. For example, he could actively slow down the train, but he also needed to be cautious of the black fog approaching from behind. Interesting, this danger warning may come in handy in the future, Su Yuan murmured, then turned his gaze to the most critical area, platform information.
After clicking in, a precise countdown and a strange platform name occupied the center of the screen. Estimated arrival time at the next platform, Uncle Mike's farm, 1 hour 58 minutes and 32 seconds. There were a few more lines with detailed descriptions below. Platform type, private platform. Danger star level, 2 stars. Environmental index, air quality good, water source quality excellent, no obvious radioactive pollution. Uncle Mike's farm. Su Yuan repeated this name, feeling an inexplicable odd sensation.
This name, with a clear direction, has. Unlike the vastness of a forest park, it felt more like the beginning of a horror story.
Little Fire, what do you think of Uncle Mike's farm? Su Yuan tapped the dashboard and asked.
Under the dashboard, Little Fire's flame core was burning bright after consuming heavy oil algae, making the entire car warm and cozy. As time passed, or perhaps his body had adapted, the smell of burning tires had lessened a lot.
Master, the farm is great. A farm means crops and livestock. That's all excellent fuel.
Little Fire's voice was filled with the yearning of a foodie, whether it's cornstalks or cow dung, burning them must be better than wood.
You only know how to eat, Su Yuan replied impatiently. I wanted you to help analyze this, forget it, it seems I can't count on you. Little Fire's flames visibly shrank for a moment, the voice also turned softer. Master, isn't it you who are here?
If you let me analyze, although the 2-star danger is a bit troublesome, with your strength, at least there isn't too much life threat.
I'm not well read, don't you dare fool me. However, Little Fire's words reminded him. A farm, besides food and fuel, what it might have in abundance is tools. Like tractors, harvesters, plows, these large agricultural machines are all made of iron. If he could disassemble them, wouldn't he have a way to get the 200 units of iron needed for upgrading the train? Thinking of this, Su Yuan's mind became lively. Food and iron, these two were exactly what he needed most right now. This Uncle Mike's farm was simply a treasure land tailor-made for him. Although dangerous, the rewards were equally huge. With the lesson from last time, as long as it was something iron, move it all. Since the goal was clear, he would take the next 2 hours to rest well and, by the way, fill his stomach a bit more. At this moment, Su Yuan felt hungry again, after being cleansed by snake venom. Although he had replenished food in time afterward, it only eased the situation. Now his stomach felt somewhat empty again. Su Yuan walked to the corner and picked up the 2 bags containing the snakes. The 2 poisonous snakes inside had already been on the verge of death after the earlier turbulence. He took out a chopping knife and quickly dealt with them. Then, Su Yuan walked to the toilet and began to handle the snake corpses with a simple flushing device. Originally, there was no water inside, but Su Yuan had brought back some stream water in a treasure chest when he was at the forest park, so he replenished it. That's right, Su Yuan intended to roast the snakes to eat. People who could get alcohol were already few, and now there was no old man feeling in the mood to catch a snake to soak in wine. Moreover, most people didn't dare to handle live poisonous snakes when they heard of them, so Su Yuan hadn't traded them away. He didn't want to raise any pets, so he simply put them to use as food. Chapter 20, Scarecrow. Skinning, gutting, cutting. Su Yuan's movements were clean and neat, without a hint of hesitation. Soon, 2 complete snake skins and a pile of clean snake meat appeared on the table. Snake skin is a good thing, strong and flexible. It can be made into outdoor water bags, a decent material that can be used or traded later. As for the snake meat, Su Yuan directly opened the feeding port under the dashboard. Little Fire, help me out, use your heat to cook this meat. He skewered a piece of snake meat with a sharpened wooden stick and held it over the flame core. I am at your service, my esteemed master. Little Fire's flames immediately became gentle, the orange-red tons of fire softly licking the snake meat. Not long after, a strong aroma of meat began to waft through the car. The previous high-energy compressed biscuits consisted of a block of compressed biscuit. Each portion also came with a star candy and a small packet of salt. He finished it all in one day, and even ate all the star candy, but he certainly wouldn't finish so much salt, so 7 packs remained. Su Yuan directly opened a pack and used his index finger to spread it evenly on the meat, wasting not a bit. A simple grilled snake skewer was completed. He took a bite. The meat was firm, carrying a wild and fresh flavor. Though the seasoning was simple, when it came to taste, it couldn't compare to modern cuisine, but Su Yuan's taste buds could adapt. To use an inappropriate metaphor, nowadays, even if someone produced a big mess, he could still taste refinement. What others found hard to swallow, he truly enjoyed, perfectly utilizing the remaining energy inside, and expelling the toxins. Of course, he would never eat something like that, even if his life depended on it. Full and satisfied, Su Yuan checked his gear. Fire axe, shotgun, everything was ready. Seeing that there was a little time left, he comfortably leaned back on the sofa, squinting his eyes for a brief rest. Time passed quietly during this relaxed preparation. Finally, the bumping sensation of the train began to ease, and the scenery outside slowly shifted from barren to a hint of green. Ding dong. Please sit tight, the train is about to arrive at your second stop. Next station, Uncle Mike's farm, single-person station. Longest stop duration, 5 hours. Su Yuan stood up and walked to the train door, taking a deep breath. The train slowly came to a stop. With a swoosh, the doors slid open to both sides. A unique scent, mixed with fresh grass, dirt, and some kind of livestock dung, hit him right in the face. Before him was an endless expanse of green. The vast fields, under the glow of the setting sun, were painted with a warm golden hue. In the distance, a red-roofed barn and a white 2-story house stood quietly, with a few crows perched on the roof, cawing caw-caw. Everything looked so peaceful and serene, like a classic pastoral landscape painting. However, just as Su Yuan was about to disembark, that familiar translucent text appeared before his eyes once again. Tip: due to your perception exceeding the limits of an ordinary human, you will automatically gain some more detailed information upon entering a copy. Current number of players at the station, 1. Information 1. This is an abandoned farm. Main buildings include a 2-story farmhouse, with living supplies inside, a large barn, with farming machinery and fuel inside, a towering grain silo, seemingly locked up, and vast cornfields surrounding the farm. Information 2. The source of danger is not beasts. The farm owner, Mr. Mike, has long passed away, but the children he created during his life have come to life. They are evil spirits dressed in straw.
During the day, they disguise themselves as ordinary scarecrows, scattered around the farm, falling into sleep. When night falls, they awaken and hunt everything living that makes noise. Information 3. The scarecrows have no vision, hunting solely by sound. Any slight noise is enough to alert them. Their bodies have high resistance to physical attacks, but their cores are extremely afraid of fire. Information 4. As you pass a certain doorway, you seem to always hear the sound of chains being dragged. All clues point to the locked basement. Please stay away from there.
Friendly reminder, the sun is setting, and time is running short for you. Scarecrows? Alive?
After reading the information, Yuan felt a sudden chill in his heart. He knew that this Uncle Mike's farm was absolutely not a good place, otherwise, the danger level wouldn't have reached 2 stars. This setting was simply a classic horror movie plot. Sleeping during the day, hunting at night, relying on hearing, and afraid of fire. These key bits of information instantly gave him a clear understanding of the enemy before him. Luckily it was daytime when I arrived.
Yuan could not help but feel glad. If I arrived at night, the moment I opened the door, what I would face would be a group of monsters that take lives by sound. Just thinking about that scene makes the scalp go numb. Even if my strength is strong, without knowing the enemy traits, I could still suffer a big loss. Information gap is always the greatest advantage. This is the benefit of strong perception. I can understand the enemy one step earlier and gain intel. Yuan could not help thinking in his heart, if there were some way to further raise perception, that might bring even more unexpected benefits. Last time I used snake poison to let myself break the limit. I hope this time the scarecrow opponent will not be too weak. Yuan quickly made an action plan in his head.
The sun had already begun to lean west, and orange-red evening clouds spread across the sky. He had to hurry up. Before getting tangled with these scarecrows, it would be best to first handle the supplies, otherwise it would be too wasteful. First target, the farmhouse. There are living supplies there, especially canned food, seeds, and such stored grain. This is the root of survival.
Second target, the barn. Farm machines are the key to upgrading the train. Only big enough things can provide enough iron.
Last is the barn in the basement. Below there seems to be dangerous things not weaker than the scarecrows, maybe even more dangerous than the scarecrows. Little fire, I will go search supplies first, later see if I can use heavy oil seaweed and some cloth strips to make a torch. You be ready to support at any time.
Yuan turned back and told the cockpit. Understood, master. Please go with peace of mind. If you want fire, I have plenty here. There was a trace of tension in Little Fire's voice. Its information is shared with Yuan, including when Yuan awakened his talent it knew at the first moment, so it also got hidden information and knew there are dangerous strange creatures inside.
What do you mean go with peace of mind?
Can you say something nicer?
After turning back to say this to Little Fire, Yuan no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and lightly jumped down from the vehicle.
Chapter 21 Two-story small house, initial exploration.
Yuan did not directly walk toward the farmhouse, but first walked around the cornfield ahead for a while. He wanted to first observe the terrain, and by the way, he had already noticed several black shadows just now. If the guess is right, these are scarecrows.
Not walking far, Yuan stopped his steps.
Sure enough, the black shadows were exactly scarecrows. They used rough wooden poles in a cross shape to support their bodies, wore extremely broken old clothes, and also wore funny straw hats on their heads. The head itself was a burlap sack stuffed full. What made Yuan feel most uncomfortable was their faces. On every scarecrow's burlap sack head, a same photo was crookedly pinned with thumbtacks. The photo had faded and turned yellow from wind and sun, but it could still be seen that it was a white little boy. The boy looked about 7 or 8 years old, golden curly hair, some freckles on the face, smiling very brightly. But this bright smiling face, stuck on these strange scarecrows, looked extremely gloomy. The evening wind blew past, the broken cloth strips on them gently swayed, casting long twisted shadows under the afterglow of the sunset.
Damn, what kind of hobby does this farm owner have? This looks way too creepy.
Yuan only stared at those scarecrows for a few seconds, and felt a chill on his back, goosebumps all over his body. He was not afraid, he just felt disgusted. This feeling was much more creepy than the white bones found on the train on the first day. Sleeping in the daytime, taking lives by sound at night. Yuan muttered softly in his mouth, running the intel through his head again. He did not choose to go up and provoke these things right now.
Who knew that going up to poke it could activate them early?
He didn't want to be entangled, because his main task now was still to scavenge for supplies.
Soon, Yuan arrived in front of the cottage.
This was a beautiful wooden building, with a typical North American countryside style. The white paint was somewhat peeling, but you could still see the exquisite details from years past. There was a small garden in front, but unfortunately, the flowers and grass had long withered, leaving only a patch of yellow. The doors and windows of the house were tightly shut, and a sturdy old brass padlock hung on the front gate.
Yuan walked to the door, too lazy to use his fire axe.
He extended 2 fingers, brought them together like a sword, and gently poked the lock's keyhole.
Click. A barely audible sound, almost unheard in the quiet dusk. The lock opened.
Su Yuan gave himself a mental thumbs up, his lock-picking skills were getting more and more proficient.
After slipping inside, Su Yuan gently closed the door, leaving a nearly invisible crack for observation and to prevent the door from making noise in the wind.
The room was dimly lit, and a heavy smell of dust rushed at him. Thick dust covered the furniture in the living room, and Su Yuan didn't rush to scavenge. Instead, he heightened his senses to the max, carefully checking the whole house like he did at the ranger's cabin last time. Fortunately, he didn't find any danger, at least, that's how he felt for now. The first floor had a living room, kitchen, and dining room.
The second floor had bedrooms and a study.
It was very quiet inside. Besides his own heartbeat and breathing, there were no signs of any living creatures. There were no sounds of dragging chains, and Su Yuan was too lazy to look for an underground entrance, heading straight to the kitchen, the first stop for this scavenging. Pushing open the kitchen door, a spacious and bright Western-style kitchen came into view. A gigantic central island stood in the middle, with cabinets, ovens, and refrigerators all around. Su Yuan planned to take everything away, his gaze immediately locked onto the pots, dishes, and pans. Little Fire said that the level 2 train could unlock the kitchen workshop, but there was only a stove inside.
These things are all rare.
Plates, cups, knives, forks, bowls, and chopsticks.
As long as it looked useful, Su Yuan stuffed everything he could into the empty treasure chest he had brought.
In this world, treasure chests are convenient, with space attributes and no need to worry about weight.
However, he felt a bit regretful because, due to different eating habits, he turned the whole kitchen upside down and only found 2 pots, a huge deep stew pot and a smaller frying pan, but he couldn't find the Chinese wok he was used to.
Forget it, having something is better than nothing, a big mix is also fine. Su Yuan comforted himself, shoving the weighty stew pot into the treasure chest as well. When he came, he had emptied both wooden treasure chests he had opened before. Now he was tying them together with rope, one on top of the other on his back, like a double-layered turtle shell.
It looked funny but was highly practical.
As for the Remington M870, he held it tightly in his hand, with the fire axe hanging by his leg, always ready for any unexpected situation. Just as he finished scavenging the kitchenware and was about to leave the kitchen, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small door beside the kitchen. The door looked very ordinary, like it led to some storage room.
Su Yuan walked over, grasped the doorknob, and gently twisted it.
The door opened. He leaned in to peek inside.
In the next second, even Su Yuan, who had seen much, couldn't help but suck in a breath. What the hell?
Behind the door, in this small storage room, shelves lined the walls all around, filled with. The shelves were tightly and neatly filled with all kinds of canned goods. Canned spinach, mixed fruit cans, tomato cans.
And canned beef, luncheon meat cans, tuna cans, sardine cans.
A dazzling array. At a glance, there were at least 100 cans.
Now this feels great.
Su Yuan felt his heart racing wildly. In a world where food is life, such a large batch of long-term storage cans is simply invaluable. He casually picked up a can of beef, looked at the production date, and found it was March 2, 2001. Many other cans had similar years, varying just a bit in time, clearly bought at the same time by the owner of the house. Not even knowing what year it was in this train world, these were evidently civilian cans.
Though the train world might not know what year it is now, or perhaps every platform is an independent dimension, it's not certain.
But looking at the environment of this house, it's impossible that this happened in recent years. Civilian cans are different from military cans. These things clearly have passed their design shelf life, but they can still be eaten.
As long as the contents inside the can are not contaminated, then it's fine.
Su Yuan also noticed a pile of over a dozen burlap sacks at the bottom of the shelf. With great anticipation, Su Yuan opened one, and a rotten, sour smell immediately rushed out. Inside, the potatoes and onions had turned into a mushy mess. He didn't mind and opened a few more, discovering that the flour and grains were also completely spoiled.
What a pity.
Su Yuan shook his head, but he didn't feel greedy. Having so many cans was already a windfall.
Time to move.
He hesitated no longer and immediately began his moving project. A storage compartment could hold up to 9 cans of the same type. Su Yuan carried 2 turtle shell treasure chests, running back and forth between the farmhouse and the train twice, until he finally moved nearly 100 cans back to his car. Looking at the newly added food icons in the storage space, Su Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of security. He also grabbed all the pots, pans, and other kitchenware, wrapping them in a piece of cloth to carry back. He packed everything usable from the kitchen, including the electric oven and the refrigerator. Both had significant melting value.
Master is mighty. Master is powerful. The little fire's flattery came at the right moment. It knew when Su Yuan brought things back, it would surely have plenty of work to do, and with work, it could naturally ask the master for food. After moving the food and kitchenware, even though not much time had elapsed, Su Yuan had little time to spare. The train world had no clocks. Su Yuan estimated he had about an hour, at most an hour and a half, before the sun would completely set.
Almost without wasting time, Su Yuan returned. This time he first headed to the second floor. The hallway on the second floor was covered with thick carpet, silent beneath his feet. Su Yuan gripped his shotgun tightly, stepping cautiously. There were 3 doors on either side of the corridor, 2 of them open, revealing bedrooms inside. Su Yuan directly took the curtains and bed linens away, and opened the bedside tables for a look. In one bedroom's bedside table, he found needles and thread, promptly taking them all. In addition, in the other bedroom, there was a broken combined picture frame showing a smiling white woman holding a baby and a slightly plump white man, along with a mechanical music box and a mechanical watch.
Su Yuan took everything except for the picture frame.
After repeatedly knocking on the floor and walls to confirm that there were no hidden compartments and no treasure chests to be found, only a tightly shut door remained at the back. Su Yuan approached the door, not opening it directly, but first pressed his ear against it to listen carefully. Inside, there was dead silence. Only then did he gently turn the doorknob and push the door open. In an instant, a unique smell of old paper and leather rushed towards him.
This was a study. Chapter 22, The Scarecrow's House.
The layout inside immediately came into view, with a gigantic bookshelf occupying an entire wall, stuffed with various thick hardcover books. A heavy oak desk stood by the window, and on the desk, besides an old-fashioned desk lamp, there was only an open hardcover notebook.
Su Yuan's gaze was instantly drawn to that notebook.
If he guessed correctly, this was either a diary or a journal. Not many people kept diaries. They could roughly be divided into 2 types. One type did it to complete assignments, forced by teachers. The other type had nowhere to voice their feelings, pouring out their frustrations within those pages. Besides recording, it was also a way to vent the emotions bottled up inside them. Su Yuan walked to the desk, picked it up to check, and found the handwriting to be a flowery script he had never seen before, resembling a modern variant of English, but much more complex. If it were someone else, they would probably feel overwhelmed just looking at it. But Su Yuan was different.
Detecting unknown language text, processing perception information translating.
A line of prompts that only he could see flashed before his eyes.
In the next second, those originally incomprehensible symbols suddenly became understandable in his eyes.
What he saw was no longer letters and words but the most direct meanings that the text wanted to convey.
100 perception points, amazing.
Su Yuan once again marveled at the power of this skill in his heart. This ability surprisingly came with a translation effect, and not the stiff machine translation, but a direct conversion into meanings he could understand, translated for him. Su Yuan began to read the content of the diary carefully.
On the first open page was an old, yellowed photograph.
In the photo, a plump, kind-smiling middle-aged man was holding a somewhat timid little boy. That little boy looked exactly like the one in the photo stuck on the Scarecrow's face. If he guessed right, the baby in the picture frame just now must be this little boy when he was younger.
June 3rd, rain. Today is the 3rd year since my son, my poor Tommy, left. I still cannot accept this fact. He was only 8 years old, so well-behaved, so full of laughter. Why did God take him away? I dream of him every night. In my dreams, he asks me, "Daddy, I'm so cold, I'm so lonely." The diary's opening reveals a father who lost his child, expressing heartbreaking sorrow in the lines. Su Yuan furrowed his brow and continued reading. June 15th, sunny.
A new homeless person came to town. He wanted to spend the night in my barn. I looked at him and suddenly had an idea, a crazy idea. I gave him food and wine and got him drunk.
June 16th.
I succeeded. His skin was intact. I stitched it onto a new scarecrow, stuffed his parts inside, and on the scarecrow's face, I stuck Tommy's photo.
Tommy, Daddy got you a new body, will you like it? Will you come back to talk to me?
Seeing this, Su Yuan felt his stomach churn.
Oh my god, this old man is a pervert.
He originally thought this was just a typical sad story, but it unexpectedly took a turn into horror. This fat man named Mike turned out to be a skinning murderer. He suppressed his discomfort.
July 2nd.
The second one, a lost backpacker. She is a young girl, very beautiful. Since the first body Tommy did not like, I believe I will find a suitable body.
July 28th.
The third, fourth.
I have already lost count.
I just miss my son so much.
I just want him back. How many people have I killed? 10? Or 20? It doesn't matter anymore. I believe one day I will find a body that Tommy likes. Tommy, you will come back, right?
The first half of the diary is completely a confession of a mentally disturbed killer. Su Yuan read with his scalp tingling and back chilling. Looking out the window at those still standing scarecrows now feels completely different. It turns out those are not ordinary scarecrows at all, but corpses filled with human organs and remains.
Su Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He finally understood how this 2-star danger level came about. This is no longer just a simple monster, but a bizarre amalgamation mixed with human grievances and unknown powers. He flipped through the diary,
wanting to see what was written afterward. However, just when he reached the middle of the diary, the style of the content changed eerily again.
July 20th, heavy fog. Today's fog is strange, it is black, smelling of sulfur.
I have lived for 60 years and have never seen such fog.
The dogs on the farm keep barking, looking very uneasy.
I herded the livestock back into the pen, hoping this is just a normal weather phenomenon.
Seeing the words black fog, Su Yuan's pupils shrank sharply. Black fog, again the black fog. This thing is truly too bizarre. July 22nd, fog.
The black fog has lasted for 3 days without any signs of clearing. Worse, the radio only has static noise, and I can't make phone calls.
It seems like the signal tower in town is broken. I feel like I am trapped on a lonely island.
The animals on the farm are beginning to become restless. Last night, the gentlest cow suddenly went mad, broke open the barn's fence, and charged into the fog, never to return.
I didn't even hear its call. August 1st, fog. I am going crazy. This damned fog.
This cursed place.
It seems like there's something in the fog. I swear I heard it.
Last night, I could always hear strange sounds, like something was scratching my walls with claws.
Once, again. My dog, my old buddy, he was barking wildly at the door. I opened the door to take a look, but there was nothing. Just as I was closing the door, Buddy suddenly dashed out like mad and disappeared into the black fog.
I only heard a brief, horrified scream, then there was nothing. Seeing this, Su Yuan's heart sank. The sound of claws scraping the wall, out of control animals. He remembered the giant claw marks he had seen in the ruins of the forest park, and the wild boar carcass mentioned in the ranger's diary, that had been eaten by an unknown creature. So that's the origin of those scarecrows. Then this thing should also be a kind of monster influenced by the black fog. Su Yuan forced himself to calm down and continued flipping through the diary. August 15th, fog. I haven't dared to go outside for half a month.
Buddy is dead, and the livestock pen is empty. They either ran away or were dragged off by something in the fog.
Fortunately, I am an apocalypse prepper. The canned goods in the pantry are enough for me to eat for a year. I will stay in the house, going nowhere. I still have my kids to keep me company.
September 3rd, sunny? The fog has cleared? No, that's not right. It hasn't cleared. It just became very faint, like it melted into the air.
I can still smell that sulfur odor in the air.
Today something incredible happened. I can hardly believe my eyes. I saw my kids. He smiled at me.
I was by the window looking at the scarecrow in the field, one of them, the scarecrow with Tommy's favorite smiling photo on it, its head actually moved gently. I was sure I wasn't seeing things.
I saw it. It tilted its head at me. The content of the witch's book is real. As long as you have the right body and place the belongings of the person you miss on it, they will come back. My Tommy, he really came back.
The handwriting in the diary became exceptionally messy and twisted from this point, filled with excitement and insanity, as if one could see the ecstatic madness of that old man named Mike through the paper.
Su Yuan frowned tightly. Witch's book? This is another new clue. It seems this old man Mike is not just a simple perverted killer, he also knows a bit about mysticism? September 5th, weather? Oh God. I'm not crazy. It's real. They all came back to life. All my children came back to life. They can't talk, but they can understand my words. They are my children. It's my Tommy. Today I had them stand in the field to the east, and they really wobbled over there.
I had them chase away the crows that were stealing corn, and they grabbed those nasty birds and tore them to pieces.
Blood and feathers scattered everywhere. They are the best children. They are my guards. With them, I'm no longer lonely. No one dares to bother me again.
Reading this, Su Yuan felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He flipped through more than 10 pages and found that the subsequent content was all about how Mike recorded his happy life with the children. For example, which child stood the tallest today, which child tore the crows apart the fastest, which child's clothes needed changing. He was completely a madman immersed in his own fantasy world.
Su Yuan quickly flipped until the last page of the diary. I began to year.
Su Yuan felt a chill rush from his tailbone straight to the back of his head, and goosebumps instantly covered his entire body. He clearly knew they were lifeless things, monsters that hunted by sound, but being gazed at by dozens or even hundreds of identical smiling faces, who wouldn't feel uneasy? It shouldn't be watching, rather, it has sensed my position by hearing my movements. Su Yuan took a deep breath and forced himself to look away, no longer gazing outside the window. The intelligence report stated clearly that they were in a dormant state during the day and would awaken at night.
Su Yuan quickly calculated in his mind.
There was no avoiding a confrontation with these monsters tonight.
He couldn't give up this platform just because of fear.
The canned goods in the farmhouse were just an appetizer, the real substantial gain was in the barn.
Those farm machines were the iron urgently needed to upgrade the train.
What he had gathered so far was far from enough. Su Yuan's gaze swept across the room and finally landed on the huge bookshelf that occupied an entire wall. The bookshelf was filled with various hardbound books, most of which were about agriculture, machinery repair, and some classic literary masterpieces, looking very normal. But Su Yuan's perception, which reached as high as 100, caught a hint of discord. On the right side of the third shelf of the bookshelf, there was a thick Bible, which had a shallower depth than the surrounding books.
Something's off. Su Yuan walked to the bookshelf and pulled out the Bible.
The book was real, the pages yellowed, and it had some notes on it. But the moment the book was pulled out, Su Yuan immediately saw what was hidden behind it. It was not a wall, but a metal knob that looked like the mechanism of an old-fashioned safe.
Su Yuan smiled.
There really is a secret door, this old pervert has quite a few tricks. He tried to grab the knob and turned it clockwise.
Nothing happened.
He then tried to turn it counterclockwise.
Click.
A crisp sound of a mechanism echoed, the entire huge bookshelf trembled violently, and then slowly rotated inward, opening a dark entrance that was just big enough for one person. A cold breath mixed with the smell of damp earth and rust rushed out from the entrance. Su Yuan leaned in to look inside, discovering that behind the bookshelf was not a secret chamber, but a spiral staircase leading straight down, dark and bottomless.
This should be the entrance to the basement. The locked basement mentioned in the intelligence report.
Just as Su Yuan was hesitating whether to go down and take a look, a faint but clear sound came from the depths of that darkness.
Clatter, clatter, clatter. It was the sound of chains being dragged.
That sound was heavy and rhythmic, one clank after another, as if some gigantic thing was bound by chains, slowly moving below.
Su Yuan.
The moment he heard the sound, he did not hesitate at all, he immediately turned the mechanism to slowly close the bookshelf, restoring it to its original state. The Bible was returned to its place, as if nothing had happened. The hidden information had warned that this place contained great danger. He wasn't a fool, it was better not to provoke anything right now. Soon, Su Yuan felt a not-so-obvious clasp on the inner side of the beam beneath the table.
He pressed it hard. Snap.
A seamlessly disguised wooden panel popped out, revealing a hidden storage compartment.
Inside that compartment, a box emanating a bronze sheen was quietly lying there. Detected bronze treasure chest, would you like to open? Another treasure chest, and it's bronze, more advanced than the wooden one. Su Yuan instantly beamed, quickly muttering in his heart. Open.
As Su Yuan confirmed his thought, the ancient patterns carved on the surface of the bronze chest instantly lit up, radiating a brilliance much more dazzling than when he opened the wooden treasure chest before.
The lid of the box popped open on its own.
This time, only a few light clusters flew out of the box, 3 items in total, train coins, food, and a special item.
Congratulations, you have received train coins X5. Congratulations, you have received nut black bread X20. Congratulations, you have received silver cross X1. In addition to the train coins, there were also 20 pieces of black bread. These breads looked like bricks, black and hard, with an awful appearance. During the process of making them, a small amount of nuts was added. At least, in terms of nutrition and filling, they were beyond question. Su Yuan picked one up and smelled it.
A faint sour odor filled the air, and the taste couldn't be guaranteed, but at least it could fill his stomach, which would come in handy when paired with canned food. The key thing was that this food was plentiful and filling, which would greatly alleviate his food anxiety.
As for the 5 train coins?
But Su Yuan smiled.
As long as he could coax the spirit of wealth out, 5 coins would be enough.
You could say that it was quite a good deal. He stored the train coins and black bread into the warehouse, and his gaze finally landed on the last item. It was a small cross, only palm-sized, made from an unknown silvery white metal, its design ancient, with a soft halo flowing across its surface under the dim light.
Su Yuan reached out and picked it up. It was cold to the touch, but not biting cold. Instead, it had a kind of smooth texture. A familiar hidden note then appeared before his eyes. Item name, Silver Cross. Quality, fine.
Effect, this is a cross imbued with mysterious power. Once you wear it, all your attacks will have the purification attribute against evil, undead, and strange creatures, causing additional burning damage. Hidden note, silver, a magical metal excellent in energy conduction, especially adept at channeling holy and light powers. This cross seems to have been worn by a cleric for a long time, and it still retains pure faith energy.
Holy crap! Burning damage against evil creatures?
Su Yuan's eyes lit up instantly after reading the description.
This thing was practically made for him. The scarecrows outside, aren't they the typical evil, undead, and strange creatures?
The information said they had high physical resistance but were especially afraid of fire. Su Yuan had originally planned to make simple torches using seaweed oil and cloth strips, or even use his precious shotgun shells. Now, with this silver cross, everything had become much simpler. I didn't expect it to drop an equipment item. No wonder it's from a bronze treasure chest. Su Yuan couldn't stop fondling the cross hanging on his chest, his heart overjoyed. He suddenly remembered the wooden chest that had dropped from the forest park. That time, it had dropped a snake trap and a snakeskin bag, which corresponded perfectly with the poisonous snakes all over the dungeon. And now, this time, it had dropped the silver cross, a direct counter to evil creatures, which just happened to correspond with the scarecrows in the dungeon. A bold guess formed in his mind. Could it be every hidden treasure chest in the platform dungeons drops key items related to the monsters or environment in that dungeon? The more Su Yuan thought about it, the more likely this possibility seemed. As long as he could find the treasure chest, he would be able to get powerful, targeted items, significantly reducing the difficulty of clearing the dungeon. Apart from the two-story villa, there was also a warehouse, and the basement hadn't been explored yet. This dungeon surely had more than one treasure chest. After all, even the forest park had 2 chests. Looks like each platform should have a special auxiliary item to help clear the dungeon. In addition to collecting necessary supplies, the treasure chests must be found too. After calming his excited mood, Su Yuan once again turned his attention to the now empty bronze treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest, storage space 15 slots. 15 slots. That's 3 times the wooden chest. Su Yuan was once again hit by a wave of surprise. The wooden chest only has 5 slots, which can hold a lot of items, but it still feels a bit tight, especially when encountering canned goods that come in many types and large quantities. It fills up quickly. Now with this 15-slot bronze treasure chest, his storage capacity had tripled. This makes things much easier. Su Yuan stood up and looked around. Desk, bookcase, desk lamp, chair. Previously, he saw these as useless background props. But now, anything that could be taken away would not be missed. Su Yuan first walked to the heavy oak desk, opened the treasure chest, and wondered if he could directly put it inside. Unfortunately, a prompt came up. Hint, the target item is too large to store directly, please disassemble it first. Sure enough, I can't exploit any bugs. Su Yuan pouted, but this was expected. He picked up the axe and swung it hard at one of the desk legs. Crack! Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Would you like to store as raw wood or compress into standard wood units? Su Yuan was momentarily stunned and chose to compress into standard wood units. Wood shavings flew, and one corner of the desk disappeared. Su Yuan realized something, opened the treasure chest, and found that the wood had automatically compressed into 1 unit. 1 kilogram of wood is 1 unit. Each slot can store up to 99 kilograms of wood, which means this bronze treasure chest can hold a maximum of 1485 kilograms, or 1485 units of wood. So that's how it is. Wood and iron are different, this can be collected like this. I said it couldn't rely on the energy core, otherwise, if I give it to the little fire, it would just burn up. Many early players would simply move the wood back to the cart and utilize the train's built-in storage system to store it, only to be greeted with a prompt. But in reality, as long as you possess an item that can store objects, you can perform this operation. With this discovery, Su Yuan swung his axe repeatedly, finishing disassembling the oak desk, ultimately obtaining 25 units of wood. However, this isn't a secret. After a period of adaptation, once reaching the 2nd or 3rd station, wood prices would likely drop significantly. Realizing this, Su Yuan collected a bit more but decided not to waste time any further. He directly rolled over and jumped out of the window, making his way straight to the farm's warehouse. The primary goal is still to get iron. Chapter 24, Abandoned Tractor, 81 Strikes. Su Yuan propped himself up on the window frame, leaned out, and jumped from the 2nd floor. Just as the wind rushed by his ears, his feet landed on the soft grass, and he rolled forward to disperse the impact. There was no time to brush off the grass clippings on him. Su Yuan grabbed the 2 wooden treasure chests he had placed on the ground and snatched the bronze chest with the intent of heading southeast. The barn was in the southeast corner, only about 200 meters away. That building stood alone in the dimming twilight, its originally bright red paint now worn and darkened by time, giving off an indescribable sense of oppression from a distance. Su Yuan sped up, quickly closing the distance. The 2 huge double doors were tightly shut, the gap between them sealed, clearly bolted from the inside. That sort of old, sturdy wooden bolt could only be opened through brute force unless you could walk through walls. Of course, Su Yuan had never used lockpicking skills. It's going to be a physical method to unlock it. Su Yuan set down the bronze treasure chest he was holding, tightened his grip on the fire axe, and took a deep breath, his muscles tensing up. He swung his arm in a wide arc and struck down hard at the gap between the 2 doors. Clang! The axe bit 3 inches into the wood, wood shavings flew everywhere. The noise echoed across the empty farm. It was extremely piercing. Su Yuan's peripheral vision instinctively scanned the surroundings. It was better not to look, but once he did, his scalp felt instantly numb. In the fields, and at the base of the cottage, all the scarecrows turned their faces back in unison. It was simply chilling, the uncanny valley effect was taking hold.
What are you staring at? Su Yuan cursed under his breath, but his hands moved even more fiercely. Open up for me.
Once again, a heavy axe came crashing down. The already decayed door couldn't withstand the assault any longer, and with a tooth-grinding crack, a huge opening big enough for an adult to pass through was split open. Su Yuan didn't hesitate, he didn't even spare a glance at the splintered wood flying around, sidestepping and directly burrowing in. The barn's interior was vast, the air filled with a mix of aged oil and moldy hay, drilling straight into the nose. Although the light was dim, he immediately spotted the big machine parked on the left.
A giant agricultural tractor.
This thing was essential for any farm. It could be equipped with plows and harrows, far faster than livestock or manual labor, and could also be used for transporting goods. Though the red body was rusted and the 4 tires were flat beyond recognition, to Su Yuan, this was not scrap metal. This was clearly a mountain of resources.
Take off.
Excitement shone in Su Yuan's eyes, this was definitely a big win. A hunk of iron like this, if fully disassembled, would easily yield the 200 units of iron needed for the train upgrade. Beside the tractor was a little brother, an old corn threshing machine about a person tall, though smaller, it was also solid metal. Su Yuan's gaze quickly swept past the pile of nearly rotten hay bales on the right, completely ignoring them, and locked onto the workbench deep within. Taking a few steps, he found the surface was as messy as a junkyard, but the things hanging on the wall were real treasures.
Wrenches, saws, pliers, screwdrivers, and that.
Su Yuan reached up and grabbed the large iron hammer hanging in the middle.
Heavy. That was the first feeling upon holding it.
Immediately, a message flashed up.
Notice, the hammer is one of the main tools for collecting iron. One of the main tools for collecting iron. Could this thing work? Let's give it a try.
Suddenly, Su Yuan realized something and became ecstatic, quickly picking up the hammer and charging towards the tractor without a hint of hesitation, bringing the hammer down in a single stroke.
Bang!
The tremendous force transmitted from the hammer's handle through his arm, but Su Yuan didn't budge, his expression only growing brighter.
Because another message flashed before him. Detected an old agricultural tractor in disrepair. Would you like to collect it? He hadn't guessed wrong. Collect! Su Yuan silently chanted, his gaze becoming more fiery. Congratulations! You have obtained Pig Iron X1 unit. With that single blow, the originally hard metal did not dent or deform, instead, it transformed into a white light that vanished, and immediately, a black iron ingot appeared in his inventory. Now Su Yuan completely understood, he had been worried about how much effort it would take to dismantle those large agricultural machines to get them on the train. It turned out that as long as he had tools and a storage box, he could directly collect them. It was really not that complicated. 80. 80. 80. Su Yuan chanted a slogan with every hammer strike, his speed turning his movements into a blur. With every blow, metal disappeared, and resources flowed in. This was not just physical labor, it was also a way to relieve stress. Though his physique was several times that of an average person, facing such a colossal machine was still a significant project. Sweat dripped down his forehead, splattering on the dust-covered ground, shattering into 8 droplets. I don't know how long it has been. The tractor, which had taken up almost half the barn, disappeared completely into the air. Su Yuan wiped away his sweat. It wasn't because he was weak, but because no matter how strong a person is, the body needs to cool down through sweat. This harvest was also quite astonishing. After smashing an abandoned tractor, he had received a full 550 units of pig iron. Even though there would be losses in the process of melting it into usable iron for construction, the 200 units for train upgrades would definitely be enough. Su Yuan didn't rest, he immediately turned to the trembling corn thresher beside him. Another round of intense bombardment followed. He earned another 45 units of pig iron. In total, that made 595 units. Su Yuan looked at the empty barn, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. He casually swept all the tools on the wall into the treasure chest, regardless of whether they were useful or not, and only then did he turn around with a satisfied heart. As soon as he stepped out of the barn, the sky outside had already begun to darken gradually. The last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the horizon, and the entire world was quickly covered by a grim shade of gray. Su Yuan didn't dare to delay, carrying a fully loaded pack of supplies, he sprinted back to the train. He first stuffed the treasure chest into the car and jumped in himself. Little fire, how much will it cost to melt these pig iron units into standard iron? What's the loss? Su Yuan wiped his sweat while asking, needing to know the answer in his heart. The furnace in the driver's cabin flickered a couple of times, and Little Fire's urgent yet somewhat aggrieved words immediately appeared. Master. You seem a bit too distant now, right? It's just like cooking. If you throw dirty potatoes into the pot, you have to wash them and peel them first before cooking, right? The impurities in the pig iron are just like that dirt. If you don't remove them, can the things made be strong? Don't worry, with my skills, the loss rate will absolutely be controlled at the industry's lowest standard. Guaranteed fair and honest.
I didn't say you would be greedy, just speak plainly. I still need to know how much I can produce since I need to upgrade the train later. The loss is about 20%.
For example, if you feed me 100 units of pig iron, my final product will be about 80 units of standard iron.
However, once I upgrade later, this loss can be controlled to about 15% to 10%.
Okay, just don't let it be too outrageous.
Plenty of heavy oil and seaweed, I'll make sure you have enough to eat.
This level of loss was within an acceptable range, and Su Yuan nodded, not saying anything more.
Currently, more than 2 hours had passed since entering the station and completing the collection of supplies. This timing was absolutely accurate since the maximum stay length at this platform was 5 hours, and there were only about 2 hours and 40 minutes left. The exploration didn't take long, the main time wasted was in collecting iron, and the sky was now almost completely dark. Su Yuan had barely rested for a minute on the train when his keen hearing caught the sparse sounds outside. Without needing to guess, he knew that those monsters were already fully awake.
No, the situation was advancing even faster than Su Yuan thought. They had already come. Chapter 25, The Scorching of the Sacred Fire.
Before Su Yuan left, he had scavenged several barrels of diesel from the barn, left behind by old Mike for the tractor. Although the sealed containers for diesel prevent evaporation, judging by the dates in the diary, this diesel had been stored for at least 10 years. 10 years, even if it hadn't fully evaporated, it had long since oxidized and deteriorated, drastically reducing its combustion performance. However, Su Yuan didn't mind, this stuff could be used to make torches or splashed around for burning, definitely a weapon of mass destruction in a specific area. But now, there was no time left.
Master, they seem to be coming. In the driver's cabin, Little Fire's fiery core was flickering wildly, and there was a clear tone of tension in its voice. How about we run? I feel like these things are no joke. Run? Su Yuan glanced at the control panel. Did you forget that this is a 5-hour stop? We have to stay at least 3 hours before we can leave.
I'm sorry, Master, but these 2-star dangerous monsters can't be stopped by the first-level train's own defense, and our train has no autonomous defense modules installed.
I didn't say I wanted to hide in the train. By the way, didn't you say that my strength could handle a 2-star dangerous station with ease? Why are you getting nervous now? Why are you so cowardly so quickly?
It's mainly because I sense that their numbers are just too many, at least more than 30, maybe even 40 or 50. Master, please be careful behind you, watch out for sneak attacks. Among all strategies, fleeing is the best, after all, we are outnumbered.
You do make a bit of sense.
Su Yuan fastened the fire axe to his waist and skillfully slung the Remington M870 shotgun over his back, finally checking his ammunition.
But your master is clever, if I can't fight them, I know how to dodge. Don't worry, I won't die.
Before he finished speaking, Su Yuan had already leaped down from the train.
As soon as he landed, a chill rushed toward him.
Above his head, a flock of crows was circling anxiously, letting out harsh cries, as if warning him of something. One brave crow even screamed and dove down, seemingly trying to alert Su Yuan to the danger. However, before it could reach Su Yuan, a swift black shadow suddenly shot out from the side, grabbing it in its hand.
Rip! With a crisp sound, the crow was torn in half, warm blood and scattered feathers splattered all over Su Yuan. Seeing this scene, Su Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted.
Just a moment ago, he had adjusted his eyes to the darkness. Now, Su Yuan's vision at night was almost the same as in the daytime. In his eyes, the whole world was just shrouded in a gray filter. He saw clearly what that black shadow was. It was the same scarecrow he had seen during the day. It stood rigidly there, still holding on to half of the crow's corpse, and the child's smiling face photo made of burlap looked especially ghastly in the darkness. What was even more terrifying was that, in Su Yuan's line of sight, all around him, on the paths, behind haystacks, at the edges of cornfields, there were swarming figures. Each one was a living scarecrow. They had formed a gigantic encirclement, trapping Su Yuan and his train in a tight circle.
Heh, quite a setup. Su Yuan wiped the blood from his face, smiling instead of getting angry. He was too lazy to waste words, whether he could fight would only be known by fighting. Su Yuan turned his hand to grab the fire axe at his waist, and with a sudden push off the ground, he charged like an arrow towards the scarecrow that had just killed the crow. In fact, crows are highly intelligent. In most places, they are seen as bad omens, but in reality, they are beneficial birds. Now was the time to avenge the crow. Since you made the first move, you'll be the first to feel my wrath. The scarecrow that looked stiff and dull in the daylight moved with astonishing speed at night. Its 2 legs made of wooden poles moved so fast that their afterimages were almost invisible. But in Su Yuan's eyes, they were still too slow. His physical capability could no longer be measured by normal human standards.
In just a breath, Su Yuan had caught up with the back of the scarecrow, and the fire axe in his hand drew a cold light, cutting through the wind as he made a fierce horizontal slash. Thud! The axe blade struck the scarecrow's body, but instead of the expected sensation of flesh and bone breaking, it felt as though it had sunk into a wet bundle of cotton. Soft and without resistance. Although the axe cut it in half, and a few supporting wooden rods also broke, this strange creature seemed unharmed by such injuries. However, in the next second, a sudden change occurred. The silver cross on Su Yuan's chest suddenly shone with a soft white light, and this power flowed down his arm, instantly transmitting to the fire axe. Before long, the ordinary axe blade erupted with a layer of holy white flames with a whoosh. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from the mouth of the scarecrow. This sound was not something a creature could produce, this thing truly deserved to be called a monster. Immediately, its body made of straw and rags erupted into flames as if doused with gasoline, roaring as the white flames engulfed it from the inside out. It seems physical attacks are indeed hard to be effective. A simple axe strike can at most harm a few straws and cannot kill the scarecrow directly. Conventional methods still require flames to be effective. However, a famous figure once said, to defeat magic, one must use magic. Su Yuan looked at the scarecrow rolling on the ground, wailing, and finally turning into a pile of ashes. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing their companion like this, the originally slowly approaching scarecrows around seemed to be stimulated, their movements suddenly becoming stiff. Next, they all turned their ridiculous sack heads, a row of pale childlike faces all looking at Su Yuan. Ah! 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 These scarecrows usually acted as a group, often playing and hunting together, and would collectively act at night to harvest any living being that came here. The souls within them were essentially all deceased children, all summoned by old Mike inadvertently. Now that their companion was dead, it did not scare them, instead, it ignited their rage. The harsh screams rose and fell, and they no longer slowly surrounded but charged wildly towards Su Yuan with their wooden legs. For a moment, the entire farm seemed to come alive, with countless shadows rushing out from fields, from behind haystacks, and from dark corners, stirring up a deadly wind, creating a terrifying scene. Come on! Su Yuan advanced instead of retreating, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He had now grasped the essence of these monsters, realizing they weren't so frightening after all. He could actually achieve a kill with a single axe strike. The situation had flipped, turning from a potentially arduous battle into a one-sided massacre. Suddenly, Su Yuan's whole aura changed. Chapter 26, The Heart of the Scarecrow, The Granary. The reason Su Yuan could slay with one strike was partly due to the secret silver cross and partly due to his own strength. The cross on his chest acted like an energy converter, transforming his extraordinary biological energy into a purifying power against evil. The greater the power you exert, the greater the transmission effect, and the burning flames can even directly take the lives of these evil beings. Not only are they not running, but they are actively coming towards me? Su Yuan sneered, facing the wave of scarecrows rushing from all directions. He showed no intention of retreating. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself forward like a ghost to meet them. Put! Su Yuan swung the axe, targeting the closest one, striking again in an instant. With the energy from the secret silver cross, a holy white flame erupted again, precisely sweeping past a scarecrow's neck. The struck scarecrow suddenly froze, its sack head soaring into the air, and where it was cut, instead of blood, a puff of black mist exploded out. Immediately, the white purifying flame spread like a maggot attached to a corpse, crazily crawling along its body, burning it to a pile of ash in just a few seconds. But Su Yuan was slightly stunned because a line of text flashed before his eyes. Reminder, you have killed a vengeful spirit, gaining a small amount of soul energy, attributes increased, perception plus 0.1. Damn! Su Yuan's eyes widened, and he was incredibly delighted. He immediately opened his panel and found that his perception had changed from 100 points to 100.1. Although perception is different from constitution and cannot directly enhance strength, all the information and hidden details he could gain were thanks to this high perception, making its value clear. Killing these things could actually enhance perception. Although it was only 0.1, this was an incredibly precious attribute increase. It's worth noting that Su Yuan had previously suffered greatly, risking his life to purify himself with the venom of 2 highly toxic snakes in order to barely achieve 0.5 constitution. Even though constitution and perception are 2 different things, this is still an extremely rare discovery. In just a moment's pause, Su Yuan's gaze towards the scarecrows in front of him completely changed. If just now, he had only viewed them as obstacles that needed to be eliminated. Now they were like wolves among sheep, truly brightening his eyes. Ah! Ah! A scarecrow lunged at Su Yuan from behind, its dry wooden arm clawing at his back. Without turning his head, Su Yuan swung his axe backwards, striking the top of its head with precision. Bang! The bag head crumpled at once, and the whole scarecrow flew backwards. At the same time, Su Yuan pivoted on his left foot, his body spinning fiercely, the fire axe in his hand carving out a perfect arc. Thud! 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 3 muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously as the 3 approaching scarecrows were sliced in half.
The white purifying flame erupted again, devouring them instantly like 3 death lotuses blossoming in the night.
Reminder, you have killed a vengeful spirit, gaining a small amount of soul energy, attributes increased, perception plus 0.1. Reminder, you have killed a vengeful spirit, gaining a small amount of soul energy, attributes increased, perception plus 0.1. Reminder, you have killed a vengeful spirit, gaining a small amount of soul energy, attributes increased, perception plus 0.1. A series of reminder sounds resonated in his mind, causing Su Yuan's smile to deepen.
He could feel his senses sharpening at a faint yet definite pace. This feeling of ongoing strengthening was utterly intoxicating.
The heavy fire axe danced in Su Yuan's hands like a breeze, and with each movement, a scarecrow was reaped. Horizontal slice, vertical chop, diagonal swipe, upward thrust. Suddenly, one scarecrow leaped high, trying to pounce down from above. Without even looking, Su Yuan's left hand shot out, grabbing its wooden ankle, and using it as a weapon, he swung around fiercely.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The scarecrow used as a morning star knocked several nearby companions to the ground, and several supporting wooden rods snapped. Before they could get back up, Su Yuan had already released his grip, sending the morning star flying, while the fire axe in his right hand came down, instantly turning that area into a sea of flames. Reminder, you have killed a vengeful spirit, perception plus 0.1. Reminder, you have killed a vengeful spirit, perception plus 0.1.
Gradually, some of the surviving scarecrows began to notice something was wrong.
Most of them were irrational, acting on instinct, so initially, even when feeling their companions killed brutally, they only wanted to angrily tear apart this living being that dared to resist. This was an instinct engraved deep in their souls since their birth. In this farm, they were the masters of the night, and everything that made a sound would become their prey, dragged into darkness. Torn into pieces, becoming the nourishment for this land. But they gradually began to realize that this person before them had completely regarded them as prey. The emotion of fear began to spread gradually, realizing that simply relying on their assault could no longer close the gap, and would only lead to being wiped out one by one.
They instinctively wanted to escape.
They finally understood that this person before them was not prey, not food, he was a demon.
The instinct to survive overwhelmed the desire to kill. After another axe fell from Su Yuan, in an instant, these scarecrows began to scatter and flee.
Su Yuan did not immediately get up to chase, because he knew these things could not escape. At that moment, he noticed a glowing object on the ground, so he ran over to pick it up.
Something has exploded? Su Yuan stopped, bent down, and looked with curiosity.
It was a heart-shaped object only the size of a thumb, seemingly made of dead grass and some kind of translucent crystal mixed together. It felt cold to the touch, still gently pulsating, emitting a faint glow. A line of information then appeared before his eyes.
Name, Heart of the Scarecrow. Type, one-time consumable. Quality, special. Description, how can a scarecrow have a heart? This is a very strange item.
Combining it with straw can create a scarecrow's body, which can guide a spirit to reside inside.
It's actually a special item. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. This description is intriguing.
Guide a spirit to reside inside, doesn't that mean he can create his own scarecrow and then find a soul to put inside? Although he didn't know exactly what it would turn out to be, an item of special quality would definitely not be trash. Su Yuan quickly stored away the heart of the scarecrow, then continued to chase after those scarecrows that were fleeing in all directions. During the pursuit, Su Yuan took a glance at the panel. After this round of kills, his perception had increased from 100 to 101.5. He had probably killed about half of the scarecrows, around 20, and not every scarecrow would definitely provide attributes, but the ratio was still high, about 3/4 probability. After chasing for a while, Su Yuan soon discovered that the remaining scarecrows were not scattering or running around randomly. They only avoided him for a moment before quickly gathering together, as if consciously heading in one direction. That place was one of the locations emphasized in the information.
The Granary. Chapter 27, Set the Fire, Catch the Turtle in the Jar. Are they all running there? Su Yuan stopped, a hint of amusement in his eyes.
Interesting, are they going back to gather their friends, or are they going back to find their parents after being bullied outside? He did not immediately chase after them. Since these monsters had gathered together on their own, it saved him the trouble of searching them out one by one. Catch them all in a net, this was a great opportunity to earn perception points.
Su Yuan quickly calculated in his mind.
The weakness of these scarecrows was fire, and he just happened to have a ready-made accelerator on hand. Those barrels of diesel in the granary had been sitting for many years, although they might have gone bad, they were definitely enough to start a fire.
Hey, got it.
Su Yuan made up his mind, no longer delaying, and turned to run towards the train. He had to go back and make some preparations.
Jumping onto the train, Xiao's nervous electronic voice immediately rang out. Master. You're back. How was it? You weren't hurt, right? I knew you could do it.
Don't worry, I'm fine, Su Yuan said while taking out the heart of the scarecrow that had just exploded from the treasure chest. This object felt cold to the touch, still gently pulsating, exuding a strange aura. He casually tossed it into the train's storage. It wasn't the time to study it yet. I just sensed it, there are at least 50 of those things. Their breath was so frightening, cold and lifeless, without a hint of warmth. So there was great worry.
Speaking of which, isn't your true form flames? Why are you acting so cowardly? Little fire. Alright, let's hurry up.
Su Yuan waved his hand. That group of scarecrows has been beaten back into the granary.
By the way, your perception shouldn't extend too far from the train, right? Just now, to avoid harming the train, I intentionally led those scarecrows further away.
Little Fire explained, indeed, master, my perception is sharp, but it has its limits. However, after leveling up, the detection distance can be further. Su Yuan nodded, found a sturdy wooden stick, and tore off some ragged cloth scraps he had scavenged from the cottage, wrapping them tightly around one end of the stick. A simple torch was ready. Then he brought out a few buckets of dust-covered diesel. Choosing one bucket to open, a strong and unpleasant smell of spoiled oil immediately rushed out.
Su Yuan dipped the end of the torch into it, letting the cloth absorb the diesel fully. Little Fire, lend me a flame. Su Yuan held the soaked torch out to the feeding port of the driver's cabin.
Okay, master. A strand of orange-red flame split from Little Fire's core, instantly igniting the torch. Whoosh! Thick black smoke rose, the flame leaping more than half a meter high, casting flickering shadows throughout the cabin. Su Yuan held the burning torch and lifted another bucket of diesel, a smile on his face that even made Little Fire feel scared.
He. Master? What are you up to now? Are you planning to start a fire around to stop those scarecrows from coming? That makes sense, as long as we hold out for 3 hours, we can set off. By the way, why are your ideas always so timid? This isn't what you said on the road. Su Yuan's voice came from afar.
In just a few minutes, he returned, but this time, his bronze treasure chest had a few compartments filled to the brim with things. It turned out that Su Yuan went back to the granary and started collecting on a large scale with the treasure chest.
The chest had a very user-friendly feature, automatic categorization and collection after gathering.
Dry straw was already collected, and most of what was in this granary was poor-quality dry straw, but there were still some high-quality dry straws. After collecting, the chest was filled, and he got one compartment of high-quality dry straw. As for the remaining poor-quality dry straw, it wasn't without use, as it would play a more important role tonight.
Name: high-quality dry straw. Quality: ordinary.
Description: dry and flammable, it makes a great fire starter and can be used to make certain special items.
Everything was ready.
After placing the high-quality dry straw back in the train's storage, Su Yuan carried the torch and diesel, his figure like a ghost, stealthily moving towards the brightly lit granary. As night deepened, the only sounds in the farm were the wind and the crackling of the flames burning.
Su Yuan soon arrived at the granary's entrance.
The barn was a place for storing farm odds and ends, while the granary was for storing grain. The main structure was a solid wooden house, inside which was a grain tower made of welded metal sheets, about 5 meters tall and 4 meters wide. Aside from that, there wasn't much else inside the granary. The remaining 20-plus scarecrows were all crowded inside the granary, and from the wide-open door, one could see shadowy shapes inside, occasionally letting out a sharp cry or two. They seemed to be waiting for something, or perhaps they were afraid of something. All their figures were clustered under the grain tower. Su Yuan did not disturb them. He carefully piled the large bundle of dry straw he had brought from the barn around the granary, forming a complete surrounding circle. After finishing all this, Su Yuan twisted open the diesel drum's lid, generously pouring the pungent liquid evenly over the straw.
Glub glub.
The thick diesel soaked the dry straw, glistening with an oily shine under the moonlight.
Su Yuan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, then raised the torch in his hand. I'm not going in, what if there are traps? But I have plenty of ways to get you out.
He grinned, casually tossing the burning torch into the air.
The torch drew an orange arc in the sky, accurately landing on the pile of diesel-soaked straw. Whoosh! A wall of fire shot up into the sky.
The moment the flames touched the diesel, it seemed infused with a soul, bursting into a fierce blaze, forming a ring of flames 2 meters high, trapping the entire grain warehouse in the center. The scorching air rushed toward Su Yuan, lifting his hair backward. The scarecrow inside the warehouse was clearly stunned by this sudden change. A piercing scream instantly erupted, and they frantically scattered, but since Su Yuan was at the door, they could only helplessly knock on the iron grain tower with their wooden sticks. Su Yuan watched everything happening inside, casually holding an axe and taking a black bread from the treasure chest, munching on it leisurely. I've been banging on that tractor for so long, I'm really a bit hungry now.
The taste wasn't great, dry and hard, with a hint of sourness.
But Su Yuan ate it with great enjoyment. It's somewhat like the coarse grain cakes I ate as a child, just not as sweet. It's a bit dry and hard to swallow, but it's better than others who have nothing to eat.
Chapter 28, The Big Guy in the Grain Tower.
Finally, the presence inside could no longer endure. A scarecrow, completely engulfed in black smoke, screamed and rushed out from within. Scarecrows are creatures immune to most physical attacks, but they have two weaknesses: they fear fire and despise water.
So they always keep themselves absolutely dry. This also makes them extremely flammable. At this moment, the desire to survive made them ignore it all.
As long as they could touch the cool air outside, even if Su Yuan, who could easily kill them, was blocking the door, they could no longer hold on. Su Yuan squinted his eyes, stuffing the remaining half of the bread into his mouth, and gripped the fire axe tightly in his right hand.
Here they come. He moved.
Facing the fiery apparition, Su Yuan did not flinch or evade, slightly lowering his body as the fire axe sliced upward in a sharp arc. On the axe blade, the sacred white flame flashed and disappeared.
Put.
Without any hindrance, the fire axe accurately severed the scarecrow's legs. The scarecrow lost its support and fell headlong to the ground, and the purifying flame spread wildly along its wound, completely consuming it. Tip: you have killed a vengeful soul and gained a small amount of soul energy. Attributes have improved, perception plus 0.1.
The familiar prompt sound echoed. Su Yuan didn't even look at the ashes on the ground, his gaze continuing to drift inside, playing the waiting game. With his super strong physique and this evolution ability, he could continuously adapt to high temperatures, but these scarecrows couldn't hold out for long. Su Yuan even planned to try using small flames to temper himself later, though he still struggled with that idea, since being poisoned by snake venom and burned by fire were two different matters. Sure enough, the death of the first scarecrow seemed to flip a switch. Inside the grain warehouse, those creatures driven to the limit by the high heat and thick smoke went completely mad. Aha!
Accompanied by piercing screams, the second and third scarecrows rushed out one after another from the door. They carried sparks on them, their tattered clothes scorched black and looking utterly disheveled.
But Su Yuan had no compassion at all.
These things could no longer be considered life, they were twisted aggregates of resentment and evil power, the product of old Mike's madness. Moreover, they were not good creatures. So, killing them carried no psychological burden.
Come, line up, one by one. Su Yuan murmured, his hands moving like lightning.
A scarecrow lunged from the left. Without looking, he gripped his fire axe with his left hand, accurately blocking the claw strike with the axe handle, while his right hand delivered a powerful punch that smashed into the scarecrow's burlap head.
Bang!
The purifying flame attached to his fist erupted instantly, turning that head into a fireball. Looking at the sorry state of his opponent, Su Yuan thought, what a pity, if only this flame could affect normal beings too, wouldn't I become the flame fist in the future?
Hint: you have killed a wronged soul. Perception plus 0.1.
Another scarecrow rushed in from the right. Su Yuan lowered his body, dodging its swinging wooden arm, and with his fire axe like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, he swept it along the ground, precisely severing its legs. White flames ignited, and another monster howled as it turned to ash.
Hint: you have killed a wronged soul. Perception plus 0.1. Su Yuan's movements flowed like water, with not a single excess motion. Every dodge, every axe swing was calculated just right. With each kill, the notification sound rang out, and his perception steadily rose. 101.5, 101.6, 101.8. As kills occurred, the number of scarecrows inside began to decrease gradually. Su Yuan noticed that the interior of the grain warehouse was quite large, but apart from the huge grain storage tower in the middle, it was almost completely empty. At the same time, a strange thing happened: the tower that should have been filled with grain was constantly making heavy banging noises, as if some massive creature was trapped inside, desperately trying to break free. And those scarecrows that hadn't rushed out, upon hearing this sound, chose not to flee. Instead, they anxiously gathered around the grain tower, making sounds. This feeling quickly registered in Su Yuan's perception. They seemed to be talking to themselves, expressing grievances to whatever was inside. What is locked inside there? It seems my guess was right, it must very likely be their parent. Otherwise, these scarecrows, acting on instinct, would surely scatter and flee instead of rushing here. Though he didn't know what exactly was inside, if monsters in the game were categorized by level, these scarecrows could at most be considered minor creatures in the instance. Whatever was locked inside should be the boss. Realizing this, a faint warning rose in Su Yuan's heart. Could it be the Scarecrow King? If that was the case, it should be old Mike in the end. Su Yuan thought quickly as his hands did not pause for even a moment. In the end, instinct prevailed over everything, and the presence inside was incapable of stopping the rise in temperature. Another fearless scarecrow charged out, swinging its axe without a second thought. PFF. The straw head, fell to the ground. Purifying flames surged upward. Hint: you have killed a wronged soul. Perception plus 0.1. The flames outside grew more intense, thick smoke billowed, and the walls began to shake.
Su Yuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. His body adapted quickly to these extreme environments, whether in high heat or extreme cold, but there was one place that took longer to adjust than others. His eyes. And he had already noticed this situation previously. The last time he burned heavy oil seaweed, his eyes were the first to give out. However, when his perception reached a certain point, he could know the exact location of enemies directly ahead with his eyes closed, so this impact was not significant.
Time passed, second by second.
Fewer and fewer scarecrows rushed out, and they became more and more frenzied. The fire axe in Su Yuan's hand was almost stained white by the purifying flames. With every swing, it raised a pure light. His perception had also successfully broken through the barrier of 103. Finally, with another swing, Su Yuan turned the last scarecrow that rushed out the door into ashes, and the entire granary entrance fell into a brief silence. Inside, only 2 or 3 hesitant shadows remained, along with the increasingly loud and urgent thud, thud, thud of collisions. Fear of fire was ingrained in the very bones of the scarecrows. At last, another scarecrow could no longer hold on. It let out a piercing scream and recklessly charged toward the door. Su Yuan's gaze turned cold, a precise punch crashed heavily into its chest. The purifying power attached to his fist instantly erupted.
Bang!
The scarecrow was struck as if hit by a speeding truck. Its body exploded into a fireball in midair, and before it hit the ground, it had already turned into flying ashes.
Tip: you have slain a vengeful spirit, perception plus 0.1.
This clean and decisive strike completely shattered the psychological defenses of the remaining 2 scarecrows. They screamed and frantically charged toward the doorway.
Su Yuan remained expressionless, swinging left and right, effortlessly taking them down with 2 swift axe strikes.
Tip: you have slain a vengeful spirit, perception plus 0.1.
Tip: you have slain a vengeful spirit, perception plus 0.1.
By now, aside from the still thudding grain tower, the entire granary only had one last scarecrow left. Su Yuan noticed that this scarecrow had been hiding in the shadow of the grain tower all along, not charging crazily like its companions.
It just stood there quietly, appearing out of place amidst the chaos around it.
Since all the scarecrows had the same picture on their faces, Su Yuan hadn't paid much attention. But now he noticed the scarecrow's face had a different picture. Its smile was the brightest among all the scarecrows.
Could it be Tommy? Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted.
The huge grain tower could no longer withstand the violent force from within and exploded in the middle.
Countless twisted iron sheets and parts flew out in all directions, creating a strong shockwave.
Su Yuan was pushed back a step by this sudden impact. He steadied himself and immediately turned his gaze to the center of the ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, a large and twisted figure slowly stood up from the shattered grain tower.
Chapter 29, Mastery of the Slash. Su Yuan's pupils slightly constricted.
This creature stood at least 2 meters tall and had a bulky frame, entirely different from the previous slender scarecrows. Its body appeared to be a poorly stitched creation, made from various animal skins and limbs, with a few strands of burnt straw hanging from it, like a moving mountain of flesh. Atop this flesh mound was a rotting and grotesque human head. That face, Su Yuan had seen in the photo in the diary. It was the farm owner, Old Mike. But at that moment, his face had lost its previous kindness. The skin was shriveled and blackened, the eye sockets deep and sunken, the mouth was unnaturally open, as if silently roaring. In its hand, it gripped a massive skull-crushing hammer, the head made of rough cast iron, stained with dry dark red blood. As Su Yuan realized its appearance, a line of blood-red warning text suddenly flashed in front of him.
Warning, danger.
Unknown monster has broken the seal, danger level of this instance has increased.
Current danger level, 2.5 stars.
Immediately afterward, the specific information about the monster also appeared before Su Yuan's eyes.
Name, mindless stitching monster. Type, special magical creature. So this is the true master. Su Yuan quickly processed this information in his mind. Which, evil god, self-modification, this was a lot to take in. It seemed that the strange nature of this world was far more complicated than he had imagined. Old Mike had clearly been tricked by a higher being, turning himself into a grotesque creation. And in the end, his last bit of sanity led him to lock himself and something even more dangerous away. The other more dangerous being must be his wife. It was not hard to guess here, and Su Yuan even recalled a small detail, which led him to think that Old Mike had been tricked much earlier. His wife should have died many years ago, but when they dug her up, she hadn't decayed at all. She seemed as fresh as someone just dead. This was definitely unnatural. The patchwork creature's murky eyes were locked on Su Yuan, filled with a maddening hate and confusion. It almost screamed. Why did you hurt my child?
A string of broken words came from its mouth, and Su Yuan automatically translated its meaning, instantly understanding. Clearly, even though it had completely lost its mind and become a monster driven only by a desire to kill, sealing itself away, when little Tommy was in danger, it still rushed out. Before it could finish speaking, the patchwork creature moved. It roared, stepping forward with thick legs stitched together from different animals, swinging a giant skull-crushing hammer, charging fiercely at Su Yuan. The ground trembled slightly with each step it took, the pressure from its charge far more intense than the scarecrow before.
It's not that fast. Su Yuan quickly made a judgment in his mind.
Its body was too massive, and although its charge was intimidating, its absolute speed and agility were even worse than those of the ordinary scarecrows. For Su Yuan, whose physical strength and agility far surpassed an average person, this speed felt like slow motion. As the skull-crushing hammer, carrying a vicious wind, was about to strike his head, Su Yuan remained calm, tapping his toes lightly on the ground, his body floating sideways and backward like a feather with no weight, easily dodging the crushing blow.
Boom!
The skull-crushing hammer slammed down on the spot where Su Yuan had been standing, and the hard ground immediately collapsed into a half-meter-deep pit, sending dirt and rocks flying in all directions. With the miss, the patchwork creature seemed even more furious, roaring again, dragging its heavy steps, turning around for another strike. Su Yuan again easily dodged, not rushing to counterattack, but while dodging, he carefully observed the monster in front of him. He noticed that although the patchwork creature's body was huge, its movements were stiff. Every time it turned or swung its hammer, its joints creaked, indicating that the stitched parts were not perfectly fused together.
It's full of flaws.
Su Yuan muttered to himself.
After testing its weaknesses, Su Yuan no longer hesitated.
He dodged another sweeping strike, then suddenly lunged forward, his fire axe slicing through the air, leaving a trail of white flame as he struck the creature's thick right leg with all his might.
He wanted to test the purifying power of the mithril cross. Is there any effect on this special monster?
Put! The axe blade cut into the meat mountain-like body, feeling like it struck a tough piece of cowhide. Although it went in, the resistance was enormous. However, at the moment the axe blade sank into the flesh, the holy white flame suddenly exploded.
Roar! The stitched monster let out a painful roar. Where the axe blade struck, the white flame burned fiercely, crazily devouring its blood and flesh.
It works! Su Yuan was overjoyed in his heart. Although the effect was not as immediate as against the scarecrow, the purifying flame indeed dealt substantial damage to it.
Then this is easy.
Su Yuan pulled out his axe, without a moment's pause, charging forward again. This thing is different from the scarecrow's special body structure. It has thick skin and flesh, and even facing the energy that restrains evil can clearly withstand multiple hits.
Su Yuan circled around the sluggish stitched monster, launching a flurry of attacks. Put! 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 The axe blade kept chopping, the purifying flame exploding again and again at the wounds.
The stitched monster roared in pain, wildly swinging its skull-crushing hammer, but its attacks could not touch the corner of Su Yuan's clothes at all.
Roar!
Finally, under Su Yuan's relentless attacks, the stitched monster's thick right leg could no longer hold, its huge body suddenly swayed and knelt on one knee on the ground.
Opportunity!
Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, his body leaping high, both hands gripping the fire axe, pouring all his strength into it, and he struck down hard towards the stitched monster's ugly head.
With this axe, he aimed to end this pitiful yet detestable monster.
Just as the axe blade engulfed in burning white flames was about to hit the stitched monster's head, something unexpected happened. The kneeling stitched monster's murky eyes suddenly flashed with cunning. It actually gave up blocking with the skull-crushing hammer and instead grabbed the nearby trembling scarecrow Tommy with its intact left hand and directly put him in front of itself.
Su Yuan's pupils slightly constricted.
But he still swung the axe down without hesitation.
Do you think I'm a fool? Trying to use a hostage as a shield?
But what does your son have to do with me? With a pft, the roaring flames ignited on Tommy's body. His body trembled for a moment before turning to ash, and at the last moment of his life, he never resisted, as if he also longed for such liberation. But this move perfectly blocked the fatal strike for the stitched monster. Taking advantage of this gap, the monster reached out, and Su Yuan's pupils contracted. In that moment, his heart raced to the extreme, but fortunately, he managed to dodge this attack unscathed. However, as he landed, a line of text quickly appeared before him. Hint: your emotions are in extreme fluctuation, adrenaline is surging, the body is entering a state of stress, suspected to be encountering a strong enemy.
Evolution talent passive triggered.
Gain new talent, mastery of slash, damage dealt while wielding a weapon increases permanently by 25% per striking actions are also classified as slashes, and this 25% effect applies to gathering as well.
Gained attribute, Constitution plus 0.3.
Just as Su Yuan landed, the stitched monster seemed to have a moment of daze, then quickly let out a painful roar from its throat.
It's you! You killed my son! Chapter 30, Solo First Kill, Bountiful Rewards.
Evolved, another new talent.
Ignoring the monster's roar, Su Yuan looked at the information popping up on the panel, first stunned, then ecstatic. He knew it. The evolution talent absolutely means that the more dangerous and exciting the situation, the greater the potential extracted. Looks like Constitution is just a byproduct of obtaining talents through evolution.
Last time, when Su Yuan bore the snake venom, it was also on the edge of life and death, resulting in directly gaining the two supreme passives, high-level mixed snake venom resistance and intermediate poison resistance. This time, pushed by this stitched monster, I got an expertise in slashing for free. This talent is simply tailor-made for him. A 25% damage boost, and it even works for gathering, meaning that whether he is fighting monsters or demolishing houses, his efficiency will be greatly improved from now on. Not to mention it also comes with a bonus of 0.3 in physique. With this balance shifting, the scales of victory have completely tipped in Su Yuan's favor. Roar! I want you dead. Seeing Su Yuan even ignoring itself, the stitched monster went completely mad, dragging its injured right leg, and once again swung its skull-crushing hammer, smashing down recklessly. Su Yuan grinned, his arm muscles bulging suddenly, seizing the moment while the opponent was weak. He swiftly turned his fire axe, drawing a cunning arc, bypassing the skull-crushing hammer, and viciously struck the monster's blocking arm. Put! This time, the feeling of the axe blade sinking into flesh was completely different. With the 25% damage boost from expertise in slashing, the attached flames were also enhanced, adding not only the original 25%, but increasing the damage by at least half. A thick arm made from various animal limbs rose into the air, and was burned to ashes by the purifying flames mid-flight. Roar! The sharp pain of the severed arm made the stitched monster let out a chilling scream, more mournful than any before. It stumbled back, wanting to create distance. But how could Su Yuan give it this chance? Trying to run. Su Yuan pushed off the ground, quickly chasing after it, raising the fire axe, aiming at that head, and hacked down fiercely again. Die for me! Another dull thud. The monstrous head of the stitched creature was completely severed from the neck by the fire axe, rolling to the ground like a ball. However, a strange thing happened. The enormous body, having lost its head, did not collapse immediately as Su Yuan had expected. It merely shook awkwardly, then, astonishingly began to wildly wave its arms in place, as if searching for something. Su Yuan watched this bizarre scene, feeling a shiver in his heart. This thing's vitality is way too tenacious. He quickly understood that this headless body was instinctively trying to find its head and put it back. Unfortunately, it seemed that there was no connection between its head and body, only able to flail around like a headless fly. At that moment, Su Yuan suddenly smelled an increasingly strong burnt odor. He looked up and noticed that due to the earlier battle and the fire he had set, the entire grain depot had gone completely out of control. The wooden walls and beams crackled in the intense flames, with burning wooden pieces occasionally falling from above. Not good, it's going to collapse. Su Yuan was startled, not daring to linger any longer. He took one last look at the headless monster still spinning in place, and the head that had rolled into the corner, glaring fiercely at him with resentment, and decisively chose to retreat. As soon as he stepped out of the grain depot's door, a massive boom sounded behind him. The entire burning grain depot could no longer hold up, crashing down with a thundering sound. The flames soared into the sky, lighting up half the night sky in crimson. The stitched monster's huge body struggled and twisted in the sea of fire, eventually falling silent. While Su Yuan was gasping for breath, hesitating on whether to retreat, lines of text prompts began to appear before his eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the 2-star special monster, Lost Sanity Stitched Monster. Because you are the first player to solo kill a 2-star elite monster, you receive an additional reward. Congratulations, you have gained Physique +3. Congratulations, you have obtained Special Talent Crystal Master of Stitching X1. Congratulations, you have received Train Coins X20. Congratulations, you have acquired a special weapon, Bloody Skull Crushing Hammer X1. Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, Forbidden Stitching Technique Scroll X1. Congratulations, you have received a quest item, Basement Key X1. Congratulations! You've received kill rewards, Bronze Chest X2. Holy shit! So many rewards. The first kill reward is ridiculously generous. Su Yuan stood outside the fire, feeling the heatwave hit his face, his heart just as fiery. After a flash of golden light, a small bag appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he knew it was a bag with storage space. And compared to the chest, this thing was much smaller in size. Su Yuan scanned it with his senses and found that the storage space had a full 20 slots. Leaving the rewards aside, just the bag itself was already a valuable item. He took a deep breath, suppressing the wild excitement in his heart, and began carefully counting his gains. First, the most direct reward, +3 to physique. This wasn't 0.3, but a full 3 points. Su Yuan immediately opened his personal panel. Conductor's name, Su Yuan. Identity number, 000000. Physique, 53.8, normal adults range from 5 to 12. Perception, 103.5, your perception has entered the realm of the superhuman. Talent, Evolution, Master of Swinging, Intermediate Toxin Resistance / Advanced Mixed Snake Venom Resistance. Hiss.
Seeing his latest stats, even Su Yuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. His physique had directly reached 53.8. What does this mean? The peak of an ordinary person is just 12 points, and his current physical quality is more than 4 times that peak. If we talk about an average person, it's almost 8 to 9 times the standard. As for perception, after massacring those scarecrows, it successfully broke past 103 and reached 103.5. Though the increase isn't as dramatic as physique, Su Yuan knew very well that every point in perception meant a qualitative change. Aside from that, there were also 20 train coins. Adding the 5 he started with, Su Yuan now had 25. If you add the 2 unopened chests, his train coins exceeded 30. Just right, Xiaohua had told him that after the train upgrade, adding extra carriages and systems required buying blueprints with train coins to update and modify. Having these would perfectly solve his current needs, and he might even take the opportunity to get some useful blueprints from the spirit of guarding wealth. Next, Su Yuan started checking the other rewards he had received. Special Talent Crystal Sewing Master X1. Talent Crystal? Su Yuan looked at this unfamiliar name, filled with curiosity. He immediately clicked to view the detailed information. Name, Special Talent Crystal Sewing Master. Type, Talent Type Consumable. Quality, Rare. Effect, after use, a random talent related to sewing will be gained. The talent's quality depends on the user's potential. Note, this is the product of the madly insane sewing monster's lifelong obsession combined with the power of the evil god. It is both a crazy crystallization and holds the potential for creation. After use, you randomly gain a talent? Seeing this description, Su Yuan's breath almost stopped for a moment. This thing could actually grant a second talent. Although it's random, and the theme is limited to sewing, which sounds a little twisted, talents are always something you can only encounter by chance. Sewing. Su Yuan stroked his chin, starting to ponder. The word indeed sounded a bit off, and it immediately made him think of the twisted, human and monster-like sewn creature from Old Mike. But thinking further, sewing doesn't necessarily have to be about sewing dead bodies. It's actually quite a conceptual word. For example, sewing equipment? Sewing items? Even, sewing talents? The possibilities were huge. Su Yuan quickly put this thing away, planning to study it slowly on the train. Next, there was a piece of equipment, a special item, and a quest item. Special weapon, Bloodstained Skull Crushing Hammer X1. Special item, Forbidden Sewing Scroll X1. Quest item, Basement Key X1. Target, the basement. Su Yuan thought for a moment, and with a flash of light, a heavy hammer instantly appeared in his hand, the head of the hammer emitting a lingering smell of blood. The most amazing thing was, as soon as Su Yuan gripped it, a violent emotion surged up his arm, drilling into his mind, wanting to smash something into pieces. Bloodstained Skull Crushing Hammer. Type, Special Weapon / Heavy Blunt Weapon. Attack Mode, Melee. Damage, extremely high. Effect, Frenzy, when struck, ignores 30% of the target's defense, and when hitting the head, ignores 50% of the defense. However, with repeated use, your mind will be tainted, and you may start hearing whispers from evil gods, causing temporary madness. Once the madness ends, this state can be cleared. Hidden remark, madness, your strength and speed will greatly increase, pain perception will be greatly reduced, but your sanity will be affected, falling into a state of madness. The duration and effect depend on your physical condition and your anger toward the enemy. The initial state is the most intense, and the effects weaken over time. Good grief, it's like a double-edged sword. Su Yuan thought to himself after reading the description, realizing his feeling was indeed correct. Ignoring defense is a powerful attribute, especially when hitting the head, or it can ignore half the defense, making it a killing tool perfect for headshots. But the side effects are too dangerous. Falling into madness, sanity affected. Su Yuan didn't want to become a madman who could only scream wildly in the middle of a fight. Sometimes, a calm mind is more important than pure strength. Using it in battle is too risky. A slip-up could end up causing more harm than good. He weighed the hammer in his hand, already having a plan in mind. But this thing would be great for demolition. Su Yuan grinned, already imagining the scene in his mind. Holding the big hammer, smashing away at an abandoned building, and as he struck, his vision would suddenly turn red, screaming wildly as he brought the whole building down to the ground. The scene itself was thrilling to imagine. Who would have thought I could turn into a beast while demolishing a house? Is this considered a violent demolition style? He chuckled as he put the skull-crushing hammer into his storage bag. This would be his exclusive demolition tool from now on. Fighting was out of the question, unless he was really pushed into a corner and had no choice but to fight for his life. Next, he took out the second item. It was a scroll made from an unknown animal hide, with strange runes and diagrams of human anatomy drawn on it in dark red liquid. Forbidden Suturing Technique Scroll. Type, Special Consumable. Quality, Rare.
Effect: after use, it can perfectly stitch together the limbs of different creatures to create a new stitched creature.
Hidden remark: this is an evil technique from the abyss.
The key was old-fashioned, with strange markings carved into it. It felt cold to the touch and carried a faint smell of blood.
Quest item: key to the basement. Type: special. Effect: can open the hidden door in the farmhouse study leading to the basement. Hidden note: this key carries a trace of the evil god's aura. When you hold it, you seem to hear whispers from the abyss. Indeed, it is this thing. Su Yuan held the key, his expression becoming serious.
The intelligence clearly mentioned that there was something in the basement, and it was very dangerous. The diary also noted that old Mike's wife, Janice, looked like she was asleep when her body was dug up, showing no signs of decay. Now it seems that his wife, Janice, is probably the most terrifying presence on this farm. The aura of the evil god that she was tainted with is definitely much stronger than that of old Mike.
Whispers that confuse the mind.
Su Yuan recalled the description in the intelligence, feeling a hint of wariness in his heart. He was not afraid of physical enemies, but things that could directly attack the mind and soul were a bit tricky.
It seems that I can't recklessly charge into this basement.
Su Yuan made a decision in his heart. Although the reward for the first kill was tempting, he was not a reckless gambler.
Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't joke with his own life. Got it.
Su Yuan made up his mind, hanging the storage bag at his waist, and turned to walk towards the train. He jumped a few times, quickly returning to the train door. The little fire inside sensed his approach and automatically slid the door open. As Su Yuan stepped onto the train, a familiar warmth mixed with the unique smell of burning heavy oil and seaweed hit him, relaxing his tense nerves a bit.
Master! You are back. That's great. Are you all right?
Under the control panel, the flame core of the little fire shot up high, its voice full of relief and excitement from surviving. While he was out killing enemies, it was scared out of its wits inside the train. When the detector detected that the danger level of the instance had skyrocketed from 2 stars to 2.5 stars, the whole system of the little fire nearly crashed.
Because even though it was just a half-star increase, the danger level was almost equivalent to doubling. Not long after, a series of system announcements suddenly echoed in the train, leaving it completely stunned.
If it had a chin, it would have dropped to the ground. Congratulations to player Su Yuan for being the first to independently kill the 2-star elite monster, Mindless Stitcher.
Congratulations to player Su Yuan.
Seeing the little fire about to start chattering again, Su Yuan changed the subject. He took out the rusty key from the storage bag and threw it onto the control panel. Stop the nonsense, help me take a look at this.
Do you have any clues?
However, the moment the key touched the control panel, the little fire's flame core, as if splashed with cold water, suddenly shrank back. From its originally vigorous platinum color, it instantly dimmed to an orange red. The temperature in the entire driver's room dropped several degrees.
Master! Master! Quick! Take this thing away!
The little fire's voice was filled with unprecedented terror, even carrying a hint of sobbing.
This has the aura of that thing. So terrifying. So disgusting. I feel like my core is going to be polluted.
Seeing the little fire in such a frightened state, Su Yuan frowned, believing it wasn't an act. It seems that this thing is very dangerous, definitely not something the Stitcher can compare to.
However, after the little fire calmed down, it quickly switched the topic, saying, Master, are you planning to continue tackling the other hidden terrifying guy in the instance? I remember a being that might have a way.
Hearing this, Su Yuan immediately understood, exchanging a knowing smile with it, as he had the same intention. He didn't come back this time expecting much from the little fire, just wanting to see how it would react. After putting the key away, he quickly placed that special box on the table. He took out 3 train coins from his pocket.
Chapter 32. Hey, it's time to eat.
Su Yuan picked up a train coin, and just like last time, he directly stuck it onto the surface of the treasure chest. However, the scene he expected, where the coin would transform into flowing light and merge into the chest, did not happen.
The train coin just stuck there, lonely, not moving at all. The chest itself showed no reaction, lifeless, like an ordinary wooden box.
Su Yuan took out a second and third coin and stacked them together, but still, nothing changed.
Su Yuan frowned. Playing dead with me?
He reached out and knocked on the box, making a knock-knock sound.
Hey! Open up! The community is here with some warmth.
The box still did not respond.
Hey, you fat idiot, still acting tough, huh? Su Yuan was getting a bit annoyed.
Last time, when I put down 3 train coins, at least you shook a little and gave some kind of response.
What's going on this time? Are you asleep? Or did I scare you so much last time that you're too scared to come out now? Xiaohua, what do you think it's trying to do?
Su Yuan turned to ask the cockpit. Master, this, Xiao was flame flickered, its voice full of schadenfreude. I guess, it's probably scared from last time, now it's hiding inside and playing dead. For this kind of spirit, as long as it doesn't want to come out, calling it outside won't help.
Is that so?
Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted.
He then turned to ask Xiao Wei, is this box everywhere, or is there just one?
Xiao Wei immediately answered, there's only one, Master.
It's cursed, and it doesn't have the power to create multiple avatars to spread out.
Oh. Su Yuan deliberately dragged the tone and then stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. Then, what if I buy some cement on the trading platform, seal this box up, and find a chance to throw it into the sea? Xiao Wei immediately understood Su Yuan's meaning and laughed wickedly. Then this guy would never get out again.
And it won't be able to collect any more gold coins.
Su Yuan deliberately raised his voice, occasionally letting out regretful sighs. I see, so keeping a box I can't open isn't useful, and it takes up space. While saying this, he took out all the remaining train coins and started counting them in his hand, making a clinking sound.
20, 21, 22.
What a pity, so much money. I was really hoping to cooperate and make a big score.
Alright, Xiaohua, I guess we're the #1 team in the world. At this moment,
a strange change occurred. The lifeless wooden box suddenly trembled violently. On the surface of the box, the spots where the 3 train coins had been stuck previously suddenly glowed with a faint light, forming a small vortex. The 3 train coins that Su Yuan had placed on the table were immediately sucked away by an invisible force, and with a swoosh, they disappeared into the vortex. Creak, the lid of the box slowly opened, and the familiar grayish-blue little fat guy once again crawled out. But this time, its expression was no longer flattering, but instead filled with a sense of guilt and awkwardness, its small eyes darting around, unwilling to make eye contact with Su Yuan. As soon as it came out, it started rubbing its hands, pretending it hadn't heard anything, and forced a smile.
Ah! Gold Master! You didn't say you were coming. I was just sleeping inside, didn't hear.
Su Yuan looked at its obvious attempt to hide something, and his heart was bursting with joy, but his face remained expressionless, only smiling faintly.
Oh? You were asleep? I understand.
He didn't expose it, but instead went straight to the point and briefly explained the current situation. From the weirdness of this farm, to the scarecrow, to the stitched-up monster he had just killed, and finally, he took out the key that had been tainted by the aura of the evil god.
So you understand what I mean, right?
Now, there's still a big guy locked in the basement, a monster more troublesome than a stitched-up beast, tainted with even more evil god aura.
I need your help, give me something that can restrain it.
The guardian spirit of wealth looked at the key in Su Yuan's hand, its round body trembled uncontrollably, and its small eyes suddenly filled with fear.
It knew better than anyone what the aura on that key meant.
It opened its mouth, wanting to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Su Yuan. Don't tell me about lottery draws or that roulette nonsense. Su Yuan's voice was very calm, but the pressure suddenly rose.
You and I both know that what you give depends on your mood. Right now, I need tools that solve problems, not chocolate-flavored poop or poop-flavored chocolate. Su Yuan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth.
Of course, I won't let you work for free.
Once it's done, there will be plenty of benefits for you.
The guardian spirit of wealth looked at Su Yuan, then glanced at the key. Finally, a flicker of struggle appeared in its small eyes, which turned into a brief pang of pain. It gritted its teeth, as if making a tremendous decision, and dove back into the treasure chest. Outside, Su Yuan heard a series of clattering sounds, indicating that this creature was rummaging. What Su Yuan didn't know was that many treasures were actually meant to be saved by the guardian spirit of wealth for its future self. Though it was cursed to endure eternal torment, it also gained infinite lifespan and was bound by a curse prohibiting it from touching wealth. Ever since that god suppressed it here, the treasure trove of countless worlds was shattered, and the guardian spirit could gather those treasures like a gold miner over endless years and return them to its little vault, interacting with the outside world through this chest. Later, a great god made it a promise. After collecting 999,999,999 train tokens, it would appear and take the tokens, then lift its seal. But the great god also promised that everything it obtained from the treasure trove would belong to it. So the guardian spirit was very stingy. These things were all gathered little by little over endless years, even meant for a future outside for itself. Of course, it felt the pain of parting. After a full 5 minutes, the clanking stopped. The guardian spirit of wealth crawled out of the treasure chest with a face more sorrowful than crying, slowly, with its chubby hands holding an exaggeratedly styled war hammer. The hammer was made of a silvery white metal, with a polygonal head engraved with complex holy runes, and the handle was wrapped in dark red leather, emanating a solemn and deadly aura. The guardian spirit placed the hammer on the table with a dull thud, causing the entire train car to shake slightly. It looked at the hammer with a reluctant gaze, as if watching its daughter about to marry far away.
Master.
The guardian spirit's voice was filled with a sob. This is my most treasured item. The demon breaking of Holy Knight Augustus.
Now you should be satisfied, right? Su Yuan smiled slightly, then took the hammer, and several lines of information appeared before him. Chapter 33, The deal with the Guardian Spirit of Wealth is completed. Name, Holy Knight's Demon-Breaking Warhammer. Type, Special Weapon/Heavy Blunt Weapon. Quality, Ingenious. Damage, extremely high.
Effect 1, Holy Blessing. This weapon has been blessed by a high-level holy class, increasing damage by 200% against all evil, undead, and strange creatures. Effect 2, Demon Breaking. When attacking, there is a certain chance to directly shatter the target's evil core, causing instant death effect. This effect is weakened against units of elite grade and above / if unable to shatter. Causing a shock effect, damage increases by 500%. Effect 3, Faith Barrier. Passive. While holding this weapon, your mental resistance will significantly improve, allowing you to effectively resist most mental pollution and charm effects. Holy Hammer. Do you see that, enemy?
Wow, what a good thing. Su Yuan looked at the warhammer in his hand, his eyes nearly shining with excitement.
These attributes are simply tailor-made for that ghostly thing in the basement.
Damage increased by 200%, with a chance to kill instantly.
Even if it can't kill, it can deal 5 times the shock damage.
Not to mention that Faith Barrier, directly enhancing mental resistance. Isn't that just for dealing with mental attacks? His confidence in this mission suddenly skyrocketed. Su Yuan satisfiedly weighed the hammer in his hand and looked at the guardian spirit with a much friendlier gaze. He walked over and patted the round shoulder of the little spirit like a big brother.
Good job, you little chubby guy.
Now that you're on my ship, we're in the same boat.
Su Yuan grinned. From today on, you're my person. If I get meat to eat, you'll get soup to drink. The guardian spirit was taken aback by Su Yuan's sudden enthusiasm, then puffed up its cheeks with a grievance, plump little hands proudly on its hips, and huffed, I remember you promised to give me benefits.
You can't go back on your word. Benefits? Su Yuan raised his eyebrow, pretending to be confused. What benefits? I don't remember.
I don't want any other benefits, just that. The guardian spirit got anxious, pointing towards the direction of the train storage, the heart of the scarecrow.
You said the benefits wouldn't skip me, you promised.
Su Yuan was slightly stunned. He never mentioned this thing to it. But thinking about it, this little thing is rightly called a guardian spirit. It might be most sensitive about these types of things.
Oh, you mean that? Su Yuan pretended to ponder. That thing is a treasure. It can give a spirit a body. If I just give it to you, wouldn't I be at a loss?
Hearing this, the guardian spirit's face fell, and it was almost crying. Master,
you can't do this. Didn't we agree? You help me, I help you. I've given you my treasured item. You can't drop me.
Looking at its pitiful face, Su Yuan secretly laughed, but said, that's not impossible, but in our team, we have to follow a first-come first-serve policy, right? As he spoke, he pointed toward the direction of the cockpit.
Look, Little Fire has been with me longer than you. If we're getting a body, we gotta focus on it first, right? It's also a spirit, isn't it?
In the cockpit, Little Fire's flame core suddenly flared up, clearly excited by Su Yuan's words.
It never expected that, in such a critical moment, the master would still think of it.
A wave of warmth instantly flooded Little Fire's whole body, and it wished it could rush out and bow to Su Yuan right then.
Master! Whoa. You are so good to me.
Little Fire's voice was filled with emotion. It quickly explained, but master, that heart of the scarecrow, I'm afraid I can't use it.
My body is fire, and that thing's attributes are incompatible.
If I enter, I might burn that body to ashes before I can even stand.
In the future, if you can find me a mechanical body or something, I could leave the cockpit and help you with some work in the train. Alright, since that's settled, the heart of the scarecrow will be yours.
Su Yuan waved his hand. When I come out of the basement, I'll help you get that body.
Really?
The guardian spirit's eyes instantly lit up. Its previously gloomy face blossomed into a smile. Thank you, master.
You're such a wonderful person. Its heart was buzzing with excitement.
Although losing the Holy Knight's Warhammer was a loss, gaining a body to walk around outside was worth it. This deal, no matter how you look at it, has no loss.
Actually, I'm not just taking your stuff for free, the Spirit of Wealth said, his eyes glinting. I'm sealed and can't come out most of the time. The most I can do is breathe a little outside this treasure chest during trade. But if I have a body, it will be different.
When I get the gold coins, which are also the train coins, the seal on me will temporarily weaken for a short time.
At that time, I can enter that body and move around outside.
I'm especially sensitive to the scent of wealth, and when I go out to help you find treasure chests, the train coins will belong to me. The rest of the things, we'll split them in half.
How about that?
Su Yuan curled his lips. This little fat guy really knew how to make calculations.
That could work, but what do you need all that stuff for, as a spirit? You keep the train coins, and everything we open belongs to me. Deal.
The Spirit of Wealth agreed without a second thought, proudly patting its little belly.
It thought to itself, anyway, I don't lack those broken items, I have plenty in my treasure vault. To exchange for the opportunity to move freely and speed up the collection of gold coins, this is a big win. One party wants to trade, and the other party is willing to accept that cooperation was established. Though Su Yuan could gather information every time he reached a new platform and had perception, finding treasure chests was easier than for others. But still, it was impossible to find them all, there would always be some missed. In fact, many players from the start to now hadn't found a single treasure chest. Now, with this little guy as an assistant, it would be much easier to pick up the spoils later. Su Yuan fiddled with the paladin's war hammer in his hand and suddenly thought of a question. He noticed that the quality of this hammer was artisan. This was the first time he had seen this quality. By the way, little fat guy, how are the qualities of items in this world classified? The spirit of wealth perked up immediately upon hearing this, cleared its throat, and struck a pose like an expert, starting to explain in a rush. Master, you've asked the right person. As for these treasures, I am an expert. The items in this world are classified into 5 levels, from low to high, ordinary, fine, rare, epic, and legendary. Ordinary and fine don't need much explanation, they are just common items. It begins to get serious from rare quality onwards, which is when the real treasures start. The spirit of wealth paused and held up a small fat finger. However, Master, you should note that even within the rare category, there are distinctions. For example, the skull-crushing hammer that popped out from that big guy, although it is also rare, can only be counted as a lower-tier rare. And the paladin's war hammer I'm giving you, its quality is artisan. Artisan and rare essentially belong to the same big tier, but artisan means this item was crafted by a master or has received special blessings in forging, so its quality far exceeds that of an ordinary rare item. You could say it's a top-notch item among the rare. I see. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully, finally having a clear understanding of the equipment system in this world. He glanced at the time, it had already been 3.5 hours since entering the dungeon, and there wasn't much time left. Alright, I understand. Su Yuan hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder. It's getting late, I should go meet that big guy in the basement. Just as he turned to leave, the spirit of wealth suddenly called out to him. Wait. Master. Su Yuan turned his head, raising an eyebrow. What now? Is there something else? The spirit of wealth forced a smile that looked more painful than crying, rubbing its hands together, looking like it wanted to say something but hesitated. Master, if you could pay me 3 more train coins, I could give you a good item. It pointed at the treasure chest it had just crawled out of and whispered, just now when I was looking for the paladin's war hammer. By the corner, I saw something absolutely good. Su Yuan paused upon hearing this, and looked at it with a half-smile, half-laugh. What good thing? Let me see it. The money guard spirit, upon hearing that there was hope, immediately dove back into the treasure chest. Not long after, it climbed back out holding a crystal-clear goblet with a tall stem. Although it felt that the person in front of it was very powerful, it also knew that the evil god was not to be taken lightly. Even if the opponent was just a product tainted with the aura of the evil god, it was still very dangerous. If the benefactor died, then its plan to come out using the body to catch some fresh air would be ruined. But giving it for free was definitely not an option. The money guard spirit had its own principle of equivalent exchange. In the cup, there was half a cup of liquid that resembled melted moonlight, emitting a pure and peaceful aura. Benefactor, look, it's this. The money guard spirit said, with a pained expression, blessed holy water. After drinking it, not only will you quickly recover your injuries, but most importantly, it will greatly increase your resistance to evil and abnormal states for a short time. Mental pollution, charm, and even curses can be effectively exempted. Su Yuan took the cup, and just by bringing it close to his nose, he felt the fatigue in his body dissipating significantly. Chapter 34, The Whisperer of the Evil God, Janus. Soon, a few lines of text appeared in front of him again. Name, Blessed Holy Water. Type, Special Consumable. Quality, Excellent. Effect, after drinking, for the next hour, your mental resistance is increased by 200%, while continuously restoring health, and immune to most curses and mental pollution effects. Hidden note, this is spring water blessed by a devout nun before her death, using the last of her faith. Every drop contains pure goodwill and protective power. What a good thing. Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he took the cup, then paid 3 train coins. Although he was confident that he could probably withstand the enemy's attack with evolution, if he got delayed and couldn't make it back to the train, then when the departure time ended and the black fog came, it would be disastrous. Now, with this holy water, it's double insurance. You should have brought out such a good thing earlier. Su Yuan scolded with a laugh. The money guard spirit embarrassedly rubbed its hands. I just remembered when I saw you were leaving. With this specific equipment and his strength far surpassing normal people's, if he still couldn't win, then he might as well quit and find a rock to die under. Su Yuan grabbed the war hammer, took the holy water, and strode off the train. The farm under the night was dead silent. The grain warehouse he had set fire to earlier was still emitting black smoke, and the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. Su Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment, and went straight towards the white two-story farmhouse. As soon as he got closer, the cold and eerie aura became stronger. Moreover, before he even entered the house, a clear swish sound came from the direction of the farmhouse. It was much louder and more urgent than the one he had heard in the study before. It seemed that the thing inside had already sensed the change outside and was becoming more and more irritable. No need for me to go up to the second floor. Su Yuan walked to the front of the farmhouse, not using the front door, but instead circling to the side, right under the window of the study he had seen earlier. With a flash of his space storage bag, Su Yuan raised the skull-crushing hammer and swung it towards the first-floor wall. Boom! A loud bang. The wooden splinters flew everywhere, and the thick wall, like paper, was smashed open, creating a huge hole. Nice! Su Yuan only felt a refreshing feeling spread from his arm throughout his body. The destructive power of this hammer was even more amazing than he had imagined. He didn't stop, lifting the hammer again and smashing wildly at the hole. Boom! 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 The wall was smashed open, creating a big hole wide enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through, revealing the scene inside the room. At the moment the wall broke, a visible wave of black coldness surged out of the opening like a tide, instantly coating the surrounding grassland with a thin layer of frost. The temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point. Clang, 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 clang. In the basement, the sound of chains dragging became more violent, mixed with a chilling low moan that sounded like a woman's cry. Su Yuan felt no fear at all, instead, he grinned. Then he leaped into the hole and indeed saw a heavy iron door. The door had no windows, so the inside scene was hidden. Listening to the sounds coming from within, Su Yuan quickly took out a key and inserted it. With a click, the lock opened. After doing all this, Su Yuan swiftly retreated back to the ground. After all, he didn't want to fight down there, the cramped environment was very disadvantageous to him. Open terrain was where he could fight best. Su Yuan stood outside the house, peering through the opening he had made, looking at the basement entrance, and couldn't help but swallow hard. The thing inside was about to come out. Clang clang. The sound of chains grew closer, and the chilling aura grew stronger. Finally, a pale and swollen hand with black nails stretched out from the dark staircase, resting on the edge of the floor. Then came a second hand. A large, bloated, indescribable shadow was slowly crawling out from the depths of darkness. Su Yuan held his breath, gripping the battle hammer tightly. He wanted to see what kind of ghost this wife sealed by old Mike really was. As the shadow emerged, a warning popped up on Su Yuan's panel. Warning, high concentration of evil god aura detected, the final boss of this dungeon has appeared, dungeon danger level increased. Current danger level, 3 stars. Looking at the bright red 3 stars warning on the screen, Su Yuan's heart sank, thankful that he was well prepared. After all, this increase in danger level was no small matter, it was already at a higher tier, more than double the risk of a 2.5-star danger level. It seemed the thing in the basement was more troublesome than he had imagined. Su Yuan had no time to think more, for the massive shadow had completely crawled out from underground. At the moment he saw its form, even Su Yuan's strong mental fortitude could not help but frown. This thing was no longer recognizable as human. It resembled a giant mass of swollen corpse tissue forcibly melded together, its surface constantly writhing and undulating, as if countless faces were struggling and screaming beneath the flesh. 2 thick iron chains were deeply embedded in its arms, the other ends dragged on the ground, clanking as it moved. What was most nauseating was that atop this mountain of flesh sat a relatively complete female head. That should be old Mike's wife, Janice. But at that moment, her face had long lost any human semblance, her skin was an eerie purplish hue, her eyes hollow with no eyeballs, only 2 pitch-black sockets, but her mouth twisted into an exaggerated arc, as if silently laughing maniacally. Name, Whisperer of the Evil God Janice. Type, High-level abnormal demon. Background, chaotic body, the evil god's murmuring worshipper. Description, Janice once lived happily with Mike until a severe illness took Janice's life. Grieving for Janice, Mike committed countless bloody slaughters, but what returned was no longer Janice, her body was refined into an excellent vessel. Ability 1, Mental Screech, unleashes a mind-shattering mental shockwave to all living beings within range, causing instant brain death to those with weak wills. Ability 2, Flesh Rebirth, as long as its core is intact, it can continuously absorb surrounding flesh and negative energy to heal itself. Ability 3, Abyssal Tentacles, its body can freely morph, extending deadly tentacles to strike at mid to long range. Ability 4, Whispering Bewitchment, its voice contains a maddening power from the abyss, prolonged listening leads to loss of sanity and mental disorder. Su Yuan quickly absorbed the information on the panel, a storm rising in his mind. He didn't expect this thing to have skills.
No wonder it's a hidden boss that raises the danger level of the dungeon by 1, in every aspect, it's clearly far beyond the patchwork creature. Yet just as Su Yuan was pondering, the mouth of Janice's severed head suddenly opened wide, accompanied by a crying-like sound. A low-frequency, ear-piercing sound wave instantly spread out.
Mental screech. Chapter 35, Kid, I'll remember you. Something unexpected happened.
In just half a second, while Janice was about to attack during Su Yuan's momentary daze, Su Yuan had already fully returned to normal. He shook his head, feeling that aside from being a bit dazed just now, there was nothing wrong now. In fact, he felt a bit clearer-headed.
Is that it?
Su Yuan looked at the nearby lump of flesh still trying hard to screech, his face showing a strange expression.
You call that a mental attack?
Janice was clearly stunned. Its two dark, hollow eye sockets looked at Su Yuan, who was unharmed, filled with confusion.
Why didn't this human react at all? Could it be that my ability has failed? Yeah.
It screeched again, but this time, there was obviously a hint of anger and impatience in the sound.
Again?
Su Yuan curled his lips, and this time, he didn't even shake. He even felt the sound wave was like a gentle breeze, refreshing him.
Did you not eat?
Speak louder.
Su Yuan's attitude seemed to completely enrage Janice.
It stopped wasting time with mental attacks and lunged forward with its massive, bloated body, moving much faster than before. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced.
Good.
Su Yuan shouted lowly, his legs driving hard, leaping high into the air. He gripped the paladin war hammer tightly, drawing an arc from above, and slammed it down at the wriggling mass of flesh. Facing this powerful strike, Janice's chaotic instincts finally sensed the deadly threat.
Its massive body began to morph at an unbelievable speed.
The flesh at the front of its body surged upward, quickly forming a thick, tough flesh shield covered with a layer of keratin, barely blocking the path of the falling warhammer.
Boom! A deep, thunderous sound exploded in the silent farm air.
The moment the warhammer collided with the flesh shield, the entire ground shook violently, with cracks appearing under Su Yuan's feet. A powerful rebound force traveled up the hammer's handle, causing Su Yuan's arms to tingle slightly.
So hard. Su Yuan was shocked.
He hadn't expected the shield formed on the spot to be so strong. This blow, he had used all his strength, plus a 25% damage bonus from swing mastery. It should have been equivalent to the impact of a large truck. But this guy had something after all. In fact, Janice had instantly changed its body shape, transferring the force outward, effectively reducing most of the impact. However, the violent shockwave still caused it immense discomfort. It could block physical damage, but...
What about this?
Who? The sacred runes on the paladin's warhammer exploded with a dazzling white light at the moment of impact.
Zzz.
A sound of painful burning filled the air, accompanied by the foul stench of charred protein.
Roar! Janice's female head suddenly opened its mouth, letting out a roar filled with resentment.
In just a couple of breaths, a large hole had burned through the thick shield, exposing the flesh behind it that writhed and tried to seal the wound.
Physical damage has almost been nullified, indeed, magical damage is effective. And the effect is outstanding. Su Yuan was overjoyed at this sight. He took advantage of the rebounding force to flip backward, landing steadily a few meters away, widening the distance from Janice. Su Yuan did not rush to pursue because he keenly noticed that the monster, while roaring in pain, had started to quickly open and close that woman's mouth as if reciting some strange incantation. Though he couldn't hear the exact words, an increasingly dangerous and oppressive aura was emanating from it. It's casting a spell. As soon as Su Yuan saw this stance, he knew the opponent was preparing a big move, one that he couldn't interrupt for now, so without hesitation, he immediately took out the crystal goblet filled with holy water from his storage bag, and without thinking, he gulped it down. The icy liquid slid down his throat into his stomach. In the next second, an indescribable warmth surged through him like a flood breaking a dam, instantly rushing to his limbs and bones. Su Yuan felt as if every cell in his body was cheering, the exhaustion from the earlier battle swept away, and his mind was clearer and more exhilarated than ever before. In an instant, a layer of nearly invisible golden aura enveloped his body, radiating a sacred and peaceful aura. This was the blessing power contained in the holy water, shielding his soul. You have consumed the blessing holy water. For the next hour, your mental resistance will increase by 200%, health will continuously recover, including hunger recovery / delaying poison effects / stopping bleeding / continuous injury recovery, and you will be immune to most curses and mental pollution effects. Refreshing. Su Yuan casually returned the goblet with half the holy water left back into the storage bag, grabbed his hammer again, and swung it again. Janice seemed surprised by Su Yuan's quick actions, its chanting suddenly paused, and those dark eye sockets looked toward Su Yuan descending from the sky, flashing a hint of astonishment. It tried to condense the flesh shield again, but it was already too late. Boom! The hammer struck hard onto Janice's massive body.
Immediately, a burst of light, brighter than any before, exploded from the point of contact between the hammerhead and the flesh. The sacred runes on the warhammer seemed to come alive at that moment, transforming into flickering golden flames that surged wildly into Janice's body. At the same time, several lines of text flashed before Su Yuan's eyes.
Evil breaking effect triggered. Judging. Target is an elite level unit, death effect judgment failed. Triggering shockwave effect. This attack will deal 500% additional damage to the target. Bang!
Janice's massive flesh body expanded suddenly like an overinflated balloon, then violently exploded from the point where the warhammer struck.
Roar, ugh, ah.
Janice emitted a dissonant wail, its voice filled with pain, confusion, and terror.
Its enormous body was blown open with a large hole. Around the wound, pure white flames burned fiercely, constantly purifying the regenerating flesh.
It sent out bursts of sizzle sounds. If it were any other living being, after such a heavy blow, it would have been dead beyond death long ago.
But this thing's life force clearly went beyond common sense.
One could see that the splashed blood and flesh, after falling to the ground, were actually like they had life, starting to wriggle and gather toward Janice's main body, trying to fix that horrible wound. This thing can keep restoring itself, but it also follows the same energy balance law as my evolution. It needs nearby flesh or negative energy. Su Yuan looked around. In this farm, other than himself, there was already no living thing left. Those scarecrows had been burned clean by him.
Old Mike's stitched monster was also burned into charcoal by him together with the granary.
It could be said that in this area, there was no flesh left for Janice to absorb.
As for negative energy, Su Yuan touched his chin, a playful smile showing on his face. Are you hoping that I will be afraid? What a joke. Fear? Does not exist. Su Yuan now, when seeing these monsters, not only felt no fear, but was excited beyond measure. These were all walking experience packs. Janice noticed Su Yuan's reaction and had completely understood its situation. It was now the prey, and the other side was the hunter. The reason Su Yuan dared to open the gate and remove the limits with such confidence was not just because he was reckless, he was clearly prepared. Obviously, he was the latter. Oh, rare to meet a monster with a brain. Are you actually running away? Su Yuan chased up to the constantly retreating Janice, swung the warhammer, and toward that mass of flesh, launched a storm-like wild smash. Poochie! 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 The dull hitting sounds, in the silent night, were like a death bell being struck, one sound after another. Every hammer that fell came with large splashes of flesh and the fierce burst of purifying flames. Along with the attacks, Janice kept letting out painful wails. It wanted to fight back, wanted to use those two thick iron chains to lash Su Yuan. But Su Yuan's hammer fell one after another, giving it no chance at all to breathe. It could only take the beating, watching helplessly as its body was smashed apart and burned away bit by bit. Under Su Yuan's violent assault, Janice kept retreating, its huge body smashed full of pits and holes, everywhere burning with white flames. The evil god aura on its body was also dropping fast at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Su Yuan's attacks grew more and more fierce, and the monster in front grew weaker and weaker, some sounds seemed to come from its mouth. Su Yuan listened carefully, and inside there were actually men's roars, women's cries, old people's begging, children's screams. Let me out. I don't want to die. I don't want to stay here. Mom, I'm so scared. Kill it. Kill us. Please. Quick. Hurry. Help us get free. It seemed that inside this thing were many imprisoned souls suffering torment. Su Yuan looked at the scene, his heart without the slightest ripple. He only coldly increased the strength in his hands. As you wish. Holy white flames, like a small sun rising from the ground, instantly swallowed that huge bloated mass of flesh completely. Su Yuan could feel that those fading souls, before leaving, seemed to send him a trace of grateful thought. Countless twisted and painful soul shadows appeared in the flames, struggled, then let out a sigh like release, and finally turned into specks of light, fading into the night sky. Su Yuan was not some savior, he killed this monster simply for those rich rewards, so he could live better in this train world, after all who would not want their strength to become a bit stronger. But if along the way he could let these pitiful souls gain release, he didn't mind. It's all over. Su Yuan looked at the mass of flesh in front of him, rapidly dissolving and vaporizing in the flames, and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had prepared enough, otherwise, facing this monster would have been quite a challenge. At that moment, even before the rewards arrived, a notification appeared before him. You have freed the soul trapped by the evil god, gaining blessings. Perception +3. Su Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected an unexpected bonus. This was far more satisfying than killing a scarecrow, directly granting him 3 points of perception. However, things weren't completely over. After the body was completely burned away, a voice once again sounded in his ear. Kid, I've remembered your scent. We will meet again, hee.
With a creepy, bone-chilling laugh, the mangled mass of flesh that was Janice finally turned to ash in the last light of the purifying flame.
The entire farm returned to its dead silence once more.
In an instant, Su Yuan felt goosebumps all over his body, but fortunately, the feeling came quickly and went just as fast.
He instinctively looked toward the horizon.
The bad news was that his scent had been remembered by some entity, yes, the evil god. The good news was that for now, the entity wouldn't be able to find him here.
Does this mean I have another enemy? Well, it doesn't matter.
There are so many stations in the train world, and if the evil god could come here, they wouldn't have gone through all this trouble to create this.
Su Yuan pondered. What kind of reward would he get if he could kill the evil god?
While Su Yuan was lost in thought, a series of notifications finally arrived. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the 3-star high-level aberration whisperer of the evil god Janice. As you are the first player to solo kill a 3-star high-level aberration, you receive an additional reward.
Chapter 36, Flesh Boiling Elixir.
Congratulations, you have gained Perception +5. Congratulations, you have gained Train Coins X50. Congratulations, you have gained Flesh Boiling Elixir infused with the evil goddess Essence X1. A series of reward notifications rang in Su Yuan's mind, instantly lifting his spirits after the hard-fought battle.
Su Yuan couldn't help but feel ecstatic.
His perception had increased by a full 5 points. With the 3 points gained from freeing the soul earlier, and the attributes from killing the scarecrow, his perception had skyrocketed by over 10 points during this trip to the farm. At first glance, this number might not seem like much, but it was already equivalent to the total perception of an average person. Usually, people without such talents would have a perception of around 10.
Train conductor name, Su Yuan.
Identity number, 000000.
Physique, 53.8, normal adults are between 5 to 12. Perception, 111.5, your perception ability has entered the realm of the inhuman.
Talent, evolution, mastery of slashing, intermediate toxin resistance / advanced mixed snake venom resistance. In addition to the increase in perception, this first kill reward also gave him 50 train coins.
That's a huge amount.
Although the chubby guy was stingy, as long as the money was right, he would still be willing to hand out good stuff. Just in time, he could upgrade the train now and see if he could get some extra modification blueprints from it. However, the most surprising thing for Su Yuan was the last reward. This time, the first kill of a 3-star boss only gave him one item. Flesh Boiling Elixir infused with the evil goddess Essence.
Su Yuan looked at the lonely icon in his inventory, filled with curiosity.
He thought for a moment, and a small glass bottle with an oak cork appeared in his hand. The bottle wasn't large, only about the size of a palm, containing a deep purple liquid. The liquid flowed slowly under the moonlight, shimmering with a strange, dreamlike color, as if it contained the entire starry sky within.
Just looking at it made him feel a bit dizzy. Su Yuan didn't rush to open it. Name, Flesh and Blood Elixir, ASIC. Type, Special Consumable / Sequence Potion. Quality, Unknown.
Effect, upon consumption, you will undergo the blood and flesh trial from the evil god ASIC, with a high probability of death from the overwhelming force, or completely become a mindless flesh monster. Cost, if you successfully endure the trial, your life essence will undergo a leap, but as a cost, your lifespan will be significantly reduced. Promotion, those who successfully pass the trial will be known as flesh trialists, gaining corresponding sequence superpowers, and unlocking subsequent promotion paths.
Each level up in the sequence will grant greater power and longer lifespan. Ordinary beings can at most become a flesh trialist of one path.
Hidden note, this is a shortcut to madness and power, a temptation from the abyss to mortals. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you.
Sequence potion?
Su Yuan was stunned after reading the introduction. He had previously guessed that there existed a system that could make ordinary people stronger in this world, but he never expected it to appear in this form. Drinking this potion would give a chance to become an extraordinary being and gain sequence power.
However, even without drinking it, Su Yuan was already almost an extraordinary being.
With a physique 4 times that of an extreme human and perception exceeding normal people by more than 10 times, even ordinary extraordinary beings might just be like this. But the cost was too great.
If one couldn't endure, the chances of death were very high, and even after becoming a flesh trialist, one would still suffer the cruel cost of a drastically reduced lifespan. Yet afterward, it was equivalent to unlocking a genetic lock, allowing entry to promotion paths.
With each step of promotion, lifespan would increase accordingly, making the initially lost lifespan seem trivial. Moreover, it mentioned that ordinary beings could basically only choose one path, meaning one could only consume one type of flesh and blood elixir. Su Yuan immediately became very interested in this thing, but he didn't have the time right now and planned to go back and study it slowly later. No rush, better wait until I'm back on the train, ready thoroughly, and then first ask the little fatty for more detailed information. Su Yuan carefully placed the flesh and blood elixir into his storage bag.
This thing was too important, and it must only be used in an absolutely safe environment. He finally looked around the ruined farm, confirming there were no rewards left. Then he didn't delay any longer, quickly turning and running towards the train. At this moment, inside the train carriage, Little Fire was anxiously shaking its flame core. Another kill report. The master is truly too strong. But why isn't the master back yet? Could something have happened? That noise just now was so loud, it was both thunder and lightning. No, that was the sound of an explosion. That was a 3-star monster. The master wouldn't have perished with that monster, right? What would I do? After all the trouble to get a strong master, I might finally enjoy a good life. This can't happen. Little Fire's inner drama was rich. It had even begun to imagine Su Yuan perishing with the monster, ending up victorious yet collapsing lifelessly in the end. Just as it was about to cry from its own imagination, Su Yuan's familiar figure appeared at the door. Master! Little Fire jumped up excitedly. Even without legs, its flames danced wildly. You're back. So great. Okay, it's done. Su Yuan jumped onto the train, his face showing uncontrollable excitement. Little Fire, prepare to depart. This exploration has ended successfully without much danger. This platform is a bit special, but fortunately, the rewards did not disappoint me. Alright. Little Fire was equally overjoyed and immediately switched to work mode, appropriately reporting. Report to the master, we have a total stay of 4 hours, 3 minutes, and 27 seconds this time. Please sit tight, the train is about to accelerate. After the train departs for half an hour, it will announce the next station information and arrival time. As Little Fire finished speaking, a slight vibration accompanied the train's slow start, and the scenery behind began to gradually recede. Gradually, the train entered a tunnel, and when it emerged again, the scenery on both sides became desolate once more. Su Yuan stretched and felt a little emotional inside. From an ordinary person living in modern society to just now facing and even killing a giant monster made of flesh, everything happened too fast, too unreal. Don't think too much, living in the moment is what matters most. Su Yuan shook his head and cast those thoughts out of his mind. What filled his mind now were those few treasures he had just obtained. Especially that bottle of flesh and blood potion and that talent crystal core. One was a brand new power system, and the other was an opportunity to gain a second talent. Either one was enough to drive any player crazy. Put the flesh and blood potion aside for now, I'll research it with the little fat guy later. The talent crystal core has no risk, so let's start with this. Chapter 37, Perfect Stitching, another bug-level talent. The crystal core was not large, only the size of a pigeon egg, displaying a dark red color and still emanating a slight warmth, resembling a living heart. Su Yuan focused his gaze, no longer hesitating. The talents he held were already sufficient. Evolution was the core, mastery was combat power, and toxin resistance was one of his life-saving trump cards. Having an additional stitching-type talent would simply be icing on the cake. But if this talent could bring unexpected surprises, it would definitely be a huge profit. Use Talent Crystal Core Master of Stitching. Su Yuan silently chanted in his heart. Confirm use of Special Talent Crystal Core Master of Stitching? Confirm. As soon as the words fell, the dark red crystal core in his hand instantly turned into a stream of light and entered his brow. A cold stream of information flowed into his brain like a gentle current. There was no excruciating pain as he had imagined, nor any earth-shattering phenomenon. The entire process was as calm as drinking a glass of water. Su Yuan blinked, even doubting whether this thing was a fake. A few seconds later, when that stream of information completely fused with his soul, the system's prompt arrived slowly. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed the Talent Crystal Core, and are awakening related talents based on your potential. Talent awakening successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a new talent, Perfect Stitching, unique. Effect, your finger dexterity is increased by 10 times, and your perception will exceed that of ordinary people. You will be able to see attributes on various items and can cut, strip, and assign them to stitch. Items from which attributes are stripped will incur damage value. Once the damage exceeds the threshold, the item will completely be destroyed. Items that are assigned attributes will depend on the quality or strength of the assigned item to determine if they can withstand it. If successful, a new stitching effect will be born. If it fails, the item will be completely destroyed. Limitations: each use of perfect stitching will consume a large amount of mental energy and physical strength. Please use it cautiously. Note, the essence of the world is piecing and combining, and you have grasped its core secret. Perfect stitching? Su Yuan looked at the newly added talent description on the panel, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow! Another unique talent. Su Yuan had thought it was just an ordinary stitching type talent, but the system simply gave him perfect stitching, and even added a unique suffix. This value is completely different. This talent is simply the perfect partner for evolution. Evolution is strengthening oneself, while perfect fusion is transforming everything. Su Yuan rubbed his hands in excitement. He quickly thought of the bug-level application of this ability.
For example, like that poisonous fuzzy thing called red fruit he saw in the chat room before, which had toxic fluff that needed to be removed before it could be eaten. Could he not directly use perfect fusion to cut off the toxic fluff entry? Or even simply cut out the useful entry, increase strength, and stick it onto another food? The possibilities are immense. And this was just one of the uses he could think of. This talent was absolutely a top-tier talent comparable to evolution. Of course, Su Yuan also knew in his heart that this was likely thanks to his ultimate life form. The talent crystal core awakens talents according to the user's potential. If an ordinary person used it, they would probably just awaken rough fusion, which could only reconnect broken arms and legs, unlike him, who grasped the essence of the rules in one step. Little Fire, come here and take a look at this. Su Yuan excitedly shouted to the cabin. Little Fire's flame core swayed, the voice filled with doubt. Master, what are you looking at? Since Su Yuan's evolution, his personal panel had been separated from the train and could now be opened through his own will, so Little Fire could no longer view his personal details and could only share information. Su Yuan chuckled, did not explain, and directly began his experiment. He took out his last firefighting axe from the storage bag and also brought out the big iron hammer that had smashed the tractor before. With a thought, the information of both items immediately appeared before him. Item, old iron hammer. Quality, ordinary. Entry, strike, ordinary. Item, firefighting axe. Quality, ordinary. Entry, chop, ordinary. I can indeed see it. Su Yuan was delighted. He extended his finger and made a silent cut in the air. In his eyes, on that hammer, the two characters' strike seemed to become a tangible entity, which he gently cut off. At the same time, the hammer went crack, and the hammerhead directly fell off from the wooden handle, landing on the ground and turning into a pile of scrap metal. Item has been destroyed. It seems that such ordinary items usually only have one entry, and once the core entry is stripped, the item will be directly scrapped. Understanding this, Su Yuan turned his gaze to the firefighting axe. He did not strip the core entry chop, but instead gently stuck the recently acquired strike entry onto the back of the axe. A flash of light passed by. The originally ordinary firefighting axe suddenly began to squirm and deform at the back like a liquid, ultimately condensing into a small hammerhead. Fusion successful. You have obtained a new item, Multifunctional Demolition Axe. Item, Multifunctional Demolition Axe. Quality, Premium. Entries, Powerful, Premium, Armor Breaking, Ordinary, Heavy Strike, Ordinary. Note, this is a tool that combines both chopping and blunt force ability. The axe blade can break through obstacles, while the axe back can deliver powerful strikes, making it a good helper for demolition work. It's done. Su Yuan swung the new weapon in his hand, feeling it was very handy. This axe looked like a firefighting axe on the blade side, but the back showcased an added hammerhead. Though its shape was a bit strange, its practicality was absolutely maximized. The quality had also risen from ordinary to premium, adding 3 entries, sturdy, armor breaking, and heavy strike. Not bad, not bad, I have another useful tool. Su Yuan happily stowed away this multifunctional demolition axe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Little Fire was completely stunned. It witnessed Su Yuan's miraculous operation, a hammer and an axe, after he fiddled with them for a while, transformed into an entirely new weapons with stronger breath. Wow, Master, can it be played this way? Su Yuan looked at its naive expression and felt amused in his heart, simply explaining his newly acquired talent to it. After hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Little Fire fell completely silent. After a long while, it finally spoke with a complex tone, Master, are you still human? What do you think? Su Yuan replied, feeling delighted. He ignored Little Fire, who was still doubting its own existence, and turned his gaze toward the bottle of flesh-steeping potion he had just obtained. Name, Flesh Steeping Potion, ASCII. Quality, unknown. Entries, Aura of the Evil God, ASCII, Life Migration, unknown, Madness, unknown, Lifespan Reduction, unknown. As expected, the entries of this thing are all unknown. Su Yuan tried to cut the entries above, but found it was completely immovable. Hint, the target item contains the power of rules and cannot be stripped. Cannot be stripped, but... Su Yuan's eyes narrowed. He discovered that while he couldn't cut, the paste function was lit up. This meant that he could stitch other entries onto this potion. Then it would generate 2 ways of use. One way was to directly paste some entries that could reduce the side effects of the flesh steeping potion. The other method was to continue adding new entries, making this flesh steeping potion even more terrifying. Chapter 38, Treasure Chest Stitching. Su Yuan looked at the treasure chest where the wealth spirit was waiting. His new talent allowed him to see more things. Item, Cursed Treasure Chest. Quality, unknown. Entries, Eternal Imprisonment, Rule, Wealth Curse, Rule. As expected, just as he thought, both of these entries had the word rule attached, presenting an intangible gray sensation. These rule-based things should not be something I have the ability to shake right now. Su Yuan gained clarity in his heart. He shifted his gaze to the control room, wanting to see if Little Fire had any entries.
As a result, nothing showed up. Ha! Can't see living beings?
Su Yuan stroked his chin and, laughing wickedly, shouted to the control room, Little Fire, come over for a moment, let me study you.
Master, what's up? Little Fire's flame core swayed, its voice holding a hint of confusion. It's nothing.
I just want to see if any parts are loose or if you need to be reinforced. Su Yuan said as he rubbed his hands, his eyes flashing with an unsettling light that made Little Fire feel eerie.
No. It's not needed, Master. Little Fire's voice instantly changed tone. I feel perfectly fine. All parts are tight. Not loose at all. Don't be modest, we are who we are. Su Yuan stepped closer to the control room. What if you have any hidden issues that I don't spot in time? That would delay our escape speed, right? Come, let me give you a full checkup. Master. Don't come over. I'm really fine.
Little Fire's flame core jumped wildly, causing the entire control panel to emit a faint buzzing sound. If you come any closer,
I will call the police.
Su Yuan laughed, stopping his steps and no longer trying to frighten it. All right, just joking.
Look how scared you are.
He understood that this perfect stitching talent was probably ineffective on living beings.
It seemed that the previous issue was not simply because he was too far away. However, this did not stump him. Su Yuan's mind came up with an evil thought. Once dead, isn't it no longer a living being?
Aside from that, through the previous experiment, he also gained a rough understanding of the consumption of his new talent. When stitching the fire axe and hammer, he hardly felt any burden. It seemed that for such low-quality items, with his currently surpassing physical and mental powers, he could handle it with ease.
Alright, time to get down to business, upgrade the train.
During the farm journey, he gained huge rewards, not only food and various supplies overflowing but also. In the barn, a huge amount of pig iron was scavenged. Xiaohua, melt down all those iron lumps in the warehouse. If the energy is not enough, just say so, heavy oil and seaweed are more than enough.
Alright. Just watch me, Master.
Upon hearing there was food, Xiaohua's enthusiasm instantly surged, flames bursting up with a whoosh, and started operating at full power. Taking advantage of Xiaohua melting the iron chunks, Su Yuan opened the trading platform.
Upgrading the train requires 200 units of iron and 200 units of wood.
Iron was sufficient, even more than needed, but he was a bit short on wood. He only had 25 units, still needing 175 units. Su Yuan directly searched, and sure enough, a bunch of post-selling wood popped up on the interface. It seemed that as the game progressed, many players had found resource-rich stations and had also figured out tips for gathering materials with tools. The price of wood, a basic resource, was no longer as high as at the game's start. It was gradually stabilizing, though it wasn't particularly cheap either. Through several buyers, he traded one black bread, a piece of clothing from a ranger's cabin, and all his remaining cigarettes in batches to acquire all the needed wood.
Transaction successful.
The corresponding items in Su Yuan's warehouse disappeared, replaced by a total of 200 units of wood he obtained.
Got it.
Su Yuan was in great spirits. Now he had all the materials to upgrade the train. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the 2 bronze treasure chests he got from the Stitch Monster.
Right. I haven't opened those 2 treasures yet.
With a thought, he took out the 2 identical bronze treasure chests from his storage bag and placed them side by side on the table. He activated his talent Perfect Stitching, carefully observing the treasure chests before him.
Item, bronze treasure chest. Quality, fine. Attributes, bronze wealth, excellent, space storage, normal.
The attributes of the 2 chests were exactly the same. Su Yuan stroked his chin, and a bold idea popped up from his heart again.
What will happen if I stitch the wealth attributes from both treasure chests together?
Without hesitation, he reached out and gently scratched one of the chests with his finger.
Do you want to strip the attribute, wealth, excellent? Warning, stripping this attribute will permanently destroy the item.
It seems one chest will be destroyed. After all, the treasure chest itself is a storage device, but that's not a big issue. If it's wasted, it's wasted.
Confirm to strip.
As Su Yuan confirmed his intention, the bronze treasure chest in his hand cracked with a crack, instantly covered in cracks, and then turned into a pile of useless fragments. A glowing attribute of wealth, excellent, then floated at his fingertips.
Su Yuan took a deep breath and gently pressed the attribute onto the other intact bronze treasure chest. Detected the same attribute. Do you want to merge? Merge.
At the moment he confirmed, the bronze treasure chest shook violently, bursting forth with a dazzling light brighter than any before. The entire material of the chest rapidly changed in the light. The bronze color gradually faded, replaced by a noble and elegant silver white. When the light dissipated, a brand new chest, emitting a soft silver glow, lay quietly on the table.
Stitching successful. Attribute merged. Quality upgraded. You have obtained a new item, silver treasure chest. Item, silver treasure chest. Quality, rare. Attributes, silver wealth, rare. Wow! It really worked! Su Yuan exclaimed, nearly jumping up with excitement as he looked at the silver treasure chest before him. Now, this is really a big fortune. Chapter 39, Second Level Train. Su Yuan looked at the silver treasure chest glowing softly on the table, nearly grinning from ear to ear. This perfect stitching talent was far beyond what he had imagined. 2 bronze treasure chests were directly combined into 1 silver treasure chest. You should know that even 10 lower grade items may not compare to 1 higher grade item. Master, the iron has all been fully melted. At that moment, Xiao's voice rang out, beginning to report the results of the task that Su Yuan had assigned to it earlier. With Su Yuan's permission, it could directly use the items in the warehouse, including pig iron and heavy oil seaweed. With ample firepower, the melting speed of these items was very fast. In just about 10 minutes. A total of 595 units of pig iron, with a loss of 119 units, finally refining you 476 units of standard iron blocks. How about it, Master? My skills are not bad, right? Well done. Su Yuan generously praised, waving his hand and continuing, you go to the warehouse and take 5 units of heavy oil seaweed for yourself. Thank you, Master. You are so generous. Xiao cheered, flames surging up, happily devouring its delicious feast. Su Yuan looked at its unambitious appearance and chuckled while shaking his head. Now, with wood and iron blocks all prepared, everything was ready, they just lacked the right opportunity. He took a deep breath, walked to the control panel, and brought up the train upgrade interface. Train upgrade requirements. Iron, 200/200, already satisfied. Wood, 200/200, already satisfied. Do you wish to consume materials to upgrade your level 1 ordinary train to level 2? Confirm upgrade. Su Yuan clicked the confirm button without hesitation. At the moment he confirmed, the whole train suddenly shook violently. V-room. A low rumble came from underneath the train, and then dazzling blue light shot out from the gaps in the control panel, instantly turning the whole carriage into a deep blue ocean. Su Yuan felt his feet shaking intensely and hurriedly held onto the wall beside him. Clang! Clang! Creak! Su Yuan noticed that the wall's material seemed to have changed, it was no longer just thin iron but had an extra layer of solid composite armor, giving an unprecedented sense of safety. The entire upgrade process lasted a full 5 minutes. When all the shaking and noise finally ceased, the dazzling blue light gradually faded, and the train's broadcast sounded again. Ding dong! Congratulations, your train has successfully upgraded to level 2. Base attributes of the train have been fully enhanced. Current train level, 2. Train type, level 2 ordinary train, the most balanced in all aspects and the most common type in the train world, it has already undergone 1 strengthening, adding new functional modules. Standard operating speed, 50 km per hour, black mist spread speed, 15 km per hour. Maximum tolerable speed, 60 km per hour. Basic defense of carriage, elementary. Base capacity of storage space, 200 slots. New functional modules, construction workshop, living module. More modifiable components have been unlocked, please check the control panel for details. Su Yuan looked at the train, feeling very satisfied. The storage space had doubled, now he would no longer worry about not having enough space for items. The base speed had also reached 50 km per hour, a speed that previously required acceleration, and the maximum tolerable speed had reached 60 km per hour. Of course, a typical ordinary train would be 40 km per hour, he could reach this speed only because Xiao had overclocked. Most importantly, 2 new functional modules were added. Construction workshop? Living module? With excitement, Su Yuan quickly walked to the brand new control panel and clicked on the newly added icon. First was the construction workshop. After clicking on it, a 3D modeling software-like interface appeared before him. In the center of the interface was a 3-dimensional model of his train, with various components that could be built and modified listed beside it. Buildable components. 1. Rooftop observation deck, requires iron X20, wood X10. Provides a 360-degree unobstructed view and can be equipped with weapons. Construction unlock requires 5 train coins. 2. Train front bumper, requires iron X50. Greatly enhances the train's collision capability, easily breaking through most obstacles. Construction unlock requires 5 train coins. External armor, requires iron X100. Greatly increases the defense of the train compartment, but slightly reduces the driving speed. Unlock requires 8 train coins. Track switch, requires iron X15, copper X15, electronic components X1. Allows the train to enter hidden junctions. Construction unlock requires 10 train coins. Hidden compartment receiver, requires iron X20, copper X15, electronic components X2. Can be used to recover abandoned, ownerless compartments. Construction unlock requires 10 train coins. Su Yuan looked over the 5 options that the train had and nodded in satisfaction. This is real train survival. Transforming a broken train into an indestructible mobile fortress step by step, just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. The track switch and the hidden compartment receiver, I must get these too. These 2 items are the keys to exploring hidden platforms and recovering compartments, they have the highest priority. As for the required copper and electronic components, Su Yuan thought of his only friend Li Weigua, who had obtained a lot of discarded computers, so he would buy them from him later. No hurry, let's check the life module. Su Yuan exited the construction workshop and clicked on another new icon, Life Module. Life Module unlocked. 1. Simple kitchen, requires iron X30, wood X20. Allows safe cooking inside the compartment, comes with a basic stove and smoke extraction system. Construction unlock requires 10 train coins. 2. Water purification system, requires iron X15, plastic X10, activated carbon X5. Can purify polluted water sources into drinkable clean water. Construction unlock requires 10 train coins. 3. Simple bedroom, requires wood X50, fabric X20. Can create an independent resting space, improve sleep quality, speeds up stamina recovery. Construction unlock requires 10 train coins. This module only has 3 installable items, and each one requires 10 train coins to unlock. However, each item is very practical and can solve the player's survival issues. These are all the new 8 installable items after upgrading to a level 2 train. Su Yuan thought about that chubby guy, he would also be able to get some blueprints from him to install some modules not listed above onto the train. For example, the platform announcement blueprint, which is not a module that appears after upgrading the train. Xiaohua, how do you feel? Did anything change after the upgrade? At this moment, Su Yuan was in a great mood and tapped the console. Report, Master. I feel amazing. Xiaohua's voice was filled with excitement. I feel my core processing ability has increased several times. And my energy conversion efficiency is even higher, at least improved by 10%. Oh? Then has the consumption rate decreased? Yes. Master. Now in smelting pig iron, the consumption rate can be controlled at around 15%. Not bad, not bad. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Work hard in the future, and you will benefit. Serving the master is Xiaohua's honor. Having taken care of the important business of upgrading the train, Su Yuan's mood was very uplifting. He comfortably leaned back on the sofa and cast his gaze on the silver treasure chest he had placed on the table. Now, it's your turn. Su Yuan took a deep breath and placed his hand on the silver treasure chest that emitted a soft silver glow. Open. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as the lid automatically popped open. This time, only 2 light spheres flew out of the box. One emitted dazzling golden light, while the other was a deep blue light. Chapter 40, Compartment Expansion Capsule. The golden light goes without saying, it is the train coins that come with every box opening. But this time, the quantity surprised Su Yuan somewhat. A full 30 coins. He poured these heavy coins into his palm, feeling their cold texture, and his heart was filled with joy. Adding the remaining coins from before, plus those gained from opening the bronze treasure chest in the farm, and the rewards from defeating the boss, the total number of train coins in Su Yuan's hand had reached an astonishing 99. Just one more coin and he would break 100. In the early stages of the game, this was an astronomical sum of money. However, Su Yuan casually put the train coins away, his gaze burning as he looked at the deep blue light floating in midair. This was the real deal. Anything that came out of the white silver chest along with 30 train coins couldn't possibly be of low quality. He reached out and gently touched the blue light. The light faded, and a strangely shaped metal capsule landed in his hand. The capsule was about the size of a watermelon, made from a dark gray alloy, with intricate circuits and clasps covering its surface. It felt incredibly heavy in his hand, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Then, a line of text appeared in front of Su Yuan's eyes. Intergalactic Special Forces Soldier Training Compartment Expansion Capsule. Quality, Special. Description: the train must be at least level 3 to install this. Once installed, this expansion capsule will add a Special Forces Soldier Training Compartment to the train. Function: the compartment is equipped with a gravity adjustment system that can set the gravity to 1.5 times, 2.5 times, 5 times, or 10 times the standard gravity. Review: praise the Emperor. Do you want to become a powerful intergalactic warrior? What? What the hell? As soon as Su Yuan read the description, he froze, nearly dropping the capsule from his hands. He had imagined many possibilities, maybe a stronger weapon, perhaps a magical item, or even a more powerful skill book. But he never expected that what he opened would be this weird, high-tech item that completely clashed with the style he was expecting. Intergalactic Special Forces Soldier? Gravity training room? Praise the Emperor? What is all this about?
Su Yuan felt like his brain couldn't keep up, but in the train world, even evil gods had appeared, and coming to this world wasn't exactly normal either. After thinking it through, it seemed acceptable after all. After a brief moment of shock, Su Yuan's heart began to pound wildly, and an uncontrollable joy surged within him. Because this thing was practically tailor-made for him. Su Yuan's current physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he had been struggling to find a proper method of training to further unlock his body's potential. The only methods he knew involved extreme environments or using items to stimulate himself, or even getting into danger through combat. Normal exercise obviously couldn't stimulate him anymore. Doing push-ups or pull-ups had no effect for Su Yuan. If he wanted, he could do them all day without breaking a sweat. Perhaps it would take years of effort to understand the deeper meaning behind such exercises and become like those grandmasters, but the efficiency was still too slow. But gravity training was different. It was a complete environmental pressure and workout for the body. Training under 10 times the gravity for a day would probably have better results than a month of training in a normal environment. It's a pity. It requires a level 3 train to use. Su Yuan's excitement calmed down a bit as he saw the most important restriction. He immediately opened the train upgrade interface to check the requirements for upgrading to level 3. Level 3 train upgrade requirements. Iron, 500. Wood, 500. Copper, 50. It seemed that in order to use this gravity training room, he would have to grind for a bit longer. However, Su Yuan felt it was okay. There were no rare materials that were hard to collect. As the game progressed, the prices of these basic materials would stabilize, and he would be able to acquire them easily. Copper, though, would likely see a significant price increase in the future. But this also reminded Su Yuan of someone, Li Weigua. Just then, the station announcer on the console made a soft ding sound. Ding dong. Next station information has been updated. Please check it in time. The voice of Xiaohua also sounded at the right moment. Master, the information for the next station has arrived. Su Yuan's spirit lifted, and he quickly walked to the driver's seat. On the screen, brand new platform information clearly appeared before his eyes. Estimated arrival time at the next station Zhuhui, 7 hours 47 minutes and 18 seconds. Station type, level 9 multiplayer station, current players, 0/10. Danger star level, 1.5 stars. Environment index, air quality excellent, water source is seawater, no pollution, daily climate is quite pleasant. A level 9 multiplayer station is the lowest level of multiplayer stations, accommodating only 10 people. Like Su Yuan's first station, Forest Park, it is also a multiplayer station, but it is a level 5 multiplayer station, capable of holding 100 people at once. There are still over 7 hours until arrival, plenty of time, and the danger level is only 1.5 stars, so I don't need to prepare too much with my current strength. Then Su Yuan walked to the corner of the carriage, took out the scarecrow heart, which was still slightly pulsating, from the warehouse, and also retrieved the bundle of the best dry straw he had scavenged from the granary. To be honest, that deal was pretty worth it, so let's make it a body. Let's try to get it right in one go. This was not intended to make the scarecrows that scare birds but to precisely shape a human figure out of straw, not only resembling the appearance but also crafting the organs and bones within it. However, organs such as internal blood vessels and the prostate did not need to be formed. As long as the vital organs were present, that was enough. After spreading the straw on the table, with a movement of Su Yuan's mind, a wonderful feeling instantly spread throughout his body. He felt as if his 10 fingers had independent life at that moment, becoming incredibly flexible and coordinated. The surrounding world transformed before his eyes. The dust floating in the air, every fiber of straw on the table, even the tiny, invisible patterns on the fibers. Everything presented itself in an unprecedented clarity in his mind. He could even see how the air he exhaled gently brushed past the straw, causing the faintest vibrations. This feeling. Su Yuan gasped in amazement. This talent itself could amplify perception, and with his inherent perception already high, if he was careful, this straw body could indeed be created in one go. Su Yuan even felt that if there was something to guide a soul placed inside the scarecrow's body, he could create a spare life by making the scarecrow. Of course, having just the shape was not enough, it also needed a soul, making the necessary props extremely rare and not simply a matter of shaping a body. For example, the scarecrow heart, while possibly low in quality, was absolutely rare. Su Yuan casually picked up a piece of straw, his fingers dancing like a butterfly among flowers, fluttering up and down. The originally tough straw became softer than noodles in his hands. Weaving, tying knots, shaping. A series of complex and dazzling movements were executed in a single breath. In the driver's cabin, the flame core looked completely dazed. It could only see its master's hands leaving behind blurry afterimages in the air, moving too quickly to discern any specific actions. In the blink of an eye, a piece of straw had been woven into an exquisite component. Chapter 41 Sequence 1 to Sequence 9. In the next moment, inside the carriage, apart from the background sound of the train moving and the flames burning, only the soft sounds of Su Yuan's hands dancing remained.
Su Yuan first woven a complete human skeleton. From the skull to the phalanges, every piece of bone was perfectly replicated in size and proportion to the standards of a normal human. Unless one looked closely at the material, it was almost indistinguishable from a real one. Then, Su Yuan began to fill the muscles onto the skeleton. He wrapped the straw in a special spiral manner, layer by layer, forming weave, simulating the fiber direction of human muscles. Biceps, pectorals, rectus abdominis. One smooth piece of muscle after another was precisely stitched onto the skeleton, quickly transforming the originally thin frame into a full, three-dimensional form. Throughout the entire process, Su Yuan used no tools, relying solely on his hands. Old Mike's scarecrows were just a bunch of junk shoved into a sack and propped up with a wooden pole, incredibly crude. But the organs stuffed inside the scarecrows were real, while Su Yuan's materials were only straw. Before long, a lifelike scarecrow appeared before him. It had the body of a young man, long limbs, and every curve of its body exuded a sense of strength. Although made entirely of straw, its surface was smooth and flat, shimmering softly under the light like faint jade. If it weren't for the lingering fragrance of grass and wood, anyone might not realize that this was a figure made of straw. Done. Su Yuan clapped his hands, looking at his creation with a satisfied smile. He walked around the scarecrow, examining it closely from head to toe, growing more pleased the more he looked. This skill is amazing. Su Yuan couldn't help but boast a little. Master, is this what you did? Little Fire's voice sounded again, filled with disbelief. It had just witnessed the whole process, yet even now, it couldn't connect this perfect sculpture with the pile of ordinary straw. Who else could it be? Did you make it? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow in pride. Unfortunately, while this scarecrow had a perfect appearance, it was ultimately just a soulless shell. It still lacked one crucial thing. Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the heart of the scarecrow on the table. This heart, still gently beating, was the key to giving it life. Su Yuan picked up the dark red heart of the scarecrow, which felt warm to the touch and pulsed strongly. An odd aura emanated from it, as if luring something. You're the one. Without hesitation, Su Yuan extended his finger and gently drew a line across the scarecrow's sturdy chest. The originally tightly sealed skin surface instantly opened with a neat cut, revealing layers of straw muscle inside. He carefully placed the heart of the scarecrow into that opening. At the moment the heart came into contact with the scarecrow's body, a sudden change occurred. The heart melted like a candle, turning into countless dark red streams of light that quickly spread throughout the straw fibers. The originally golden straw began to change color rapidly under the influence of these streams of light. From golden to light brown, then to a healthy skin tone close to that of humans. Now, it really looked like a person, just a pale one. Moreover, the facial features were all blank, without eyes, nose, or mouth, like a smooth pebble. Su Yuan then tossed in 3 coins, knowing that the little chubby couldn't come out by itself, only the coins could temporarily set it free. Soon, a wisp of blue smoke rose up, and the money spirit jumped out. Welcome back, my golden master. The money spirit had been alone for endless years, and for a moment, it didn't comprehend Su Yuan's swift actions. But the next second, upon seeing this body before it, its entire spirit froze, seeming a bit uncertain. What do you think? The body you wanted is finished. Does our deal still count? If it doesn't, I can just summon any wandering spirit to help me work. The little chubby immediately panicked. It counts, it counts. How does it not count? It never expected that Su Yuan not only moved this quickly, but also created a body with such remarkable quality. But it didn't know that Su Yuan had awakened a perfect stitching talent behind it. With this, the little chubby boy could not only inhabit this body, but also begin to feel the sensations of eating, drinking, and relieving himself. There is a saying, I can instinctively endure darkness, but only if I have never seen the light. Now, this opportunity was right in front of him, and his eyes were almost red with urgency. Su Yuan then took the chance to ask about the flesh and blood potion. The little chubby boy's pupils obviously constricted as he looked at Su Yuan, and at that moment, he finally realized that faint, elusive aura. It was not left by Su Yuan after the recent encounter with the evil god, but rather the fact that the other party had actually obtained a flesh and blood potion. The little spirit of wealth stared intensely at the glass bottle in Su Yuan's hand with its little, spinning eyes, and the chubby face no longer showed a hint of a greedy smile, replaced instead by a complex expression mixed with shock, fear, and greed. Master, how do you have this? It asked, its voice rising in pitch, sounding sharp and thin, quivering obviously. Su Yuan toyed with the flesh and blood potion, watching the deep purple liquid flow slowly, exuding a strange allure. He did not answer directly but instead asked back, what's this? Do you recognize it? The little spirit of wealth nodded heavily. This is a very dangerous thing, very likely to lead someone down a path of no return. Then the little spirit of wealth shared a story from the past with Su Yuan.
It did not understand ask, but instinctively felt fear towards the evil god, although it had witnessed the birth of another evil god. I have not seen how Ask's evil god path is upgraded, but I have seen another evil god suffering path. That path sequence 9 is called the Sufferer. To upgrade, one must first, while fully conscious, cut their own flesh off piece by piece with a knife, and cannot die, they must remain awake. Then, they must strip their skin and roll in a pile of coarse salt until it hurts so much that their soul feels like it will crack. This is just the physical part. The little spirit of wealth's voice lowered. Spiritually, they must build a happy family, raise children, love their wife, and when the feelings are the deepest, then they must destroy everything completely with their own hands. Only in extreme pain and despair can the potion be digested, allowing the sequence to upgrade.
How is the sequence divided?
Yuan sharply grasped the key point, remembering the information he saw on this flesh and blood potion called madness. The little spirit of wealth settled its mind, seemingly organizing its words. The sequence path is ranked from 9 to 1, the smaller the number, the higher the level it represents. Each upgrade requires undergoing more brutal trials. The bottle in your hand is the key to becoming a sequence 9 blood test subject. As for the corresponding path of the evil god Ask, I do not understand, but to be called an evil god, this path must also be extremely difficult. It paused and added, however, Master, the sequence path is not only limited to evil gods, the righteous god churches, ancient secret societies, and even some powerful alien races all have their own extraordinary sequences.
However, the evil god path's potions are the easiest to obtain, yet the most dangerous, and it has been too long. I don't even know if those exist still.
Yuan nodded in contemplation. This was pretty much what he had guessed before.
He shook the bottle in his hand and asked, "Do you have any way to counteract the side effects of this thing?" The little spirit of wealth, upon hearing this, shook its head vigorously as if shaking a rattle. "No way, Master. This is the power of an evil god. There's no solution." It looked at Yuan.
With a serious face, he advised, "Master Investor, I suggest you don't touch this thing. Your own talent and potential are already extraordinary enough, there's no need to take this risk."
"Where will I find such a good investor like you later?" Yuan smiled slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing.
He certainly knew the risks involved, but he also saw the immense opportunities behind it. "All right, I've got this under control." Yuan changed the subject, pointing at the lifelike scarecrow. "Let's not talk about this anymore, let's handle business first. Your body is ready, how are we going to get you in?" The wealth spirit's attention was immediately diverted. It looked at the perfect body, and its eyes sparkled with desire. Rubbing its chubby hands, it chuckled, "Simple. Master Investor, you just need to treat this body as a container, and I'll guide from the outside to get in."
"Okay, then you start." "All right." The wealth spirit answered, its entire spiritual form turning into a wisp of green smoke and drilling into the scarecrow's forehead.
However, just as the green smoke was about to touch the scarecrow, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! The scarecrow's body suddenly shook violently, and a faint golden light appeared on its surface, forcefully bouncing the wisp of green smoke away.
Ouch!
The wealth spirit was knocked back, flipping in midair before reforming, confusion and grievance written all over its face.
"What happened? Master Investor, this body, it rejects me."
Yuan was also stunned. He didn't expect this situation, guessing that there might have been a problem at some stage. Then, he focused his mind, activating the perfect fusion talent, and carefully examined the scarecrow.
Item, perfect scarecrow body. Quality, ingenious. Attributes, perfect humanoid, ingenious, tough, prime, purification, weak.
Remarks, this is a perfect body created by a master, and due to its impeccable structure in pure materials, it inherently possesses a certain repulsion to evil and filth.
When he saw the attribute purification, Yuan instantly understood. Oh wow, so that's what happened. When he created this body, he aimed to make it as perfect and sturdy as possible, and the material he used was purely straw, with no mixing of any other messy things. As a result, since he had always worn the silver cross and had just burned a bunch of monsters with purifying flames, he must have unknowingly infused that kind of sacred aura into him. This aura, during the body creation with the perfect fusion talent, seeped in unnoticed, adding a purification attribute to the scarecrow's body. Although the wealth spirit was not inherently evil, being a spirit, it still carried a chill and materialistic aura that couldn't be faked. This body, now possessing the purification attribute, would naturally reject it as filth, right?
It could be said that this scarecrow body was fundamentally different from old Mike's scarecrow. It could only accept pure and virtuous souls, and even a slight cold aura would not do.
What kind of situation is this? Yuan looked at the current dilemma, both crying and laughing at the same time.
The wealth spirit also had a face full of despair, its chubby face wrinkled into a ball, voice tinged with a whimper. "Master Investor, what can we do?"
I can't get in."
It looked at that perfect body just within reach, anxious and fidgety. That feeling was like facing a stunning wife on wedding night, only able to drool over her helplessly. So torturous.
No, it was too torturous for the spirit. Su Yuan stroked his chin and began to ponder. Since it's an attribute problem, why not just cut it off? He extended his hand, aimed at the scarecrow, and made a sweeping motion in the air. Do you want to strip the attribute, purification, weak? Confirmation of the detachment. With Su Yuan's will confirmed, a faint light lit up from the scarecrow and then entered his fingertips. The faint golden light on the surface of the scarecrow's body immediately vanished. Alright, try it again. Su Yuan said to the Wealth Guardian Spirit. Got it. The Wealth Guardian Spirit transformed again into a wisp of blue smoke. This time it seemed cautious, slowly floating toward the scarecrow's forehead. This time, it was not obstructed at all. The blue smoke smoothly merged into the scarecrow's body. The next second, the scarecrow, which had been standing quietly, suddenly trembled violently. Its smooth, blank face began to ripple like water waves, the positions of its eyes, nose, and mouth gradually forming vague outlines. Finally, a face identical to the Wealth Guardian Spirit appeared on the scarecrow's head, round and chubby, with a hint of a petty, greedy look. Clack! The scarecrow, or now it should be called Wealth Guardian Spirit, stiffly moved its neck, making a crisp sound. Then it looked down at its hands, raised its legs, and took 2 steps. Although the movements were still a bit stiff, it was indeed moving. I can move. I really can move. The Wealth Guardian Spirit's voice came from the scarecrow's mouth, filled with unbelievable joy. Master, I did it. I really have a body. It excitedly jumped up and down in the carriage, though the movements were comical, like a marionette that just learned to walk, but the joy was from the heart. Imprisoned for who knows how many years in that dark, unlit treasure chest, it had long forgotten what it felt like to have a body. Now, it could feel the solid floor beneath its feet, the sensation of air brushing its skin, and even smell the complex odor of heavy oil, seaweed, and metal in the carriage. All of this made it tremble with excitement. Master, you're really my big brother. The Wealth Guardian Spirit ran to Su Yuan, thud. It knelt down in front of him, grabbing his thigh and trying to bow. All right, get up. Su Yuan was a bit embarrassed by its exaggerated gesture and quickly lifted it up. We're partners, no need for all these formalities. He looked at the now living scarecrow in front of him, marveling inwardly. By the way, how do you feel now? Is this body comfortable for you? Comfortable. So comfortable. The Wealth Guardian Spirit jumped up from the ground, patted its chest made of straw, making a bang-bang sound. Master, your skills are amazing. I feel this body is even better than the one I had when I was alive. It's full of strength. As it spoke, it even threw a set of clumsy punches at Su Yuan, though the wind from the punches couldn't be faked. This meant that it had truly adapted well to its new body. Su Yuan looked at its comical form, the corners of his mouth twitching, then immediately asked, how long can you stay active? Hearing this, the Wealth Guardian Spirit immediately stopped its movements, scratched its head, and answered, well, since it's my first time using it, I'm not very skilled yet, and my original seal is still in place. I can stay active for about 30 minutes at most. After that, I must return and put in 3 more coins to continue. It thought for a moment, then added, but if it's just about finding treasure chests, or if I can't pick up the treasure chest and just need to tell you the location, unless it's a particularly complicated station, that should be enough. Su Yuan nodded. 30 minutes was indeed more than enough for searching a station. He then turned his attention to the purification entry floating in his hand, which was about to disappear. Since it was left behind, it shouldn't go to waste, and Su Yuan already had a brilliant idea. Su Yuan immediately took off the silver cross and, with a thought, unfolded the inscription above it. Item, silver cross. Quality, excellent. Inscription, purification, weak, power of faith, weak. Sure enough, this cross itself also has the purification inscription. Without hesitation, Su Yuan directly took the purification, weak, inscription he had peeled off from the scarecrow and pressed it onto the cross. Detected the same inscription. Do you want to fuse? Fuse. A beam of light brighter than before flashed, and the halo on the silver cross obviously intensified. Inscription fusion successful. Item, silver cross. Quality, excellent. Inscription, purification, fine, power of faith, weak. The purification inscription upgraded from weak to fine. This means the cross's purification effect has become stronger. Su Yuan was very satisfied with this result, but he did not stop. He reached out again, aiming at the revitalized silver cross. Peel off. Do you want to peel off the inscription, purification, fine? Confirm. This time, the cross only dimmed slightly. It did not get destroyed like before with the hammer in the bronze chest, retaining its original faith effect. These powers of faith, although unable to completely end evil spirits, could still intimidate them. For high-quality items, peeling off non-core inscriptions would not directly lead to their scrapping. Then at purification, fine, inscription radiating a gentle glow appeared at Su Yuan's fingertips.
After finishing this, Su Yuan took out the Holy Knight's warhammer he had extorted from the Spirit of Wealth.
Name: Holy Knight's Anti-Evil Warhammer. Quality: Crafted. Inscription: Divine Blessing, Rare, Anti-Evil, Rare, Faith Barrier, Rare. Come on, let me see what this hammer can turn into after transformation. Boom! The moment Su Yuan pressed the purification inscription hard onto the Holy Knight's warhammer, an indescribable power erupted violently from the center of the hammerhead. This time, it was no longer a gentle light, but a dazzling pillar of holy light shot up into the sky, almost lifting the entire ceiling of the carriage. My goodness! The Spirit of Wealth, who had just gained a new body and was stretching beside him, was scared to the ground by this sudden holy aura. Its body woven from straw began to tremble slightly under the impact of this power, and wisps of white smoke even started to rise from its surface, as if it would be purified at any moment. Fortunately, this whiff of white smoke quickly extinguished since this body was not an ordinary scarecrow's evil form. Master! So strong. In the cockpit, Xiao's flame core also contracted sharply, the voice filled with awe. Su Yuan tightly gripped the hammer's handle as the light gradually faded, and the appearance of the Holy Knight's war hammer underwent subtle changes. The ancient runes on the hammerhead became clearer and more three-dimensional, as if they had been engraved again, with faint streams of light swirling within. The dark red leather wrapped around the handle deepened in color, and even new golden patterns emerged that weren't there before. Sewing successful. Inscription fused. Quality upgraded. You have obtained a new item, Holy Knight Slaying Evil Warhammer. Name: Holy Knight Slaying Evil Warhammer. Type: Special Weapon / Heavy Blunt Weapon. Quality: Crafted. Damage: Extremely high. Effect 1: Divine Protection, Rare, created by fusing Divine Blessing and Purification, increases damage dealt to all evil, undead, and strange creatures by 250%, and adds a continuous purification burning effect. Effect 2: Anti-Evil, Rare. Effect 3: Faith Barrier, Rare. Damage increased from 200% to 250%, plus a continuous burning effect. However, the latter two effects did not change, so it's not a qualitative boost, but still considered an enhanced version. Su Yuan looked at the revitalized attributes of the warhammer. He nodded in satisfaction. This time, the enhancement effect was even better than he had expected. Purification, Premium, and Divine Blessing, Rare, although the qualities were different, their attributes were similar, and after merging, the core effect was qualitatively enhanced. Since similar attributes can merge and strengthen, what if they are conflicting attributes? A daring, even crazy thought suddenly appeared in Su Yuan's mind. He thought of the skull-crushing hammer that had dropped from the stitching monster, filled with a sense of madness and brutality. Bloodstained skull-crushing hammer. Type: Special Weapon / Heavy Blunt Weapon. Quality: Rare. Attributes: Mad Skull, Rare, Madness, Rare. The attributes on these two weapons are completely opposite, but recently, I had the idea of using opposing attributes to negate the negative effects of the blood and flesh elixir. Since everything is ready, why not give it a try? Do you wish to strip the attribute, Madness, Rare? Warning: stripping this attribute will significantly reduce the item's quality and has a high chance of destroying it. Without hesitation, Su Yuan chose to strip it. Then he sewed the stripped attribute back onto it. Buzz. The moment they made contact, time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, a terrifying energy storm, impossible to describe with words, exploded with the warhammer at its center. Boom, boom, boom. The entire train car shook violently under the impact of this force, as if it would collapse at any moment. The lights inside the car flickered wildly, and finally, with a pop, they went out completely, plunging the entire space into complete darkness where one couldn't even see their hand in front of their face. Only the warhammer, floating in mid-air, became the sole source of light. But the light it emitted at this moment was incredibly strange. Pure white holy light and blood-red light twisted like two giant dragons, madly entangling, colliding, and merging. The two extreme, opposing forces clashed in the small hammerhead with the fiercest of battles. Crack! Crack! Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the warhammer, as if it would completely shatter from the pressure of this force at any moment. A terrifying and indescribable pressure emanated from the hammer, filling the entire car. Just as failure seemed imminent, Su Yuan suddenly heard some unknown voices in his ear, guiding him, and in that instant, a series of thoughts began to form. He immediately bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto it. The two extreme powers that had been clashing and tearing at each other miraculously began to calm down after coming into contact with this drop of blood. They no longer repelled each other but started to merge and transform in a mysterious way. Sewing successful. Attributes merged. Mutation occurred. Quality improved. You have obtained a new item, Evil Slaying Warhammer. Su Yuan slowly reached out and grabbed the hammer's handle. His heart instantly leapt with joy because, although it carried the words evil slaying, it didn't have the influence of madness he feared.
In fact, it felt quite familiar and close.
It seemed like failure was imminent, but could it be that the drop of blood just now made the difference? And what was the voice he had heard earlier? With a thought, the detailed information of the Warhammer immediately appeared before him.
Name, Evil Slaying Warhammer, exclusive. Type? Quality, Epic. Damage? Effect 1 Evil Slaying, Epic, formed from the fusion of Divine Protection and Madness mutation. This weapon automatically considers all living beings, dead objects, energy bodies, and conceptual entities, except the wielder, as judgment targets. Effect 2 Judgment, Epic, when you inflict damage on judgment targets, it will accumulate judgment value. The higher the judgment value, the higher the final damage dealt, with a maximum of 1000%. This effect ignores the target's alignment.
Chapter 43, The Second Best Friend in the World. Ignoring faction attributes and resistances, as long as you accumulate judgment values, can you deal increased damage to enemies? This is a quality that surpasses craftsmanship and rare in the words of the Guardian Spirit. This hammer has power. I like it.
After reading the introduction of the evil banishment hammer, Su Yuan smiled slightly, but he didn't dare to swing it in the carriage, fearing he might accidentally smash the vehicle. When the hammer was stored in his bag, the lights in the carriage flickered a few times before finally returning to normal brightness. Su Yuan let out a long breath and realized that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The clash of the two extreme forces earlier was truly terrifying. If it weren't for his drop of blood working in the last moment, the hammer might have exploded straight away.
Do you remember in the past, whenever I was nervous or alone for too long, I would always hear this kind of voice?
I never expected that coming to the train world. My body has almost been enhanced to superhuman levels, and this kind of situation would happen. But it seems that this isn't a bad thing. Instead, it actually helped me out just now. I'll deal with it later. At that moment, Su Yuan looked down and saw that the once mighty guardian spirit, which had been boxing and dancing for him, was now holding its head, trembling like a leaf, slowly crawling out from under the table. Its chubby face had all its features squished together, clearly frightened to a great extent. Seeing Su Yuan's gaze, the guardian spirit's body suddenly froze, then it forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, awkwardly pulling its mouth at the corners.
Master, what was that all about? You scared me to death. I thought the train was going to explode.
Looking at its frightened appearance, Su Yuan felt a surge of amusement and couldn't be bothered to explain. He directly extended his hand, palm up, in front of it.
No more nonsense, you understand what I mean, right? This time I tossed 3 coins, and it wasn't just to let you come out and adapt to your body. Remember the principle of equivalent exchange? Also, since you just called me your big brother, for now, let's say I'm the #1 good friend, and you are my second best friend in the world, so... The guardian spirit immediately understood. It was asking for benefits. Got it. I understand.
This time, the guardian spirit's face no longer showed any signs of reluctance or grievance. Instead, it was filled with the joy of having survived a catastrophe. It understood now that this master was not just an ordinary person. No wonder he was so powerful. He seemed to have a talent for extracting item attributes and combining them.
Who else could casually merge 2 completely opposite rare weapons and create something of epic quality? With a boss like this, how could one worry about not having gold in the future? I know there's something you will definitely like.
The guardian spirit said enthusiastically, patting its chest and assuring, please wait a moment, master.
I will get it for you right away.
Saying this, its straw-woven body seemed like it had its bones removed, soft and limp as it fell down. A wisp of blue smoke seeped out from the openings of its body, and the guardian spirit glanced back reluctantly at its perfect body before whooshing into the treasure chest on the table.
Watching this scene, Su Yuan silently nodded in approval. Good for you. Before long, the treasure chest lid opened again. The guardian spirit climbed out with a flattering smile on its face. In the little fat hands, he respectfully held an ancient scroll. Su Yuan recognized this scroll. It was very similar to the forbidden sewing technique scroll he had obtained from the stitching monster before, both made of some unknown beast skin. He reached out to take the scroll, feeling a slight heaviness in his hand, and an air of desolation and antiquity rushed at him. Name, Scroll of the Falling Meteor. Type, one-time consumable. Quality, rare.
Effect, tear open the scroll to summon a meteorite approximately 5 meters in diameter from the sky, smashing down on your designated location, causing devastating physical damage to all targets within a radius of 50 meters. Hidden note, this meteorite can not only smash things but after the impact, it also remains a huge, harvestable quality iron ore with great collection value.
Wow! This thing is impressive. Su Yuan's eyes lit up after reading the description.
This scroll was simply tailor-made for him. It was both a large area lethal weapon that could clear the field and save his life in a critical moment, and a moving resource bag that could instantly solve his massive iron needs. This little fat boy was not bad at all. He truly had no hidden agenda. Then the spirit of the money keeper burrowed back into the straw man's body, proudly placing its hands on its hips with a face that seemed to say praise me.
How about it, my esteemed benefactor? I know you're short on iron right now. This scroll can save your life in a crisis and collect a large amount of iron. Are you satisfied?
Su Yuan was of course extremely satisfied. The value of this thing was far higher than those 3 train tokens. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be calm and nodded modestly.
It's okay, I'll give you some credit. He deliberately sighed and rubbed his wrist. Did you know that I almost strained my hand getting you this body?
Next time there's something good, you need to be more proactive, don't always wait for me to speak.
Yes. You're absolutely right, my esteemed benefactor. The money keeper nodded vigorously, its attitude was extremely respectful.
Then Su Yuan began to calculate. With this scroll, he would no longer lack iron.
Wood was not hard to get. Now the most lacking resource was actually copper.
Upgrading to a level 3 train required 50 units of copper, and he currently had none, so the gap was quite large.
Let's ask an old friend first.
Su Yuan resolved in his heart and prepared to contact Li Weiguo immediately.
Although it was a bit late, most players should still be awake, right?
He opened the trading channel and conveniently opened the regional chat channel, wanting to see what changes had occurred outside during his absence. However, just taking a glance caused his brows to furrow. The number displayed in the upper right corner of the chat channel, showing the number of online users, had unexpectedly changed again.
Online users, 3791/5000. Hiss. How could so many people have died again? Su Yuan's heart sank.
Every number that decreased represented a living life lost. In this world, it was not a vacation or tourism, life and death crises unfolded almost every moment. Had it not been for his almost freakish physique at this stage, he'd probably have been torn apart by the straw man and would never have seen the boss's face.
I haven't eaten even one bite of food until now. Help! Someone help me! My leg has been bitten off by a monster.
The blood won't stop.
I don't want to die. Damn it! My second station is actually the plague city of difficulty level 3.
We had hundreds of trains at the platform, and they all died. I'm the only one who managed to escape alive.
I've just drunk a special potion, and I don't even know if I can make it. I feel so hot.
Selling homemade charcoal, plenty to fill you up, will only exchange for food and clean water.
Wow.
Brothers, my last stop was a platform called Goblin Mine, and
there is a kind of little green monster. Its strength is not much stronger than that of a wild dog, and surprisingly, it drops iron ore and wood when killed. Although it only drops a little bit at a time, there are so many of them. The heavens are merciful, I have gathered enough materials to upgrade to a level 2 train. Su Yuan saw the information of these players and was lost in thought. Some have had a rough time, while others have had good luck, but it is predictable that danger will surely rise slowly. However, my next stop is only a 1.5-star platform, while the last stop was a 2-star one. For now, it's still about luck, and there won't be any increasing difficulties. What Su Yuan paid most attention to was the player who entered the plague platform. He looked at the other person's avatar and felt a vague, indescribable sensation in his heart. So, he kept an eye out, directly sent a friend request, and waited for the other party to agree. Su Yuan soon closed the chat channel, opened the friend list, and found the familiar avatar of the uncle in a security uniform. Li Weiguo. I don't even know if he is still alive, let's ask him privately first. Chapter 44, Transaction completed, Xinjia. Are you there? After sending the message, Su Yuan felt a bit anxious. After all, it has been a while since they last contacted, and who knows what Li Weiguo has experienced. The person who was still in contact in the morning might have died by the afternoon. Unexpectedly, almost a second later, he got a reply. I'm here, brother. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Li Weiguo's response exuded a sense of relief from surviving a disaster and a hint of warmth from seeing an old friend. Seeing the reply, Su Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this old guy is doing pretty well. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Old brother, a business opportunity has come, sell me a few more useless computers. No problem. How many do you want? I still have stock. Li Weiguo's response was direct and crisp. How many do you have? Su Yuan retorted, I want to buy more at once, so I can get the materials ready and avoid trouble later. As soon as he said that, there was silence from Li Weiguo's side. After a long while, he replied somewhat awkwardly, brother, this might be a bit troublesome. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled, but understood. Let's see what he has to say. Trading is always mutual, and if it doesn't work out, I can find another buyer myself. Sure enough, Li Weiguo quickly sent another message, his tone carrying some awkwardness and explanation. Brother, don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't want to sell to you, it's mainly because of the current situation, you know. In the chat channel, someone has already started collecting these things, and the price keeps rising.
I heard someone explain that these are essential materials for upgrading to a level 2 train, so I think this stuff will definitely become hard currency in the future.
Li Weiguo spoke very honestly, without hiding anything.
If you're short on materials, I can sell you some at a low price.
I still have a little over 20 units on hand. After all, you were so generous last time, helping me out in a critical moment.
But I also need to think about my own future. In this cursed place, we all need to survive. After reading this, Su Yuan was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled.
He understood Li Weiguo's thinking. This is very normal. As long as you are a normal person, you would naturally consider your own interests.
This shows he is not a fool, but a smart person capable of surviving in this cruel world.
Trading with a smart person is far less stressful than dealing with a fool.
Old brother, you're right. Even with brothers, we must keep clear accounts.
Su Yuan typed back, I won't take advantage of you, just name your price, or let me know what you need. As long as I have it, we can talk.
Su Yuan's words clearly relieved Li Weiguo.
You are really straightforward.
Li Weiguo quickly replied, to be honest, what I need the most right now is good tools and food that can last for a long time. Although my last stop was safe. But it's just a desolate land where no one cares, there's nothing at all, relying only on nibbling wild fruits, people are nearly turning green from hunger.
As for tools, I have only the chopping knife you gave me.
It's handy to use, but it gets a bit tough when I come across something hard.
Tools and food?
Su Yuan looked at the few items in his storage bag, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. He thought of the new weapon he had just crafted using his perfect fusion talent.
Hey brother, what do you think of this?
With a thought, Su Yuan shared the information of the multifunctional demolition axe through the chat box.
He now had a deeper understanding of his perception ability.
As long as he had personally touched and analyzed an item, he could share detailed information about it, allowing others to see those hidden attributes. This ability was like a dimensional crush in trading.
On the other side of the screen, Li Weiguo's breath halted the moment he saw the axe's attributes. What the hell? Premium. Premium quality?
Li Weiguo's eyes widened as he stared at the words on the screen, feeling his heart race wildly. The best thing he'd seen at the start was just an ordinary quality item, which was the chopping knife Su Yuan had sold him last time. He had only heard other lucky players boast about premium quality tools in regional chats, he hadn't even seen one. Li Weiguo instantly understood that this young man named Su Yuan was definitely a big player hiding his strength.
He was showcasing his power and expressing the sincerity of the trade. Li Weiguo took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and quickly typed back, brother.
This thing of yours is too awesome.
What do I have to trade with you?
He felt that the 20 or so broken computers in his warehouse were nothing but junk compared to that axe.
Hey brother, let's be straightforward. I need a lot of copper and electronic components. Name your price, I'll take all 20 of those computers. Li Weiguo looked at the axe's attributes, bit his teeth, and quickly calculated in his mind. What he needed most now was food and a powerful tool.
This axe perfectly solved his tool problem, even exceeding his expectations.
So what was left was food. He tentatively asked, brother, how about this?
I have a total of 22 scrap computers, you give me the axe, and just throw in a bit of food. After saying this, he felt anxious, worried that Su Yuan would think he was being greedy.
After all, that axe was too precious. All right, it's settled.
Su Yuan typed back, the axe, plus 2 black breads and 1 can of beef, for all your scrap computers, how about that?
Deal. Trade successful.
As the system prompt sounded, Su Yuan's warehouse increased by 22 dusty old computers, while the multifunctional demolition axe and the corresponding food vanished. It was a mutually beneficial trade. Li Weiguo received the powerful tool and life-saving food he had long dreamed of, feeling extremely grateful. And Su Yuan exchanged a premium tool he casually created for all the rare materials needed to upgrade to a level 3 train, making a big profit.
These items could not only provide enough copper but also extra plastic and electronic components. In the long run, Su Yuan came out ahead.
But in the short term, Li Weiguo was no loser either.
In this environment, trading was just like that. Little fire, let's get to work. Su Yuan waved his hand. Work hard, we have plenty of fuel. All right, master. Today is another day of plenty.
Little Fire cheered, flames surged, and it began to work hard.
Just then, another matter finally got a response. Ding dong.
Player Chenjia has accepted your friend request. Immediately, a question mark came through.
After all, it's normal.
In this environment, having a stranger add you as a friend does seem a bit strange.
Su Yuan thought for a moment and got straight to the point. Hello, I saw your message in the area chat channel. I'm very interested in what you mentioned about the Plague City and that bottle of potion, and I want to learn more. If it's convenient, can we chat?
On the other side of the screen, Chen Jia's profile picture was of an ordinary-looking woman, seemingly around the same age as Su Yuan, belonging to the type that would blend into a crowd and disappear in an instant. After a dozen seconds, a brief reply finally popped up.
Chen Jia, who are you? What do you want?
Her words were filled with wariness.
Su Yuan paid no mind and continued typing, I mean no harm.
I just saw your situation in the chat channel, and perhaps I can help a little.
Chen Jia, help? How can you help? Are you a doctor? Even if you are, what can you do now?
Su Yuan looked at her reply, his finger hovering over the keyboard for a moment, then deleted the lengthy explanations and reassurances he had prepared.
He chose a more direct approach.
Su Yuan, I'm not a doctor, but I have killed some unclean things and I know a bit about this field.
Are you feeling chills and heat, your limbs swollen, and your skin covered in pus-filled sores?
After sending this message, the other side fell into a long silence. More than a minute later, Chen Jia's reply popped up again, but this time her tone clearly had a hint of shock and wavering.
Chen Jia, how did you know? Su Yuan knew he had taken a good gamble.
He didn't have supernatural vision, but he had a high perception rate of 111.5. Just a moment ago, the instant he added her as a friend, his peculiar perception had already vaguely seen her condition through an invisible connection. Though distant, the view wasn't clear, like looking through frosted glass, but the overwhelming stench of the plague and death could not be hidden. Su Yuan, not only do I know this, but I also know you feel like you're about to die, and your mind is on the brink of collapse, right? This time, Chen Jia's reply came almost instantly.
Chen Jia, I feel like I'm going to die. Su Yuan, yes, I know. Chen Jia.
On the other side of the screen, Chen Jia, looking at this cold and brief reply, was completely stunned.
What kind of cruel words are these? Shouldn't a normal person comfort first, saying something like don't give up or there's still hope? Why does he just say yes, I know? How can we continue the conversation from here?
Just then, a new message from Su Yuan popped up again.
Su Yuan, just think of it as someone keeping you company before you die, don't think too much about it. I'm not that miraculous. Su Yuan, really, it's just a chat. Chen Jia. Chen Jia, is it about my last stop?
She took a deep breath, her fingers trembling as she started to type. When the end of one's life approaches, the words become kind. Or to say, under extreme loneliness and despair, the desire to speak overwhelms everything. After hesitating for a while, Chen Jia finally chose to open up and shared her nightmare-like experience with Su Yuan. My second stop was originally just a normal personal platform called Abandoned Shopping Mall, and the stopover time was 5 hours. At that time, I was quite happy, thinking I could finally find some good stuff, but just as I was about to get off, the entire train was suddenly enveloped by a blinding green light. When the light faded, I found myself no longer in the original place. The outside was no longer that dilapidated shopping mall, but a huge city shrouded in green mist. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan raised his brow slightly.
Another fog. The black fog of the forest park. The light gray mist of McFarm now added a green fog. It seems that fog is a very crucial element in this world. The broadcast in the vehicle also changed. A notification told me that I was chosen by God to participate in a great trial, and the docking time changed from 5 hours to infinite. Infinite? Yes, infinite.
At that time, along with me, there were hundreds of other players transported there. All our trains had stopped on a wide street that seemed endless, like rows of cold coffins. Then, a mysterious figure in a green robe, face hidden, appeared in front of all of us.
He welcomed us to Plague City, inviting us to participate in the divine selection of the God of Plague.
Only the final victor could receive the blessings of God and leave here alive. Chen Jia's narration continued, and Su Yuan felt more and more alarmed.
The first task of the divine selection was blessing.
The mysterious figure snapped his fingers, and in front of each of us, a silver tray appeared out of nowhere, on which lay an eyeball, still moving, oozing green pus.
Su Yuan asked, what exactly was that eyeball like? I know this question might be rude, but if you don't want to say, you don't have to. Chen Jia.
The eyeball looked alive, with blood vessels pulsing, and you could even feel it looking at you.
Some people couldn't bear it, screaming and knocking over the tray, and as a result.
Chen Jia paused in his description, seemingly recalling an extremely terrifying scene. As a result, the mysterious figure merely raised his hand, and that player's head exploded like a watermelon, with red and white splattering everywhere.
Everyone.
Chen Jia's reply was filled with bitterness and self-mockery.
If surviving means being number one, then maybe it is.
After the mysterious person announced the start of the game, we were all randomly teleported to various corners of that huge city.
I was unlucky.
The moment I landed, I ended up face to face with a burly man with a face full of rough flesh. When he saw me, his eyes turned red. Without saying a word, he lunged at me, shouting, "Give me your eyeballs." I was terrified, and could only struggle desperately.
I don't even know where I got the strength from, maybe it was the instinct to survive. I grabbed a broken steel bar from the trash can beside me and stabbed it fiercely into his eye. He screamed and fell down, but his body pinned me down, and we both fell into a filthy, dark sewage ditch from the hole in the overpass. I broke my leg and cracked my head, and passed out immediately. When I woke up, I had no idea how much time had passed. I was lying in the cold, dirty water, covered in filth and stinking, and the nauseating feeling made me throw up several times. And that burly man, he died beside me. His body had already started swelling and stinking. I was both afraid and hungry, and could only drag my broken leg, crawling through the maze-like sewer, hoping to find an exit. Su Yuan's brow furrowed. Encountering a deathmatch right at the beginning and falling into the sewer together, her luck was certainly not good. But it was precisely because of this accident that she avoided the most brutal killing spree at the start of the game. I stayed in the sewer for a long time, so long that I lost track of time. I survived by drinking the dirty water and eating the trash that floated by, until one day, I suddenly felt something was wrong with my body. It was that feeling, you know, the one you mentioned, feeling hot and cold, with swollen limbs, and sores starting to form on my skin. I knew, it was that damned eyeball starting to act up. I thought I was going to die, so I just lay there, waiting to die. But just when my consciousness was the most blurry, that mysterious person in the green robe appeared in front of me again. He told me, "Congratulations, lucky girl, you are the last survivor." I was stunned at the time. I asked him about the others. He said they all died, turned into mindless plague monsters in the endless slaughter and devouring, and were finally torn apart by each other. He said my resistance to the plague exceeded his expectations. I managed to survive without devouring other source balls, and he was very pleased with me, saying I was a qualified vessel. Then, he gave me a bottle of green glowing potion and said it was a gift from the gods, the cure for the victors, and that drinking it would heal me. At that moment, I felt like I had grabbed the last straw for survival, and without thinking, I drank it. And the result, well, you already know. Chen Jia's narration ended abruptly at this point. After reading the above text, Su Yuan finally understood this person's experience and already had an answer in her heart. It matches the feeling. Another evil god. If I'm not mistaken, the thing she drank at the end was definitely a blood and flesh brew. Chapter 46, Give Me Some Blood. Chen Jia finished her narration in one breath, but stared at the chat interface, which still hadn't lit up, in silence. She still held a sliver of hope in her heart. Maybe, just maybe, the person on the other side of the screen had a way to help? After all, to be able to describe her symptoms so accurately was not something ordinary people could do. But Su Yuan was also deep in thought, quickly digesting the massive amount of information Chen Jia had brought. Based on Chen Jia's description and the aura Su Yuan had sensed when dealing with Janus before, it seemed that this plague god might be stronger than the mad evil god Su Yuan had encountered, or at least have a wider influence. Of course, it was also possible that the two evil gods influenced the world in different ways. Aski's power leans more towards individual madness and flesh mutation, while this plague god filters followers through wide-scale virus spread and survival of the fittest, playing social Darwinism. It's always like this, when faced with difficult questions, I just go silent. Chen Jia looked at the grayness and gently sighed. She felt the strength in her body being gradually drained, unable to even sit up straight. She slowly slid from the table to the cold floor, hugging her knees and burying her head deeply. Let it be, waiting to die quietly is also a kind of relief. But just as her consciousness started to blur and she was ready to give up thinking, the chat interface unexpectedly lit up again. It was still a message from Su Yuan. Do you still have that bottle? If possible, can you give it to me? Also, do you have any containers? Can you collect some blood for me? Seeing this message, Chen Jia was stunned. A bottle? Blood? She instinctively touched her belly. The glass bottle containing the cure was still cold against her skin. As for blood, she looked down at the wounds on her body that were rotting and oozing pus, green blood slowly seeping out, giving off a sweet, rotten smell. The bottle is still here, but why do you need my blood? Chen Jia's fingers hovered over the screen. She hesitated for a long time before typing the next line. Aren't you afraid of being infected? Su Yuan's reply came almost instantly. Not afraid, just sacrificing for science. Seeing this reply, Chen Jia almost laughed in anger. Sacrificing for science? Dude, do you think this is research in a lab? This thing can take lives. She took a deep breath and typed, we have no grudges, I don't want to harm you just before I die. You should stay away from me. This wasn't her being overly compassionate, she had personally experienced that kind of despair and didn't want anyone else to feel it. Su Yuan, it's okay, this is what I asked for, I won't blame anyone. Chen Jia looked at the screen, as if she could see the indifferent expression on the man's face across from her. A surge of unnamed anger rose in her heart. Does this guy really not fear death, or is he just not thinking straight? What if I accidentally kill you? What will happen to my merits when I go to hell? I want to be reborn well next life.
She didn't even know why she was saying such things. Perhaps when faced with death, people tend to become a bit eccentric. Su Yuan was silent for a moment, seemingly unable to process her unusual train of thought. A few seconds later, his message came again. Honestly, you're already targeted by the evil god. Whether you go to hell after death is another question, but really, it's okay. Quickly give me some blood, and that bottle too, I might be able to help. Help? Chen Jia's heart skipped a beat. Despite her rational mind telling her this was impossible, that phrase, I might be able to help, felt like a lifeline, making her heart, which had sunk to the bottom, float up involuntarily. She gave a wry smile, self-deprecatingly thinking that she really was too stubborn to give up. Do you really insist on this? Of course. Su Yuan's answer was without any hesitation. Chen Jia sighed, as if resigning herself to fate. I'm so hungry and so thirsty. Su Yuan, let's first draw blood on an empty stomach. Hospitals do this, right? I'm not taking from you for free, later I'll give you some food and water as a reward. Hospital. Hearing this word felt like a world away. She was almost forgetting what it felt like to queue for a hospital appointment. Okay, fine. She dragged her heavy body, struggling to get up from the floor, and walked to the table. On the table was an empty glass bottle from before when she had finished drinking water. She pulled out the cork and then peeled off the tattered cloth from her arm that had already stuck to the flesh and blood. A stronger stench came. She didn't even look, directly aiming the biggest pus-filled sore on her arm at the bottle's opening, then forcefully squeezed it with her other hand's finger. Put. A green, sticky liquid mixed with black blood clots was violently squeezed into the glass bottle. The sharp pain came, but Chen Jia was already numb. She expressionlessly collected half a bottle, then found a relatively clean piece of cloth and stuffed it tightly into the bottle's mouth. After doing all this, she felt even weaker. Chen Jia took one last look at the bottle containing her poisoned blood, and sent a final confirmation in the chat window. Are you sure you want it? I really don't have a good container here, there may be a risk of leakage. Still want it? Su Yuan's reply was still so crisp and clear. After a sigh, Chen Jia initiated the trade request. Trade successful. After Su Yuan confirmed the trade, he also kept his promise and traded some food and water. In his warehouse, a glass bottle exuding an ominous aura appeared as desired. It must be said, Chen Jia did not lie. At the moment the trade was completed, a mutation abruptly occurred in Su Yuan's car. In the driver's cabin, the small fire that was fully melting a waste computer reacted the most violently. Its platinum-colored flames that had been roaring vigorously due to devouring heavy oil seaweed suddenly transformed into a bizarre, ghastly green. The entire driver's cabin was illuminated by this green light, looking like a ghostly realm. Can even the flames be influenced? This truly is no ordinary poison. Woo-woo, the small fire's flames flickered uncertainly. Master, what have you brought back? I can't take it. It's okay, hang in there, small fire. Su Yuan comforted, and casually took out the glass bottle. Name, glass bottle containing the blood curse of the blood and meat tester of Sequence 9 Plague Collective. Quality, unknown. Attributes, source of plague, unknown, decay, unknown, decline, unknown, death, unknown. Note, this is the concentration of all disasters, the song of life's end, mortals die upon contact, and gods change color upon hearing it. In the instant he saw these attributes, countless bizarre images flashed through Su Yuan's mind. He saw the distant primordial era, the fear and confusion in the eyes of ancient humans facing the rotting corpses of their companions for the first time. He saw medieval Europe, where the Black Death ravaged, with countless plague doctors wearing bird-beaked masks traversing the silent cities, helplessly watching life wither in pain. He saw modern hospitals, cold instruments emitting the sound of beep-beep, finally settling into a straight line, announcing the end of a life. Plague. Since the birth of life, it has shadowed everything. It is chaos, decay, despair, and the most naked mockery of all order. Su Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly pulling himself from those illusions. He finally understood why Chen Jia said that the mysterious person called her a qualified container. What was inside her body was not a simple virus, but a collection of countless concepts of plague. It was a highly concentrated power of the so-called plague god. Even in the initial stage of Sequence 9, it contained such terrifying power that flames, which should normally restrain some poisons, were still remarkably affected. Although Su Yuan had a medium-level toxin resistance and a defiance of nature in his physique, this indirect contamination didn't affect him much, but he could still feel his body being crazily invaded by an invisible force. But, this is just right. Su Yuan looked at the ominous words on the bottle, his eyes showing not fear but a flicker of excitement. He found that these entries, although marked as unknown, were not inviolable like the rules. In other words, he could use his perfect fusion talent to extract them. Chapter 47, The Buggy Storage Method. However, Su Yuan thought for a moment and decided not to operate immediately. First of all, it shouldn't be done in the car, but rather wait until they stop at a certain station to continue experimenting. This is not a fusion weapon, although it might not necessarily blow himself up, it could very well blow up the train. But this thing has now become a hot potato, so how should it be stored? One must know that even if it is placed in a treasure chest or the train's warehouse, that aura can still affect the surroundings across space.
After thinking for a while,
suddenly, Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he thought of something, clapping his hands and startling the little fire beside him. The trading platform, I almost forgot about this place. One must know that the trading platform is essentially an independent subspace, protected by the lowest level rules of the train world.
Hanging this vial of plague blood on it is equivalent to putting it into an absolutely safe vault.
In this way, no matter how evil it is, it cannot affect his train. Sure enough, at the moment he confirmed the listing, the cold, decayed aura in the carriage quickly dissipated like receding tide. In the cockpit, the little fire's sickly green flame returned to a healthy orange-red, even burned a bit brighter than usual due to the recent scare. Unfortunately, one person can upload at most 10 items, so he can only store up to 10 items using this bug. Realizing this, the little fire gasped and exclaimed, "Master, you just listed this thing for sale, but the price is 999 units of food. I see, you are using the system for storage, right? After all, who would spend so much food to buy this thing? And even if someone really bought it, you wouldn't lose anything, Master. As expected of the Master, you are truly a genius." Little fire shook its flame core, its voice filled with relief after the calamity. "Master, you are so clever.
How could you think of this solution?" Su Yuan replied calmly, "Stay calm, this is just a routine operation.
This matter should still be considered carefully, but as long as the thing is back, that's good enough." Su Yuan could distinctly feel the aura of the two evil god products, and he could clearly sense that Ask was not as powerful as the plague evil god. Because he couldn't even know the other party's true name, the plague evil god, if he guessed correctly, should be one of the oldest and most powerful evil gods. Surely, the wealth spirit should know something, but Su Yuan didn't want to waste train currency for now. When they stopped, he would release it to look for treasure and Ask at the same time. Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought, a message from Chen Jia arrived, breaking his train of thought.
"Chen Jia, are you okay now?" "I'm fine, full of energy. As for that vial, you can keep it, don't throw it away.
It might be a great material since it can store blood and flesh for alchemy."
Chen Jia's reply came quickly, with a hint of confusion. Blood and flesh for alchemy? Su Yuan thought for a moment and decided to reveal some information to her. After all, she was the first player he encountered in this world who came into contact with the sequence power, and he might need her help in the future. Moreover, this information is not a secret. If he doesn't say it, she, as a blood and flesh tester, will soon find out anyway. "Su Yuan, the vial you drank, supposedly an antidote, is actually a kind of sequence potion.
We generally call it blood and flesh potion. It is a ticket to the extraordinary and a one-way ticket to hell." He relayed what he had heard from the little chubby wealth spirit earlier. Regarding the basic concepts of sequences, evil gods, and righteous gods, I briefly explained it to Chen Jia. Of course, he concealed the fact that he also had a vial of potion and only mentioned that he read it in an ancient book. On the other side of the screen, Chen Jia fell completely silent.
Su Yuan could even imagine the expression on her face, one of shattered beliefs. After a full 5 minutes, she finally sent a message that surprised Su Yuan a bit. "Chen Jia, I understand a bit, but not really. Su Yuan, it's okay, you will slowly understand. Anyway, thank you for your blood."
He thought Chen Jia would ask more questions or fall into deeper despair, but she accepted it so quickly.
Su Yuan thought for a moment and added, "Since that mysterious person said you need to devour to maintain balance, I guess that's the reason. You are weak now, but you shouldn't die for a while. Just try to survive to the next stop, then whether to seize or not depends on you." After sending the message, this time, the reply took a while to arrive. "Chen Jia, Thank you for chatting with me for so long and for giving me food and water. I'm really tired now, I just want to sleep for a bit. Chen Jia, I can't provide much else. Thank you for your message. If you need blood again in the future, I can give you a bit more." Su Yuan, okay. After ending the conversation with Chen Jia, Su Yuan stretched lazily and felt completely relaxed.
At that moment, Xiaohua also brought good news.
"Report, Master. 22 old computers have been completely melted down."
Xiaohua's voice was full of pride, the orange flames crackled brightly.
"The task you entrusted has been successfully completed. Moreover, due to the train upgrade, my energy conversion efficiency has also improved. This time, the loss rate was controlled very well, and there's a surprise." Su Yuan walked to the cockpit and checked the harvest this time. Last time, one computer yielded 4 units of iron, 3 units of plastic, 3 units of copper, and 1 electronic component. This time, with the train upgraded to level 2 and Xiaohua's core strengthened, the utilization was clearly enhanced. Although iron was still 4 units and the electronic component remained 1, plastic and copper both increased to 3.5 units. 22 computers brought Su Yuan 88 units of iron, 77 units of plastic. 77 units of copper. 22 electronic components.
Wow, after reviewing the results, Su Yuan generously praised, "Not bad, Xiaohua, you truly are my best friend in the world." With the previous leftover materials included, his resource reserves were now quite impressive.
Iron, 88 plus 364 is equal to 452 units. Plastic, 77 units. Copper, 77 units. Electronic components, 22 units. Upgrading to a level 3 train requires 500 iron, 500 wood, and 50 copper.
Not to mention I still have an iron meteorite scroll that I haven't used, and wood is easy to come by.
Su Yuan grinned widely, feeling great.
Tomorrow he could upgrade to a level 3 train, and at that time, the interstellar special soldier training compartment would be put to use. The train continued to rumble along, and the scenery outside remained unchanged. Su Yuan, feeling full and having settled a bunch of important matters, felt a bit tired and leaned back on the sofa, ready for a short nap. In a hazy state, he heard a tick-tock sound from outside the window.
It started to rain.
Raindrops pounded against the window, merging into streaks of water that blurred the view outside. The platform announcement had already shown it would rain, and the next stop was Bay Station. It seemed tomorrow's weather wouldn't be ideal.
Su Yuan sighed and turned over on the sofa.
He preferred cool over sunny or rainy days. He had always liked autumn for its refreshing chill, and it wasn't hot.
But it didn't matter, he would face whatever came at him. Right now, he just wanted to sleep well.
Su Yuan fell into a vague slumber. The rain outside began to grow heavier and heavier, hitting the roof of the car with a patter, and the night became increasingly deep. After a flash of light, a faint sound of thunder came. Time to expected arrival at the next station Bay, 2 hours 15 minutes and 45 seconds.
Chapter 48, The Merman.
Time to expected arrival at the next station Bay, 20 minutes and 8 seconds. Time passed quickly, and when Su Yuan opened his eyes again, there were only 20 minutes left until the third station.
He looked out the window, the sky was still gray, and the rain was even heavier than last night, with large raindrops smashing against the window, making a series of clicking sounds. Su Yuan sighed and walked to the station forecast machine, taking a look at the weather forecast for the next 24 hours. Next hour, thunderstorm, strong winds, temperature 8 degrees Celsius, not suitable for travel.
Next 3 hours, thunderstorm, strong winds, temperature dropping to 6 degrees Celsius. Next 6 hours, heavy rainstorm, strong winds, please take precautions. Next 12 to 24 hours, rainstorm turning clear, the air fresh after the rain, please be cautious of muddy roads.
Well, it seems this rain won't stop anytime soon.
Su Yuan looked at the weather report, feeling a bit helpless. The forecast was clear, this rain was not only going to last more than 6 hours, but would also upgrade to a heavy rainstorm. Encountering such weather by the bay was not a good omen. Master, I also hate rainy days the most.
So damp.
In the driver's cabin, the little fire's flame core drooped and swayed, the voice carrying a hint of disdain. Su Yuan was too lazy to respond, casually grabbing a piece of nutty black bread from the storage, and took a can of beef, drinking cool water. Breakfast was finally settled.
20 minutes passed quickly. Ding dong. Please hold on tight, the train is about to arrive at your third station. This stop, Bay, multi-person station. Longest stop time, 5 hours. As the announcement ended, the unchanging barren scenery on both sides of the window was instantly replaced.
A glaring light flashed, a strong smell of sea mixed with damp vapor rushed in. The train slowly came to a stop. With a whoosh, the doors slid open to the sides. Cold wind mixed with rain suddenly poured into the carriage, and the temperature inside dropped sharply, a layer of wet vapor immediately covering the floor.
Wow!
The little fire clearly couldn't stand this damp and cold environment. Its flame core suddenly shrank, letting out a very human-like sound of disgust. It was clear that it really didn't like rainy days either. Su Yuan felt the same, but this temperature didn't affect him at all. He looked at the pouring rain outside and then down at his dry camouflage suit, and suddenly had an idea. Wearing clothes on a rainy day, once they got wet, would stick to the body. That feeling was unpleasant. Anyway, he was tough and not afraid of the cold, so simply.
Su Yuan quickly stripped down to nothing but a pair of shorts. Feeling the coolness in the air, he stretched his body, satisfied, feeling completely comfortable.
After doing all this, he walked to the treasure chest that contained the money spirit, took out 3 train coins from his storage bag, and placed them directly on it. Green smoke rose, and the familiar little fat man popped out. Just as it was about to rub its hands and smile as usual, it caught sight of Su Yuan's smooth, well-built body. The money spirit's smile instantly froze on its face, its small eyes widened round. The next second, it screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Whoosh, it dove back into the treasure chest.
Gold master. First off, I must say, I am straight. Even if you give me more gold coins, I will never do that kind of thing. Unless you pay more.
The money spirit's sharp, thin voice, tinged with a crying tone, came from inside the chest.
Su Yuan's face instantly darkened. What the hell are you thinking about all day long? He walked to the treasure chest and knocked impatiently on the lid. Don't you see it's pouring rain outside? I just don't want to get my clothes wet. Hurry up and get out here. Really? Don't lie to me. The voice from the box was full of doubt. I count 3, 2, 1. Su Yuan, too lazy to waste words, joked directly, you should know, this stop is the bay. As soon as it heard the word bay, the spirit of wealth instantly became cowardly. No, no, no. I'll come out. I'll come out right away. Accompanied by a flurry of clumsiness, the chubby little figure clambered out of the treasure chest again with an awkward smile on its face. Su Yuan didn't want to dwell on it and got straight to the point. When you go out, find all the treasure chests, but don't open them yourself. Bring them back, and I will open them uniformly. He paused and added, because I can use my talent to integrate and upgrade these treasure chests into higher quality ones, with better rewards. So, no matter the quality, for each treasure chest you find, I'll give you 3 train coins as a reward, but all the things open will belong to me. How about it? Isn't this deal great? Okay. After all, the explanation rights were in the hands of this big evil, and it could only obediently obey. By the way, Su Yuan remembered something and asked, what else do you know about that plague evil god? Once the words plague evil god were mentioned, the spirit of wealth's chubby face instantly drooped, and its spiritual form became somewhat unstable. It waved its hands repeatedly, its voice filled with fear, Master, please don't mention that name. It's one of the oldest and most powerful evil gods. Its followers, those who walk the plague path of flesh trial, are the most disliked group of lunatics among all extraordinary beings. They are like rats in the street, scorned wherever they go. So what are their path abilities? I don't know. The spirit of wealth shook its head like a rattledrum. I only know that the plague they carry on their sequence 9 can even poison beings of sequence 8 and above. Anyway, it's really disgusting. Master, I advise you, if you ever encounter anything related to the plague, keep your distance as far as possible. Definitely don't get involved. It seemed it didn't know much either. Su Yuan nodded and didn't ask further. He walked up to the perfect scarecrow body before him and said to the spirit of wealth, all right, stop dawdling, hurry up and get to work. The spirit of wealth glanced at the pouring rain outside and then at its soon-to-be new body, showing some hesitation on its face. A body made of straw is afraid of water, this is common sense. Getting wet not only makes it heavier, affecting movement, but over time, it can also lead to mold and decay. Su Yuan noticed its concerns and shrugged, don't worry, what I made by hand is guaranteed to be of good quality. Moreover, with your 30 minutes of activity time, can it really be soaked? The spirit of wealth thought about it, no longer hesitated, and transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, diving into the scarecrow's body. Moments later, the blank-faced scarecrow moved. It wiggled its arms and legs, feeling the cold sensation of rain hitting its skin. A sense of unprecedented freedom surged in its heart. It exclaimed and excitedly rushed into the rain, spreading its arms wide, looking up to welcome the baptism of the downpour. That appearance made Su Yuan instantly think of a scene from a classic movie. But it seemed this fellow had really been trapped much longer than that main character. No, it was much longer. After reveling in the rain for a moment, the spirit of wealth looked back and saw Su Yuan also preparing to get out of the car. It seemed to think of something, instinctively covered its backside, and then ran away without looking back, shouting, Master, don't worry. I will definitely turn this bay upside down. Su Yuan looked at its comical figure, helplessly shaking his head. He slung the epic Demon Slayer Warhammer over his shoulder. With a leap, he jumped into the pouring rain. The moment his feet hit the ground, the familiar translucent text appeared as expected. Hint, since your perception has exceeded the limits of ordinary humans, you will automatically receive more detailed information upon entering each new instance. Current player count at this station, 3, you are not the first person to arrive here. Intel 1, this bay is home to some low-level mermen who are skilled at enchanting with their voices, hunting all living things that come near the shore. Intel 2, beneath the cliffs of the bay lies the merman's lair, led by a mutated elite merman, who guards a stone tablet etched with mysterious patterns. Intel 3, follow the directions on the stone tablet, diving into the deep sea, and you will discover an ancient underwater ruin long forgotten. Intel 4, heavy rain will affect the spread of the merman's song, but it will also make them more frantic and hungry. Friendly reminder, once you decide to act, quickly eliminate the merman. If they manage to gather and begin their grand chorus, a terrifying danger may occur. Chapter 49, Crushing, the Female Merman. Su Yuan had no time to think about the details of the intel before he saw a comical figure rolling and crawling through the rain curtain, charging toward him from afar. It was actually the treasure guardian spirit. It was running while making pig-like screams. Help! Master, help! They've caught up. These damn things run so fast in the rain. Master, save me. Su Yuan looked at its frantic state, unable to stop the corner of his mouth from twitching. This guy, is he really reliable? He wasn't worried about the treasure guardian spirit's life. Its true form was that treasure chest, and even if the straw body was smashed, it would only lose 3 train coins. As long as the heart of the scarecrow wasn't broken, he would only need to spend a little time to fix the body. He simply felt that this guy's earlier boast about turning the bay upside down was a bit too much and very much a slap in the face. However, Su Yuan still stepped forward and shielded the panicked treasure guardian spirit behind him. After all, it was his employee, and he had to protect it. Alright, stop howling, it's not a big deal. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, in his field of vision, through the rain curtain, several long, twisted black shadows were approaching at an astonishing speed. The rain seemed to have no effect on them, on the contrary, it seemed like their natural habitat, making them faster and their movements even more eerie. As the distance closed, Su Yuan finally got a clear look at the monsters. They had human-like upper bodies, but their skin was a disgusting slick gray-green, covered in a layer of fine scales, which glistened with a greasy shine in the dim light. Their limbs were disproportionately thin, and thin webbing grew between their fingers and toes. Their fingertips were sharp claws that gleamed coldly. These were not the legendary mermaids with enchanting voices and graceful figures. These things looked more like deep divers from some horror movie or fishmen. What made Su Yuan feel most uncomfortable was their faces. It was a face resembling that of a deep-sea anglerfish, with no nose, just 2 small breathing holes that opened and closed constantly. Their eyes were huge, bulging outward with no eyelids, only a murky white nictitating membrane that blinked occasionally, making them appear incredibly eerie. Their mouths were massive slits, stretching from behind one ear to the other, and when they hissed out threats, Su Yuan could clearly see rows of densely packed, needle-like teeth. Damn, is this what mermen look like? Su Yuan looked at these abstract-looking monsters, and instead of feeling a hint of fear, Instead, a strange excitement rose up. They do look a bit ugly, but they should drop a lot of good stuff, right? He hoisted the exaggerated evil-slaying hammer with one hand, grinned, and instead of retreating, he moved forward to face those monsters. Master! Be careful! Hiding behind, the money spirit was about to shout a warning when it saw Su Yuan's figure turn into a shadow, dashing instantly to the front of the nearest merman. The merman clearly did not expect that this seemingly bare human could be faster than them. Its huge mouth suddenly opened wide, letting out a piercing shriek, and at the same time, its sharp claws gleamed coldly, viciously clawing toward Su Yuan's chest. However, it was fast, but Su Yuan was even faster. Bang! A dull and thunderous sound exploded amidst the pouring rain. Su Yuan didn't even make any unnecessary movements, he simply swung the hammer, delivering a straightforward and powerful blow from above. The merman didn't even have time to let out a scream, its entire upper body exploded like a watermelon struck by a battering ram, puff. Instantly turning into a mass of bloody green goo. Chunks of flesh and green blood mixed with rainwater splattered everywhere. One hammer. Just one hammer. A grotesque-looking monster simply disappeared like that. The remaining 3 mers froze in place, fear reflected in their dead fish eyes. They halted, their throats producing uneasy gurgling sounds, seemingly hesitating whether to rush forward to avenge their companion or turn and flee. Unfortunately, Su Yuan did not give them the chance to choose. Bang! 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 3 more clean and crisp sounds echoed. Su Yuan's body created 3 afterimages in the rain. Even though he held the massive hammer, it seemed weightless in his hands as he swung it with power, accurately smashing it onto the heads of the remaining 3 mers. 3 ugly fish heads exploded almost simultaneously. The headless bodies wobbled and then helplessly collapsed onto the muddy shore, quickly washed clean by the rushing rainwater. In just a few seconds. The battle was over just like that. Hiding behind Su Yuan, the money spirit kept its eyes tightly closed, mumbling something unintelligible. When it felt that the commotion around it stopped, it cautiously opened a small crack in its eyes. The gruesome scene of flesh flying everywhere it had imagined did not appear. Its master still stood there, bare and shining, one hand carrying the exaggerated hammer taller than him, while the other scratched his chin, seemingly deep in thought. And at his feet, aside from a few shallow pits being washed away by the rain, there was nothing. Is it over? The money spirit rubbed its eyes, then pinched its straw-made thigh hard. Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hadn't felt pain in many years. This was surprisingly thrilling as the money spirit quietly pinched itself a few more times, feeling somewhat pleased. The spirit exclaimed in surprise. Once it realized the situation, the money spirit exclaimed. It thought this master of hers was very strong. After all, he could take down 2.5-star elite monsters and casually craft epic-level weapons. How weak could he be? But it never expected that the master would be this ridiculously strong. Those were 4 mers. In the rain, their speed and strength would be enhanced. Even a normal 2-star monster would have a headache facing them. But in the hands of the master, it seemed as easy as smashing a few walnuts?
At the same time, when Su Yuan saw these MERS for the first time, he had already sensed and learned their exact information. They were a low-intelligence, instinct-driven type of lowly merman. Strength weakens in sunny days, but enhances in rainy days. They are considered a lower level of existence among the lowly sea folk. They worship a matriarchal tribe. A sea folk tribe often consists of at least one female sea folk plus 20 or 30 male sea folk. These lowest level sea folk are responsible for finding food outside. After being killed, they emit a type of pheromone, and this scent can spread for more than 10 kilometers, even up to dozens of kilometers in the rain. Su Yuan stood still, leaning on the handle of his hammer, waiting for the sea folk to arrive. He didn't forget to shout back at the guardian spirit of wealth, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and search the treasure chest." The guardian spirit finally snapped to action. Su Yuan noticed that each sea folk he killed dropped about 30 pounds of sea folk meat and a piece of sea folk bone. Sea folk bones are good materials that can burn, but the downside is that they emit a strong fishy smell and toxicity when burned, which doesn't bother him. According to theory, the blood and flesh of sea folk are toxic and inedible, but that is for others. For Su Yuan, it was also a valuable thing. This stuff also has a chance to drop sea pearls, which are the biggest rewards for killing sea folk for ordinary people, but unfortunately, none of these four dropped any. The reason the previous stitched monster and whisperer Janus didn't drop materials was that their blood and flesh were filthy products of the evil god, dissipating after being killed. Soon, more shadows began to appear at the junction of the beach and shallow water. A large group of sea folk rushed over. It seemed there were quite a few sea folk here, at least dozens judging by the encirclement. The danger level of this dungeon was no longer just 1.5 stars. The 1.5-star danger level was relative to the usual situation, where players could gather materials here, and only a few sea folk would come ashore at night. Being careful posed little problem. Unfortunately, it was rainy now, and regrettably, they encountered Su Yuan. After crushing a few sea folk acting as vanguards effortlessly, Su Yuan found that these ugly sea folk seemed unable to sing. But suddenly, a completely different sea folk emerged from beneath the water. This sea folk had a human upper body and a fishtail, and its features were close to human aesthetics. It was a female. Under its lead, the other sea folk no longer attacked blindly. Instead, they began to follow its song and sing together. Only female sea folk can sing, and female sea folk can rally those mute sea folk to sing together to increase their power. Su Yuan instantly understood the meaning of the intelligence. Realizing this, he quickly charged forward to kill. After all, Su Yuan wouldn't just wait for them to cast their spell. But with the female sea folk's arrival, these lowly sea folk instantly became wildly enthusiastic. Immediately, a few charged forward fearlessly to stop him. Time was ultimately dragged out for a few seconds. With a melodious song coming in, the other sea folk began a collective chorus. The moment the song began, Su Yuan had already prepared to resist, but suddenly, he seemed to realize he was not affected at all. It seemed that after passing the previous dungeon without injury, this one, even with the advantageous conditions for the enemy, would still succumb to numerical superiority. These sea folk reproduce relying on females, but the mating partners are not the males within the tribe. The aura emitted by Su Yuan was clearly aligned with a high-quality target. Still not running, and just singing there? Unfortunately, they misjudged the person. In the next second, Su Yuan swung the hammer and charged forward. Chapter 50, The True Illusion. Puff. Puff. As the warhammer fell, two ugly fish heads burst open in the rain. The green liquid mixed with the rain splattered everywhere. Su Yuan shook off the slime on his hammer and was about to deal with the remaining mermaids when he suddenly froze, using the force of his swing to step back rapidly. What is this song? What is happening? Su Yuan frowned tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the mermaids surrounded in the distance. I understand now, this must be what the intel described, that so-called terrifying danger, just as expected. Even though reason clearly told him that everything in front of him was fake, an illusion, Su Yuan's eyes uncontrollably became wet, and a stream of tears slipped down his cheeks, mingling with the cold rain. Because in his ears, the originally melodious yet eerie song had, at some point, turned into an extraordinarily gentle hum. The surrounding male mermaid's sporadic responses turned into a soft accompaniment. Splash. The pouring rain, the muddy beach, the ferocious monster, everything shattered and dissipated before his eyes. Su Yuan felt his perspective continuously shrinking, and his body becoming light as a feather. He saw a pair of gentle hands embracing his small self. A familiar scent of shampoo, tinged with a faint floral fragrance, enveloped him. It was his mother. Though she had left him long ago, and his impression of her was only from photos, he would never forget this scent, the only memory he retained. His mother's voice was truly soft, humming an off-key melody, gently patting his back one beat at a time. That warmth and reassurance was a feeling Su Yuan would never experience again in his later life. The scene shifted once again. He had grown a little, probably around 7 or 8 years old. A traveling theater troupe came to the small town, setting up a makeshift stage. He rode on his father's broad shoulders, entranced by the noisy crowd. The play was Farewell My Concubine. The female role playing Yuji had a delicate nose, cherry red lips, and thick, upward-turned eyeshadow, yet her eyes revealed an indescribable melancholy. As she waved her water sleeves and glanced back, her gaze met his innocent eyes perfectly amidst the crowd.
In that instant, the entire world's clamor faded away.
Little Su Yuan felt as if something had collided heavily with his heart. Later, the performing troupe left. Yet he often went alone to that empty space, staring blankly in the direction where the troupe had departed. A child doesn't understand what it means to like or to adore, but he yearned, longing to see that kind of gaze again, craving that unexplainable warmth. The scenes flowed faster and faster. Elementary school, middle school, high school, university until stepping into society. Su Yuan never met another woman like her, nor did he ever feel that emptiness in his heart again. It wasn't that they had changed, it was that people's hearts had changed. Perhaps there are still such individuals in this world, but his heart had long become hard to stir. Su Yuan was not a sentimental person. In fact, due to years of solitude, he had never even had a serious romance. He had once fantasized about meeting a quiet girl, living a plain and simple life together. But fantasy is, after all, just fantasy. The illusion slowly faded, and the rain in reality became cold and piercing once again. The female mermaid looked at Su Yuan once more. Her sapphire-like eyes seemed to overlap with those gentle moonlight memories of longing that he could never attain.
Heroes struggle at the beautiful woman's gate.
That so-called gentle place can never be built by mere charm and allure. It is something that at different ages and states of mind, attracts someone through the unique qualities that a woman inadvertently reveals. From then on, this shadow took root in your heart, becoming more and more perfect with the filter of time.
This feeling is not love, nor does it mix with any obscene thoughts.
You just feel that being beside them is very comforting, your heart is at peace, and there is a longing to be healed. The illusion of the mermaid is indeed clever. It didn't forcefully create a white moonlight to make you sink in, but instead unearthed your deep-seated desire for gentleness. I must say, this is deadly. Even knowing it's fake, you can't help but want to stay in this false environment for a few more seconds, to feel that long-lost feeling more. Su Yuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the last ripple in his gaze was gone, leaving only a cold calm. Seeing Su Yuan's performance, the mermaid was obviously stunned, not expecting he could escape so quickly.
Why?
The mermaid's voice came through the rain curtain, filled with clear confusion and a hint of disbelief.
Its song has never missed. Whether they are fishermen lost in the sea mist or explorers who accidentally wandered into the bay, as long as they hear its song, they will willingly walk into the depths of the sea, becoming food for the clan, or tools for reproduction. But this man in front of her, shirtless and wielding an exaggerated giant hammer, managed to break free from that deep illusion in less than 3 seconds. Nice illusion.
Su Yuan said faintly, his tone revealing no emotion, surprised that this creature could speak human language. But unfortunately, I have long passed the age where such things can affect me. He spoke the truth, those gentle images did touch a soft corner deep inside him, but that was all.
People must grow up, after all.
Those naive yearnings for gentleness in youth, and those innocent fantasies of the white moonlight, have been buried deep in the heart with the passage of time, covered with a thick layer of dust. Perhaps they may be recalled occasionally, but will never be indulged in. Nor will one stop their forward steps because of this. The mermaid seemed to want to say something more, but Su Yuan had already moved.
Bang!
His figure left a shadow in place, and the next second, he was already in front of the mermaid. The evil slaying hammer descended with a piercing scream that ripped through the air. Hiss! The mermaid let out a sharp hiss and stopped singing. Its huge fishtail slammed against the ground, and its body shot back like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed was fast, far surpassing those inferior male merfolk. With each swing of its tail on the slippery beach, it could leap several meters. In this heavy rain, it was like a fish in water. Unfortunately, in front of Su Yuan, it was still not enough.
Bang!
The hammer slammed heavily into the spot where the mermaid had just been, creating a half-meter deep pit in the muddy sand, with stones and mud splattering everywhere. Su Yuan didn't pause at all, exerting force with his feet and chasing after her again. This time, the mermaid learned to be smart. It didn't choose to continue retreating but suddenly opened its mouth, letting out an even sharper, ear-piercing scream.
This is not an illusion. This is a pure sound wave attack.
Visible sound waves radiated outward in a circular shockwave from it. Wherever it passed, even the rain falling from the sky was pushed aside, creating a brief vacuum.
Interesting.
Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, did not dodge, and directly held the giant hammer in front of him, taking this sound wave impact head-on.
Buzz!
A huge shockwave surged through the hammer, and Su Yuan's body only swayed slightly, as the sand beneath his feet was plowed into deep grooves.
He still stood there firmly, even the expression on his face did not change at all. The female merman was completely panicked.
Its methods of attack were already limited, the strongest illusion had failed, and the hidden soundwave attack was also useless, leaving only one option: escape. It suddenly turned around, its fishtail fiercely slapped the ground, and its entire body shot forward like a cannonball towards the nearby sea. As long as it entered the ocean, then no matter how fast the person before it was on land, they could never catch up with it.
Want to escape?
Su Yuan chuckled coldly, his arm muscles bulging, and he swung the heavy warhammer in his hand, throwing it towards the panic-stricken figure fleeing away.
Whoosh!
The heavy warhammer of evil cut through the air in a dark arc, bringing unmatched power, and precisely struck the female merman's fishtail that was still thrashing wildly.
Bang!
A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the rain. The female merman's fishtail was crushed, torn and broken, and her whole body instantly lost balance, screaming as she fell into the icy shallow water, splashing a large amount of water. Su Yuan walked over slowly, stepped on her back, pinning her firmly in the water, then bent down and casually picked up his warhammer.
Die for me! Chapter 51, Deep into the Cave, the Six-Legged Merman. Put!
The surrounding rainwater was dyed green, but was soon washed clean again. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the 1.5-star elite merman siren. You have received Merman Meat X80 units, Merman Bones X5 units, Merman Pearl X1, Echo C Conch X1 pair, Train Coins X6. A series of system prompts rang in Su Yuan's mind. He bent down and pulled out a wet cloth bag from the smashed corpse. Inside the bag was a bead about the size of a pigeon egg, warm and smooth, quietly lying there, emitting a soft glow. Next to it was a pair of uniquely shaped sea conchs and 6 cold coins.
Name, Merman Pearl. Type, dropped item. Quality, rare.
Effect, placing it in water can slowly gather moisture from the air and has a slight effect of purifying water quality.
Good stuff. Su Yuan's eyes lit up.
If this thing were put on the trading channel, it would definitely cause a sensation. In this survival world, a treasure that can continuously produce water and purify its quality is simply invaluable.
Unfortunately, the drop rate is too low.
He killed so many male mermen, but none dropped, only this elite female merman dropped one.
If it doesn't continue to produce, Su Yuan planned to keep this one for himself or extract its attributes. Su Yuan then picked up the pair of conchs to take a look. Name, Echo C Conch. Type, special item. Quality, rare. Effect, a product from some unknown ocean civilization, a pair of special conchs.
Speak into one, and the other can hear within a certain range. In rainy conditions, the transmission distance is even further.
It's pretty much like a walkie-talkie, not bad.
Su Yuan casually stored the conchs and the pearl into his storage bag. As for the 6 train coins, neither more nor less, they brought his total back to 99. Su Yuan raised his head and found that most of the mermen had almost run away, but there were still a few left on the beach. After the female merman died, they lost their leader, sounding gurgling in place, confused and at a loss. Clearly, these few guys were not very clever.
Su Yuan lifted his warhammer and walked over.
He didn't go for total extermination but deliberately picked the closest and the strongest-looking merman, swung the warhammer, and with a crack, cleanly smashed its leg.
The merman let out a painful scream, driven by the instinct to survive, dragging its injured leg, abandoning its attack, limping away towards the nest.
The remaining ones, as if scared out of their wits, no longer dared to stay, turning and rushing into the surging depths of the ocean, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan watched the fleeing merman, following behind at a leisurely pace, casually counting his recent haul. Including the female merman, he had killed a total of 9 mermen, collecting almost 300 pounds of merman meat and 12 units of merman bones. The rain fell heavier, and the sky grew darker.
The injured merman dragged a broken leg, leaving a clear trail of blood and drag marks on the muddy beach.
Su Yuan hung back several meters behind it, neither too far nor too close, like a patient hunter. Soon, he followed the merman to a steep black cliff. This place was less a bay than a narrow mountain range, half eroded by the sea, with lengthy coastal lines on both sides, full of jagged reefs and steep cliffs. The location of the den was indeed hidden. If it weren't for following this guiding merman, even with intelligence pointing the way, Su Yuan would likely spend quite some effort finding this entrance on such a rainy day. That was why he utilized one of the mermen to search for their den. Now it seemed, this plan really worked. At the bottom of the cliff, a pitch-black cave entrance appeared, surrounded by slippery moss and unknown shells. A strong stench of fish mixed with the salty dampness of the sea struck him as he approached. The injured merman saw the cave entrance, as if it had found a savior, shrieking and scrambling inside.
Is this yet another classic ambush at the old den?
Su Yuan muttered, looking at the dark entrance. He didn't know if there were other exits in this cave, but as long as he gathered sufficient materials, the key was still that mutated merman. He hesitated no longer, shouldering the Demon Slayer warhammer, and charged inside directly. The cave was a maze, damp and dark, the ground covered in sticky moss and standing water, the stench of fish even more nauseating. As he suspected, this place was like a labyrinth. It would be very difficult to find and kill all these mermen. Su Yuan decided to walk along the main path, aiming straight for the mutated merman chief mentioned in the intel. Just as he ventured further in, two male mermen armed with bone spears suddenly jumped out from the side paths, roaring as they lunged towards him.
Bang! Bang!
Su Yuan didn't even stop his steps, swinging his war hammer. Two ugly fish heads exploded upon impact. With Su Yuan's current strength, these low-level male mermen were no different from paper in front of him. After walking deeper, Su Yuan pursed his lips, realizing he had a slight sense of being lost, as the cave had too many twists and turns, making it hard to find his way in a short time. So he simply stopped, closed his eyes, and decided to attempt activating his perception ability actively. The evolution talent was mostly passively triggered, only activating certain abilities under subconscious guidance during a crisis. But this time, Su Yuan wanted to see if he could control this power actively. The intel said there are 3 players here. Besides me, there are 2 others, but since I arrived, I haven't sensed any living presence.
If I'm not mistaken, they are most likely captured. Su Yuan thought rapidly.
According to this tribal structure, food should be prioritized for the leader and the young. I wonder if the player count in the intel will still show online status after they die.
Perhaps, if I can discern human scent, I can locate the place.
Su Yuan began to concentrate, focusing all his attention on his sense of smell. The world around him seemed to quiet down at that moment, with only the sound of raindrops falling on the rocks, dripping steadily. His mindset gradually calmed, and the strong foul smell in the cave appeared to be actively stripped away by his brain. Other more subtle and complex scents began to slowly flow into his mind. The salty fishy smell of seaweed, the sweet freshness of shellfish, the coldness of the rocks, and a faint, almost imperceptible, scent of decay unique to mammals mingled with the foul odor. The smell of rotting human flesh was fundamentally different from the fishy smell of these monstrous creatures. Although he had not successfully triggered his evolution talent, Su Yuan had indeed captured a different scent. Soon, this olfactory sensation transformed into a more vague and direct intuition, guiding him towards one of the deep side paths. That is most likely the smell of human corpses. It may also be that the 2 players were just captured but not killed. The corpse smell I detected belongs to others. The deeper he ventured, the clearer the scent became. The tunnel widened then narrowed, and after winding several times, Su Yuan finally arrived at a relatively spacious cave hall, where the view opened up completely.
Found it! The light here was brighter than outside, with some moss growing on the cave ceiling, emitting a faint blue glow, illuminating the entire hall like an underwater palace from a dream. In the center of the hall, dozens of merfolk were gathered, surrounding a large pool of water, their throats producing low, gurgling sounds, as if they were performing some ritual. And in the center of that pool, on a massive reef, lay an extraordinarily large monster. At the same time, detailed information about this monster appeared before Su Yuan's eyes. Name, 6-legged merfolk. Type, special monster.
Background, this generation of the merfolk has an ancestral task passed down through generations to guard the mysterious ruins in the deep sea, but this has become both a task and a curse etched in their bloodline. Introduction, time has passed too long, and the merfolk have long forgotten their task, leaving the ruins and coming to the coast, but due to the curse, they cannot escape this place. Until a wise female merfolk tried to help her kin escape, she voluntarily entered the ruins for exploration. However, after emerging from the ruins, she fell under a serious curse, dying after giving birth to this monster.
Danger level, 3 stars.
This 6-legged merfolk was 5 meters long, with its upper body retaining some feminine features of mermaids, but its skin was a sickly pale covered in strange blue-black patterns. Its lower body, however, was no longer a fishtail but 6 sturdy, jointed legs resembling giant spider claws, firmly gripping the reef. At that moment, it lay on the reef tightly holding a giant skeleton that had already turned to white bones, which should be the remains of the previous female merfolk leader. Its hollow eyes stared intensely at the skeleton in its arms, occasionally letting out low, incomprehensible growls, as if trying to convey something.
The 6-legged merfolk lacked rationality, acting entirely on instinct.
The other merfolk in the tribe seemed to regard it as a new hope, hoping it could grow into a new guardian deity and lead the tribe to break the curse and leave this bound bay. They continuously fed it captured prey, hoping it would grow quickly. However, the development of events gradually exceeded all expectations of the merfolk. Su Yuan understood that many of the dungeon's danger levels were merely superficial, and in this dungeon, the danger level was 1.5 stars. On the surface, the most dangerous monster is the merman outside. But this dungeon is actually more terrifying than the previous farm, because just the danger level of this one monster has already reached 3 stars, and it is tied to a mysterious ruin.
Chapter 52, War Begins, the 6-legged merman with a strong physical body.
The 6-legged merman lying on the reef obviously noticed Su Yuan, the unexpected visitor. It slowly raised its head, its hollow, pupil-less eyes fixed directly on the cave entrance. The surrounding male mermen, who were performing a ritual, also stopped their actions, turned around, and growled threateningly from their throats. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire hall became tense, as if a sword was about to be drawn. Su Yuan did not strike immediately but instead shifted his gaze away from the 3-star boss and scanned the surroundings of the hall. Soon, he spotted two figures wrapped in semi-transparent mucus on a cliff opposite the pond. The two figures were stuck tightly against the wall, like insects in amber. From their shapes, it seemed to be one man and one woman. Their faces were unrecognizable, covered by a thick layer of green mucus, with only their bodies still weakly rising and falling, proving they were still alive. But that was all. Su Yuan could clearly sense that their life force had weakened to the extreme, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. They can't be saved, Su Yuan immediately judged in his heart. Even if he rushed over and saved them now, with their current state, they wouldn't last much longer. Besides, he was not some bleeding heart. In a world where human life is as cheap as grass, risking his life to disrupt his plans for two strangers he had never met was not something he would do. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and no longer cared about the two poor souls, instead refocusing all his attention on the six-legged merman. He noticed that this monster's behavior was very strange. Although it had noticed him, it did not show the strong hostility like the other mermen. Instead, it simply stared at him with those hollow eyes, tightly clutching a massive skeleton that had long since turned to bone. The size of the skeleton was much larger than that of an ordinary merman, and its bones appeared smooth and jade-like, clearly not an ordinary being in life. It matched the description of the former female merman leader from the intelligence. This monster seems to be controlled by the skeleton? A strange thought suddenly crossed Su Yuan's mind. He activated his perception ability to the limit, carefully probing the skeleton. Sure enough, he caught a faint but intense wave of resentment and madness from the skeleton. It felt like an unwilling vengeful spirit, trying to attach its remaining soul to the bones, seeking a way to return to the world. And just as Su Yuan concentrated his spirit to investigate, a vague voice suddenly rang in his mind, directly translated through his thoughts. Kill him. Use his pure, powerful flesh and blood for sacrifice. Mom can return. With him, it's enough. But, be careful, my dear child, the prey is dangerous. Su Yuan immediately understood. This skeleton was giving the six-legged merman instructions. It wanted to kill him and use his flesh and blood as a sacrifice to complete some kind of resurrection ritual. It seemed that the six-legged merman, which had appeared somewhat confused before, suddenly flashed a cruel glint in its empty eyes upon receiving the skeleton's instructions. It carefully placed the skeleton it was holding onto the reef, then its six spider-like claws suddenly exerted force. Boom! A huge reef was forcibly pulled from the pond, splashing massive dark green water everywhere. It actually used that heavy boulder, weighing several tons, as a weapon, roaring as it charged fiercely towards Su Yuan. As it moved, the entire cave hall began to shake violently, with stones and dirt constantly falling from the rocky ceiling above. Come on! Looking at the unstoppable giant creature charging at him, Su Yuan showed not the slightest fear, but instead revealed an excited smile. He gripped the handle of the Lu Xia warhammer tightly, his legs slightly sinking, taking a standard battle stance. In an instant, his body received the command for battle, and Su Yuan's heart started to race fiercely, pumping blood continuously throughout his body, giving his face a strange wine-red hue. It seems to evolve. Besides using various unconventional means, the main way has to be through battle, especially thrilling battles. My body seems to actively enjoy this kind of fight. Let me see exactly how powerful you are. Su Yuan growled, suddenly pushing off with his feet. His whole body shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight at the six-legged merman wielding the giant boulder. A large and a small figure, completely disproportionate in size, were about to collide fiercely under the glowing blue light. Boom! A deafening blast exploded in the hall. The Lu Xia warhammer struck solidly against the huge reef. A visible wave of white energy exploded from the point of impact, rapidly spreading outward. Nearby watching male mermen were directly lifted by the powerful shockwave, plummeting into the pond like dumplings with loud splashes. Su Yuan felt an unimaginable terrifying force coming from the hammer handle. That strength hit him like a mountain, making his hands numb as he gripped the handle tightly. He uncontrollably slid back over 10 meters, his feet gouging deep grooves into the hard rock surface, barely managing to stabilize himself. This guy's strength is incredible. Su Yuan shook his slightly numb arms, a wave of amazement stirring in his heart. Although his physical ability far exceeded that of normal people, even reaching several times the difference, these creatures had no obvious skills as described just now. Clearly, it was a pure monster, excelling in physicality. Its strength was not on the same level as other ordinary 3-star monsters. It seems relying solely on brute force won't do. Su Yuan's mind quickly calculated. He admitted that the opponent was indeed stronger than him in strength. But this did not mean he couldn't defeat it. On the contrary, it ignited his competitive spirit even more. Su Yuan grinned and moved again. This time, he didn't choose to clash head-on but utilized his speed and agility to the utmost. The six-legged merman, seeing that its strike hadn't crushed this tiny human, seemed even angrier. It roared again, raising the massive boulder, recklessly smashing it down towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan remained calm, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, his body darting sideways like a ghost, effortlessly dodging this powerful strike.
Boom!
The boulder smashed down hard where he had just stood, shaking the entire ground violently, sending debris flying everywhere. Before the six-legged merman could retract the boulder, Su Yuan had already circled to its side, the Lucia warhammer drawing a cunning arc as it struck fiercely against one of its spider-like limbs' claws.
Ding!
A sharp ringing sound of metal on metal erupted.
Sparks flew.
The armor on that limb cracked, and green blood began to splatter.
Su Yuan was pushed back 2 steps by a tremendous rebound force. So hard? Su Yuan was a bit surprised. It seems that when it comes to pure physical defense, the Janus he fought last time is not on the same level as this thing. However, Su Yuan did not feel discouraged, because the most abnormal aspect of the hammer in his hand was not just this, but it could gradually accumulate damage as the battle progressed, and the accumulated damage, similar to true damage, could ignore many judgments. Judgment value plus 5%. As long as it works. The next scene became somewhat comical.
In the huge cave hall, a massive six-legged merman was swinging a reef stone bigger than its body, frantically trying to smash a bare-chested human. And that human, like an incredibly agile monkey, could always dodge just in time, a second before the reef stone crashed down. Then, taking advantage of the monster's attack gaps, he would hit it fiercely from various tricky angles with the large hammer in his hand.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The crisp sound of metal against metal echoed throughout the hall. The six-legged merman was driven to complete rage by Su Yuan's hit-and-run tactic. It roared, the speed of its attacks becoming faster and faster, with greater and greater force. Each time it swung the reef stone, it created a whirlwind, carving deep scars in the surrounding rock walls.
But unfortunately, all its attacks missed.
In front of Su Yuan's terrifying perception of 111.5, every move it made was predicted in advance.
Its attack trajectory, its force application method, and even the intention of its next move all appeared clearly in Su Yuan's mind. To the left. This guy is going to smash the left. As soon as the thought emerged in Su Yuan's mind, his body instinctively slid to the right. Boom!
The massive reef stone grazed his nose and crashed down, kicking up dirt from the ground.
Good opportunity. Die for me.
Su Yuan's eyes lit up, taking advantage of the brief moment when the six-legged merman's old strength had dissipated and its new strength had not yet emerged. He dashed forward, raising the killing evil warhammer high and smashing it down hard on its thick lower back.
Clang! Another crisp sound rang out. Judgment value plus 5%.
The six-legged merman staggered from the blow, letting out a painful roar, and turned to make a horizontal sweep. Yet Su Yuan, who reacted quickly, easily dodged. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided crushing, with Su Yuan's damage increasing as he continued to strike harder. His body began to gradually adapt, and compared to the previous boss fight, it seemed that fighting this boss that excelled in physical strength was easier in stirring his evolution.
Judgment value, 35%. Judgment value, 40%. Judgment value, 45%. Chapter 53, a talent similar to mine? This is interesting. With each successful strike by Su Yuan, the judgment value on the killing evil warhammer steadily increased. He could clearly sense that the hammer in his hand was becoming more and more excited. On the hammerhead, the originally clear holy white light and blood red light began to gradually blend, forming a deeper and more dangerous purplish-red halo. With every strike on the six-legged merman, the damage caused was getting higher and higher. At first, it only broke a little exterior, spilling some juice. Now, with each hammer blow, it could bring about splashes of green blood and chunks of flesh. Judgment value, 95%. Almost there. Su Yuan dodged another powerful and heavy strike, feeling the nearly uncontrollable terrifying power in his hand, his eyes sharp. His chest heaved as he poured all his strength into his legs. Now is the time. Just when the six-legged merman became momentarily stiff from its consecutive misses, Su Yuan moved. His figure left an afterimage in place, and the next second, he was already beneath the six-legged merman. This was an extremely dangerous position. Once crushed by its massive body, even Su Yuan would have to take a drink. But similarly, this was also its most vulnerable spot, the belly. Break for me. Su Yuan roared, the evil-slaying warhammer in his hand surged with a world-destroying aura, smashing up fiercely toward the soft belly of the six-legged merman. Judgment value, 100%. Judgment effect triggered. Boom. This hammer strike was solid. An energy more terrifying than any before erupted explosively the moment the hammerhead met flesh. The energy was so great it caused a small-scale explosion, instantly engulfing the six-legged merman's massive body. Roar. The six-legged merman let out a piercing scream. Its belly, under that hammer strike, was directly blasted out, creating a horrifying half-meter deep hole. Green blood gushed out like a fountain, corroding the surrounding ground with a hissing sound.
However, this wasn't the most deadly part. The deadliest part was the purple-red energy infused with the power of judgment. That energy surged into its body through the wound like a relentless parasite, beginning to destroy its internal structure from within, annihilating its life source.
Not over yet.
Having struck true, Su Yuan showed no signs of stopping. Taking advantage of the six-legged merman's temporary paralysis from pain, he thrust his legs, soaring into the air like a cannonball, landing directly on the merman's broad back. Su Yuan grinned, raising the evil slaying war hammer again, aiming for the weakest connection point at the back of its neck, and smashed down hard.
Put. Judgment value, 105%. Again. Put. Judgment value, 110%. Su Yuan stood on its back like an unyielding blacksmith, hammering again and again in a frenzy. Every strike made the six-legged merman tremble, letting out a cry of painful agony. It thrashed madly, trying to throw off this damned flea on its back. But Su Yuan was as steady as a mountain. No matter how it struggled, he wouldn't be shaken off. As Su Yuan hammered enthusiastically, ready to push the judgment value to a new height, a sudden change occurred. The white skeleton that had been shielded by the six-legged merman, lying on the rocks, suddenly lit up with a faint crimson glow in its two dark eye sockets. A chilling, malicious thought surged into Su Yuan's mind again. Break, above. Rain. My child needs rain. Su Yuan instantly understood the intention of the skeleton.
The intel clearly stated that heavy rain would affect the singing of the mermen, but at the same time, it would make them more frantic and hungry. The six-legged merman was already a mutated being, and if it were to bathe in rainwater, who knows what horrific transformation could occur.
Don't even think about it.
Su Yuan's gaze turned cold, and the hammer in his hand changed its target, no longer aiming for its neck, but for its six giant, spider-like claws. He aimed to cripple this creature's mobility, preventing it from breaking through the cave roof.
Clang! 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 Su Yuan's attacks were quick and fierce, each hammer accurately striking at the joints of the claws. However, the six-legged merman was now entirely unconcerned with the attacks on its back. It seemed to have received some unavoidable command, dragging its heavily injured body, frantically charging toward the edge of the hall. Its massive size and terrifying strength were on full display at that moment. Su Yuan stood on its back, feeling a violent jolt beneath his feet, like standing on a runaway truck, and if not for his solid stance, he would have almost been flung off. Damn! This guy has gone mad. Su Yuan wanted to stop it, but was utterly powerless.
His current attacks, while capable of continuously stacking judgment value and inflicting ongoing damage to the six-legged merman, not enough to completely destroy its ability to act in a short time. The six-legged merman, relying on its tough skin, thick flesh, and tremendous strength, braved Su Yuan's attack and charged a few steps to the cliff wall at the hall's base. It raised its two relatively intact front limbs and claws towards the cracked rock wall above, fiercely scratching upwards.
Crack! Crack!
The hard rock was as weak as tofu in front of its sharp claws. Large chunks of rubble mixed with dirt tumbled down from the cave ceiling. A blinding light shone through the open crevice, accompanied by the sound of heavy rain.
Damn it! No time left. Su Yuan's heart sank upon seeing this.
He made a swift decision, stopped attacking, and forcefully pushed off with his legs, leaping off the six-legged merman's back and dodging to the entrance of the hall. Just as he steadied himself.
Boom! A deafening roar.
The entire cave hall ceiling could no longer bear the weight and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless tons of rock and dirt poured down like a flood breaking its dam, instantly submerging the entire hall. Some ordinary male mermen, originally trembling in the pool, didn't even have time to scream before being crushed and buried alive. And the six-legged merman was violently struck down from the cliff wall by this terrifying impact, its huge body crashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The torrential rain rushed in wildly through the enormous gap. Su Yuan stood at the cave entrance, staring at the apocalyptic scene before him, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. If he hadn't run quickly, he would probably be buried underneath by now. That guy should be dead, right? Su Yuan thought as he looked at the area buried under rubble and mud. Getting hit like that, even if it was a 3-star boss, it should be finished, right? However, the situation developed completely beyond his expectations. Glug, glug. A strange bubbling sound came from beneath the muddy water. Next, a huge shadow slowly rose from under the water.
It was the six-legged merman. It hadn't died.
Not only was it not dead, but its condition seemed even better than before. Its body, once battered and bruised by Su Yuan, was now rapidly healing at a visible speed under the rain.
Those horrific wounds healed completely in just a few seconds. Moreover, its originally sickly pale skin now began to gleam with a metallic luster and turned a deeper dark blue-black color. Its once hollow eyes now burned with two crimson flames, filled with brutality and madness.
Its 6 spider-like giant claws became thicker and sharper, the tips glinting with a chilling light. Even the female head atop it underwent a transformation, with longer hair wildly dancing in the rain, and its mouth opening wider, revealing rows of sharper teeth inside. Roar! It let out a deafening roar, the sound waves crashing like tangible shockwaves, forcing the surrounding rainwater to split apart. Su Yuan's hair stood on end from the shockwave. Warning! Six-legged merman soaking in rainwater, bloodline curse activated, entering berserk combat mode. Warning! Target has mutated into Sea King dangerous species. Combat power significantly enhanced. Warning! Danger level of this instance has reached the 3-star limit. Damn! It can really transform. Su Yuan exclaimed as he looked at the monster before him, which had changed dramatically. He thought he had been reckless enough, turning a 1.5-star dungeon into a 3-star one. Unexpectedly, this is not the limit. The 3-star limit. These 4 words mean that the monster in front of me has power that is infinitely close to 4 stars. However, following its physical changes, Su Yuan also felt his whole body become unbearably hot, and even his perspective kept rising, his bones misaligned, and his muscles rapidly growing. After a period of discomfort, subtitles flashed before his eyes. Talent, Rainbow Hunter. Description: when you come into contact with rainwater during a heavy downpour, your abilities will undergo a huge breakthrough, especially your speed. However, after the rain stops, you will fall into a period of weakness. Once the rain stops, I will die, but as long as the rain does not stop, it will be your death. As the subtitles ended, just like the 6-legged merman in front of him, Su Yuan also entered his second form. His muscles changed, becoming smoother and more explosive, presenting a half-human, half-mermaid feeling. He even grew fish fins on his back. At the same time, his height also soared, rising from 1.78 meters to a full 2.1 meters. The evolution talent not only adapts to the environment, but don't forget, it also has a strong attribute, allowing him to even mimic and learn the talents of others in certain specific situations. Well then. A talent like mine? Interesting. Now, there's both good news and bad news. Bad news, the boss has a second form. The good news is, I also have a second form. Damn, this feeling. Su Yuan looked down at his arms, which had become thicker and filled with a sense of power. He felt the overwhelming strength inside him, almost overflowing, and he was a little stunned. He knew that his evolution talent was powerful, allowing his body to undergo adaptive changes in extreme environments, and even learn talents from other players in some situations. But he never expected that it would directly copy and paste the boss's second phase transformation ability? No, wait. Su Yuan quickly rejected this idea. He could clearly feel that the changes in his body were fundamentally different from the monster in front of him. The 6-legged merman's transformation was violent, chaotic, and a complete explosion of cursed power, filled with a sense of destruction and madness. On the other hand, his transformation felt more like a perfect adaptation. It was as if his body, feeling both the external environment and the immense threat from his enemy, actively evolved into the optimal form for victory during the process of imitation. This also verified an idea: Su Yuan's body evolved faster when facing strong enemies or physical stimuli, whereas the speed of evolution was slower with magical or mental damage. Fortunately, his resistance ability was also very strong because his perception values were supporting it. But as his abilities increased, Su Yuan noticed that no matter the type of stimulus, his body's adaptation speed was improving. Although there was a side effect of weakness after the rain stopped, the good news was that this rain would nearly last until the end of the dungeon. So, taking down this giant in front of him was no problem at all. Roar! The 6-legged merman, or rather, now it should be called the Sea King class dangerous species, seemed to have noticed the changes in Su Yuan. The 2 burning scarlet flames in its eye sockets stared fiercely at Su Yuan, filled with brutality and a bloodthirsty desire. In its perception, the small human in front of it, after being bathed in the rainwater, now seemed more delicious and even more tempting. It could no longer wait to tear this delicious sacrifice into pieces and offer it to its great mother. Boom! The Sea King class dangerous species moved. Its 6 thick spider-like claws slammed into the ground, and its massive body turned into a dark blue shadow. The massive mud splashed up as it lunged violently toward Su Yuan. The speed was several times faster than before. The pressure coming from the front was enough to make any ordinary player's legs buckle in fear. However, in Su Yuan's eyes, everything seemed to slow down. Too slow. Su Yuan grinned, showing a friendly expression. He also moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor was there a cloud of mud. His figure merely swayed lightly in place, and then vanished into thin air. The massive, forceful pounce of the Sea King-type monster missed entirely, and its huge body slammed violently into the cliff behind Su Yuan, producing a deafening crash. Boom! The entire cave trembled violently, and countless rocks fell from above. The Sea King-type monster seemed somewhat dazed, its fierce female head turning around, with its crimson eye sockets filled with confusion. But in the next second, it realized that Su Yuan had appeared above it and was already attacking, hammering down.
Roar!
Faced with this fatal strike falling from the sky, the Sea King-type monster's instincts finally sensed an unprecedented danger.
It tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Su Yuan's speed was too fast.
With the help of the Rainbow Hunter talent, his speed had reached an unbelievable level.
In Su Yuan's vision, everything around him slowed down.
Raindrops falling from the sky seemed like crystals hovering in midair, and Su Yuan could even clearly see the reflections on the surface of each droplet. Meanwhile, the monster's every small movement, shock, fear, and its attempts to dodge were fully visible to Su Yuan.
Die! Su Yuan shouted fiercely, channeling all his strength into the warhammer in his hand. Boom! As expected, the strike was too fast, the opponent couldn't dodge in time.
The Evil Slayer warhammer struck solidly beside the Sea King-type monster's head.
Judgment value, 115%. Crack!
A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed, followed by the force of the blow sending the Sea King-type monster's shoulder exploding into a bloody mist.
Splash!
Various green blood and tissue flew everywhere, and even its menacing white bones could be seen. However, this should have been a fatal injury, yet it began to heal rapidly. Countless flesh buds, as if alive, intertwined and coiled, and within seconds, Su Yuan witnessed the blood and flesh begin to cover the wound. In no time, the creature's body seemed to form its armored skin once again, nearly healed completely.
This healing ability is too freakish, right?
Su Yuan stared at this strange scene, his heart filled with shock. But the monster in front of him wasn't impossible to kill.
Don't forget, Su Yuan's judgment value could stack up to 1000%, with added burning damage. Even if this monster's recovery was monstrous, could it withstand this?
Then, inside the cave, Su Yuan began to play a kite strategy.
Ding!
Another crisp sound of metal clashing echoed.
Judgment value, 120%. The Sea King-type monster's attack missed, and Su Yuan's figure disappeared once again. Ding! Judgment value, 125%. Ding! Judgment value, 130%.
The scene that followed once again turned into one-sided destruction. In the massive cave ruins, a gigantic monster was wildly swinging its 6 sharp claws, smashing the surrounding rock walls and ground into countless cracks, with stones flying everywhere.
Its opponent, a shirtless human, moved like a ghost, strolling calmly through the monster's storm of attacks.
The Sea King-type monster became more and more shocked, more and more frustrated. It felt like a clumsy giant, battling a supremely agile mosquito. Full of strength, but unable to touch its opponent.
And that damn hammer of the opponent.
Every blow that landed on him was not fatal, but the piercing pain was growing stronger and stronger.
If you have the ability, transform into your third form. If you can't do it, then I'm sorry.
Su Yuan noticed that his opponent's recovery speed was slowing down, and he grinned.
However, as they fought, the situation suddenly changed. The cave was about to collapse from their movements.
So, Su Yuan seized the opportunity, deliberately dropping his guard, pretending to be pushed to the cave's exit by a claw strike. The Sea King monster saw this and thought it was a chance. Without a second thought, 6 sharp claws lunged at Su Yuan, aiming to kill him with one strike. Yet, just a second before the claws would touch Su Yuan, his figure vanished again. The Sea King monster missed completely, and its massive body, due to inertia, crashed out of the huge hole it had just made.
Boom! Its giant body slammed heavily onto the mountain outside, stirring up a large mass of mud and rock. Roar! The Sea King monster clearly realized the change in its environment.
Its 6 strong spider-like claws dug deeply into the soil and rocks beneath, stabilizing its massive body.
The rain made its body even more slippery, readying it to become stronger.
However, at the same time, Su Yuan was getting soaked even more, and his strength was also increasing, so the gap between both sides remained unchanged. On the outside, his speed advantage grew. The monster in front of him had almost become a living target, impossible to hit or evade. The 6 originally indestructible claws had 3 broken with the passage of time, unable to heal anymore. Green blood sprayed wildly from the broken parts as if it were free, staining the mountain wall a bizarre green.
The battle didn't last long, and everything lost its suspense. With the final blow delivered. Splash! The rain continued to fall.
Su Yuan knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, using the evil-slaying warhammer to prop himself up on the muddy ground, supporting his somewhat swaying body. The dangerous beast, covered in wounds, wobbled and fell to the ground, becoming silent, having been beaten to exhaustion. After every strike, the 6-legged merman had to use energy to heal, otherwise, the injuries would deepen and affect the battle. But Su Yuan's abnormality was that damage could stack up, and the accompanying burning forced it to expend even more energy to cover the healing process, ultimately being directly drained to death by such horrifying consumption. Even if it weren't exhausted to death, once Su Yuan's judgment value reached its limit, this monster would still be doomed. After the battle, Su Yuan caught his breath and chose to voluntarily deactivate the second stage state. The bony fins on his back slowly retracted into his body, and the torn wounds healed rapidly under his powerful self-healing ability, leaving no scars behind. His height also gradually returned from 2 meters 1 to a normal level of 1 meter 78. However, as the strength receded, a feeling of indescribable weakness surged over him like a swarm of gnawing insects, instantly engulfing his entire body.
Dizziness, exhaustion, muscle soreness.
Various negative states all flooded in at once. The rain would continue until this instance ended, but the longer this state lasted, the greater the backlash Su Yuan would face after it ended. Now that the enemy before him was destroyed, he no longer needed to maintain it. However, this negative state was truly uncomfortable. Fortunately, Su Yuan still had half a cup of holy water. After taking a swig, that unpleasant feeling gradually faded away, and he felt revitalized again.
Done. Congratulations!
You have successfully killed the 3-star extreme monster Sea King Dangerous species. As you are the first player to solo kill a 3-star extreme monster, you will receive extra rewards.
Congratulations! You have gained Constitution +5. Congratulations! You have received Special Talent Crystal Deep Sea Benefactor X1. Congratulations! You have received Train Coins X100. Congratulations! You have received Deep Sea Ruin Stone Tablet Key X1. Congratulations! You have received High Quality Mermaid Oil X50 units. Congratulations! You have received Special Drink Deep Sea Demon Blood X1. Congratulations! You have received Special Item Mutated Mermaid Pearl X1. Congratulations! You have received Kill Rewards Silver Chest X1. Chapter 55 Deep Sea Demon Blood Ruined Stone Tablet. The first reward to be felt was the 5 points in Constitution. A warm current appeared out of nowhere, flooding into Su Yuan's limbs and bones, almost completely eliminating his fatigue from having drunk the holy water. Now, under the influence of this force, he could hardly feel the massive battle he had just gone through. Awesome! Su Yuan couldn't help but let out a hearty roar to the sky, feeling like he could punch 2 cows to death now. Then, Su Yuan opened his panel to check. Train conductor name, Su Yuan. Identity number, 000000. Constitution, 59.1, normal adults are 512. Perception, 111.5, your perception ability has entered a non-human realm. Talent, evolution, perfect stitching, blade mastery, rainbow hunter, intermediate toxin resistance / advanced mixed snake venom resistance. 59.1. Only one last step remains to reach the monumental 60 points. Maybe. I won't have to wait long before I can try to fuse that bottle of flesh and blood potion. Su Yuan casually picked up a stone and squeezed it in his palm. Although he didn't crush it into powder dramatically like in some hot-blooded anime or squeeze out diamonds with his bare hands. He did smash it in his hand until it was nearly in pieces. This strength. Su Yuan looked at his creation and nodded satisfactorily. Calming his excited heart, he finally turned his attention to the pile of rewards. First was 100 train coins. This was a huge amount. Typically, an ordinary player would consider having about 3 a good stash. With these 100 coins, Su Yuan's total assets had reached an astonishing 199 coins. Just one more to reach 200. After this run, even if the train upgrades to level 3, I should have enough money to install what needs to be installed. Next, Su Yuan's gaze landed on the crystal emitting a deep blue light. Special Talent Crystal Deep Sea Benefactor. Type, Talent Consumable. Quality, Rare. Effect, after use, it randomly grants a talent related to deep sea or benefaction, with quality determined by the user's potential. Note, this is the life essence condensed under the dual influences of Bloodline Curse and the power of a torrential storm from the Sea King Dangerous species. It longs for the true ocean, desires absolute dominance, seeks to revive its kind, and build a kingdom upon the sea. It was meant to be a king, but due to the curse, it has fallen to this state. Another talent crystal. Looking at the description of this item, Su Yuan's heart was also on fire. He then turned his gaze to the next reward. It was a large pile of blocks radiating a faint blue light, resembling solidified grease. High-quality mermaid oil X50 units. This stuff is great. Finally got some decent fuel. Su Yuan recalled the heavy oil seaweed he had traded for before. Although it had a high energy value, the smell of burning tires when it was used was really overwhelming. Even though he wasn't afraid of it, smelling it every day didn't put him in a good mood. However, this mermaid oil, based on the feedback from his perception, not only had a higher energy value but also burned smoke-free and odorless, even carrying a light hint of ocean freshness. It's simply the perfect top-tier fuel. Su Yuan had also heard that mermaid grease could be used to make everlasting lamps. They claimed it burns forever. Somewhat exaggerated, but the hidden energy value is unimaginable. This 50 units of mermaid oil, whether for personal use or trade, is absolutely a good thing.
There's no need to say much about the silver treasure chest. Su Yuan has high expectations for this item. After all, the last silver treasure chest gave him a star interstellar soldier training cabin type of high-tech item. However, Su Yuan does not plan to open it now. Instead, he intends to wait until he returns to the cabin and uses the treasure chest found by the Spirit of Wealth to merge them step by step, to see if he can create a higher level with 2 silvers, or even continue to stack them. Su Yuan's gaze finally falls on the remaining 3 items. A stone slab covered in mysterious patterns, exuding an ancient aura. A bottle containing a deep blue, viscous liquid that doesn't look like any proper drink, known as deep-sea demon blood. And a completely black, shimmering bead with arc-like patterns on its surface, faintly pulsating, which is a mutated mermaid pearl. The rain washed over the stone slab, making the ancient patterns on it appear even clearer. Su Yuan propelled his perception ability to the extreme, carefully interpreting the information on the stone slab. Soon, a complete map and a long-sealed history slowly unfolded in his mind. Name, Deep-Sea Ruins Stone Slab, Key. Type, Quest Item. Quality, Special. Effect, holding this slab allows you to locate and open the entrance to the ancient ruins beneath the deep sea of Pearl Bay. Note, this bay was once the peak of a prosperous ancient coastal city, which was swallowed by a sudden tsunami, and all of this points to the mysterious altar located in the center of the city. I never expected this place used to be a city. Su Yuan looked at the map on the slab and felt a wave of emotion in his heart. The map clearly marked the layout of the sunken ancient city, with streets, temples, and squares. Even the altar that was the source of the curse was highlighted. After being submerged in water, it's been too long. There's probably nothing good to search for in the city, and I don't know what this time's ruins will hold. Su Yuan put away the stone slab and his gaze shifted to the bottle of deep-sea demon blood. Name, Deep-Sea Demon Blood. Type, Special Drink/Consumable. Quality, Rare. Effect, after drinking, you will gain the Deep-Sea Blessing status for the next 24 hours. In this state, you will be immune to most pressure effects and can breathe freely underwater, with your movement speed unaffected. Note, this is a product formed by the fusion of the blood essence of dangerous sea kings and the power of deep-sea curses. It can temporarily grant you the physique of a deep-sea overlord, but remember, do not venture too deep into that darkness during the blessed state, for you do not know what you may encounter. Sure enough, it's an auxiliary item. This makes going underwater much easier. Su Yuan was still thinking about how he didn't have that much time to adapt and develop an underwater breathing skill. The key issue is that breathing underwater in saltwater is completely different from in freshwater. In a short time, he would most likely only be able to evolve into holding his breath for an extended period. With this bottle of blood, he would be able to proceed smoothly to the ruins. Su Yuan also carefully stored away the deep-sea demon blood, preparing to use it after returning to the train and making thorough preparations. Lastly, his gaze fell on that completely black, shimmering bead with arc-like patterns on its surface, faintly pulsing, the mutated mermaid pearl. This pearl was worlds apart from the ordinary pearl that the previous elite female mermaid dropped. The ordinary pearl was just a warm, milky white, while this one seemed like a concentrated piece of the night, deep enough to possibly suck in one's soul. Su Yuan held it in his palm, feeling a unique sensation that was icy yet slightly numbing. A feeling came from the palm. But just a few seconds after holding it, Su Yuan immediately realized something. No, the tingling feeling is not an illusion, this thing is really electrified. Chapter 56, The Story Behind the Merfolk. As perception activated. Following that, several lines of familiar translucent text arrived as expected. Name, The Cursed Heart of the Sea King. Type, Exclusive Drop Item. Quality, Special. Effect? Tip, it is extremely unstable. The best use right now might be to shatter it and use it as a bomb. Tip, the energy inside is fighting against the curse, but as time goes by, without replenishment, it is close to being completely extinguished. Note, this submerged water city has been so long forgotten that it has no name, but in ancient times, there was a legend that every 300 years, a leader would be chosen. As a leader, bearing the hope of the tribe's continuation, he would be granted the ability to control thunder and the sea. These merfolk are the survivors of that ancient disaster, but their bodies have mutated, and their original wisdom has begun to fade, gradually becoming chaotic. Until the most hopeful being appeared, the only one qualified to be the king among the merfolk, yet still could not escape the fate of the curse. Holding the orb in his hand, feeling the tingling sensation on it. After reading the introduction, Su Yuan instantly connected the dots with the information he had acquired earlier. Every 300 years, a leader will be chosen. Granted the ability to control thunder and the sea. Long ago, there was a prosperous city here. The residents of the city, perhaps humans, believed in a certain power and built an altar for it. The ones who survived did not die but transformed into non-human monsters under the influence of the altar's power. They are the ancestors of the merfolk we see today. They have lost their wisdom, forgotten the past, and are left with only the instincts of beasts and endless hunger, struggling to survive on the cursed land, ultimately becoming monsters over generations. And the so-called Sea King, the six-legged merfolk he killed, was supposed to be the leader who would guide the tribe towards rebirth. It was born with the potential to inherit the powers of thunder and ocean, a hope that comes once every 300 years. But the so-called bloodline was tainted from the very start. Hope was accompanied by despair from the moment of its birth. After learning all this information, Su Yuan looked at the orb in his hand, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't foolishly smashed it, or else getting hit by an explosion would surely be uncomfortable. At the same time, Su Yuan began to study it carefully. The note clearly stated that the best use of it was to throw it away as a bomb. And the quality was special, with the effect marked as 3 question marks, indicating that it could neither be used as a building material nor have any other conventional purpose. At least within the train world's judgment, nearly all ordinary players getting this would likely either find a chance to use it against someone or just throw it far away, fearing it would explode in their carriage one day. But Su Yuan was different. Perfect fusion. He silently chanted in his heart, activating his unique talent. On that pitch-black orb, several entries glowing with different lights appeared clearly before his eyes. Entry: Power of Thunder, unknown; Heart of the Ocean, unknown; Curse of the Deep Sea, rule. Indeed. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. The entries Power of Thunder and Heart of the Ocean, although marked as unknown, do not have the gray rule suffix like Curse of the Deep Sea, which cannot be touched. This meant that as long as he was willing, he could use his perfect fusion talent to forcibly strip these 2 entries, representing powerful forces, at any time. This note says that the internal energy is battling against the curse. It's almost extinguished. Su Yuan rubbed his chin, carefully analyzing. In other words, these 2 energies have not yet been completely eroded by the curse, and are in a delicate balance of mutual opposition. If I had come any later, once the power of the curse completely prevails, these 2 entries would probably be rendered useless, and by then, I might not even be able to see them. Thinking of this, Su Yuan felt a wave of relief. Timing is as important as being early. He glanced again at the corpse of the 6-legged merman, finding its huge body visibly turning into strands of black mist, dissipating in the rain. Even the white skeleton that had been controlling it had long since vanished. It seems this thing really is a cursed chaotic product, just like those 2 guys in the farm. After dying, apart from dropping rewards, the corpse has basically no value, Su Yuan said, curling his lips. Now he finally understood that the skeleton was not the mother of the 6-legged merman at all, but the curse itself attached to its mother's skeleton. That thing was quite sinister, continuously providing energy to the curse in the heart of the Sea King through flesh and blood. If he had come even a moment later, by the time the energy within this orb was completely eroded, the danger level of this dungeon would likely not just be the current 3-star limit, it could soar to 4 stars or even higher. Carefully storing the orb, after dealing with the boss's dropped items, Su Yuan turned to the collapsed cave ruins. Not long after making a bit of effort, he unearthed the 2 player corpses wrapped in slime from the pile of rubble. Just as he had expected, these 2 had long since lost their lives. Su Yuan silently looked at them, feeling no waves in his heart. He stored the bodies of both into his storage bag and brought them back. After finishing all this, Su Yuan turned to leave. At that moment, he accidentally glanced back at the sea surface. Su Yuan frowned. He noticed that the distant sea level seemed to have risen a bit since he had first arrived. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but when he compared it to a nearby reef, he was 100% sure that the sea level was indeed rising. And it was not slow at all. It seems this platform is about to be submerged, Su Yuan estimated in his heart. This also explained why the number of online players had remained unchanged since he arrived here. Because Su Yuan had just glanced over, the player count was still 3, perhaps due to the boss fight. This dungeon would very likely completely vanish from this world after he left, sinking into the true deep sea. However, what shocked Su Yuan was that the originally final 5-hour countdown had surprisingly extended to 12 hours. Only the countdown color had changed from blue to a bright red, seeming to remind him this was the final time. The time has actually been extended, but I still need to dive into the sea to explore. In reality, time is still tight. Su Yuan no longer delayed. After determining the direction, he quickly rushed towards the train. The heavy rain continued to pour, but Su Yuan's mood was quite good. This trip to Zuehui Bay, though fraught with danger, had somehow turned a 1.5-star dungeon into a 3-star limit, but the rewards were exceptionally plentiful. After all, who wouldn't want a second form? With a light step, Su Yuan crossed the muddy beach. Soon, that black train quietly parked in the rain came into view. Su Yuan leaped up, skillfully jumping onto the train. The doors hissed open to the sides. As soon as Su Yuan entered the car, he saw the scarecrow body slumped helplessly on the ground like a pile of mud. Clearly, the activity time of the guardian spirit had long ended, lasting 30 minutes. Next to the scarecrow's body, 3 boxes of different sizes were neatly arranged. 2 wooden treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. On top of the treasure chests lay a paper note soaked by rain. Su Yuan walked over, picked up the note, and saw a line written in a crooked font. Fulfilling my duty, dear Gold Master. There are 3 treasure chests in total, remember to pay when you come out next time.
But if you dare to trick me, I will never pay attention to you again.
Beside the writing, there was a proud smiling face drawn, looking quite smug.
Su Yuan smiled slightly, casually tossed the note aside, and patted the treasure chest, annoyed. Fatty, what do you take me for? Since the instance time had been extended, he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Su Yuan also had a plan in mind, ready to improve his strength one last time before heading into the sea. Chapter 57, Can Only Sew Dead Things? Just cut it off. Su Yuan let Xiaohua store the loot in the storage warehouse, and after sorting it out, he took out 3 coins from his personal storage bag and pressed them onto the treasure chests. In the next second, a faint light flashed, and the familiar gray-green little figure darted out. As soon as the guardian spirit appeared and saw Su Yuan, its round eyes immediately lit up, like 2 little light bulbs. It rubbed its 2 small chubby hands, feeling a bit shy, and awkwardly said, "Dear Gold Master, Don't worry, your wage won't be less." Su Yuan interrupted it, pointing at the 3 boxes. "This time, you brought back 3 treasure chests, calculated as 3 train coins per chest. Let me count these 9 coins for you." Saying this, Su Yuan took out 9 train coins from the storage bag and tossed them over. Thank you, dear Gold Master. Happy cooperation." The guardian spirit caught the flying coins with a grin, its eyes squinting with joy. It carefully tucked the coins away, naturally drilling back into the nearby scarecrow's body, stretching contentedly, obviously preferring this physical form over being a wisp of spirit. "Do you have something like a small knife?" Su Yuan quickly asked about the main matter. "Small knife? Are you talking about that kind of short dagger?" The guardian spirit asked curiously. "Exactly." Su Yuan glanced at it. "Otherwise, if I'm paying you for your work, I could just wait until next time to let you find treasure chests. Why do you think I asked you to come out so early?" "I see." The guardian spirit put its hands on its hips and said in an epiphany tone, "I thought dear Gold Master had become generous. Turns out there's no reward for early risers. Since you want a small dagger, I happen to have one." As soon as the words fell, the scarecrow's body softened, and the spirit flew out again. After a moment, it came back, holding a completely black dagger. Su Yuan took it, and upon inspection, the dagger felt icy to the touch, with an irregular fractal pattern along the blade. In the dim light of the train carriage, the edge reflected a cold light. Name, Obsidian Dagger. Quality, excellent. Effect, extremely sharp, can cut hair and skin, but the material is brittle, not suitable for collision with hard objects. Remarks, obsidian breaks to form nanothin blades, with an edge thickness of only about 3 nanometers, which is 1/3 of a human hair's diameter. It can easily cut ingredients and leather. The ancient Aztecs often used it to quickly dissect human bodies for sacrifices. In modern times, it is also used in delicate surgeries, like ophthalmology, to reduce tissue damage. However, like glass, it is brittle, and the edge is prone to chipping and cannot withstand strong impacts. Su Yuan gently flicked the blade with his fingertip, producing a crisp sound. He then tried to lightly slice across the skin of his arm with the blade, and a fine line of blood instantly appeared. "Is this all? Are you satisfied?" the Keeper of Wealth asked nearby. "Just this thing? Isn't there something better?" Su Yuan mumbled, but nodded nonetheless. "Forget it, this should be enough." Having said that, he ignored the Keeper of Wealth, turned around, and took out the softly pulsating mutated fish pearl from his storage bag. He then removed the 2 player corpses wrapped in slime and laid them flat on the floor of the carriage. "Let's do an experiment first. Master, did you bring these 2 corpses back for me to eat?" Little Fire was lazily swimming, but as it sensed the 2 extra corpses, it immediately became excited. "Wow, Master, why did you bring back 2 corpses? The Keeper of Wealth also jumped back in shock, taking 2 steps back. "Not for you to eat," Su Yuan first responded to Little Fire. "After I'm done using them, I have to bury them properly, which counts as a bit of funeral expenses." He paused and gave the Keeper of Wealth a glance. "You are at least a ghost, are you afraid of corpses?" Su Yuan briefly responded and then ignored them, focusing entirely on the corpses on the ground, starting to verify his guess. He extended his hand, aimed at the male player's corpse, and silently recited in his heart. Perfect fusion. His talent activated, and the information of the corpse immediately appeared before him in the form of entries. Sure enough, on the attribute panel of the corpse, he saw an extractable piece of data, which was the talent the player possessed in life. The male corpse's talent was named ossification, but Su Yuan noticed that even talents with the same name had different levels. This male player's ossification seemed to be of low quality. It performed bone growth hardening on a part of the body. For example, in battle, he could ossify his fist to enhance his attack power and improve his defense. This talent seemed strong, but in the early game, it was actually quite useless. Facing thick-skinned monsters, even a random stone was harder than an ossified fist, making its cost-performance ratio extremely low. However, if it were a high-quality ossification, directly condensing armor on the body or growing bone spurs for combat would make the combat power considerable.
But if it were that powerful, he wouldn't have died. Su Yuan then turned his attention to the other female player's corpse. Her talent was named Softening, and its effect was to make the muscles and tissues of the body unusually soft for a short time, with special protective membranes growing on the internal organs, which made them more flexible compared to ordinary people. They were less likely to be damaged under tension or pressure. So this softening talent was more like a physical wall-passing technique. For instance, she could easily slip through narrow gaps that would be difficult for ordinary people. Normal players' talents are probably within this range. In the early stages, they're quite useless. With proper use, they may have some effect, but when encountering powerful monsters, they would be finished. Su Yuan evaluated internally. Now it seemed clear that exploiting the glitch at the start to upgrade the evolution talent to unique quality was an incredibly wise choice. In terms of individual combat power, even against these so-called enhanced humans with talents, he would absolutely be overwhelming. Su Yuan had already tested the limits of his perfect fusion talent, which was that he couldn't extract entries from living beings and couldn't assign them to living beings. This meant that under normal circumstances, Su Yuan could not bestow the talent entries he read from the corpses onto himself. Following that, Su Yuan took out the perfect fusion technique scroll obtained from the farm dungeon from his storage bag. A crazy idea quickly emerged. But what if I cut off the parts of my body, so on the talent, and then reattach them? Hearing Su Yuan's words, the guardian spirit was left stunned at the side. It knew that its wealthy master had the ability to extract and paste talent entries, but it never expected Su Yuan would dare to play like this. On the other side, Little Fire was equally shocked. Master, so it turns out you didn't bring these corpses back for me to eat, but for this. No more nonsense, I have to hurry. Su Yuan did not want to be this rushed, but he suddenly realized that while checking the corpse entries, the talent entry representing his ability had started to flicker slightly, and its color was becoming a bit dull. It turned out that after a corpse had been dead for a while, the talent entry stored in its body would disappear as life energy dissipated. If he did not extract and attach them now, in a little while, these two corpses would really turn into two ordinary corpses. Understanding this, Su Yuan no longer hesitated and directly cut into his little finger. He did not resist, and the blade quickly followed the bone, cutting off the little finger. The blood was stopped in an instant, and there was not too much pain. As an ultimate being, Su Yuan's sense of pain was about 1/10 of that of an ordinary person. He did not need such intense sensations, as he possessed incredibly strong spiritual sensitivity. You see, the purpose of pain is to help living beings detect injured areas of the body earlier. Looking at the severed finger on the table, Su Yuan immediately used perfect stitching on the male corpse, and in the next second, the talent entry of fossilization was extracted as a part of the procedure. Chapter 58, Fossilization. Next is the most critical step. Su Yuan took a deep breath and gently placed the soft golden light on his severed little finger on the table. Detected talent entry fossilization. Do you wish to proceed with the stitching? Stitch. Su Yuan confirmed without hesitation. A soft light shone from the severed finger, instantly engulfing the soft golden light. In the next second after stitching, a faint bone-white color began to appear on the surface of the severed finger, and the originally soft flesh seemed to become more compact. Stitching successful. Su Yuan picked up the severed finger that had the fossilization talent stitched on it and carefully examined its information. Item: Su Yuan's left little finger. Quality: Epic. Entries: Ultimate Being's finger bone, Epic, high-density nerve bundles, rare, tough tendons, premium, rapid healing, premium, fossilization, common/transformable. Note: this severed finger contains abundant life essence, a favorite of evil beings, but the energy within can also restrain sinful creatures. Sure enough, the last entry revealed a fossilization, common. Moreover, there was a prompt indicating it could be transformed. Su Yuan's heart filled with wild joy. This indicated that his guess was correct. Talent entries could indeed be stitched to parts of his body. The finger was not cut in vain. However, soon the system popped up a new message. Hint: this finger has limited capacity and can no longer stitch talents. Su Yuan's heart sank, but he quickly felt relieved. This was also within his expectations. In this world, everyone possessed talents. Talents are divided into different types, but broadly can be categorized into two kinds. One directly affects the physical body, while the other is a grant of rules-based talents. For instance, the fossilization and softening of the two before him directly mutate their bodies, including the one who could breathe underwater at the start, even growing gills. As for Su Yuan, he had the ability to enhance, with 3 opportunities to elevate the quality of items. It is unclear which type of talent is stronger. The advantage of physical talents is talent will increase as the body strengthens. However, the only drawback of this talent is that it disappears once used, and it cannot undergo metamorphosis, unless, of course, a bug is exploited. Su Yuan directly used a bug to upgrade his talent, transforming himself into the ultimate being, essentially receiving the world's gift. Some people with weaker talents can likely only carry one talent, and it is a weak one at that.
A small portion of those with extraordinary talent possess powerful abilities.
This world also has talent crystals that can awaken a second talent, but this does not mean that one can have unlimited talents. To carry more talents and even allow one's talents to undergo metamorphosis, a stronger body is needed, one that continuously evolves. Su Yuan's talent is enough, but it is only a small broken finger, so it can only carry one talent at a time. If he wants to merge other talents, he will need to sever more parts of his body, starting from a broken finger, then a palm, slowly up to an arm, and perhaps even just the head if possible. As for the later metamorphosis entries, once the body is reconnected, Su Yuan's body will be far stronger than the original, enabling the bone transformation talent to become much stronger, rather than remaining in ordinary quality. It seems that the body's carrying limit is indeed the key to talent fusion, Su Yuan thought. Su Yuan picked up the forbidden suturing technique scroll, positioned the broken finger at the break, and then tore open the scroll. A blood-red light surged out from the scroll, instantly connecting the broken finger to the break. A strange power began to circulate between the two ends, and the flesh buds grew at a visible speed.
Muscles, blood vessels, and nerves rapidly connected and healed under the bloodlight's pull.
The entire process wasn't as painful as imagined, it only felt slightly tingling and itchy.
Suturing successful.
In just a few seconds, Su Yuan's left pinky was fully restored, with not even a scar left behind. No one would believe that this finger was cut off just a minute ago, placed on the table, and in the next second, it was reattached, moving as if nothing had happened. Su Yuan tried to bend his pinky, and it moved flexibly, with no trace of the previous break.
Perfect. Su Yuan couldn't help but praise in his heart. He immediately opened the panel to check his talent list. Conductor's name, Su Yuan.
Identity number, 000000.
Constitution, 59.1, normal adults range from 5 to 12. Perception, 111.5, your perception has entered the realm of the non-human.
Talent, evolution, perfect suturing, swordsmanship mastery, rainbow hunter, intermediate toxin resistance / advanced mixed snake venom resistance, bone transformation. Sure enough, a new bone transformation talent appeared in Su Yuan's list. And this talent was no longer the same as before. Apart from some rule-type talents, physical or supernatural talents depend on the strength of the user. This bone transformation talent in that person could only partially turn the body into bone, and the effect was average. But Su Yuan was different. Su Yuan's constitution far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he also had the evolution talent. Su Yuan concentrated and attempted to activate the bone transformation talent.
In the next second, his left pinky instantly became as hard as iron, its surface showing a faint bone-white color. He tried to make a fist, and at the knuckle, several sharp bone spikes suddenly grew, like Wolverine's claws, glimmering with cold light.
Holy shit!
Su Yuan couldn't help but curse in his heart.
He concentrated again, and the bone spikes instantly retracted, with the pinky returning to its original state.
This effect is even stronger than I imagined.
Su Yuan excitedly rubbed his hands. Su Yuan continued to experiment, covering his whole body with the bone transformation talent.
A hard, bone-like armor instantly emerged from beneath his skin.
He covered his whole body. The key is that this armor is not a lifeless object, but perfectly combines with his muscles, moving flexibly with his actions. This transformation stunned the little fire and the money guardian nearby. They witnessed Su Yuan's crazy process of cutting fingers and reconnecting bones, and now they were speechless at Su Yuan's new ability. Wow, master, can this really be done? Little Fire's core flame jumped wildly, full of disbelief. The money guardian was so scared it sat down on the ground, its little eyes wide open, mouth gaping, unable to close for a long time. After connecting the severed finger, the forbidden suturing scroll did not disappear, it was clear the energy inside was not exhausted. After all, just a short piece of finger was reattached. It should still be usable 1 to 2 more times, Su Yuan thought to himself, his gaze shifting to the corpse of the female player.
He had another talent entry to extract. Chapter 59, Stitch Me Up. Master, you wouldn't want to do it again, would you? The money guardian looked at Su Yuan, feeling its legs made of straw trembling. What? Do you have an opinion? Su Yuan shot at a glance. No. No.
Please, go ahead. The money guardian hastily waved its hands, darting into a corner of the carriage, peeking out with only half its head visible, secretly observing. It finally understood that this master was a complete madman, a monster that could not be judged by common logic. It was better to be obedient and not provoke him.
Su Yuan couldn't be bothered with it, picking up the obsidian dagger once more.
This time, he sliced his left index finger.
The same process, the same swift and clean action. A severed finger appeared on the table again.
Without changing his expression, Su Yuan extended his hand towards the corpse of the woman and activated perfect suture.
Do you want to strip the talent entry, softening, normal?
Strip. Another pale golden light group slowly emerged from the female corpse and was caught in Su Yuan's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the light group representing the softening talent against his severed finger.
Detected talent entry softening. Do you want to proceed with suturing? Suture. The light flickered, everything went smoothly. Suturing successful. Su Yuan picked up the reattached index finger with the new talent and looked again at the forbidden suture technique scroll. He aimed the severed finger at the wound and tore open the scroll. This time, after releasing the final burst of bloodlight, the scroll suddenly turned to gray ash, dissipating into the air. What a pity, this thing was quite useful, Su Yuan sighed as he watched the disappearing scroll, feeling a bit regretful. However, out with the old, in with the new. The finger quickly reattached, still perfect and flawless, showing no trace at all. Su Yuan immediately opened his talent list. Talent, Evolution, Perfect Suture, /Mastery, Rainbow Hunter, Intermediate Toxicity Resistance / Advanced Mixed Snake Venom Resistance, Bone Forming, Softening. Another one added. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He immediately tried to activate the softening talent. The next second, a wonderful feeling transmitted from his left index finger. Su Yuan felt that his finger seemed to lose its bones, transforming into a rubber band that could stretch and bend at will. With a thought, the index finger began to extend in a way that defied physical logic, growing longer and longer. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. It stopped just before touching the other end of the carriage. Wow! In the corner, the money guardian's eyes were about to pop out at this sight. Su Yuan looked at his finger that could be used as a whip, revealing a satisfied smile. With another thought, the elongated finger quickly retracted, returning to its original state. The effect of the softening talent was also enhanced by his body. Originally meant to soften muscle tissue, but now it can stretch and deform at will. Not only that, after activating the talent, Su Yuan could clearly feel that a layer of flexible membrane seemed to have formed on the surface of his internal organs, allowing them to better withstand impact and pressure. Bone transformation is for attack and defense. Softening is for assistance and change. Su Yuan stroked his chin, and a genius-like idea suddenly popped up in his mind. What if I combine these two talents? What would happen? Thinking of this, Su Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity. He activated both the bone transformation and softening talents at the same time. In the next second, his index finger, which had just returned to normal, began to stretch again. But this time, as it stretched, a sharp bone blade suddenly burst out from the tip of the finger. The bone blade was a chilling white, its surface smooth as a mirror, and the edge shimmered with a spine-chilling light under the illumination. Su Yuan waved his hand, and his finger, resembling a long whip, drew fierce afterimages in the air, producing a whoosh-whoosh sound of breaking wind. Wow! Isn't this just like a parasitic beast? Su Yuan looked at his brand-new form with excitement shining in his eyes. This is so much better than any knife or gun. Flexible, strange, and totally unexpected. Who could defend against this in a fight? The treasure-guarding spirit had gone numb and was already speechless, staring blankly. On the other side, Little Fire was the same, neither spoke up to interrupt, continuing to watch Su Yuan perform with shock and curiosity. Su Yuan ignored their astonishment, completely absorbed in exploring his new abilities. If I can change parts, what about my whole body? Su Yuan looked at his hands, and a bolder, even crazier thought emerged in his mind. Softening can change muscle shape, and bone transformation can change skeletal structure, so can I. He closed his eyes, began to concentrate, and gently guided the powers of softening and bone transformation throughout his entire body. In the next second, under the horrified gaze of the treasure-guarding spirit and Little Fire, Su Yuan's body began to undergo a strange transformation. His height quickly rose, shoulders widened, muscles bulged, and the contours of his face became more rugged and bold. Su Yuan looked down at his fist, as big as a clay pot, feeling the explosive power within, grinning as his voice became much deeper. Feels pretty good. He didn't stop there. With a thought, his body began to change again. This time, it was a reverse operation. The knotted muscles quickly softened and contracted, while the rugged bones began to slender and round. His height gradually decreased, his waist becoming petite, and 2 full mounds on his chest visibly swelling. Soon, a woman appeared in the carriage, standing about 1.75 meters tall, with a hot figure, curvy shape, and a stunningly beautiful face. The entire carriage fell into a deathly silence. Su Yuan, or now Sister Su Yuan, gently tossed her suddenly appeared long black hair, her rosy lips curling up, and she smiled slightly at the treasure-guarding spirit, who had turned into a fool. Hey, little fatty, who do I look like now? That voice, cool yet with a hint of lazy charm, nearly caused the spirit to disintegrate on the spot. The wealthy patron turned into a woman? And she looked so beautiful? But the spirit felt increasingly strange the more it looked, and considering the earlier scenes, it dared not move an inch at that moment. Ahem. Was I really that scary just now?
Su Yuan cleared her throat, deactivating her transformation and returning to her original appearance.
The treasure guarding spirit. Little fire. Su Yuan didn't pay attention to these two who had been completely stunned by her anymore. The attention was shifted back to his new abilities. The combination of ossification and softening granted him countless abilities, but this was still not the limit. There were even more possibilities. The next moment, Su Yuan's body began to change once again. Behind him, at the position of his shoulder blades, two massive bone spikes suddenly shot out, then spread open like an umbrella, with a thin, almost translucent membrane quickly growing and connecting between the bones, forming a pair of hideous bone wings. Looking at the newly grown wings, Su Yuan was very satisfied and grinned. Although he couldn't fly yet, there was no telling about the future. As long as he practiced diligently, it was definitely achievable. If Su Yuan were to face the dangerous Sea King creature now, he even had confidence in confronting it head-on without transforming into the Rainbow Hunter. This was the terrifying power of the evolution talent. It not only allowed Su Yuan to adapt to the environment and learn abilities but also enabled him to optimize and integrate the learned abilities, ultimately transforming them into his own unique and powerful strength. The talents of ossification and softening, which were somewhat underwhelming in the hands of ordinary players, had created a chemical reaction of 1 + 1 greater than 2 in Su Yuan's case, directly transforming his strength to the next level. However, Su Yuan did not plan to stop there. This time, Su Yuan directly picked up a knife and began to cut off his left arm. That's right, an entire arm, not just a finger. After making a slight mental preparation, Su Yuan gathered his strength, and with a slow motion, the blade directly cut through the skin, going around the bone, and detached the entire arm. Blood dripped onto the cabin floor, but there was no choice. After all, he was cutting off an entire arm, and even with his godly talent, he couldn't stop the bleeding immediately. But soon, the flesh began to swell, and the bleeding stopped. If it's an entire arm, the maximum capacity it can bear is certainly not comparable to just a single finger. That bottle of deep-sea magic blood could grant the buff of underwater breathing. But this buff was not evolution, it was more like a blessing from a rules-type power, and once the energy was used up, it would be gone. Therefore, it could not extract talent. However, the energy in the mermaid pearl belonged to a blessing-type talent, and once the energy entered his body, it would transform him, making the power feel as if it was innate when used in the future. Soon, Su Yuan activated the talent to extract attributes again. As the two forces were extracted, the pearl immediately became darker, like ink, and began to emit a faint black mist. Because there was no longer any power resisting inside, only a thick curse energy remained. In the next second, Su Yuan suddenly realized that the pearl seemed to be preparing to corrupt him, so he no longer hesitated and began to sew the two extracted attributes, lightning power and heart of the ocean, onto his arm. Because only by obtaining these two powers could he overcome the curse within. Since that six-legged merman couldn't bear it, let this power be borne by someone more suitable. Sew it on to me. Chapter 60, Extinguish, Deep Sea Curse. The entire process seemed surprisingly smooth, with no major surprises. Under Su Yuan's watch, the only difference was that it took a little longer than the previous talent sewing. The severed arm on the table slowly rose into the air amidst flashes of blue and lightning, then gently descended. It seemed as though two different symbols appeared on the palm and back of the hand. One resembled a trident, and the other looked like a hammer. Su Yuan could feel that, probably because the power was too weak, as soon as it touched the severed arm on the table, it greedily absorbed into it. However, this kind of spiritual power is not a good thing. It can support you at your peak, but betray you when you are weak. Very well, since that's the case. Now let me show you who the master of this body really is. With that, Su Yuan grabbed an arm from the table and directly absorbed it. In the next moment, his talent activated, and the flesh and blood on Su Yuan's arm began to soften. The wounds that had healed were once again torn apart under his control, transforming into strands of flesh. The severed arm fused with the stump, and the flesh and blood began to writhe at a terrifying speed. Although it wasn't as quick as using the forbidden suturing scroll, this arm was successfully reattached. It can indeed be done. Fortunately, I could attach it, otherwise, growing another arm would probably be quite a hassle. Su Yuan then took out the Holy Grail, drank the holy water in one gulp, and under the operation of energy, the severed nerves and bones began to connect wildly. After a moment of adaptation, he felt as if his arm had returned to its original state. This high-energy food is truly a wonderful thing. Little fatty, do you have any more? Su Yuan sighed and asked. The guardian spirit shook its head vigorously. I am a spirit, I cannot eat, so I naturally do not prioritize collecting such things. I don't have much stock on hand. All right. Su Yuan sighed in regret and then looked at his arm. He saw that the two streams of energy began to spread from his arm to his whole body. On the other side, the cursed power in the shark pearl had already quickly broken through the pearl itself, drilling out from inside and attaching itself to Su Yuan's body. With the arm reattached, it was a case of old enemies meeting. How could that divine nature just sit back and do nothing?
Indeed, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. In the next moment, the two streams of energy began to clash violently on Su Yuan's body as if they had changed battlefields. Su Yuan's pupils slightly constricted. Even though his pain tolerance far exceeded that of ordinary people, he still couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. After all, this was two forces fighting inside his body, no longer just a simple external injury. Su Yuan could feel that he was capable of suppressing these two forces, but for now, he didn't intend to do so. Su Yuan could even clearly feel his muscles being ripped apart, blood vessels threatening to burst, and bones groaning under the unbearable strain. If it were any ordinary person, under this terrifying internal shock, they would have probably exploded by now. But Su Yuan was not an ordinary person. He possessed a terrifying physique of 59.1, and the super adaptability and repairability brought by the evolution talent made his body an incredibly tough container, barely enduring the rampage of these two forces.
That's quite intense.
Su Yuan couldn't help but complain, and dark purple smoke even began to rise from his arm. The flesh was visibly swelling and shrinking rapidly, but he also sensed another opportunity within it. Su Yuan closed his eyes tightly. While feeling the two forces clashing, he also maintained the normal repair of his own body.
Sure enough, as time passed, an abnormal change occurred.
The reason Su Yuan didn't suppress these two forces immediately to resist them was to use them to temper his own body, with the goal of continuing to enhance himself through evolution talent. Because, just as these two forces clashed wildly, Su Yuan's talent would also begin to operate madly. Whether it was the snake venom incident in the forest park or the recent battle with the six-legged merman, it was enough to demonstrate the perverse nature of this talent. As long as you can endure and your body is strong enough, then everything else can be entrusted to evolution.
Ding dong. Your body is currently undergoing a dual invasion of rule-level curses and divine powers. Evolution talent passive trigger. Your body is undergoing adaptive enhancement.
Your holy resistance has gained a slight increase. Your shadow resistance has gained a slight increase. Your curse resistance has gained a slight increase.
Your cellular activity is increasing. Your self-healing ability is strengthening.
In the next moment, a series of prompts, like a heavenly melody, echoed continuously in Su Yuan's mind.
Su Yuan could clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger and tougher at an incredible speed.
Indeed, this round of torment was not in vain. After sweating profusely, Su Yuan looked at the prompts before him, and the corners of his mouth twitched upward slightly.
Not enough. Come at me harder. A glint of madness flashed in Su Yuan's eyes.
He not only did not suppress these two forces, but instead actively released control over his body, letting them rampage within him.
He planned to take this opportunity to squeeze his body's potential to the limit. Boom! Seemingly sensing Su Yuan's provocation, the clash of the two powers became even more violent.
Golden light and black mist crazily chased, bit, and collided within him.
Su Yuan's body was like a balloon being inflated and deflated repeatedly, the surface of his skin bulging out unevenly, and then quickly flattening again.
In the corner of the carriage, the guardian spirit dared no longer stay inside the scarecrow's body. Hearing the noise, it couldn't help but curiously poke half its head out of the treasure chest, watching Su Yuan's terrifying appearance, nearly scaring its spiritual form to collapse. It had never seen anyone risk their life like this. No, I have seen it. That crazy person on the path of suffering was just as perverse.
In the guardian spirit's view, this was simply suicide.
If it were in that situation, it would never do such a thing alive. However, in the midst of such extreme pain and destruction, Su Yuan felt an unprecedented thrill.
He could feel that every single cell in his body was cheering, rejoicing.
They were yearning, craving for more excitement, desiring a deeper transformation. Not knowing how long it had passed, when Su Yuan felt his body was almost reaching its limit, he knew it was time to stop playing.
It's time to reel it in.
Su Yuan took a deep breath and began to actively intervene in this battle of gods. He immersed his consciousness into his body, began to mobilize his vast biological energy, to help the golden holy power besiege the black curse power. With Su Yuan, this local tyrant's assistance, the golden holy power immediately gained momentum, unstoppable. The black curse power retreated step by step, quickly being compressed into a very small area.
Now!
Su Yuan's eyes narrowed, unleashing all his strength.
Be destroyed! Boom! Golden light surged. That last resisting black mist let out a reluctant wail under the joint assault of Su Yuan and the holy power, and was completely annihilated. At the very moment the curse power was obliterated completely. Ding dong!
Congratulations, you have successfully erased the deep-sea curse power.
Evolution talent passive trigger. Your body has absorbed some residual energy and is undergoing excess enhancement. Congratulations, you have gained Constitution +5. Chapter 61, Fusion, Oceanic Divine Power. Train conductor name, Su Yuan.
Identity number, 000000.
Constitution, 64.1, normal adults are 512. Perception, 111.5, your perception ability has entered the realm beyond human.
Talent, evolution, perfect synthesis, mastery of slashing, rainbow hunter, intermediate poison resistance / advanced mixed snake venom resistance, bone hardening, softening, oceanic divine power, not yet fused.
64.1. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth lifted. The peak constitution of an ordinary person is only 12 points, and now his physical fitness is already more than 5 times that of a peak ordinary person. Compared to the average of ordinary people, the gap can even reach 10 times. This feeling is simply invincible. Su Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power within him, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He even felt that, relying purely on physical strength, if he were to wrestle the six-legged merman again, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, after the excitement, Su Yuan quickly calmed down. He redirected his focus back to his own body. Though the black cursed power had been eliminated, another force still remained. Moreover, the talent interface showed that this thing had not fully fused with him. Although it had just assisted him greatly, Su Yuan knew very well that this thing was not harmless. Its essence, like that cursed power, was also an outsider. And it also had an independent consciousness. The power of this thing appears once every 300 years, claiming to be chosen for leadership in the sunken city. Therefore, the existence it bestows will certainly have its own agenda. What if, when the time comes for reckoning, I cannot be certain that the master of this thing is any better than the person behind the curse? My body can only be controlled by me. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately turned his gun, starting to fully eradicate the remaining consciousness of this golden power. Buzz! As if sensing Su Yuan's intention, the golden holy power trembled violently, transmitting a strong emotion of resistance and anger. It wanted to resist. But unfortunately, it chose the wrong place to do so. Want to resist? Be obedient. If dealing with the cursed power before was like joining forces with outsiders to fight a civil war, then now it was time to close the door and clean house. This power was already weak, worn down by the cursed force over long years like a candle flickering in the wind, plus it had just experienced a great loss. On the other hand, Su Yuan had not only evolved and adapted his body, gaining some resistance to it, but he also absorbed some of the residual cursed power, once again increasing his physique by +5. Under Su Yuan's violent impact, the consciousness within this power was rapidly extinguished, while the remaining substance spilled out, beginning to nourish his cells, merging into Su Yuan's body. As the eradication continued, a whispering sound returned to Su Yuan's ears, and he instantly realized that the murmurs had erupted again. Some images began to uncontrollably flash in his mind. In the images in his mind, Su Yuan saw a vast continent. In the center of the continent stood an extraordinarily magnificent and prosperous city-state. The architectural style of this city-state was very unique, with all the buildings constructed of pure white giant stones, presenting a smooth dome structure, tall yet elegant. Countless white streets radiated from the giant temple at the center of the city, like a spider web, connecting the entire city into a perfect circle. This day seemed to be some grand festival in this city-state. Thousands of residents walked onto the streets, dressed in pure white robes, wearing flower wreaths, their faces radiating happiness and devout smiles, singing and dancing, immersing the whole city in an ocean of joy. However, beneath this joyful and peaceful scene, an ominous undercurrent was quietly stirring. The perspective shifted again, coming to the inside of the magnificent temple. Inside the temple's main hall, a young priest dressed in plain linen with seemingly low status knelt on the cold floor, trembling all over, his face filled with fear and despair. In a voice almost mad, he was mumbling to himself. The god has been corrupted. The god has been corrupted. We can't continue the sacrifices any longer. Something that will bring disaster. Something that will destroy everything. He seemed to foresee a terrifying future, madly trying to rush out of the great hall to stop the grand sacrificial ceremony outside. However, several guards in splendid golden robes, wielding staffs, held him firmly to the ground. An elderly man with a tall crown and a stern face slowly descended from the divine throne. He was the highest leader of this city-state, the archbishop. The archbishop looked down at the young priest, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Nonsense! The divine is supreme, pure and flawless, how could it be tainted? You are blaspheming the divine. You are shaking the faith of the believers. The archbishop's voice echoed in the hall like a great bell. According to Article 24 of the Code, those who disrespect the divine shall be punished with water prison. Drag him away. Throw him into the water prison. The young priest was ruthlessly dragged away, his desperate screams fading deeper into the temple. Meanwhile, the archbishop adjusted his robes, turned, and walked out of the great hall, putting back on a dignified yet kind smile, ready to preside over the grand sacrificial ceremony. Everyone was immersed in the festive revelry. No one noticed that the clouds at the horizon had quietly turned into an ominous lead gray. The sacrificial ceremony began under the gaze of the crowd.
The archbishop stood on the enormous altar before the temple, raising his staff high and passionately leading all the city's believers in offering the most devout prayers to their great divine. However, just at the moment when the ceremony reached its peak, and everyone's emotions hit their highest point. Boom! The smiles on everyone's faces froze at that moment. They raised their heads in terror, looking towards the direction of the sound. Despairing screams instantly filled the whole city. People scattered in panic, but it was all too late. An enormous tsunami swallowed this once flourishing city-state in mere seconds. Countless lives vanished in this sudden disaster. Only a few lucky ones, because they were in the higher mountains, managed to escape the disaster. But what awaited them was a fate more brutal than death. They were eroded by that tainted divine power, their bodies horrifyingly mutated, their wisdom gradually dissipating, ultimately becoming mere beasts known as merfolk. The scene abruptly stopped here. Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. This time, Su Yuan encountered no resistance. With the end of his murmurs, the vision ended, and the consciousness within that power was completely obliterated by him. A prickling electric current flowed from his left arm and quickly spread throughout his body. Su Yuan felt every cell in his body vibrating with excitement under the stimulation of this current. At the same time, another gentle and inclusive power began to flow within his limbs and bones. He felt as if he were in a warm ocean, with every corner of his body enveloped by a soft power. At this point, everything had fused perfectly. With a thought from Su Yuan, a spark of electric arc instantly flickered at his fingertips. Talents are divided into 3 types, the rules given by the world, physical enhancement and mutation, and what he was currently fusing was the 3rd type, supernatural abilities. Now I lack nothing. Chapter 62, Underwater Temple. Come on, let me see how strong this power really is. With a thought, Su Yuan dashed out of the carriage in the next second. The rain fiercely poured outside, and the world was a white blur of water. From the area around his shoulder blades, bone spurs suddenly jabbed out and spread like an umbrella. A thin, cicada wing-like membrane of flesh rapidly grew and connected, forming a pair of fierce bone wings. Blue arcs of electricity instantly attached to the bone wings, crackling loudly. As Su Yuan moved his mind, the bone wings suddenly flapped, and his whole body shot straight into the sky, soaring directly into the blue sky. In the midst of the storm, Su Yuan freely flew through the air. Raindrops struck his body but were blocked by an invisible force, unable to touch his skin. He looked down at the Zhu Bay below, washed by the rain, and a sense of boldness arose in his heart. After rising into the sky, Su Yuan retracted the bone wings, and his body briefly hovered in midair. He focused again, and the raindrops around him seemed to be summoned by something, suddenly condensing in midair, forming crystal-clear water balls. Su Yuan lightly stepped on the air, and the water balls acted like stepping stones, supporting him as he slowly descended. Where Su Yuan landed, all the raindrops were pushed away by a force, creating a vacuum area with a diameter of several meters, and rainwater couldn't touch him. The moisture on his body was instantly evaporated, leaving only dry and fresh skin. Is this the power of the ocean? Su Yuan, feeling this mysterious force, couldn't help but be a little intoxicated. He waved his finger, and a thunderclap roared, splitting the gloomy sky, striking precisely on a giant rock in the distant mountains. Boom! The giant rock was shattered directly by the thunder, flying into pieces, with fragments scattering and creating a white dust in the rain. Su Yuan looked at his work, and his smile couldn't be suppressed any longer, laughing wildly in the rain. With a superhuman, abnormal physique, almost unlimited evolution, the ability to extract and stitch traits, perfect control over his body, and now even the preliminary mastery of oceanic power, Su Yuan thought, as he remembered the images that had flashed through his mind earlier, a guess already forming in his heart. I see. The submerged city beneath the distant sea is just one of the gods' underlings. Here, every 300 years, the gods descend their power, select a leader, and bestow them with a power likely similar to flesh and blood alchemy. The so-called kings are just part of the sequence. In other words, Su Yuan had just absorbed the power of the sequence. So, this unknown deity could be called the sea god. And that sea god seemed to have been defeated and tainted by other evil gods. After the followers celebrated in the rectangular ceremony, they accidentally revealed the coordinates of this place, summoning the great flood that submerged it. Therefore, the most valuable place underwater should be that temple. Inside, there must also be remnants of the source of the corruption. Su Yuan furrowed his brows deeply, hesitating between leaving at a good time or continuing to explore. According to reason, he had already obtained enough rewards, his physique had soared, his talent had awakened, and food was almost sorted. The merman neat, Su Yuan could easily extract the toxic traits, sell them, and exchange them for more resources. But forget it, since I'm here. After thinking it over, Su Yuan decided to go down and have a look. He looked at the rising sea level and knew that this platform would soon be completely submerged, never to exist again in this world. This was a limited time instance. If he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to explore it again. He returned to the car, giving instructions to Xiao Hua to wait for him.
Master! You must be careful. The core of Xiao was flame pulsed intensely, its voice full of concern. It knew what Su Yuan was about to do and understood the dangers there. Su Yuan patted the console, signaling it to be at ease. He directly grabbed the treasure chest the wealth spirit had been guarding, then took out the slate, preparing to head into the deep sea. Taking the wealth spirit along, partly to continue searching for treasure chests below, On the other hand, the origin of the box the sky was in seemed not small, almost impossible to be destroyed, so on second thought, could this also be a very good shield? Little fatty, take care of your body, but later you must not come out. When the time to come out comes I will call you. Su Yuan knocked on the treasure chest. Goldmaster Lord, what is this going to do? The treasure guarding spirit timidly stuck its head out from the treasure chest. It could feel the aura on Su Yuan that was several times stronger than before, and also that faint aura of thunder and ocean, making it feel fear by instinct. Go down to explore. Su Yuan answered simply and clearly. Ah? Go down? Where to? The treasure guarding spirit's small eyes opened round. Deep sea ruins. The fat face of the treasure guarding spirit collapsed instantly, its mouth open and closed, wanting to say something, but seeing Su Yuan's unquestionable eyes, it finally swallowed the words back. It did not dare to provoke this madman, especially now that this madman had become even stronger. Su Yuan grabbed the treasure chest with one hand, flapped his lightning wings, and flew straight into the high sky. In the blur of heavy rain, he saw the outline of the entire straight island. It really was a continuous rising and falling mountain spine. And from a high view, the sea level was still rising. Some reefs that were originally above the water surface had now been swallowed by the seawater. Very soon, according to the guidance of the stone slab, Su Yuan flew directly to the sky above a sea area. He could feel that under the surging sea water, there seemed to be something hidden. Su Yuan withdrew his wings, his body paused briefly in the air, then with a thought, the muscles on his body surface began to contract, the bones became tighter, and his whole body instantly transformed into a streamlined shape, like a real deep-sea swimming fish. Fine dense scales also appeared on the surface of the skin, and both eyes were covered by a layer of transparent thin film, adapting to the light under the water. Chi! With a diving dash, Su Yuan pierced into the water without any delay, the splash even only raised a tiny bit. The icy sea water instantly wrapped him, powerful water pressure surged from all directions. Su Yuan felt no discomfort at all, instead there was a long-lost sense of closeness. Sure enough, after fusing the talent, I no longer need that bottle of demon blood. This was how Su Yuan planned it. Later when entering the water, after following the stone slab into the ruins, if the environment was all sea water, then let the little fatty's spirit body guide him to find the treasure chest. If there was another world and it was a dry scene, then let it go by itself. After diving about more than 100 meters, Su Yuan saw a huge world submerged at the sea bottom. It was just a pity that the light in the deep sea was too poor. Sunlight coming in had already refracted too much. Even though Su Yuan's eyesight exceeded ordinary people, he still could not see too much of the whole picture. But from these buildings it could be distinguished that this place had indeed once been very glorious. Wide streets, tall buildings, although eroded by sea water, with all kinds of coral and seaweed growing on the surface, the style of those years could still be seen. Su Yuan began to continue swimming along the direction on the stone slab. On the way, many fishes curiously surrounded him. They had never seen such a strange creature. Shio! Suddenly, a shark with a body length of more than 5 meters rushed out fiercely from the shadow of an abandoned building, opened its bloody big mouth, and pounced toward Su Yuan. Those sharp teeth were enough to easily tear apart any prey. Su Yuan slightly turned his body, easily dodging the shark's pounce. At the same time his left arm shook violently. Several sharp bone spikes instantly pierced out from his forearm, flashing with grim cold light. Pu Chi! The bone spikes precisely stabbed into the shark's belly. Bright red blood instantly spread in the water. The shark let out a painful wail. Its huge body struggled violently in the water, stirring up a piece of murkiness. Su Yuan did not give it any chance. The bone blade cut smoothly, tearing the shark's insides into a mess. Congratulations, you've received 50 units of shark meat. Su Yuan stored the shark meat into his storage bag. He suddenly remembered that this thing probably excreted through its skin, but it wasn't a big deal, he could handle it just fine. Soon, following the guidance of the stone slab, a magnificent structure appeared before Su Yuan's eyes under the water. This thing was the temple from the image. It was a large, grand building, different from the common domed structures. This one was built with a high center and lower sides. The roof was spiked, resembling a trident stabbed into the water, pointing straight upwards. As expected, it was enveloped in a barrier, with the seawater unable to penetrate. A huge bubble formed outside the barrier, completely isolating the temple. And the stone slab in Su Yuan's hand seemed to react at that moment, glowing faintly, guiding him closer. After observing for a moment, Su Yuan raised the treasure chest with one hand, carrying the hammer on his back. The bone spikes that grew from his back held the hammer in place. One hand turned into a bone blade, extending in front of him. Thanks to the guidance of the stone slab, Su Yuan encountered no obstacles and easily entered the temple. Chapter 63, My Bosses Ask.
Passing through the barrier, dry air hit Su Yuan's face as he landed firmly on the smooth stone floor. Su Yuan held the treasure chest in one hand, the bone blade in the other hand returning to its original form, and he grabbed the hammer once more. The bone spikes supporting the massive hammer quietly retracted back into his body. He scanned his surroundings. The main hall of the temple was vast and grand, with a towering dome that gave off an intense feeling of pressure. In the center of the hall, a group of people dressed in blue robes knelt. They were motionless, like sculptures, facing forward as if engaged in a devout prayer. Su Yuan followed their gaze, and at the far end of his vision stood a giant statue. The statue depicted a muscular man, with his upper body bare, muscles well defined. In his left hand, he gripped a short-handled war hammer, while his right hand held a primitive trident. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded. As Su Yuan stepped into the hall, the blue-robed figures, who had been perfectly still, suddenly twisted their heads in unison, like puppets wound up, all glaring at him, the uninvited guest. Beneath their hoods were withered, shriveled faces. Their eye sockets were deep, their skin tightly clinging to their bones, resembling corpses still maintaining a kneeling posture. Su Yuan's gaze remained calm, his instinct telling him that these corpses posed no threat. His focus was completely on the statue. Sure enough, in the next second, a blood-red mark slowly appeared on the smooth forehead of the statue. The mark was strange, with a circle overlapping a triangle, and in the center of the triangle, there was a bizarre eye. The pupil was vertical, like a snake's eye. The moment Su Yuan saw this mark, his skin tightened instantly. A powerful sense of danger surged through his body, like electricity coursing through him, born from his biological instincts. Without hesitation, a flash of electric light sparked at his fingertip, and a bolt of lightning, solidified as if it were real, instantly formed. It shot towards the blood-red eye like an arrow from a bow. However, before the lightning could reach the statue, one of the kneeling corpses below suddenly leapt up from the ground, moving faster than imaginable. It used its own body as a shield, blocking the lightning. Z. The lightning exploded, and the corpse was instantly reduced to charcoal, crashing to the ground and shattering into countless pieces. At the same time, a series of twisted, blood-red runes appeared out of thin air in front of Su Yuan. They slowly formed into a line of subtitles that Su Yuan could understand. You indeed came. Since you stepped into the sea area, I felt your presence. You are the most special one among all the visitors. So, please leave. That blood-red eye is actually communicating with him this way. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. Not only was he not intimidated by this pretentious display, but the corners of his mouth also curled into a playful arc. He took 2 steps forward and leisurely asked, "So what?" New subtitles appeared again, faster than before. Leave this place, I do not wish to be your enemy. I have more important things to do, and you have even helped me a great deal. In the secret room on the right, there are some items I am not interested in, you can take them freely. I can sense that you are not here to become my enemy. If that is the case, please take those things and leave. Su Yuan looked at these words, rapidly pondering in his mind. Helped a great deal? He immediately thought of the 6-legged merman he had killed. Is it because I killed that 6-legged merman? Su Yuan asked directly. Yes. Take the wealth and leave this place. I have said it before, there is no connection between us. The subtitles appeared quickly, seemingly eager for him to leave. Su Yuan's heart suddenly became clear. Obviously, the eye before him absolutely did not expect that he had already obtained more information about this place. Because of Su Yuan's heightened perception, along with other reasons, every time he entered a scenario, he gained some more detailed information and could also see hidden notes about certain things. I see. Years ago, a certain evil god defeated the sea god here, polluting this place. The surviving humans, carrying a curse, transformed into mermen, trapped in the rising sea waters. Their consciousness gradually eroded over long years, but among the strong, like the previous merman chief, some rationality could still be retained. She wanted to resist, to break the curse, but unfortunately, she ultimately failed. However, she left a bloodline, the 6-legged merman with the potential to be a king. It's a pity that even this king had already been corrupted by blood. This eye demon probably took advantage of this, controlling it since childhood, waiting for it to grow, and then using it to completely destroy the last resistance left by the sea god. And he, through an accident, had taken down this key piece. So, this eye was in a hurry to drive him away instead of attacking directly, or perhaps it simply had no ability to kill him. The reason for saying so much and even offering rewards to buy him off. This is clearly a sign of guilt. Unfortunately, I want the reward, and I want the killing reward even more. Having figured all this out, the arc at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth widened, and his gaze became cold. He slowly raised his hand, the crackling thunder gathering again in his palm. The blood-red eye in the sky shook violently, and new subtitles appeared in a hurried manner. You should not be like this. Taking the things and leaving is your wisest choice.
I am the messenger of the gods, Su Yuan replied lazily, interrupting the other's persuasion. Do you know who my superior is? Saying it might scare you to death.
The blood-red eye paused for a moment, seemingly a bit perplexed.
What do you mean? So what? In short, remember this, my boss's name is Ask.
Su Yuan grinned as he directly uttered the name of the mad evil god while slamming his hands together, the oceanic divine power within him wildly circulating.
Boom!
A thick column of lightning fell from the sky and struck fiercely at the center of the temple.
More than half of the blue-robed corpse instantly turned to ashes in the lightning light.
The blood-red eye on the statue shook wildly, the blood vessels in its eyes becoming even denser, almost ready to overflow.
You are playing with fire. Stop now. Leave immediately. Otherwise, you will regret it.
It was Lord Ask who sent me here.
Su Yuan's expression turned fervent.
Like a wind demon, he performed vividly. He is a great deity, able to control mad power, my supreme lord.
How could I fear you, a mere outlier?
His mouth kept moving, and his hands moved even faster. Another bolt of lightning struck down, cleaning up the remaining dry corpse followers entirely.
At this point, Su Yuan completely understood.
The power of this eye creature is indeed strong, but that is only compared to ordinary people. Faced with someone like himself, or creatures of that six-legged merman level, it appeared helpless. All its power seemed used to maintain a certain state, unable to focus on dealing with him at all.
All right. Ask, right? I remember you. The blood-red eye seemed to finally give up on communication, revealing a sense of resentment.
Su Yuan didn't even give it a chance to threaten him, sending out an even more violent bolt of lightning.
Boom! The lightning completely engulfed the idol. That blood-red eye screamed in unwillingness, turning to ash. The cold, ominous aura shrouding the temple also dissipated into thin air. Chapter 64, The Curse of the Sea Capital is lifted.
Congratulations, you have lifted the 500-year curse hanging over Sea Capital. All surviving citizens of Sea Capital have gradually regained consciousness. This news will be broadcast to them through the highest consciousness broadcast, and you have received the token, Sea Capital Savior Medal.
The sea is receding. The storm is calming.
But only the survivors know of the disasters suffered here.
After the rain, is there really a rainbow?
A series of system prompts rang in Su Yuan's mind. He looked down and saw a medal made entirely of unknown blue crystal, its ancient design engraved with waves and a trident emblem, quietly lying in his palm.
Sea Capital Savior Medal. Type, token. Quality, special.
Description, a special token granted by a special will, awarded to those who save the suffering. Hidden note, holding it, your status among the people of Sea Capital will surpass that of a king.
Surpassing the king? This thing sounds impressive, but now, what king is still around?
Su Yuan curled his lips. Those mermen were already few, and he had just killed some recently. Then, at the moment the text dissipated, the entire temple began to shake violently, dust raining down from the dome.
Boom boom boom.
The stone slabs beneath his feet made muffled sounds, not as if the building were about to collapse, but rather deeper tectonic shifts were occurring. Su Yuan immediately realized that a great change was happening beneath the sea.
The opportunity to get rich is here. Little fatty, come out and work.
Hurry, see what valuable things are in this great hall.
Su Yuan urged.
The treasure spirit poked half its head out of the treasure chest. It first looked at the still flickering lightning arcs on Su Yuan with fear, then began to sniff carefully around the empty hall. A few seconds later, its chubby face scrunched up. Master, there's not a dime's worth of fortune here. Apart from these stones, there's nothing.
Empty? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow.
He immediately remembered the last words of that eye creature.
In the secret room on the right, there are some items I do not find interesting. You may take them freely. A projection that had been driven to a corner, unable to act, would be so kind as to leave treasures for him? Su Yuan sneered inside. He was familiar with this kind of routine. Wasn't this how movies always played out?
That eye creature most likely had no good intentions. But killing a projection only netted him a medal that sounded impressive but had no immediate use, leaving Su Yuan feeling unsatisfied.
What if that fellow was just bluffing, and inside there really were treasures? Little fatty, Su Yuan knocked on the treasure chest. Do you have anything that can move by itself? Can we send in something small to scout? Scout?
The guardian spirit was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood Su Yuan's meaning.
It dove into the treasure chest and rummaged around.
Before long, it emerged holding a doll made entirely of wooden parts, about the height of a half-arm. Master, this is called a wind-up doll. It doesn't require much skill. I made it from wood when I was bored. Just wind it up, and it can walk forward by itself, but it can only walk in a straight line and can't do anything complicated.
As long as it can walk, that's enough.
Su Yuan took the wind-up doll, weighed it in his hands, then, holding the treasure chest, walked toward the right side of the secret room. The stone door of the secret room was slightly ajar.
Su Yuan didn't push it open recklessly.
Instead, he stood outside and wound the wind-up doll's key a dozen times until it wouldn't turn anymore. He stuffed the doll through the gap in the door and placed it on the ground.
Creak creak. The doll walked stiffly, swaying as it moved deeper into the pitch-black secret room.
Su Yuan quickly retreated to the edge of the corridor, hiding completely behind the wall, only peeking out with half his head to observe. The secret room was quiet, with only the creak sound of the doll echoing.
1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed.
Su Yuan was extremely patient, remaining completely still. It was just as the third minute was about to end.
Boom!
A heavy muffled sound came from the secret room, accompanied by the sound of a blade cutting through wood. When Su Yuan looked again, the secret room had returned to calm, and the creak sound had vanished. A smirk formed at the corner of his mouth, as expected. Su Yuan walked to the door, and saw that in the center of the secret room, the wind-up doll had already been cleanly sliced in half by a giant blade that had fallen from the ceiling. Various gears, springs, and wooden parts lay scattered on the ground, the scene a complete mess.
Playing this game with me?
Su Yuan cursed, then noticed several locked wooden boxes placed against the wall in the deepest part of the secret room. He activated his softening talent, and the flesh of his right arm swiftly became soft and elastic, then elongated silently like a weird flesh-colored noodle, quietly reaching into the secret room. His arm circled around the giant blade that had not yet retracted, directly wrapping around one of the boxes. Just as his hand was about to touch the box's lock. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 hidden compartments sprang open on the walls beside the box, and 2 poison arrows shot out, accurately aimed at the location of the box. But Su Yuan's arm had stretched thin, the target was too small, and the 2 arrows zipped past his skin, striking the wall across from him.
There's actually a second trap? Su Yuan's arm didn't stop, and he swiftly threw open the box lid.
Inside the box, it was empty. No, not completely empty, there were a few skeletons that had long turned to bones lying inside. Su Yuan could sense that these were the true bones, the only value being to burn them for warmth. He couldn't extract any talent attributes from them, who knows how many years they had been dead. He controlled his arm to flip open several other boxes in succession, but they were all the same.
Damn it! That dog-eyed rat had ill intentions.
Su Yuan retracted his arm, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Fortunately, I never trusted you from the beginning." It seemed there really was nothing to be gained here. The curse had been lifted, and the temple's tremors gradually quieted down. Suddenly, Su Yuan realized something, and his expression changed. He quickly shoved the guardian spirit back into the treasure chest and picked up the box, rushing out of the temple. Crossing through the barrier that isolated the seawater, the sight before him made his pupils constrict. The originally deep black seawater was now rapidly receding at a visible speed, and he could faintly see the ruins of a city that had been submerged for 500 years below. A massive whirlpool formed in the distance, with countless bewildered fish thrashing around in panic. The barrier outside the temple began to grow unstable under this tremendous pulling force. Su Yuan did not dare to delay. With a sudden flap of his bone wings, crackling with electricity, he shot skyward like a cannonball, breaking through the surface of the sea. In the sky, the torrential rain that had raged for who knows how many years finally stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the long-lost sun hung high, casting warm rays down on him.
Su Yuan looked down and saw that the sea level of the entire Zhuhui Bay was rapidly dropping, revealing large areas of wet mudflats and the outlines of mountains. He quickly oriented himself and flew towards the hill where his train was stationed. Little Hua. As soon as he landed, the train door opened with a creak.
Su Yuan rushed inside without even greeting Little Hua, heading straight for the rear cargo compartment.
He hurriedly opened the warehouse management interface.
In the next second, Su Yuan's face darkened like a scorched pan. In the item column, rows of neatly stacked merman flesh now had their labels glaringly changed to human flesh. And those merman bones had also transformed into human bones. With the curse lifted, all those twisted creatures had returned to their original forms.
I can't believe this, Su Yuan gasped, nearly losing consciousness.
The only relief was that the merman oil obtained from killing the 6-legged merman was still there, its attributes unchanged. This item seemed to be an energy crystal, not part of the flesh.
But this slight comfort could not soothe Su Yuan's inner turmoil. Well, how about we just eat these things?
Little Hua hesitantly suggested. After all, they are all organic, they should burn well.
That's not a bad idea, but wait. At that moment, Su Yuan suddenly sensed a massive number of presences approaching the train. Not just one or two, but a whole swarm.
Su Yuan's expression quickly shifted from somber to hopeful as he moved to the front of the train and looked outside through the window. He saw that the open space outside the train was now filled with men and women of all ages. They wore tattered clothing that barely covered them, and their faces and bodies still bore remnants of scales and slime, looking utterly disheveled. But they were no longer the bloodthirsty monsters from before, their eyes reflected confusion, fear, and a flicker of relief at having survived. They were the sea dwellers who had just returned from their merman forms. At this moment, a tall, resolute middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. With the original leader dead, he seemed to be one of the only two people with any authority among them, naturally stepping forward. He glanced at the iron creation stopped in the hill and then looked up at Su Yuan standing at the train door, his gaze complex. Then, he made an unexpected gesture that shocked Su Yuan. He sank to his knees towards Su Yuan's direction, his forehead hitting the damp earth heavily. Clatter. With his action, all the survivors behind him, a dark mass of people, knelt down in unison. In the whole hill, there was a deathly silence, only the sound of the wind blowing. Chapter 65, The Hero Who Breaks the Curse. Survivors are here. If I'm not mistaken, these people are the mermen who have returned to human form. Su Yuan's heart stirred as he took out the badge and held it tightly in his hand. Sure enough, the moment the badge appeared, a subtle stir ran through the crowd of kneeling people below. The leading middle-aged man, upon seeing the badge, trembled fiercely, and the last traces of doubt in his eyes vanished, replaced by immense fervor and reverence. He buried his head deeper into the ground. All right, everyone rise. Su Yuan observed the scene, guessing a little of what was happening. He sheathed his war hammer and jumped down from the train. He said loudly. However, no one moved. They continued to kneel there, gazing at Su Yuan with eyes full of reverence, almost as if they were pilgrims. The middle-aged man who led them, with great excitement in his voice, cried out loudly. Great hero! You have finally arrived. You saved Haidu, you redeemed us. His voice trembled slightly with emotion, echoing throughout the valley. I told you, get up. Su Yuan paused for a moment, looking at the faces filled with hope and dependence. The frustration he had felt earlier due to the human meat was, unknowingly, dissipating a great deal. He sighed, put on a smile, and spoke in as gentle a tone as possible, saving you was just something I happened to do during my travels. There's no need for such ceremony. Perhaps feeling the hero's gentle attitude, the middle-aged man leading them hesitated for a moment before finally standing up slowly from the ground. Seeing this, the others gradually stood up as well. What's your name? Su Yuan looked at the middle-aged man who had led them and asked. Respected hero, we do not have names. The middle-aged man lowered his head respectfully, his voice filled with awe. None of us have names. But just now, when you broke the curse, some sealed memories surged into our minds like a tidal wave. We learned our identities, we knew where we came from, and we understood you, our great savior, the prophecy that foretold your arrival. He paused, raised his head, and looked at Su Yuan with utmost sincerity in his eyes. If possible, you can call me Hate. Hate? Su Yuan nodded. All right, I understand. He looked at the Haidu survivors before him, who had just broken free from their monstrous forms and were still somewhat confused, and his curiosity suddenly grew. He wanted to ask. Su Yuan then asked directly, Hate, do you remember anything else? Hate was clearly surprised by Su Yuan's question. He froze for a moment before beginning to search through the shattered fragments of his memories in his mind. Our ancestors came from a prosperous city-state called Haidu, right beneath these waters. Hate pointed towards the distant sea, where the water was rapidly retreating, revealing the outlines of the city, and slowly spoke. About 500 years ago, the god we worshipped, for some unknown reason, was cursed and corrupted by another evil god. But at that time, our ancestors did not know, and they continued as usual, holding a grand sacrificial celebration. And that day, disaster struck. A painful expression appeared on Hate's face. A monstrous tsunami, blocking out the sky, devoured everything, cities, homes, loved ones, everything turned to nothing in that catastrophe, and most of the people died in that disaster. Only a few of our ancestors, who were in higher mountainous areas, survived by sheer luck. But what awaited them was a fate crueler than death. The bloodlines of all the survivors were tainted by that evil curse, and we became chaotic, monstrous beings, driven only by the instincts to kill and reproduce, mermaids. Our lifespan was also greatly shortened, only half of a normal person's, and due to the curse, the women in our tribe became extremely rare, while the men were many. To reproduce, we had to rely on normal human males. At this point, a look of shame and pain appeared on Hate's face. Before you came, there were others, heroes like you who came here. Hate continued, we did not harm them, because the remaining fragments of our sanity told us they might be the hope to break the curse. Among them, there was one hero. He even volunteered to stay behind, wanting to help our kin, but, in the end, everything failed. Until the appearance of our last leader. In Hate's eyes, there was a trace of sadness and respect. She had no name, but I want to call her Hait Xiu. She was the only one in our tribe who awakened a bit of royal blood after 500 years, and because of this, she gained valuable wisdom amidst the chaos. She met that brave one who stayed behind, and gave birth to a son. After that, she took that brave one into the temple deep in the sea, wanting to completely break the curse. But they never came back. And the child she left behind, the one who should have become our hope, the king, grew up day by day, seduced by a skeleton attached to the power of the curse, ultimately turning into a monster that only knew killing and devouring.
Height told Su Yuan everything he knew in one breath.
Su Yuan listened quietly, and at that moment, all the clues in his mind connected. I guessed pretty close. It seems this is the origin of the story. Just as Su Yuan was pondering, he suddenly noticed that Height and the other sea refugees were all looking at him with eyes that held not only gratitude but also a hint of expectation. Seeing the unusual look in Su Yuan's eyes, Height immediately understood his meaning. He bent down respectfully again and said in an extremely solemn tone, "Great hero, in gratitude for all you have done for us, please follow me. Our ancestors, thousands of years ago at the founding of the City of the Sea, had a great priest who prophesied today's disaster and also buried this secret, along with the final hope, in our bloodline. But as time passed, this secret was gradually forgotten, until the moment you arrived, when it awakened with the lifting of the curse." Height raised his head, looking at Su Yuan with burning eyes. "Our ancestors left something in the treasure house. It was not left for us, but specifically left for you, for that savior who will eventually come to rescue us from fire and water."
Treasure house?
When Su Yuan heard these two words, his eyes instantly lit up. These were his favorite words. All the gloom from earlier over the hundreds of pounds of human flesh vanished in an instant.
"Lead the way."
Su Yuan waved his hand, concise and to the point, while also keeping an eye out. If anything seemed off, he would immediately kill them all.
Chapter 66, The Emperor's Path Devouring the Wilderness.
Height led the way ahead, Su Yuan followed behind, and the group silently moved towards the higher parts of the mountain. The land beneath their feet had become muddy and slippery due to the receding tide, sinking half an inch with each step. Those sea refugees who had just regained their human forms were still wearing tattered strips of cloth and sticky residue. They walked barefoot behind Su Yuan with eyes filled with awe, curiosity, and confusion about the future. Su Yuan did not turn back, but he could clearly feel hundreds of gazes weighing heavily on his back. The merfolk tribe was about 1 to 200 strong, not counting those he had killed, and there were still many scattered in the caves. These people were the survivors he had saved, or rather, a group he had rescued by chance. "Hero, this is the place." He didn't know how long they had walked, but Height stopped at a relatively flat and open mountaintop. This was the highest point of the entire island. The wind was strong, causing their clothes to flap loudly. From here, they could overlook the rapidly shrinking Zhuhui Bay, and the vast underwater ruins, the City of the Sea, gradually revealing its complete silhouette under the sunlight. Height turned around, facing Su Yuan, his expression solemn as he bent down.
"Please, take out that token." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and, according to his words, took out the deep blue crystal metal from his pocket.
The metal felt cold to the touch, but in the sunlight, the waves and Triton emblem inside refracted a dazzling rainbow of colors. The moment he held the metal in his palm, unexpected changes occurred. The originally clear sky suddenly became tumultuous, clouds gathering from all directions, completely blocking the sun, plunging the area into darkness. Following that, the solid rocky ground beneath began to shake violently, making a series of grating creaking sounds that sent chills down spines.
Boom!
The ground at the mountain peak, under everyone's gaze, cracked open without warning, revealing a massive chasm. The chasm was bottomless and pitch black, as if it led to the center of the earth.
Before anyone could react, an ancient black-brown wooden box suddenly surged out from the crack, hovering in midair. Crack!
The wooden box shattered in the air, with chips flying everywhere, and a soft white light orb emerged, gently floating in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan instinctively reached out his hand. The light orb seemed to be drawn to him, lightly settling into his palm, the light fading to reveal a jet black seed covered in peculiar patterns.
Empire Path Devour Wilderness.
Type, strange object.
Quality?
Description, during the train's upgrade process, fusing it with the train can cause special mutations.
Hidden note, plant technology? Holding this oddly textured seed, Su Yuan's mind raced. Empire Path. Devour Wilderness. Make the train mutate? Plant technology?
He stroked the cool, smooth patterns on the seed's surface, feeling the previous gloom instantly lift away. It seemed that the greatest gain from this adventure was not the ocean authority, nor that bit of mermaid oil, but this thing. At this moment, Height approached respectfully, his voice filled with a sense of mission fulfilled.
"This is the gift left to you by our ancestors. We know that for travelers like you, nothing is more important than a stronger companion. We hope it will help you on your journey ahead."
"Sure." Su Yuan weighed the seed in his hand, nodding seriously. "Then we are settled."
"No."
Height shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the bewildered tribespeople behind him, his expression becoming incredibly resolute. "Our civilization nearly faced extinction, and it is you who saved us from endless curses.
We have no way to repay this kindness."
He paused, his tone carrying a hint of shame. "We have nothing now and are still in a struggling stage, unable to provide more substantial support for you. But please remember the coordinates here. We will erect a statue for you, passing down your deeds for generations, and your status will be inscribed in our laws. I know that powerful adventurers have long lifespans.
Even if you do not return, your descendants, if they have the chance to come here, will enjoy the highest honors beyond leaders and kings. Listening to this solemn promise, Su Yuan felt a bit speechless. Do as you like. He waved his hand, stowing away the seed, but there's one thing you must remember. Respected adventurer, please say. Height immediately bowed, all ears. Su Yuan cleared his throat and said seriously, my name is ASCII.
In the future, if that blind monster dares to come again, you shall call my name. But remember, do not utter it recklessly.
This name should only be called in times of dire need, not even if there is a glimmer of hope, do you understand? ASCII.
Height and the survivors behind him engraved this name deeply into their hearts, their eyes filled with deeper respect.
Yes, respected Lord Ask.
Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, but in his heart, he thought, if that eyeball evil god really had the ability to come over, those guys would not survive no matter whose name they called out. It would be better to let them shout out the name of this true god, Ask, before they die. Perhaps it would add a bit of trouble for the other side.
He sighed and added, also, you guys temporarily resume production and settle down.
Don't do any more festivals, who knows if your sea god has really recovered.
Anyway, live low-key and make money quietly. If there's a chance in the future, maybe we'll come back to take a look. Yes, Lord Ask.
Hate replied solemnly, word by word. After giving these instructions, Su Yuan did not linger and turned to walk to his train down the mountain. Back in the carriage, the first thing he did was open the management interface of the warehouse. Looking at the row of labels for human flesh and human bones in the item column, he couldn't help but curse softly. He took all these items out, moved them to the storage box, and also collected the 2 player corpses.
Su Yuan flew to a sunny open area far away, smashed the ground with a warhammer, and dug a big pit. He placed the corpses, along with the bones and flesh, into the pit. Having taken your things, I won't use your bodies for anything else, Su Yuan said softly, looking at the pit of soil. Rest well here.
He found that no matter how he searched, he could not find the train of those 2 players. He flew all over the area, not even seeing a shadow. Su Yuan recalled the bone piece belonging to the former owner he found in the cockpit when he first obtained the train. It seemed that once the train's owner died or was trapped in a place beyond the time limit, the train would be reclaimed by the system. This was very likely just the second stop for those 2, but unfortunately, they could not make it out. In this world, there was simply no eternal safety. Gods can fall, let alone those of them who struggled to survive in the cracks.
After finishing all this, Su Yuan patted the dirt off his hands and returned to the train. The whistle blew long.
In the mountain hollow, under the gaze of all the descendants of the sea, the black steel beast slowly started, its wheels rolling over the moist earth, gradually accelerating. Hate led all the tribesmen to kneel in a row in the direction the train was leaving, performing the most solemn tribute.
The train left the mountain hollow, traversed the desolate tidal flats, and finally disappeared at the end of the skyline. Chapter 67, Train Mutation Upgrade.
As the train started, the area behind that had just experienced catastrophe and rebirth, Zhuhui Bay, gradually shrank into an inconspicuous dot in sight. When the train passed through a tunnel flashing with white light, the view outside again returned to that monotonous desolate landscape.
It's over.
Su Yuan let out a long breath and heavily leaned back on the sofa. This trip to Zhuhui Bay was a life-and-death ordeal, turning a 1.5-star rated instance into a 3-star extreme survival. But similarly, the rewards were unprecedentedly rich. Not only did his physique soar again, but he also obtained several incredible talents all at once, significantly enhancing his combat power.
It's time to properly count the gains from this trip.
Su Yuan sat up straight, his face filled with uncontainable anticipation. This feeling was like during childhood, taking out all the red envelopes given by elders during the new year and spreading them on the bed to count, filled with a tangible sense of harvest.
He first counted the most important hard currency, train coins. After some expenditure and replenishment, he now had as many as 184 coins in his hands.
What made him feel the most excited were the treasure chests. After taking down that 6-legged merman, he had a silver treasure chest drop. The little fat man guardian of wealth did not disappoint, returning with 3 chests.
2 wooden, 1 bronze.
Su Yuan stroked his chin, calculating in his heart. As long as nothing goes wrong, he should be able to sew a silver chest again. What if he took 2 silver chests and combined them?
Maybe he could create a golden chest?
The thought made Su Yuan's heart race a little faster.
Next was the materials. Iron, 452 units. Wood, 200 units. Plastic, 77 units. Copper, 77 units. Electronic components, 22 pieces. Not bad. Su Yuan looked at the list and nodded.
Although this instance didn't yield many materials directly, and he hadn't encountered any monsters worth fighting for that meteorite scroll, it wasn't a big deal. If he was short on something, he could always buy it from the trading hall. He would upgrade the train later and also use that mysterious seed. After counting his basic resources, Yuan turned his gaze to the special items and equipment. He was too lazy to search one by one, so he shouted into the empty carriage, "Little Fire, report on the assets." "Okay, master." Little Fire's flame core flickered, a clear voice echoed, and it began to report his current assets. Weapons/tools. Demon Slaying Warhammer, Epic. Remington M870 shotgun, with 10 shells. Obsidian dagger, fine. Items/special items. Falling Meteor Scroll, rare. Voice Shell, rare, X1 pair. Jiao Pearl, rare, X1. Sea Rescue Medal, special. Empire Path, Devouring Wilderness, unknown. Flesh Boiling Medicine, Madness. Deep Sea Demon Blood, rare. Special Talent Crystal, Deep Sea Benefactor. Chenjia's Blood, contains plague traits, stored in Trading Hall. Silver Chest X1, Bronze Chest X1, Wooden Chests X2. Hearing about the shotgun, Yuan pouted. He hadn't fired a single shot with it. When he first got it, it was treated like a treasure, hidden as a strategic weapon. But after all this time, he hadn't found a suitable opportunity to use it, and by now, the gun couldn't keep up with his battle pace. "I can only sell it," Yuan muttered to himself. "This should be worth a lot to newcomers, could exchange for a lot of good things." As for that pair of voice shells, he had an idea. He would give one to the money spirit and keep one for himself. Whenever that little chubby guy ran into a monster-guarded chest, he could shake it any time, making sure he didn't miss a treasure. Thinking this, Yuan no longer hesitated, and immediately opened the trading interface to exchange the merfolk oil for iron and wood. Now he had a small fortune, and the trade went quickly. Before long, he had gathered all the materials needed to upgrade the train to level 3. Yuan stood up and walked to the driver's cabin, pulling up the train upgrade panel. Detected that the required materials for upgrading to a level 3 train have been gathered. Do you wish to start the upgrade? Upgrade. Train upgrade started, estimated time 5 minutes. As he confirmed, the entire carriage shook slightly, and the sound of metal components grinding filled the air. At that moment, a new prompt box popped up. Detected special item Empire Path, Devouring Wilderness. This item can be used during the train upgrade process, leading to unknown special mutations in the train. Do you wish to use it? Warning, using it will deeply bind the train to this item. This process is irreversible, please make your choice carefully. Finally here. Use it. Yuan made his choice without hesitation. The moment his voice fell, the pitch-black seed covered in strange patterns transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing into the control panel ahead. In the next second, the mutation surged forth. The train, which had been merely vibrating, suddenly shook violently, as if a sleeping giant had been awakened. Boom! It was no longer just the sound of metal grinding, but a deeper, more complex roar. The floor beneath Yuan's feet heaved violently, and the metal plates of the carriage produced a teeth-gritting twisting sound, as if countless invisible hands were violently tearing and reshaping this steel creation. Yuan held tightly onto a nearby fixture. Steadying himself, his eyes never once blinking, he stared out the window. The desolate landscape outside the window was rapidly retreating, while the train itself was undergoing a world-altering transformation. On the black metallic exterior, dark green patterns suddenly appeared, as if they were alive, swiftly spreading, intertwining, and eventually covering the entire train. These patterns weren't graffiti, but were truly growing out from the metal, carrying an eerie, plant-like texture. Click, click. At the front of the train, the metal armor was self-destructing and reassembling. The originally rough lines became smoother and more aggressive, and even several thick, vine-like metal structures extended from both sides of the train's head, wrapping around the windows, their tips gleaming with a cold, sharp light. The entire train was transforming from a pure steel beast into a strange, half-mechanical, half-plant-like form. In the next moment, the signal from the small fire on the other end was also lost. Through his senses, Yuan could feel that, due to the mutation of the train, it had also fallen into a deep sleep, undergoing transformation under the influence of this force. Let's see what these two trains will eventually become. Chapter 68, Mutation, The Plant Train Emperor's Path Devouring Wilderness. Click, click. Inside the train, strange changes began to unfold as well. The cold, monotonous metal walls began to show the same dark green plant-like patterns. They spread from the floor to the ceiling, soon transforming the entire train car into a green space filled with an eerie beauty. Even the incandescent bulbs on the ceiling, under the influence of this power, began to deform and melt. The filaments went out, replaced by peculiar plants that emitted a soft, glowing light. Curious, Yuan reached out and picked one. It felt cold in his hand, ordinary at first glance, but it was glowing. Name, Glowing Mushroom. Quality, Special. Description, a type of fungus that has mutated in a special way, capable of absorbing free energy from the air and converting it into light energy. It is an efficient, eco-friendly biological light source.
Holy crap, even the light bulbs turned into living things? Su Yuan expanded his senses and couldn't help but marvel.
His train seemed to have really become a plant train.
Su Yuan pressed the glowing mushroom back into the ceiling.
It grew there, seamlessly, continuing to emit a soft glow. He walked to the corner of the train car, where there used to be a simple bathroom cubicle. Now, the simple metal and plastic toilet had vanished.
In its place was an oddly shaped plant. It resembled a giant, upside-down pitcher plant, but the mouth wasn't facing upward, but forward. The mouth was made up of two thick, fleshy plant petals that looked like lips, slightly open at the moment, with a dark, bottomless hole inside, occasionally emitting a faint fragrance. This is a toilet? Su Yuan circled the odd-looking plant toilet, his face full of curiosity.
He even reached out and carefully poked at the thick lips. The texture was bouncy and warm, like touching the skin of a living creature.
How am I supposed to use this thing? Su Yuan's mind instantly conjured up a picture. Himself squatting down, and then, once finished, this thing would stretch out a tongue to help clean him.
Just then, the vibrations of the train gradually began to subside. After nearly 10 minutes of intense transformation, it seemed the process was nearing its end.
Su Yuan could clearly feel that the entire train now had life.
It was no longer a pile of cold steel, but a living creature, breathing and growing.
He walked over to the train door. Looking outward. The color of the train has completely changed from the previous pure black to a deep, vibrant emerald green.
The length of the train has also increased by about 1/3, with an entirely new car made entirely of plant structures. And those two thick, thorny vines extending from the front of the train now move around the windows like two alert, aggressive snakes.
Now this is really an upgrade. Su Yuan looked at his brand new biological war machine with a satisfied smile on his face.
He walked to the cockpit, wanting to see how Xiaohua was doing. As soon as he stepped into the cockpit, he was stunned. The control panel, which used to be filled with various dashboards and buttons, has now completely transformed. Except for the central driving console that still retains some technological feel, all other electronic structures have been replaced by various peculiar plant organisms. Furthermore, the feeding port that used to house Xiaohua's flame core had disappeared.
In its place was a fruit, about the size of a fist, translucent and slowly pulsing like a heart.
The fruit hovered in mid-air, its surface glowing with a faint golden glow, and inside it seemed to have a ball of orange-red flame burning. With each pulse, a gentle yet powerful energy spread through the entire train via the countless fine plant roots connected to it.
Xiaohua?
Su Yuan called tentatively. The heart-like fruit merely pulsed gently, offering no response.
It seemed to be still asleep. Su Yuan circled the fruit twice, filled with curiosity.
He reached out his hand to touch it but hesitated, fearing he might disturb its evolution. But the next second, Su Yuan's hair stood on end. Almost instinctively, he turned around while releasing bone blades from his arms. Behind him, without him noticing, a small child floated in midair, their skin a greenish hue, looking harmless and androgynous. The child floated quietly, with big, curious eyes observing him. A thick vine hung down from the ceiling, connecting to the child's back, gently swaying with its breath. Seeing Su Yuan's tense expression, the child seemed startled and instinctively shrank back. Then, tilting its head, it timidly spoke.
Master. I am Xiaohua.
Appearance can be disguised, breath can be mimicked, but the mark of the soul is unique and unchangeable. Su Yuan, deeply perceptive, could naturally sense and remember the essence of the soul. Thankfully, there was no mistake, this little child truly seemed to be Xiaohua. Only then did Su Yuan relax his guard, glancing at it with a smile. You little rascal, I didn't expect you to have a body now. Xiaohua retracted the vine and floated to the ground, and Su Yuan noticed that its feet were now connected to the floor, indicating that Xiaohua had to supply energy at all times to maintain this form. However, with a physical body, Xiaohua could now do much more. Moreover, Su Yuan could clearly feel that the energy contained within this little creature was several levels stronger than the previous flame core. So can you still revert to your original form now? Su Yuan asked again. Of course. Xiaohua nodded, then, to Su Yuan's amazement, its body suddenly transformed into a burst of orange-red flames and whoosh, dove into the pulsating heart-like fruit beneath the console. The next second, the brightness of the fruit surged, and the temperature in the entire driver's cabin suddenly rose.
Master, this is my current state. This fruit is my new core and is the power source of the entire train.
Xiaohua's familiar voice once again came through the speakers in the cockpit. Su Yuan looked at this scene, feeling amazed in his heart. It seemed that Xiaohua could now switch freely between the human and core forms.
Can you still control the train? What about the new functions? Su Yuan was most concerned about this. Of course I can. Master. I am now completely integrated with the train. I am the train, and the train is me. I can control all the functions.
Xiaohua's voice was filled with pride.
Moreover, because of this mutation, I have awakened a new ability. New ability? Su Yuan's eyes brightened. Quickly tell me, what is it? Master, don't be anxious. Accompanied by Xiao voice, the heart fruit shone again, and the little green boy appeared in front of Su Yuan once more. He stood proudly with his hands on his hips, wearing a praise me expression. Master, I can now control all the plants on the train. Look. As Xiao spoke, he waved his little hand. The next second, the glow mushrooms on the top of the carriage, which originally emitted a soft light, suddenly changed color, turning from a soft white to a bright yellow, illuminating the entire carriage as if it were daytime. And I can make them dim. With another wave of his hand, the glow of the mushrooms instantly faded, leaving only a faint light that was just enough to see the contours around. How about that? Impressive, right? Xiao tilted his little face, looking at Su Yuan with expectation. Su Yuan smiled slightly. You can control those two tentacles outside as well, right? Xiao nodded, proudly saying, of course I can control them, master. If there's ever someone with bad intentions or if we encounter danger, I might be able to help you without you needing to take action. Xiao then playfully grabbed Su Yuan's arm, smiling, all of this is thanks to your efforts, but from now on, we really are two grasshoppers on the same boat. Su Yuan nodded. Xiao wasn't lying to him because he had just received hidden information. After investing that seed, his train had become one of the special trains, and as a result of the mutation, the train had completely broken free from the control of the train world. After he died, or if he exceeded the maximum stay time at the station, this train would not disappear, but would vanish along with him. But the good news was that if Xiao died, it wouldn't affect him. However, the price was that he would lose the train, and without the train, life in this world would be quite inconvenient. So, in that sense, the two of them really were two grasshoppers on the same train in the future. At that moment, the upgrade completion prompt finally arrived. Ding dong. Congratulations, your train has successfully upgraded to level 3. The train's basic attributes have been fully enhanced. Current train level, 3. Train type, Emperor's Path Devour Wilderness, Special Mutation. Standard operating speed, 80 km per hour, Black Fog spread speed, 20 km per hour. Maximum endurance speed, 150 km per hour. Carriage basic defense, high, plant armor, with self-repairability. Storage capacity of space warehouse, 1000 slots. New function module, plant technology. More modifiable components have been unlocked, please check the control panel for details. Chapter 69, the beginner's protection period ends. I didn't expect the Black Fog spread speed to actually increase. I remember it was only 15 km per hour at first. Su Yuan immediately caught the key information from the row of data. He understood in his heart what the additional 5 km per hour meant for those train conductors struggling on the line of pass. When the speed of the Black Fog catches up to the speed of the train, it's a death date. Su Yuan thought no more and clicked into the brand new module. The original construction workshop and life workshop had disappeared, replaced by a new interface called Plant Technology. Plant Technology. 1. Observer Sentry, requires 200 units of flesh and blood energy. After feeding, a special outpost with detection functions will grow on top of the train, capable of 360-degree surveillance, with a maximum detection radius of 50 meters. Unlock required, 3 train coins. 2. Hardwood Layer, requires 300 units of flesh and blood energy. After feeding, the train's collision capability at the front will be greatly enhanced, easily smashing through most obstacles. Unlock required, 3 train coins. 3. Twisting Killer Vine, requires 1000 units of flesh and blood energy. After feeding, the activity of the vines on the outside of the train will be greatly enhanced, able to autonomously capture and kill any creature that approaches the train, without affecting the speed. Unlock required, 15 train coins. 4. Plant Kitchen, requires 300 units of flesh and blood energy. Generates a brand new carriage, providing a new cooking system made of plants inside. Unlock required, 5 train coins. 5. Purifying Vine, requires 500 units of flesh and blood energy. Generates a special vine that can purify water sources by absorbing and releasing water. Unlock required, 5 train coins. 6. Luxurious Plant Lounge, requires 1000 units of flesh and blood energy. Generates a special resting carriage, rich in purifying plants, climate-controlled, and releases hormones that bring peace of mind, providing an excellent resting environment. Unlock required, 15 train coins. 7. Acid Flower Cannon, requires 3000 units of flesh and blood energy. Generates a special bloom on top of the train, capable of storing energy to launch a strongly corrosive acid. Unlock required, 30 train coins. So that's how it is, Su Yuan said after reading all the information, finally understanding completely. This train has come to life completely. No longer needing to cobble together wood and iron, now it only needs one thing, flesh and blood. As long as there is enough flesh and blood energy, it can grow everything at once. This makes things much easier. Who knows how hard it is to gather some special materials.
Now, upgrading this train, including adding various extra functions, only requires flesh and blood. 1 kilogram of ordinary flesh and blood can approximately be converted into 1 unit of flesh and blood energy. The conversion rate for special creatures' flesh is even higher.
The twisting killer vine should correspond to the original combat system, and that acid flower cannon is quite interesting. Other level 3 trains will likely have a powerful weapon module added at level 3. Yuan rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering something, and turned to ask Showa, where have my track changer and hidden carriage receiving functions gone on the panel? Showa grinned and pointed outside at the 2 thick vines slowly swimming. Master, isn't that it? This functionality is built in now, no need to unlock it, we get it for free. Yuan followed where he pointed and nodded in understanding. Indeed, with these 2 flexible giants here, changing tracks or bringing back hidden carriages is just a matter of thought. So Yuan no longer hesitated and took out the 50 units of shark meat from the warehouse. Each unit of shark meat weighed 5 kilograms, and these 50 units piled up in the carriage like a small mountain of meat. Thinking about it, a shark that big should not drop only a few dozen kilograms of meat, that would be too pitiful. Where do I feed it now? Yuan looked at the pile of meat and asked Showa. Showa pointed with his short finger to a uniquely shaped carnivorous plant in the corner. Here, just toss it in there. Yuan. He looked at the plant toilet that emitted a faint fragrance, his expression a bit complicated. But he still had bread and canned food, showing no interest in dealing with this pile of raw meat. He simply chose to ignore it. Yuan picked up chunks of shark meat and crammed them all into the mouth of the Venus flytrap. The strange plant toilet made a gurgling sound, and its thick petals wriggled, quickly devouring all the meat chunks clean. Then, a prompt sound came from the control panel. The train has gained 250 units of flesh energy, which can be used for construction or temporary acceleration. What a pity, those merman meats, no, I mean the human flesh, didn't make it back. The thought flashed through Yuan's mind, but he shook his head immediately. Well, it's buried now, let it rest in peace. Yuan sighed, then opened the train upgrade interface to take a look. Upgrading the train to level 4 requires a full 5,000 units of flesh energy. Converted, that's 5 tons of meat. Well, it's not too bad. If I come across a suitable station for hunting, I can settle it all in one go. Yuan calculated in his mind, and the tense nerves that had been tight for so long finally relaxed, leaving him feeling refreshed. At that moment, the control panel suddenly flashed with glaring red light. A voice from Xiaohuo beside him immediately sounded, Master, even though we've left the direct control of the train world and can't receive individual event broadcasts, world announcements will still sync. A new rule has come, go take a look. Yuan had originally planned to use the deep-sea blessed talent crystal in his spare time, but hearing this, he couldn't care about that anymore and quickly moved to the control panel, opening the chat interface. As soon as it opened, a flood of whales rushed out. The online number of people in the world channel had already dropped to 3,100. 3126/5000. Damn. What's going on? My train was going fine, and suddenly a huge scorpion popped out from the tracks, almost flipping my train's front. That's nothing, I just passed by a ruin, and a group of bat-like things flew out from inside, constantly banging against my windows. Damn, scared the hell out of me. The newbie period is over. Damn it, what a beast. This is killing me. I've been on edge, and now even traveling is unsafe? It's over, it's all over. My speed is just a little faster than the black mist if I get delayed by a monster. Yuan ignored the wails of the people and directly looked at the blood-red announcement pinned at the top of the channel. Announcement, currently, 99.9% of the train masters have left the third station, except for those who have stayed due to special reasons or have died. The newbie protection period is officially over. The train's journey on the tracks will no longer be absolutely safe. Be cautious of ambushes from unknown creatures. In addition, the spread of the black mist will continue to increase, so train masters must strive to survive. Chapter 70, Actively Reduce Speed, Welcome Monsters. The newbie protection period is over? But it doesn't matter, it basically has no effect on me. After reading the Blood Red World announcement, Yuan just shrugged indifferently. He was actually hoping that some reckless monsters would appear on the road. After all, his train, the Emperor's Path Devouring Wilderness, had just completed its ultimate mutation and was starving. Those monsters, in his eyes, were no longer a threat, but moving flesh energy. They were walking upgrade materials. Now that the train was upgraded, and there wasn't much else to do for now, it was the perfect time to properly digest the spoils of this battle during the journey. He took out from his storage bag the special talent crystal he had gotten from the dangerous sea king species, glowing with deep blue light. Special talent crystal Deep Sea Blessed. Effect, after use, a random talent related to sea or blessing will be granted, and the talent quality is determined by the user's potential. In theory, I've already mastered the power of the ocean. What would it be like to awaken another talent related to the ocean? Yuan looked at the crystal in his hand, his heart filled with expectation.
He already had 7 talents, and adding one more wouldn't make much difference. But talents were like a lottery, you never knew what kind of surprise the next one would bring.
What if another unique quality miraculous skill comes? That would really take off. Deep sea or a talent related to favor, never mind, just use it directly. If this time it's still a unique talent, it represents my potential. As long as I use these crystal cores that awaken talents based on my own potential, they are unique. Su Yuan no longer hesitated, silently chanting in his heart. Confirm use of special talent crystal core deep sea favor? Confirm. As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal core in his hand shattered with a pop, transforming into a dazzling deep blue starlight, rushing into his brow like weary birds returning to the forest. A chilly, warm breath, faintly salty and fishy, instantly spread throughout Su Yuan's limbs. Unlike the subtle and gentle feeling from absorbing the sewing master crystal core last time, this experience was much more dominant and direct. Su Yuan could clearly feel that his body was undergoing the deepest transformation by an ancient power from the depths of the ocean. After about 10 seconds, that wonderful feeling gradually faded away. Thanks to the previous experience, Su Yuan was not in a hurry, he calmly closed his eyes, patiently waiting. Sure enough, not long after, the familiar system prompt sound came late. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed the talent crystal core, and are awakening the related talent according to your potential. Talent awakening successful. Congratulations, you have gained a new talent, 44 Knights of Great Flood, unique. Effect, the divine authority of the sea god in your hands is further enhanced, allowing you to summon continuous heavy rain at any time. In this rain, your all attributes will receive unconditional huge boosts, and your attacks will carry afterimages that inherit 100% damage from the main attack, but without additional effects. Note, there was once an ancient god who, witnessing the various evils of the world, brought down a flood that lasted for 44 days and nights in an attempt to cleanse the entire world. You have inherited a trace of his divinity. Wow! Another unique talent. Indeed, the unique opportunity of the train world has raised my potential to infinity. When he saw the talent introduction, Su Yuan was so excited that he almost jumped off the sofa. 44 Knights of Great Flood? That name sounds much more powerful than Rainbow Hunter. Rainbow Hunter greatly increases speed in rainy weather, but weakens after the rain stops. And this 44 Knights of Great Flood boosts all attributes without conditions in heavy rain. One is a pure speed boost, the other is an all-around attribute enhancement, it's clear which is stronger. Even more absurd, this talent's attack even includes afterimages that inherit 100% damage. What does this represent? It means that every strike by Su Yuan in the rain equals double damage. Although the afterimage carries no additional effects, that's already terrifying enough. If these two talents were combined, how frightful would my combat power be in the rain? Just thinking about that scene made Su Yuan feel his blood boil. He felt that if he were to encounter that Sea King-type dangerous creature now, he would even have confidence to kill it in one blow if he was well prepared. Now, ordinary blood and flesh testers are probably no match for me. Perhaps only those higher-tier existences have a chance to wrestle with me. Su Yuan stroked his chin, feeling a wave of pride. You see, it was still the early game, most players had just left the third station, and the new player protection period had just ended. He had already grown to this level, and if he said it out loud, no one would believe it. But, speaking of it, it's strange. Su Yuan suddenly thought of a question. Why is it that others encounter monsters on the road, but I haven't had a single noise here? According to reason, once the rookie protection period ends, the railway should become lively. But throughout his journey, except for the unchanging desolate scenery outside the window, he hadn't seen even a ghost. This is not normal. Little fire, come here. Su Yuan shouted towards the cockpit. Coming. The little green fire dashed out from the cockpit, trotting on its short legs, bouncing to Su Yuan's side, and looking up with curiosity, asked, Master, what's the matter? Let me ask you, why has our journey been so peaceful? There aren't any monsters, isn't it too strange? Little Fire giggled after hearing the question, so Master is curious about this. Don't worry, it's not the calm before a storm. Master, those monsters that attack trains are mostly low-level creatures without much intelligence. They just instinctively attack slow trains that look easy to bully. And our train Little Fire pointed at the swiftly retreating scenery outside, proudly puffing out its chest, our Emperor's Journey, devouring wilderness after the upgrade has a standard speed of 80 km per hour. Those little monsters couldn't catch up to our exhaust even if they broke their legs. Su Yuan. He looked at Little Fire's smug expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. So, the reason he didn't encounter monsters wasn't that he was lucky, but because his train was too fast? What is this? The loneliness of a master? He finally understood what the earlier rule about maintaining a relatively slow speed and encountering bad things meant. It turned out that this bad thing was a disaster for others, but for him, it was a good thing delivered to his door.
And even if you were followed by black fog, as long as you entered the station, you wouldn't be disturbed within the specified time.
Some special stations, like the last sea capital city, weren't even in the same dimension as the black fog.
However, choosing to stay there permanently would mean that, besides players with special vehicles, regular players would lose their train forever. In this world, losing your train forever means losing the chance to become stronger, which is not much different from being useless.
Let's reduce the speed.
After realizing this, Yuan commanded.
Ha! Little Fire's smile instantly froze. Reduce speed? Master, you're not joking, right? It's dangerous outside. I'm not joking. Yuan looked at it, grinning and showing his white teeth. Didn't you say our train is very hungry? Now, a buffet is here. We can't just walk by without entering, right?
Reduce the speed to 40 kilometers per hour. At this speed, let's go slowly.
I want to see who dares to be the first to deliver takeout to us. Master, are you sure? Really want to reduce the speed to 40 kilometers? Little Fire looked at Yuan's eager expression, its little face full of conflict and unease.
Although it was confident in its new body and new abilities, thinking about those monstrous creatures still frightened it a little.
What if what came was not some small fries, but a big guy? What if those vines couldn't fight back? What if? What's wrong? Do you lack confidence in our train? Yuan noticed its concerns and deliberately provoked it.
Unexpectedly, this little guy was still so timid. It seemed that even with the energy core changed, its character hadn't changed.
Then should I reduce the speed now? Hurry up.
With Yuan's command, the announcement in the carriage also chimed in, and the scenery on both sides gradually slowed down. Notice, train speed has been reduced from 80 km per hour to 40 km per hour.
Chapter 71, The Demon Wolf Attacking the Train.
Alright, at this speed, don't go any faster.
Yuan leaned back on the sofa, lazily commanded towards the direction of the driver's cabin.
Little Fire's green, oily figure peeked half of its head out of the driver's cabin, its small face filled with confusion and worry. Master, do we really have to go this slow?
40 kilometers per hour. What if something really catches up to us? Catch up?
Yuan chuckled at the words. It'd be great if it did.
If nothing catches up, what will we eat? What will the car drink?
He pointed to the corner of the cabin where the carnivorous plant toilet still exuded a faint fragrance and grinned. Look at it, its mouth is almost watering.
We can't let it starve, can we?
Little Fire glanced in the direction he pointed and quickly withdrew its gaze, its small face scrunching up into a frown.
It always felt something was off about that thing. Although it was the mouth of the train now, its original function. But what if the thing that comes is too strong? Can those two vines fight it off?
Little Fire still felt a bit uneasy. Right now, it was tied closely to this train. If the train got damaged, it would suffer too.
Can't fight it? Yuan raised an eyebrow and exaggeratedly said, Can't fight it? Aren't I here? What are you worrying about? Do you think I can't handle it? No. That's not what I meant.
Upon hearing this, Little Fire was so frightened it waved its hands, hurriedly explaining, Of course, I believe in your strength.
I'm just a bit nervous. Alright, don't be nervous.
Yuan waved his hand to soothe. Don't worry, with me here, the train won't flip over. Of course, I can't just keep doing the fighting, you need to hone your battle experience.
Reassured by Yuan's promise, Little Fire slightly relaxed and nodded, retracting back into the driver's cabin.
The train moved at a steady 40 km per hour across the wilderness. This speed was not fast, yet not slow either. For those ordinary train conductors struggling to make ends meet, this was already the speed they dreamed of. However, for the unknown creatures lurking on either side of the tracks, filled with malice and hunger towards metallic beings, this speed was like a carrot hanging before a donkey's eyes, full of deadly temptation.
Time passed, second by second.
The cabin was very quiet, only the clattering of wheels over the rails and the sound of wind whistling by the window could be heard.
About 10 minutes later,
Little Fire, always on edge, suddenly spoke from the driver's cabin, trembling slightly.
Master. There's something.
Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance streaking through them.
It's here?
He flipped over and sat up from the sofa, quickly walking to the window to look outside. There, a black figure on the barren land 100 meters to the left of the train was sprinting at a high speed, keeping a parallel distance with the train.
It was a wolf. A wolf much larger than ordinary wild wolves, covered in a black, hard shell, its eyes glimmering with a sinister red glow, a demonic wolf. Its limbs were extraordinarily robust. Every time it pushed off the ground, it left a deep footprint, running silently, exuding an explosive sense of power. This was clearly not an ordinary beast, but a creature mutated specifically for hunting. Just one?
Yuan raised his brow slightly as he looked at the lone demonic wolf.
He couldn't believe that such a clearly social creature would act alone. This thing was most likely a scout. Sure enough. After running alongside the train for a distance, as if assessing the threat of the slow train, the demonic wolf suddenly raised its head and let out a long and loud howl towards the sky. A whoa! The wolf's howl echoed across the vast wilderness. The sound traveled very far. The next second, as if receiving some kind of signal, the howls of wolves rose one after another from all directions, echoing non-stop. Then, at the edge of Su Yuan's sight, on the horizon, countless black dots began to appear. These black dots were rapidly gathering toward the direction of the train. 10, 20, 50. In the blink of an eye, a massive pack of demonic wolves appeared on the wilderness. They surrounded the train from all directions, forming a large encirclement, trapping Su Yuan's train firmly in the center. Good heavens, what a huge formation, Su Yuan said, looking at the sea of black outside the window, not the slightest bit nervous, but instead revealing a hint of excitement. He licked his lips and muttered to himself, now, I have enough energy to level up. Master. So many wolves. Xiao Hua's voice sounded again, this time with a clear note of crying. What should we do? They're surrounding us. Should we speed up and run? Run? What for? Su Yuan replied impatiently, the buffet is served right in front of us, how can we not eat? He slapped the wall of the train car and gave the order, Xiao Hua, it's dinner time. Let them taste the power of your new vines. But. No buts. Attack. Yes. Receiving Su Yuan's command, Xiao Hua, although terrified deep down, didn't dare to disobey. It took a deep breath and focused all its attention on controlling the train. The next second, the two thick vines, coiled like poisonous snakes at the front of the train, suddenly moved. Whoosh! One of the vines, like a cannonball shot from a barrel, instantly snapped straight, and the metal barbs at its tip, flashing with cold light, screeched through the air, precisely targeting the demonic wolf charging at the front. The wolf clearly did not expect this bulky steel machine to take the initiative to attack. It tried to dodge, but the speed of the vine was too fast for the wolf to make any move. Thud! A dull sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh echoed. The tip of the vine pierced through the demonic wolf's tough shell without any obstruction, stabbing into its eye socket and exiting through the back of its head. Green blood mixed with white brain matter dripped down the vine's sharp end. The wolf didn't even have time to scream before its massive body was pushed forward a few steps by inertia, then crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and went completely still. One hit, one kill. Nice job. Su Yuan praised without holding back, then added, although that hit was impressive, didn't you forget something? Xiao Hua only realized afterward, oh right, our goal is to collect the corpses and replenish energy. However, the death of one demonic wolf did not scare its companions away. Instead, it completely stirred the pack's ferocity. A whoa! Accompanied by a series of frenzied howls, all the demonic wolves seemed to go crazy, charging toward the train without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 The two vines danced wildly in the air like two giant pythons, leaving after images as they continuously lashed out and recoiled. Each strike claimed the life of a demonic wolf. However, there were simply too many wolves. Although the two vines were incredibly powerful, their attack frequency was limited, and when faced with this overwhelming attack coming from all directions, it gradually began to feel a bit insufficient. Occasionally, some demonic wolves dodged the vine's attacks and successfully reached the train, using their sharp claws and teeth to frantically bite and strike the train's body. This won't work, the efficiency is too low. Su Yuan observed the situation outside and furrowed his brow slightly. He noticed that although Xiao Hua's attacks were precise, there was always a slight delay. It was like a beginner playing a shooting game for the first time. Although it can aim, it always needs a moment to react before firing. This delay is not obvious when facing a small number of enemies, but once surrounded by a large crowd of foes, it becomes a deadly weakness. Su Yuan instantly understood the problem. Although the little fire was integrated with the train, its perception primarily relied on the core fruit in the cockpit. Its vision was still limited to the direction of the front of the train. For attacks coming from the sides and behind, it could only judge through the vibrations and sounds of the train, which naturally led to delays. It seems I need to install an eye for you. Su Yuan had an idea in his mind and immediately opened a new interface called Plant Technology. His gaze locked onto the first unlockable component. Observer Sentinel requires 200 units of flesh and blood energy. After feeding, a special outpost with detection capabilities will grow on the top of the train, able to monitor surroundings 360 degrees, with a maximum detection radius of 50 meters. Unlock cost, 3 train coins. Confirm the consumption of 200 units of flesh and blood energy and 3 train coins to unlock that Observer Sentinel? Confirm. As Su Yuan's mind confirmed, the panel on the driving platform flashed with light, and the corresponding amounts of flesh and blood energy and train coins in his warehouse instantly decreased. Immediately after, the entire train trembled slightly again. Boom.
This time the noise was not as fierce as when it upgraded but felt more like growth.
Su Yuan looked up at the roof of the train.
In the center of the top of the compartment, a new vine, as thick as an arm, was visibly creeping out from the dark green plant armor at a noticeable speed. It grew upwards, spiraling, intertwining, and in just a few seconds, formed a lookout tower structure about 2 meters high. At the top of the tower, a huge, budding flower bud was slowly unfolding in the wind and rain. The petals were not soft but made of a semi-transparent, crystal-like material, layered and filled with a strange beauty that combined technological feel and vitality. When the petals fully blossomed, they revealed a hidden, large, glowing blue eyeball at the very center. The eyeball had no pupil, no white, just a pure blue sphere composed of energy. It rotated slowly amid the petals, and with each turn, an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from its center.
Master. I see it. I see everything.
In Little Fire's perception, a 360-degree holographic map instantly unfolded.
On the map, each moving red dot represented a magic wolf.
Their numbers, locations, movement trajectories, and even their next attack intentions were clearly marked on this holographic map, easy to understand. This feeling was like having a god's perspective, turning the entire battlefield into a sand table in its hands. This was the benefit of high perception. Su Yuan experienced this sensation in his daily battles, being able to observe the movement patterns of an enemy's muscles to predict their next moves, far stronger than this simple perception radar.
How is it? This eye isn't bad, right? Su Yuan asked with a satisfied smile. Not bad? Master, this is more than just not bad. This is simply a miracle.
Alright, don't just stand there. Since you can see clearly, let them experience what real precision strikes are.
Okay. Just watch, Master.
Little Fire responded, filled with unprecedented confidence and enthusiasm.
In the next second, the situation on the battlefield turned instantly. Whoosh!
The vine coiled around the front of the train.
Moved again.
But this time, its attack was no longer the previous straightforward thrusts, it became more ingenious and more bizarre. It drew a perfect arc in the air, circumventing a magic wolf that was lunging towards it head-on, then thrust down sharply from an unbelievable angle.
Puff!
The tip of the vine pierced precisely into the back of the neck of a magic wolf that was about to attack from the side, instantly penetrating its spine. The magic wolf didn't even understand what had happened, its body stiffened abruptly and collapsed weakly to the ground, its brilliant red eyes still filled with confusion in its last moments of life. At the same time, another vine moved quickly to retrieve the corpse of the magic wolf. 2 vines, one attacking and one supporting, worked together seamlessly. With the aid of that observer sentinel and its 360-degree all-around vision, Xiao's combat capability had undergone a qualitative leap. It was no longer passively defending but actively controlling the rhythm of the entire battlefield.
What was happening could no longer be called a battle,
but a thorough slaughter. Su Yuan leaned leisurely against the car window, took out a piece of nutty dark bread from the storage bag, and began to nibble slowly.
Outside the window was a hell of blood and fire. Inside was a relaxing and pleasant afternoon tea time.
Once these magic wolves are killed, I can study that interstellar soldier training cabin after finishing with the treasure chest. The number of wolves was visibly diminishing at a rapid pace. At first, they relied on their sheer numbers and charged forward fearlessly. But as more and more of their companions fell, that primal ferocity was finally replaced by the fear of death. They began to hesitate, started to retreat, and ultimately, the wolf pack scattered in confusion. This ambush finally came to an end.
Is that it? They just ran off? How boring, but the harvest should be quite astonishing.
At that moment, the young man also split his consciousness and walked out from the driver's seat.
Reporting, Master. In this battle, a total of 24 magic wolves were killed, resulting in 23 corpses. The total usable blood and flesh amounted to 2,100 kilograms, or 2 tons.
Good.
Su Yuan nodded.
Generally, small wolves weigh around 20 kilograms at most.
The largest ones weigh only about 80 kilograms. On average, these wolves yielded around 90 kilograms of blood and flesh each, and that's only the pure meat that can be salvaged from them. The total weight would be even more. Perhaps here, an ordinary wolf would be comparable to a wolf king in ordinary circumstances. Su Yuan couldn't help but take another look at this train. Undoubtedly those 2 vines were indeed powerful. Dispose of the corpses, Su Yuan commanded. Okay.
Xiao responded, controlling the vines to throw all the cut meat chunks into the pig trap toilet. After a series of gurgling digestion sounds, the train's blood and flesh energy reserve successfully surpassed the 2,000 mark.
Su Yuan thought the kitchen wasn't necessary for now, and he didn't plan to deal with the bedroom either. He would take out the entangling killing vines first. If possible, if he could bring the train to life, could he make it rampage on the platform as well?
With a thought, he took out the 3 boxes he had received from the guardian spirit in the silver treasure chest that dropped from the dangerous Sea King type. placing them neatly on the floor in front of him.
2 wooden treasure chests, 1 bronze chest, and 1 silver chest. Item, wooden treasure chest. Quality, ordinary. Attributes, wooden wealth, ordinary, space storage, weak.
Without hesitation, Su Yuan directly reached out his finger and made a slicing motion in the air to cut out the attribute wooden wealth, ordinary, from the other wooden treasure chest.
Crunch!
The wooden treasure chest that had been stripped of its core attribute instantly filled with cracks, then in a burst of faint light, it turned into a pile of useless wood chips, dissipating into the air. And a halo of light, radiating a faint white glow, hovered at the tip of Su Yuan's finger.
Come, sew it for me. Chapter 73 plus 1 silver treasure chest. Su Yuan whispered loudly, firmly pressing the halo of light onto the treasure chest. Fortunately, Su Yuan's physique was extraordinary. In reality, this kind of sewing was extremely draining mentally. If calculated by normal standards, he might not have sewn 2 stitches before exhausting himself, but Su Yuan had not experienced this situation yet. Detected the same source entry wooden wealth, common, do you want to sew? After sewing, the item quality may improve. So, in the instant of confirmation, a ray of white light, several times brighter than before, erupted violently from the treasure chest, causing Xiaohua to instinctively cover its eyes with its little hand. The light came quickly and left quickly. When the light dissipated, the originally unremarkable wooden treasure chest had vanished, replaced by a brand new box made entirely of bronze, with some simple patterns engraved on its surface. Congratulations, sewing successful, item quality improved. Item, bronze treasure chest. Quality, premium. Entry, bronze wealth, premium, space storage, common. Frog fun, master is so awesome. Xiaohua's eyes sparkled. Even though it had seen this once, it still couldn't help but exclaim. After the sewing finished, Su Yuan touched the newly formed treasure chest, and facing Xiaohua's worshipful gaze, he appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was already overjoyed. This perfect sewing talent, used for synthesizing treasure chests, was simply a bug-level existence. 2 ordinary quality wooden boxes, with nearly 0 cost, turned into a premium quality bronze box in an instant. If placed in the trading market, the price would at least multiply several times. Putting the bronze treasure chest back on the table, Su Yuan used the same trick again and activated perfect sewing once more. This time, he wanted to use the same method to combine 2 bronze treasure chests into a higher-level silver treasure chest. The bronze treasure chest used as a sacrifice, after losing the core bronze wealth, premium, entry, also turned into a pile of useless metal powder. A halo of light, radiating green light, hovered at Su Yuan's fingertip. Next one. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled as he pressed the entry representing premium quality hard against the bronze treasure chest he had just synthesized. Transform for me. Detected the same source entry bronze wealth, premium, do you want to sew? Sew. Buzz. This time, the light transformed into a dazzling blue-green, dyeing the entire compartment with a strange color. Xiaohua nervously clenched its small fists, focusing its eyes without a blink on the center of the glowing mass. A silver treasure chest, radiating a soft silver glow and with a more exquisite design, quietly landed in Su Yuan's hands. Congratulations, sewing successful, item quality improved. Item, silver treasure chest. Quality, rare. Entry, silver wealth, rare, space storage, premium. Another one. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now, in front of him, he successfully had 2 silver treasure chests. One was the loot from a dangerous sea king species, and the other was the one he had just refined himself. Above silver, there is gold. If Su Yuan guessed correctly, the minimum quality of the items inside would also be craftsmanship, with even a good chance of obtaining epic-level items. Common items in this world are divided into ordinary, fine, rare/craftsmanship, epic, and the highest, legendary. There is also a special category that cannot be identified. This special category includes everything from the lowest common to the highest legendary, mainly judged by their special functions, allowing holders to assess them. Rare isn't necessarily worse than epic. Rare is a very broad grade, but if it's epic, then in the rarest category, it absolutely belongs to the very top existence. Su Yuan immediately cut out the entry again and began to fit it, but this time, a prompt flashed before his eyes. Synthesis success rate of golden treasure chest, 20%. After synthesis failure, there will be a 99% chance for the silver treasure chest to mutate into a higher quality silver treasure chest +1. Note, after synthesis failure, there is a 1% chance that the core energy of the 2 treasure chests will conflict, and both will be destroyed. Hidden note, the success rate can be increased by continuing to insert the same entry, not exclusive to lucky players. After Su Yuan read the prompt clearly, he instantly understood. Sure enough, the golden treasure chest is not so easy to obtain. If one wants a 100% success rate normally, it requires at least 6 silver chests, one is the main body and the other 5 for cutting entries. This time, I'll first see what version the silver treasure chest +1 has. It shouldn't get damaged, I can't be that unlucky.
Because that entry had already been drawn out, if it wasn't applied, it would dissipate into the world after a while, and incompatible entries cannot be forcibly applied to other items.
Forget it, I won't think too much. 20% is 20%, let's gamble. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he hesitated no more. Synthesize for me.
He slammed the blue entry light orb onto the silver treasure chest with great force. Buzz. In an instant, an incredibly brilliant, even slightly dazzling golden light burst forth from the treasure chest. The entire train car was completely swallowed by this golden light, turning into a sea of gold.
Succeeded?
Seeing the golden light, Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and a wave of ecstasy surged up instantly. This light, this momentum, was on an entirely different level from when he previously synthesized bronze and silver treasure chests. This was definitely a success. A golden treasure chest. He was really going to have his first golden treasure chest. Even the little fire beside him was stunned by this sudden golden light. It could clearly feel that its energy breath was not comparable to an ordinary silver treasure chest. However, just when Su Yuan thought the situation was settled and prepared to celebrate with champagne,
an anomaly occurred again.
That originally brilliant and hopeful golden light, at the moment it reached its peak, unexpectedly and without warning, began to dim rapidly. The golden light, in just a few short seconds, reverted back to the previous silver-white. Although the silver-white light was brighter and more substantial than any previous time, it was ultimately still silver. As the light faded away, a treasure chest made entirely of secret silver, engraved with complex and magnificent magical runes, emitting strong energy fluctuations, lay quietly on the floor.
It was still a silver treasure chest.
Only, on its attribute panel, an additional suffix +1 appeared.
Item, silver treasure chest +1.
Quality, rare plus. Entries, silver wealth, rare plus, space storage, premium plus.
Chapter 74 Multifunctional Pioneer Assistant Ring. Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed softly. Although there was no miracle, fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not occur. That 1% chance of destruction ultimately did not come. Forget it.
Su Yuan consoled himself, failure is the mother of success, at least it proves that the golden treasure chest truly exists, and even in failure, one can indeed obtain a better silver treasure chest.
He sighed and accepted this reality.
Although he did not soar to the heavens in one step, a silver treasure chest +1 was still a good harvest. At least, it was slightly stronger than a regular silver treasure chest.
Alright, no more gambling, just open it.
He was about to see what kind of surprise this +1 silver treasure chest would bring him.
Su Yuan took a deep breath.
He placed his hand on the lock of the silver treasure chest +1. It felt cold to the touch, smooth and delicate. The chest, made of mithril, still shimmered with a faint magical glow. Just its appearance alone made it look far superior to a regular silver chest. I hope something good comes out of this. Otherwise, I'm not going to feel great. Su Yuan mumbled, applying a slight pressure with his hand.
Click. A crisp unlocking sound echoed. The chest lid slowly opened, and a soft, non-blinding white light leaked out from the crack.
There were no floating light orbs, which meant this chest was special. Most likely, the item inside was small or there was only one thing. Su Yuan and Xiao Hua both leaned in, peering into the chest. Inside, on the soft red velvet lining, lay a single item. It wasn't a divine weapon or a rare treasure, but a black wristband that looked extremely high-tech. The wristband wasn't made of metal or iron but had a deep matte black finish.
The surface was smooth, with no unnecessary decorations.
Only on the inside of the wristband was there a row of tiny, unknown numerical markings.
What is this thing? Master, what is this? Xiao Hua asked curiously.
Although it was now the core of the third-level special train, capable of detecting most items, it couldn't make sense of this one.
I'll know once I take a look. Su Yuan reached out and took the wristband from the chest.
The wristband felt light in his hand but incredibly sturdy, with a faint warmth, as though there was energy flowing inside.
He focused his mind and activated his perception. The next moment, several lines of faintly glowing, semi-transparent text appeared before him. Item name, Multifunctional Pioneer Assistant Wristband.
Type, portable storage/assistance device.
Quality, artisan.
Function 1, super large capacity storage, integrates a 200-slot independent storage space with extremely high space stability. Function 2, remote link, the wristband has been deeply bound to your train Empire route, Devourer of the Wilderness, allowing you to access items in the train's warehouse anytime, anywhere. Function 3, overflow transfer, when the wristband's storage space is full, any additional items you pick up will automatically transfer to the train's warehouse without manual operation. Function 4, long-distance pickup and detection, equipped with a high-precision scanning module, it can quickly pick up targets within a 100-meter radius, while automatically analyzing their basic attributes, energy levels, and hidden information, providing real-time data feedback to you.
Hidden notes, praise Hafak. praised the great machinery and science. This tiny creation is just an unremarkable individual combat product from the Hafuk technological civilization. Holy cow! Su Yuan was astonished after reading the functions, his excitement bursting out. This thing was simply a godsend. First of all, its storage capacity is a massive 200 slots, which means it would be impossible to fill it up in most ordinary dungeons. And that's just function 1. Function 2, remote link. This greatly enhanced his endurance and adaptability. Function 3, overflow transfer. What used to annoy him the most was when his storage bag was full. He would have to run all the way back to the train, store the items in the warehouse, and then run back to continue scavenging. The back and forth wasted so much time and energy. Now, with this function, he could be a ruthless scavenger machine, picking up anything he saw without worrying about his bag running out of space. As for the last function, long-distance pickup and detection. Within 100 meters, quick pickup, this is incredible. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. This function was simply tailor-made for a lazy person like him. From now on, he would no longer need to run over to pick things up. Whenever he saw loot, he only needed a thought to collect it. As for the detection function, while it somewhat overlapped with his own high perception ability, it was better than nothing. It could at least serve as a supplementary tool, allowing him to understand target information more comprehensively. An unremarkable military product. Su Yuan looked at the last hidden note, and his heart surged like a storm. Hafuk technology civilization? Such an incredible piece of equipment turned out to be just an unremarkable military product? Then how extreme must this civilization's military products be? Just thinking about it made Su Yuan's scalp tingle. He didn't even know if this civilization still existed in this world. Although Su Yuan was invincible in the early stage, he didn't dare to claim he could fight against a highly developed civilization. Even the modern civilization before his transmigration couldn't face off alone. It would be terrible if he got caught and subjected to research. After all, compared to others' talents, Su Yuan's potential was maximized after a complete enhancement, as if his genetic locks had been unlocked, and his growth potential was directly set to max. At that moment, Little Fire suddenly froze for a moment, then came back to reality and began to report. It had just instantly pulled its mind back to the driver's cabin. Report, Master. The information for our next stop has come out, and there's a new announcement in the world chat. Su Yuan put on his wristband, feeling a slight, almost negligible connection, and immediately returned to the driver's cabin. He saw the screen displaying 2 destination options. Route 1, Forward Station Terra City, estimated arrival time, 13 hours, 25 minutes, 15 seconds. Route 2, Forward Station Black Swan Lake, estimated arrival time, 4 hours, 11 minutes, 56 seconds. Then Little Fire continued, by maintaining our current speed, we can change tracks in 4 hours and enter a new branch route, passing through Black Swan Lake Station. After coming out of Black Swan Lake Station, we will essentially have made a loop, and the next station will still be Terra City. Terra City? Su Yuan murmured the name of the station, deep in thought. Then Little Fire continued to report, as for what Terra City is, Master, just take a look at the pinned announcement in the chat. Chapter 75, The Eternal City. Su Yuan naturally clicked into the chat channel and indeed saw a bold red pinned message on top. Announcement, all players leaving the 3rd station must go to the Eternal City for their next stop. After leaving the Eternal City, any player traveling at a speed below 30 km per hour will fall into danger. Good luck to you all. Wishing you all long-lasting existence. In the Eternal City, money can buy you anything you want, but the opposite is also true. Perhaps someone may die due to conflicts of interest. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, please do not give up your identity as pioneers. Eternal City? Su Yuan looked at this announcement, then glanced at the next stop information displayed on his console. If I'm not mistaken, this so-called Eternal City should be the Terra City on my route map. He had a station forecaster, which gave him a key piece of information that no other player had, the true name of that mysterious city. However, the information revealed in this announcement wasn't just that. First of all, this is a mandatory station that all players must go to. Secondly, it seemed to be a special area unaffected by the black mist. However, such special areas are not few, but they have a prerequisite: there must be divine protection. A city of eternity, behind the scenes at least stands a living god. Su Yuan caught this key information, and his scalp suddenly went numb. He indeed had dealt with gods, like that crazy evil god Azg, who should belong to a weaker category among gods. The sea god and the eyeball evil god belonged to a stronger tier. As for the god who established the city of eternity, forget it, no need to understand it, this is not something I can face right now. Su Yuan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. As for money being able to buy everything, he instinctively opened the item description for the train coins. Item information, train coin, the most common and universal currency in this world, rare yet not rare, everyone despises it, yet everyone cannot live without it. It seems that the 180 coins in his hand should be very useful in that place.
As for the last warning in the announcement, do not give up your status as a pioneer, Su Yuan sensed something unusual. The water there is really deep. While Su Yuan was pondering, the public chat channel below had already erupted. The online number had unknowingly dropped again. It seemed some unlucky ones had already died from attacks on the way. Public area chat room number 5481, online number 2797/5000.
Wow! A city of eternity? What kind of place is that? Sounds so amazing. Does it mean we won't have to live in fear anymore, being chased by the black mist? Don't daydream upstairs. Didn't you see the announcement said that if the train speed drops below 30 after leaving, it's dangerous? This is clearly just a transit station, a place for you to spend money. Spend money? I'm about to starve. What can I spend? My life? Don't say that, it really is a possibility. Money can buy everything, doesn't it also mean everything can be exchanged for money? Do you think someone might sell organs there? Hiss, don't scare me. I don't want to lose my kidneys. What are you afraid of? Since we are here, let's be at peace with it. Since it's called City of Eternity, it must have its own rules, it can't just slaughter players as soon as they enter, there should be some order, we just need to be careful. That's easy to say. The legal society we came from had so many scams and tricks, in this kind of ghost place, wouldn't we get screwed? I feel like this City of Eternity is just a huge money trap, specifically designed to fleece us poor players. I don't want to take risks anymore. If possible, I really want to stay in the City of Eternity forever, even if I have to work for others for a lifetime, as long as I can live peacefully. Bro upstairs, you need to think carefully, the announcement specifically warned us not to give up the pioneer status, it definitely has deep meaning. Once you give up the train, who knows if you'll ever come back? Come back to continue the adventure? To continue being chased by monsters and swallowed by the black mist? I've had enough of this unpredictable life. The chat channel really erupted, players were discussing wildly, clearly not everyone had Su Yuan's strength, most people faced the fact that one moment they were safely sitting on the train, and the next moment they could die from an attack. Docking at the platform, it was a matter of luck, if lucky, there would be no danger, and they could gather some materials, if unlucky, it would truly be the end. Just like those two at the last station. Su Yuan even saw a few recruitment messages for forming guilds. Buying train coins in large quantities. I have plenty of food, water, and basic materials, interested parties please message me. Also, our Starlight Guild is recruiting, sincerely inviting all experts to join and accomplish great things together. The president is a powerful talent with great abilities. He already had a record of soloing a 2-star monster, his strength was absolutely guaranteed. Guild? Su Yuan sneered when he saw this message. In a world where even the basic team function was missing, and where people were filled with suspicion and distrust, starting a guild? It was simply a joke. Everyone was just a passing acquaintance, why should I trust you? Just because of your elusive title of Guildmaster? Or those pitiful benefits? Su Yuan couldn't muster any interest in organizations of this level. Even now, at the third stop, the guild was still just a vague outline, only preying on players' fears. He closed the chat channel, no longer paying attention to the chaotic messages. If there really were a guild, it would be in the Eternal City, and only a fool would join it now. Other people's paths are their choices. Su Yuan's path, from the beginning to the end, had only one, to constantly grow stronger. Strong enough to crush all rules, ignore all dangers. Su Yuan closed the chat channel again, ignoring the noise. There are still more than 4 hours until the crossroads, there's plenty of time. I could even make the train go faster, and we would arrive even sooner. But then, it would be hard to collect flesh and blood. Su Yuan glanced at the countdown on the driver's panel, his mind calculating. It was certain that he would go check out the Black Swan Lake. What if there was an unexpected gain? However, before that, there was something even more important to do. Su Yuan then took an item from the train's warehouse. Interstellar Special Forces Training Compartment Expansion Capsule. It's you! Excitement sparkled in Su Yuan's eyes. This thing was the key that could take him to the next level. He walked to the back of the train, where a brand new empty compartment had automatically been generated after upgrading the train to level 3. It could be fitted with many basic facilities. This was also why the expansion capsule could only be used after the train was upgraded to level 3. This compartment was completely empty inside. The walls and floor were made of dark green plant fibers. They were soft to the touch and gave off a faint, refreshing smell of plants. Currently, it had no purpose. Its only use was to provide an additional space. Su Yuan then began his operation. Chapter 76, Fighting for the Emperor? He placed the capsule in the center of the compartment floor, then, following the instructions, extended his finger and gently pressed on an inconspicuous groove at the top of the capsule. Virum, a faint humming sound echoed.
The surface of the metal capsule lit up with countless intricate circuits. Blue light flowed rapidly within, giving off a futuristic technological vibe. Then, the capsule's shell began to disassemble by itself, turning into countless nanobots smaller than dust, quickly spreading out like a living swarm of ants. They were rapidly constructing a brand new space on the floor, walls, and ceiling.
Metal frames, composite armor, intricate circuits.
A sci-fi-style silver-white compartment was rapidly forming from nothing at a visible speed. Su Yuan watched this magical scene in front of him, marveling silently.
This nanotechnology was far more shocking than any sci-fi movie he had ever seen. However, just when he thought everything would go smoothly, an anomaly occurred, without warning.
Just as the silver-white metal frame was about to make contact with the compartment's original dark green plant wall.
Sizzle!
A sharp, ear-piercing sound exploded like hot oil splashing onto a scorching iron. The tough plant wall, which could probably withstand bullets with ease, suddenly started corroding like it had been hit by strong acid the moment it touched the metal frame. Quickly withering, blackened, even billowing out waves of foul white smoke.
What is happening? Su Yuan's smile on his face froze instantly, and he stood there dumbfounded. This reaction was too intense, wasn't it? It was as if two substances that could not coexist were having the most violent repulsion. Master! So hot! So uncomfortable! At that moment, the little fire in the cockpit let out a painful wail, seeking help from Su Yuan. Something is wrong. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Without thinking, he rushed forward and manually pressed the button to shut it off. Fortunately, the process had just begun. Those silver lights quickly shrank and disintegrated, turning back into countless nanobots and retreating into that metal capsule. Click! The capsule shell closed again, dropping to the floor with a crisp sound. In the cabin, that unsettling technological feel vanished without a trace. And those charred plant walls, after losing the foreign substance's invasion, began to self-repair at a visibly rapid pace. Dark green plant fibers moved like living tentacles, continuously writhing and intertwining, quickly covering those charred wounds and eventually returning to their original state. Phew phew. Su Yuan looked at the restored cabin, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. That earlier scene had been extremely terrifying. At that moment, a little green figure, with two short legs, stumbled out from the cockpit. It was Little Fire. Its initially delicate little face was now filled with fear and dread, with tears glistening in its eyes, looking as pitiful as possible. Master! Little Fire leaped into Su Yuan's arms, its small body trembling uncontrollably, voice choked with tears. That thing just now so scary. I felt like it wanted to eat me, eat this car. It's not a good thing. Eat you? Su Yuan, holding this shivering little creature, furrowed his brow even deeper. He gently patted Little Fire's back to comfort it while turning his gaze back to the seemingly ordinary metal capsule on the floor. He bent down, picked up the capsule, and activated his perception to investigate closely. However, the result was the same as before. Besides the basic introduction he had already seen, there was no new information. Interstellar Special Forces Training Cabin Expansion Capsule. Quality, Special. Introduction, the train's minimum level is level 3 to be installed. Remarks, praise the Emperor. Do you want to become a powerful interstellar warrior? Everything seemed so normal. But Su Yuan knew in his heart that this thing definitely had problems. I don't believe this evil. Su Yuan's eyes hardened, pushing his perception ability to the limit, like an invisible probe, stabbing fiercely into the capsule's interior again. He wanted to see what hidden, unspeakable things were concealed beneath this turtle shell. However, the next second, something even more terrifying happened. Weird images began to uncontrollably appear in Su Yuan's mind. Sometimes it was grand war scenes with golden swords and iron horses, stars and seas. Sometimes it was countless men in powered armor, shouting for the Emperor, charging fearlessly toward the fierce aliens. These images were filled with passion and glory, highly provocative, as if enticing him to accept and embrace that power. Mental pollution? Or an illusion? Su Yuan suddenly bit his tongue, the intense pain instantly snapping him awake. He shook his somewhat dazed head, his expression turning extremely serious. Spiritual energy. The murmur in Su Yuan's ear repeated these two words, indicating that this energy was blocking his probing. Su Yuan looked at the capsule in his hand. His heart was filled with reluctance, so this thing is just a big pit. Can it just be thrown away like this? This thing's function is really suitable. But suddenly, Su Yuan's gaze fell on the bracelet on his wrist. Multifunctional Pioneer Assistant Bracelet. Right. There's you. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed the last straw of hope. With my own senses, I can't break through the mist of spiritual energy. If the exploring feature of this bracelet is used, can it achieve an effect greater than 1+1?
This thing was obtained from the Silver Treasure Chest +1, rated as masterful, with a note coming from some half-technology civilization. Though I don't know which is more impressive, this civilization or that Imperial Expeditionary Army, at least they both belong to the tech side.
Using technology to deal with technology. Maybe it will yield unexpected results.
Thinking of this, Su Yuan hesitated no longer, and immediately raised his wrist, aiming the black bracelet at the metal capsule in his hand.
Scanning function, activate. With Su Yuan's command, the black bracelet on his wrist lit up with a ghostly blue glow. A visible blue beam projected from the side of the bracelet, forming a translucent holographic interface that hovered in front of Su Yuan. Soon after, a miniature scanning lens slowly extended from the top of the bracelet, emitting a more solid beam of blue light, which entirely enveloped the metal capsule like a spotlight. Beep. 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 On the holographic interface, countless data streams that Su Yuan couldn't understand refreshed rapidly like a waterfall.
Various complex molecular structure diagrams, energy fluctuation curves, material analysis reports.
Su Yuan felt a headache coming on. This thing is way too professional, right? Looking at the data that seemed like a foreign language, Su Yuan couldn't help but complain. However, he quickly realized that this scan seemed to not just stop at the physical level. As the scanning progressed, he could clearly feel that the slippery spiritual energy force that had always obstructed his perception was being interfered with and suppressed by an invisible force. The scanning beam emitted by the bracelet was like an invisible net, firmly holding down the loach that had originally been swimming freely in the water. What an opportunity!
Su Yuan's eyes brightened and immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime chance. He urged his perception to explore again. This time, there were no more obstacles.
Put!
A sound like a balloon being popped echoed in Su Yuan's mind. The layer of spiritual energy mist that had always shrouded the core area of the capsule was instantly pierced by his perception. The deeply hidden secret was finally revealed to him without reserve. Hidden note: this carriage is equipped with an advanced artificial intelligence inspector. It will evaluate your physical potential and willpower based on your performance in gravity training. When your evaluation level reaches excellent, the inspector will automatically send your coordinates to the Imperial Expeditionary Army headquarters. At that time, you will have a very high probability of being forcibly conscripted to become an honorable interstellar warrior under the Emperor's banner, fighting for the glory of humanity. Chapter 77, Imperial Path Devouring Wilderness's Plant Technology Assimilation Function. Forced conscription? Becoming an interstellar warrior? Fighting for the glory of humanity? To hell with your glory. Su Yuan cursed the Emperor fiercely in his heart and finally understood. It was all nonsense. The true purpose of this thing was to sift through potential good seedlings without much background across all realms, and then wait for them to pass the assessment, before directly sending someone to forcibly take them away to be cannon fodder for that so-called Emperor. Imperial Expeditionary Army. Though he didn't know what kind of strange entity this was. Just hearing this name, you know it is definitely not a good thing. The ability to create such black technology that spans different worlds and conducts net-like conscription suggests a power that is beyond anything Su Yuan could possibly imagine, reaching an unbelievable realm. Though I am powerful now, having come this far smoothly and even grasping a bit of so-called divine power. But compared to such a colossal being, I probably wouldn't even be considered a robust ant. If I were really targeted by them, when they arrive in their massive starship that blocks out the sky, I fear I wouldn't even have the chance to resist, being directly packed up and taken away, thrown onto an unknown planet to fight against strange bugs or aliens. That was close, so close. Su Yuan looked at the metal capsule in his hand, filled with relief and fear. He didn't even dare to think about what would have happened if he hadn't upgraded the train, if he hadn't received the bracelet from the half-technology civilization, if he hadn't been so cautious just now. The consequences would have been unimaginable. He feared he would have happily installed the training compartment like a fool and trained hard inside, fantasizing about how powerful he could become one day. Then, just when he believed his strength had greatly increased, preparing to show off in this train world. Ding dong, hello, the Emperor's Expeditionary Force community sends warmth, please open the door. A massive starship, big enough to darken the sky, would suddenly appear above him and without any explanation, take him away to live a happy life for the Emperor. Just thinking about this scene made Su Yuan's mouth twitch. What a grand scheme, almost became someone else's cannon fodder. Since I can use this bracelet on my hand to temporarily suppress that energy, then can I now try to use perfect suturing to cut off that inspector entry? After calming down, this thought suddenly popped into Su Yuan's head. However, the result left him greatly disappointed. Entry, the Emperor's gaze, rule. This thing can't be removed at all, at least not with my current power, but if someday I gain the strength to cut it off, would I still need this expansion compartment? Su Yuan was already too weak to complain. Is it just going to be thrown away like this? Master, please don't be angry. Just when Su Yuan looked troubled, a timid voice came from the side. It was Little Fire. He didn't know when he had run out from the cockpit, now carefully tugging at Su Yuan's pant leg, looking up with his green little face, worriedly watching him.
That bad thing. I think I have a way to deal with it.
Little Fire hesitated and said softly.
You? Su Yuan was taken aback and then reflexively asked, didn't you just say you felt uncomfortable? Why do you have a way to deal with it now?
I can't exactly explain. Little Fire scratched his bald green little head, seemingly trying to organize his thoughts.
It's just a feeling.
I really hate that thing, but I also really crave that thing. Little Fire pointed at the metal capsule in Su Yuan's hand, using a clear metaphor to explain. It's like you saw a piece of delicious meat that has gone a bit bad. You don't want to eat it, but you feel it's a waste to throw it away, thinking, if only I could fix it by cooking it again and get rid of the spoiled part, that would be great. Listening to Little Fire's unique metaphor, Su Yuan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up.
Cook it again? You mean, this train can swallow it? MHM.
Little Fire nodded vigorously, his expression also growing more confident. Master, our vehicle is the one and only Emperor's Path, devourer of the wilderness.
Its essence is devouring and evolving.
As long as there is enough energy, it can swallow that metal lump, completely break down and digest the technology inside, and then grow a brand new gravity training room that belongs entirely to us. With this, that so-called observer and forced conscription will all disappear,
leaving only the purest gravity function. How much energy is needed? Su Yuan immediately grasped the key point.
Little Fire tilted its head in thought for a moment, then raised two short fingers and gestured. I feel that with our current reserves, it should barely be enough, but it's not guaranteed.
If we can have around 3,000 units of flesh, it would be completely fine. Okay. Su Yuan nodded seriously, better safe than sorry. So, 3,000 is not enough. We need to reserve at least 4,000 units to continue.
Now the black mist is moving at 25 km per hour, and our train speed is 40 km per hour, but the frequency of encountering monsters is still too low. Little Fire, lower it a bit more, go down to 30 km per hour.
Let's quickly gather enough flesh energy through hunting.
Mainly, I'm afraid that movement earlier has already alarmed them.
Su Yuan sighed. Yes, Master.
Little Fire nodded immediately, mainly because it was also scared. Quickly, the speed of the scenes retreating on both sides of the carriage decreased again, and the speed dropped from 40 km per hour to 30 km per hour.
Sure enough, 40 km per hour was still too fast. After the speed stopped. Not long after, Su Yuan noticed some dark shadows appearing not far from the train.
30 km per hour is the minimum speed for most trains and also the speed at which monsters appear most frequently.
Chapter 78, Killing Vines. Sharpening the knife does not delay chopping wood. Su Yuan looked at the more than 2,000 units of flesh left in the warehouse, without any heartache. To gather the required 4,000 units for the devouring capsule in a short time, relying solely on these two vines, the efficiency is too low. Since he decided to kill wildly on this wasteland, he needed to sharpen his knife first. His finger heavily tapped on the icon he had longed for on the plant technology interface. Confirm consumption of 1,000 units of flesh energy, 15 train coins, unlock attack component, wrapping killing vines? Confirm. As the command was issued, the whole train suddenly sank. This time the motion was more intense than any before. The dark green plant armor around the carriage began to move wildly, like some sleeping giant beast awakening, stretching its muscles. Creak, creak. The nauseating sound of growth filled the entire carriage. Su Yuan could clearly feel a mighty life force surging from the bottom of the train, quickly spreading to every corner along the armor's patterns. Immediately after, the view outside the window changed abruptly. Originally, only 2 vines were coiled around the front of the train, but now, in the middle and rear of the train, 4 thicker, darker vines burst forth as the armor cracked open. A total of 6. They were no longer just simple dark green, their surfaces were covered with a layer of dark purple, metallic, keratinous coating, dense spikes trembling slightly in the wind, each spike shimmering with a chilling glow. These were no longer vines, they were clearly 6 steel tentacles ready to devour. Wow! Master! I feel filled with power. In the driver's cabin, Little Fire jumped around excitedly, its little hands waving in the air, and the 6 terrifying vines outside were also dancing wildly, making piercing sounds as they sliced through the air. Whoosh! 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 The air was bursting with sharp sounds one after another. Little Fire's eyes sparkled, staring at the data report on the screen. The attack range has doubled. Now I can grab anything within 50 meters. And this hardness, it feels like double what it was before. Before, it was 2 whips striking people, now, it's 6 battering rams wildly smashing. This isn't just a quantity increase, it's a leap in quality. Su Yuan looked at the scene of demons dancing outside the window, satisfied as he patted the control panel.
The money spent was worth it. The Emperor's path, devouring the wasteland, now truly exudes some of that devouring the wasteland power. Alright, stop showing off, and quickly stabilize the speed.
Su Yuan glanced at the time. It was indeed taking longer to reach the Black Swan Lake fork in the road.
Maintain 30 kilometers per hour, neither too fast nor too slow, just hanging on this pace.
Got it.
Little Fire, at this moment, was brimming with confidence, controlling the 6 murderous vines to slowly retract, sticking to the sides of the carriage, like a fierce beast retracting its fangs, quietly waiting for prey to arrive.
As the train slowed down, the once rapidly retreating wasteland scenery became slow and dull.
30 kilometers per hour.
This speed is a dividing line in the world of trains.
Exceeding it means rushing, falling below it means death. Most new train drivers desperately try to push the speed above 40, just to shake off those sensitive sensed predators of the wasteland.
And Su Yuan is now jumping repeatedly on this death line.
He even moved a chair from the warehouse, which he casually took from the farm before, sitting leisurely in front of the holographic radar screen, watching the blue dot representing the observer sentinel spin and scan continuously.
1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
The wasteland was deadly silent, only the sound of wind whipping sand pebbles against the windows.
Master, will things really come?
Little Fire couldn't help but ask. After that upgrade, its combat instinct was on high alert, eagerly needing to find a hapless soul to practice on.
What's the rush?
Su Yuan opened a can, his gaze never leaving the radar screen. The most abundant thing in this wasteland is starving beasts, when our fat meat that can run gives off a scent. Before he could finish speaking, on the edge of the radar screen, a dense area of red dots suddenly appeared. Beep beep beep. The urgent alarm instantly shattered the tranquility inside the carriage. Su Yuan put down the can, leaned forward, and watched the rapidly approaching red dots, the corner of his mouth slowly curling up.
Look, here they come.
The red dots appeared right behind the train, moving at incredible speed, and were very dispersed, clearly a group of creatures that understood encirclement tactics. Warning, a large number of high-energy reaction creatures detected 200 meters behind.
Comparing with biological database.
Target confirmed, corrupted giant lizard, social. Unexpectedly, the first to sound the alarm was the bracelet on Su Yuan's hand. This gadget was said to have a detection range of only 100 meters, but in reality, its actual extreme detection range was about 1,000 meters. However, it had limitations, namely, there were too many enemies coming this time. If the enemies had weak breath or were small in size, then the bracelet could only detect them from a close distance. What approached was a group of massive creatures over 3 meters long, resembling Komodo dragons, but their skin was already rotten, exposing dark red muscle tissues, with yellowish-green pus flowing over them. They ran on all fours, moving as fast as lightning, dragging long tails behind them. Wherever they passed, even the dried grass on the ground was corroded to ashes. Dozens of murky yellowed eyes were fixed on the slowly moving train ahead, emitting hissing sounds of desire. In their eyes, this slow-moving steel box was an easily accessible lunch. In these beasts' perception, trains were only steel. Those special trains were exceedingly rare, encountered perhaps by only a few among billions. Of course, if there were later modifications, then the number would be much higher.
Even for Su Yuan, the start was just an ordinary train. Quite a few, huh? Must be more than 30.
Su Yuan counted the red dots, not panicked at all, but rather disgusted.
Hope more meat comes out, don't want just pus. Master. They're coming. They're coming. The giant lizard swarm in the back was getting closer. 100 meters. 80 meters. 50 meters. The largest corrupted giant lizard at the front suddenly accelerated, opening its mouth full of fangs. Stinky saliva splashed everywhere as it pounced straight toward the back of the train. It thought this was just another iron can it had encountered before, or it could only passively take the beating. Unfortunately, it was wrong. Dinner time. Su Yuan leaned back in the chair and lazily said 2 words. The next second.
6 black-purple shadows, with a sharp shriek that tore through the air, slammed down violently.
Boom.
No fancy prelude, 6 thick black-purple vines crashed into the charging formation of the lizards. The ground trembled violently, the soil mixed with the stinky blood and flesh instantly exploded. The first 7 or 8 corrupted giant lizards didn't even have time to scream before their spines and limbs were shattered by the vines covered in metallic, shiny armor. The lucky ones lost their ability to move instantly, and the unlucky ones in the center were directly smashed to death. Even though they had hard backbones for defense, they were fragile in front of the 6 terrifying tentacles. Hiss. The sudden death of their companions didn't make these bloodthirsty beasts retreat, on the contrary, it sparked their more frenzied savagery.
The remaining more than 20 giant lizards quickly scattered, using their agile limbs to zigzag across the wasteland.
At the same time, their rotting mouths suddenly opened wide.
Put. 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 Dozens of yellow-green acid streams shot out, accurately hitting the waving vines. This acid liquid is extremely corrosive. Even ordinary steel would be corroded if it touched it.
Outside the window, the acid liquid splashed onto the black-purple vine's surface, making sizzling sounds and releasing large amounts of white smoke. The air immediately filled with a nauseating burnt smell. But this seemingly terrifying chemical reaction lasted less than a second. When the white smoke dissipated, the vine's dark, shiny surface didn't even have a single scar. The upgraded killing vines not only doubled in hardness and attack range, but their outermost layer of keratin also had extremely high corrosion resistance. Su Yuan sat in the driver's seat, holding an unfinished can of food, his eyebrows slightly raised. These lizards seem tougher than those wolves, but after upgrading with the killing vine armor, they're nothing special. He casually forked a piece of beef into his mouth and mumbled, "Xiaohua, move quickly, don't let them run away."
The next second, those originally slightly clumsy vines suddenly became agile.
They no longer simply struck, instead, they swept, entangled, and strangled. One giant lizard, wanting to sneak attack from the side, was suddenly struck by a vine, and the barbed tip instantly scraped off half of its head. Another giant lizard attempted to jump onto the roof of the train, but was intercepted mid-air. The vine tightened, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking, and the giant lizard was immediately strangled into two pieces.
This was a one-sided massacre.
What made Su Yuan even more at ease was the efficiency of cleaning up the battlefield. In the past, after every battle, Xiaohua had to control the vines to drag each corpse back, which was not only time-consuming and laborious, but also left behind a messy scene, which was a kind of loss.
But now, just as a giant lizard took its last breath, a faint blue glow flashed above its corpse. Hum.
The enormous corpse, weighing hundreds of pounds, instantly disappeared into thin air, leaving only some scattered tissue and blood. Not only was the efficiency greatly increased, but the loss rate was also significantly reduced. At the same time, the black bracelet on Su Yuan's wrist trembled slightly, and a small, unnoticeable prompt popped up on the holographic interface.
Picked up, corrupted giant lizard body X1, automatically stored in train warehouse. Picked up, corrupted giant lizard body X1. This efficiency is ridiculously high. Little Fire only needed to focus on killing, while the bracelet on Su Yuan's wrist took care of sweeping all the loot within 100 meters. In less than 5 minutes, the wasteland had no living creature left, except for a ground full of acid pits and scattered bloodstains. More than 30 corrupted giant lizards were all wiped out. Great.
Su Yuan stood up and stretched, his joints cracking with a crisp sound. These lizards were not as clever as the wolves. The death of their companions did not trigger their fear, but instead ignited their ferocity. Until the last one fell, not a single one escaped.
So this time, they were successfully exterminated completely. Little Fire, open the warehouse, and let's eat.
With Su Yuan's command, the meat reserves in the warehouse began to pour out, all to feed the already hungry carnivorous plant toilet. Gurgle, gurgle. The carnivorous plant made satisfied digestive sounds, its thick lobes constantly wriggling. This thing was a component of the train, it would always remain hungry, but all the energy digested would return to the train. On the cockpit screen, the stored numbers jumped wildly.
The train obtained 350 units of meat energy reserves.
The train obtained 400 units of meat energy reserves.
The train obtained 450 units of meat energy reserves. Current meat energy reserve, 5,750 units. The corpses in the warehouse were already gone. That's enough.
A glimmer flickered in Su Yuan's eyes. His original expectation was 3,000 units, but now it was nearing 6,000 units.
Little Fire initially said 2,000 units would barely be enough and wasn't safe, so now it should be foolproof, right? What kind of training cabin is this?
This is clearly the bait set by the so-called emperor.
Trying to draft me, huh?
They should find out who's really in charge of this train.
Little Fire, what should we do next? Su Yuan asked the cockpit. Master, you just need to toss the capsule into the digestive mouth, and the rest is up to me and the train. Su Yuan nodded and smiled slightly. Go ahead and use it.
Max out the power, let's try not to have any accidents, after all, we have plenty of supplies now.
Okay, Master. Watch me.
As Su Yuan threw the capsule into the digestive mouth, there was a thud sound as the carnivorous plant swallowed it whole. About 10 seconds of silence passed, and then the change began.
Boom.
The whole car shook slightly.
The carnivorous plant toilet suddenly closed like a giant clamshell locking in its prey.
Then, a heart-pounding wave of energy erupted from inside. That was the defensive mechanism inside the capsule being triggered. Through the semi-transparent plant membrane, Su Yuan could clearly see a bright blue light thrashing around inside the toilet. That was the psionic shield from a high-tech civilization.
Alarm! Alarm!
Unknown strong acid corrosion detected.
Shield energy declining. Illegal invasion detected. Attempting to connect to the Emperor Expedition Headquarters? Connection failed. Signal blocked.
The capsule emitted intermittent electronic synthesized sounds. Although weak, they were clearly audible in the quiet compartment.
Then, a grand and imposing aura suddenly surged from that blue light. An illusion appeared once more in Su Yuan's mind. A massive, golden eye seemed to cross endless galaxies, carrying supreme pressure, staring hard at this carriage. Unfortunately, that being, although far beyond an ordinary deity, seemed unable to break free for some reason. It merely contains a tiny thread of his trivial awareness. Su Yuan was not experiencing this kind of thing for the first time. Su Yuan snorted coldly, instantly breaking the illusion. As the flesh and blood energy rapidly depleted, the numbers fell at a dizzying speed. Inside the pitcher plant toilet, the dark green digestive liquid instantly boiled, its color deepening like ink. That was the acid of gluttony, created from thousands of units of flesh and blood energy from the entire train. There was nothing that this train could not digest. If there was, it would double down. Chapter 80, Trial Ground of the Mother Tree. Booming vibrations. The train shook violently. Inside the pitcher plant toilet, that blue energy shield dimmed rapidly under the mad corrosion of the acid of gluttony. Warning! Shield energy below 10%. It'll soon fail. Attempting last connection. Connection failed. Signal completely cut off. Initiating self-destruct program. Self-destruct failed. Insufficient reserve energy. Accompanied by a weak and unwilling electronic synthetic voice, that blue light finally went poof and extinguished completely. Gurgle. Gurgle. The pitcher plant toilet emitted a satisfied squirming sound, and the thick lobes slowly opened, letting out a belch. A peculiar gas mixed with the scent of grass and a faint hint of ozone sprayed out. On the control panel, the number representing the reserve of flesh and blood energy finally settled at 1150. However, it was unexpected that devouring this thing actually consumed nearly 5,000 units of flesh and blood energy. This price could not be considered small. Yet looking at the brand new fourth carriage before him, Su Yuan's face revealed an immensely satisfied smile. Worth it. So worth it. Originally, that silver-white metallic carriage filled with a cold technological feel had completely changed. Its main structure remained a solid alloy, but its surface was covered with a thin layer of dark green plant fibers, as if alive. On the walls, no longer were cold metal plates, but moss that emitted a soft white light, casting the entire carriage in a dreamlike starry sky. In the middle of the carriage, suspended from the ceiling, was a huge, peculiar plant resembling a sunflower. Its flower head faced the round platform below, and countless fine, hair-like golden roots hung down from the center of the flower head, emitting a warm and powerful energy fluctuation. Congratulations! Your train Imperial Path, Devouring Wilderness has successfully devoured Interstellar Special Soldier Training Carriage Expansion Capsule. Adapting modifications according to your train's attributes. Modification complete. You have obtained a new functional carriage, Trial Ground of the Mother Tree. Function 1, Gravity Field. This carriage is equipped with Gravity Sunflower, allowing adjustment of gravity in the platform area, up to 12 times standard gravity. Function 2, Vitality. Training in the gravity field will continuously release vitality factors, helping you improve your training effect by at least 12% to 30%, but activating this function will accelerate flesh and blood energy consumption. 12 times gravity. And an extra effect boost? Su Yuan looked at the introduction on the panel, his eyes almost shining. The effects after the modification were simply more outrageous than the original version. You must know that the original capsule was strong, but it was designed for cannon fodder. How could they provide you such a top-tier recovery aura? Master. I feel so comfortable in this carriage. Little Fire's green, shiny figure had appeared again, not knowing when it had come out. Curiously, it turned around in this brand new training room, its little face filled with wonder. Does this thing benefit you too? Su Yuan asked curiously, looking at its delighted appearance. Yes. Little Fire nodded vigorously. Expanding new carriages makes our train stronger too. So as the core of energy, I received even more feedback. And there's good news for the master. In the future, we can spend more flesh units to enhance this carriage. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. The train as a whole, when one part thrives, all parts thrive together. The strengthening of the carriage will naturally reflect back on Little Fire, who is the consciousness of the train. And why did this batch of flesh energy consume so much? It's probably because I gave Little Fire an order that didn't count consumption, upgrading its original functions while refining it. Otherwise, in terms of normal consumption, it should be around 2,000 to 3,000. But fortunately, collecting flesh energy isn't too difficult. Alright, stop grinning over there. Su Yuan patted its head. I'm going to start training now. You stay in the cockpit and keep an eye on the situation for me. Okay. Master, you can practice with peace of mind. I'll notify you immediately if anything happens. Little Fire replied, and Su Yuan took a deep breath. Well then, let me see what it feels like to have this 12 times gravity. With a thought, he issued the command. Gravity, start at 1.5 times. As Su Yuan's words fell, the enormous gravity sunflower above the platform suddenly brightened. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly enveloped the entire platform. Su Yuan felt his shoulders slightly weighed down, as if someone had thrown a heavy coat over him. That feeling, how should I describe it? A bit disappointing. He casually waved his hand and kicked his legs. The movements flowed smoothly, without any stagnation. Is this it? Su Yuan pouted. 1.5 times gravity might be enough for an ordinary person to train, but for him now, it didn't even feel like scratching an itch. The energy in his body didn't even speed up its flow. Not feeling too much pressure, forget it, I'm too lazy to increase it slowly, let's jump straight to 5 times. Buzz. This time, the pressure suddenly doubled. 5 times gravity. This was an extremely terrifying number. Even those players who had undergone initial reinforcement would hardly be able to withstand this internally. Yet Su Yuan still didn't feel too uncomfortable, the pressure increased significantly. His body was madly adapting to this new environment at an unprecedented speed. I feel something, but it still feels like it's missing a bit. Let's go straight to 8 times. Boom. This time, the air inside the carriage let out a muffled explosion. The invisible gravity poured down like solidified mercury. Su Yuan's body shook violently, his knees bending slightly, but in the next second, he straightened up like a spring. The pressure came. That feeling was like being buried under thousands of meters of water in the deep sea, a force squeezing from all directions. Every breath required him to mobilize all his muscles to resist that invisible restraint. Now this feels more like it. But this still wasn't Su Yuan's limit. 10 times. This time the immense pressure finally arrived, and Su Yuan felt as if he were in the deep sea, his legs and arms feeling like they were filled with lead. This level is already making me feel quite a bit of pressure, but it's still not quite at that breaking point. However, little fire accidentally created 12 times the weight, so that should be about right. Finally, the gravity was increased to the maximum of 12 times. The pressure increased once again. Su Yuan's bones creaked, feeling as if he were inside a block of metal. Then, he began his training. Ensuring he didn't drop his hands, he threw a straight punch forward. Chapter 81, Black Swan Lake, a Rule Strange Station. Su Yuan felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. Fortunately, he steadied himself and didn't drop his hands. Su Yuan continued with airstrikes, throwing hooks and jabs, and started training in the carriage. To be honest, under 12 times the pressure, even he was not feeling easy, but fortunately, his body was continuously adapting, the rhythm and speed of boxing were getting faster and faster, then the vitality factors in the cabin were released, and Su Yuan felt a wave of clarity. 2 full hours passed, Su Yuan's sweat kept dripping to the ground, and then absorbed by the plants on the ground, his muscle fibers were tearing wildly, then repaired by his own physique, and his talent evolution was crazily set in motion. The results seemed to be better than expected. Finally, a prompt sound rang out, and Su Yuan stopped his punching action. Ding dong! Your body has initially adapted to the high-gravity environment and is undergoing adaptive strengthening. Strengthening completed. Congratulations! You have gained Physique plus 1.5. Congratulations! You have obtained a new talent, Unmoved as a Mountain. When under heavy pressure or impact, your body becomes tougher, reducing damage taken by 30%. A series of system notification sounds echoed in Su Yuan's mind. He glanced at his panel. Physique successfully broke through the 60th threshold, reaching 65.6. Moreover, he also got an amazing defensive talent that reduces damage by 30%. Ha, so refreshing. Su Yuan could no longer suppress the ecstatic joy in his heart and let out a hearty laugh towards the sky. This wave was totally a huge profit. In the following time, Su Yuan did not slack off, still training. After awakening his talent, the pressure eased a lot, but the subsequent effect wasn't that good, yet his physique was still increasing. 65.7. 65.8. 65.9. Although the speed of improvement was getting slower, every tiny bit of progress made him feel incredibly satisfied. Just when Su Yuan felt comfortable and was ready to perform another combo punch, a voice from the cockpit suddenly rang out. Master! We are approaching a fork in the road. Hearing this, Su Yuan stopped his movements and released the gravity. A sense of indescribable lightness instantly spread throughout his body. He felt like a feather, able to fly into the sky with just a light hop. Is it that soon? Su Yuan stretched his muscles and bones, the joints cracking like popping firecrackers. He walked to the control panel, and the 2 clear route maps were quietly displayed before him. Route 1, ahead is the station Terra City, estimated arrival time, 13 hours 25 minutes 15 seconds. Route 2, ahead is the station Black Swan Lake, estimated arrival time, 10 minutes and 8 seconds. Master, which road shall we take? Xiao Hua curiously asked. No rush. Su Yuan shook his head, gently pointing at the road to Black Swan Lake.
Terra City is definitely a place we have to go, but before that, we will visit this place. Since we are here, and Terra is the final destination of all places, this is just a fork in the road. The danger level of Terra City was 1 star, but Su Yuan knew that was only on the surface. If they offended the existence behind it, that star rating could soar. The danger level of Black Swan Lake was 2 stars, and even if hidden threats existed, it would at most rise to 3 stars. For Su Yuan now, the danger level was just average, and he could basically crush through it all the way. Xiao Hua, prepare to change tracks. Su Yuan commanded. Okay. Xiao Hua responded and immediately focused all attention on controlling the train. Ahead, 2 parallel tracks extended into the distance across the wasteland. One was the main road to Terra City. The other was an abandoned one, filled with rust and weeds, leading to the unknown Black Swan Lake. Go! Whoosh! 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 The train slowly decelerated, and 6 black-purple vines erupted from the sides of the carriage like 6 awakened giant pythons. 4 of them, like steel and bone, plunged fiercely into the ground, forcefully fixing the high-speed moving train in place. And the other 2? Like 2 nimble hands, it tightly grabbed the long-rusted switch wrench. Creak! The grating sound of twisted metal made one's teeth ache. Under the terrifying strength of the 2 vines, the switch, which had already fused with the tracks, was actually being forcefully turned, little by little. Click! With a crisp sound. The tracks switched successfully. Got it! Su Yuan looked at the successfully switched tracks outside the window, satisfied, and clapped his hands. Xiao Hua, well done. Hee, serving the master. Proud of receiving praise, Xiao Hua puffed out his little chest and skillfully controlled the vines to push the train back onto the right track. Rumble. The train wrapped in vines started up again. As the train entered the diverging tracks, the surrounding scenery began to change subtly. The originally barren wasteland was gradually replaced by patches of short, twisted black shrubs. The sky, I don't know when, also turned gloomy. The thick dark clouds weighed heavily like lead blocks on the head, making one feel breathless. In the air, a damp, slightly rotten smell began to spread. It's obvious, this is not a good place. Su Yuan looked at the increasingly dark sky outside the window and muttered to himself. The train drove on the diverging track for about 10 minutes. Finally, at the end of the view, a deep, ink-like black appeared on the horizon. It was a lake. A huge black lake, so vast that it was impossible to see the end. The lake water was neither clear nor murky, but a pure, deep black that seemed to swallow all light. The surface of the lake was still, lifeless, like a giant black mirror reflecting the gloomy clouds in the sky. And on the edge of that black lake, a towering, ancient Western-style castle stood quietly. The castle was made entirely of black rock, with soaring spires that pierced the sky like sharp swords, giving a strong sense of oppression. Surrounding the castle was a layer of faint, almost invisible mist, making it look more like a ghostly structure standing by the banks of the River of the Dead. Black Swan Lake. Black Castle. Su Yuan looked at the strange scene before him, raising his eyebrows slightly. Now that I'm here, let's explore it well. Ding dong. Please hold on tight, the train is about to arrive at your next stop. This stop, Black Swan Lake, multiple passenger station. Longest stop duration, 8 hours. As the announcement ended, the train slowly entered the station, finally stopping on a stone platform covered with black moss. Whoosh! The doors slid open to both sides. A chill, damp breeze, mixed with the strong smell of fish and rot, rushed into the carriage. At the same time, in front of Su Yuan, the familiar translucent text appeared as expected. Tip: since your perception has surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, you will automatically receive some more detailed information upon entering each instance. Current number of players in the station, 8. Information 1, in Black Swan Lake, there resides a strange creature called the Black Swan, which is not a real swan, but a conglomeration of resentful spirits that feed on despair and fear. Information 2, the castle by the lake is the residence of the Black Swan Queen, who invites all guests who come here to attend a grand banquet. Information 3, the banquet has extremely strict rules and etiquette. Any guest who violates the rules will be seen as a provocation to the queen, their soul will be extracted and become the queen's dinner, and their flesh will become the dishes for the next banquet. Information 4, within the castle, besides the queen and her servants, some failures punished for breaking the rules wander about, having lost their sanity. It will attack all living things. Warm reminder, the queen's banquet is about to begin, being late is not a good habit. A rule-based horror story instance? Su Yuan flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes after reading the information. This kind of instance was the first time he had encountered. 8 players have already entered. It seems someone has already begun to dine. But from the hint above, it seems that I am late. Chapter 82, No Invitation? Su Yuan swept the treasure chest of the guardian spirit into his bracelet, planning to let it search for treasures after he dealt with the danger.
Then he looked at the small figure in the driver's seat and earnestly instructed, Xiaohua, when I go down, stay in the car and don't go anywhere. If anything happens with the train, immediately send a unit of iron or anything else into my bracelet from the train's warehouse. As long as something is added to my bracelet's warehouse, I will notice immediately. I've already made it recognize your scent, and you can also store things in there. Su Yuan said, bringing the bracelet close to Xiaohua. Xiaohua cautiously extended its short fingers and gently touched the bracelet. A faint glow flashed, completing the binding. Master, you must be careful. Xiaohua nodded heavily. Though it had witnessed Su Yuan's repeated heroics, its inherent timidity hadn't changed. Don't worry. Su Yuan patted its head. Su Yuan turned and opened the auction house interface. After the train mutated, basic materials like iron, copper, and plastic were of no use to him. So he simply packaged most of the remaining materials in his warehouse and listed them for sale, exchanging for only one thing, a train coin. He didn't lack food now, and he planned to see if he could sell the premium fuel, the merman oil, in Terra City. On the eve of going to the big city, he needed to accumulate as much hard currency as possible. However, Su Yuan also knew this deal wouldn't be easy. Most players now knew the next stop was Eternal City, a large gathering place for players. In uncertain circumstances, unless in urgent need, few would be willing to spend precious train coins on basic materials at this critical moment. And those truly lacking materials, unable even to upgrade their trains, would have no spare cash. No one is buying? Then let's lower the price a bit, whatever sells, sells, even a mosquito is meat. Su Yuan set the price and stopped paying further attention. After completing all this, Su Yuan took a deep breath and stepped off the train. A chilly wind blew towards him, carrying the stench of lake water and rotting plants. Su Yuan looked up at the distant black castle standing by the lake, its spires reaching towards the gloomy sky like black fingers pointing upwards. At the moment Su Yuan got off the train, a figure silently appeared in front of the immense closed iron gate of the castle. He wore a well-tailored black tailcoat, his hair meticulously styled, a pale face adorned with single-lens glasses, behind which his eyes gleamed with a cold light. He looked like a polite old butler, but the chilling aura around him was more piercing than the cold wind by the lake. The butler looked up at the sky, and the heavy clouds made him furrow his brow ever so slightly. Is it going to rain? He murmured in a tone so flat it had no rise or fall. The last time it rained was 10 years ago. This area around Black Swan Lake, due to some unknown force, had a gloomy climate throughout the year. Although the air was humid, it seldom rained. The butler's gaze then turned towards the platform. He saw the bizarre, dark green train that had just come to a stop. He also saw the figure stepping down from the train. A young man exuding an extraordinary aura. The butler's lips slowly curled into a stiff and strange arc. A late guest. His voice carried a hint of indescribable excitement and greed. Truly, a delicious main course. Su Yuan naturally sensed that malicious gaze. He couldn't be bothered to lift his eyelids, merely stretching his muscles, feeling the cold, damp chill in the air that annoyed him slightly, before taking a leisurely step toward the castle's grand door. When Su Yuan was about 10 meters away from the castle entrance, the butler in the tailcoat finally moved. His figure swayed in place, and in the next moment, he appeared before Su Yuan as if he had teleported, blocking his path. Good evening, sir. The butler slightly bowed, performing a flawless noble gesture. The queen's banquet is about to begin, and it seems you are late. Su Yuan stopped, finally lifting his head to take a good look at this dapper fellow in front of him. Oh? Is that so? Su Yuan cleared his ears, speaking nonchalantly. So what? The banquet hasn't started yet. I'm just in time, right? The smile on the butler's face remained unchanged, but the gaze behind the glasses suddenly turned icy. According to the castle's rules, all guests attending the banquet must hold an invitation personally signed by the queen and arrive before sunset. He slowly straightened up, looking down on Su Yuan with an undeniable air of authority. Not only are you late, but I seem to see no trace of an invitation on you. Su Yuan instantly understood that he had entered through another path, so lacking an invitation was quite normal. It seemed that the other guests had been invited, which indicated that this scenario was definitely more complex than the superficial 2 stars suggested. Therefore, the butler adjusted his monocle, the lenses reflecting a chilling light. Based on the castle's Iron Law number 3, for rude intruders who arrive uninvited and late, I am authorized to execute on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from the butler. His right hand, gloved in white, suddenly spread its fingers, the nails sharpening and darkening visibly, like 5 poisoned daggers, shrieking through the air as they lunged for Su Yuan's throat. The strike was both swift and fierce. That sharp nail even had a faint layer of dark mist swirling around it, clearly carrying some kind of vicious curse. Any ordinary player facing this sudden and lightning-fast deadly attack would probably have no time to react and would be doomed on the spot. Unfortunately, he was up against Su Yuan. Is this it? The trajectory of the attack, the angle of force, and even the dark energy flowing around the nails were all clearly within Su Yuan's sight. Too slow. So slow that he couldn't even summon the interest to dodge.
Just 1 second before the sharp nails were about to touch Su Yuan's throat, he moved. He didn't retreat or block, he simply raised his right hand. With a single thought, the two talents bone transformation and softening activated simultaneously.
PFFF.
A strange sound of flesh tearing echoed. Su Yuan's right arm underwent an unfathomable transformation in an instant. The muscle tissue in his arm became extraordinarily soft, like a boneless rubber band, suddenly stretching forward. And at the tip of that stretching arm, a sharp bone blade gleaming with a chilling white light burst through his palm, piercing out violently. At that moment, the entire arm transformed into a flexible and deadly bone blade whip. Whoosh! The bone whip sliced through the air, leaving behind an almost imperceptible afterimage. With unmatched aggression, he struck directly at the butler's outstretched ghostly claw. The grin on the butler's face instantly froze. His pupil, under the monocle, suddenly shrank, filled with disbelief and horror. He didn't see Su Yuan's move at all. He only felt an irresistible, terrifying force attacking from the side, and before he could react, that force had already struck solidly on his wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed painfully in the silent night. The butler's proud ghostly claw, along with his entire arm, was crushed in that single whip. Black bone fragments, mixed with rotting flesh and blood, scattered everywhere. Ah! The later-writhing intense pain made the butler let out a shrill scream. He clutched his bloody, mangled stump and staggered back, his once noble and elegant pale face now twisted in agony and fear. What are you? The butler looked at Su Yuan, his voice filled with terror and confusion. He had been in this castle for over 100 years, hosting countless so-called heroes. To him, those people were just slightly stronger ants he could crush with ease. But this one before him. Me? Su Yuan retracted the bone whip, his arm returned to normal, he shook off the blood on his hand, and grinned, revealing his white teeth. I am the rude intruder who arrived late without an invitation as you said. As he spoke, he stepped closer to the still screaming butler. Don't come closer. The butler felt his heart tremble as he saw Su Yuan advancing toward him step by step. Weren't you going to execute me? Su Yuan stood before him, looking down from his height, his smile appeared to the butler more terrifying than a demon from the abyss. What? Not executing me now? I was wrong. My lord. I was wrong. The butler collapsed to his knees with a thud, banging his head on the ground, pleading desperately, I did not recognize the great mountain. I did not know you were such a powerful being. Please, spare my life. I am willing to do anything for you. I can take you to see the queen. I can. Put. Before he could finish, Su Yuan's right arm transformed back into the bone whip, striking like lightning. A head wearing a monocle shot up into the sky, tracing a parabolic arc, then thudded as it landed on the grass not far away, rolling a few times before finally coming to rest. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the elite monster, Spirit Butler. Congratulations, you have obtained Special Tailcoat, Quality, X1, Train Coins X10. Su Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground and sneered. So much unnecessary talk. Chapter 83 Sorry, I'm late. Su Yuan took out the tailcoat that had just dropped from the butler from the storage space of his wristband. It felt silky to the touch, made of exquisite material, slightly cool but not cold, and upon close inspection, the fabric seemed to have a faint shimmering glow, clearly not an ordinary item. Name, Special Tailcoat. Quality, Rare. Effect 1, Dust-Free, this clothing has a special enchantment that automatically repels dust and stains, never getting dirty. Effect 2, Tailored Fit, this clothing adjusts slightly according to the wearer's body shape to present the perfect etiquette state. Effect 3, Anti-Corrosion, this clothing is durable and can last through generations. Hidden note, due to being contaminated with too much killing resentment, the mask hidden beneath the etiquette is rage, and the wearer's emotions will be more prone to losing control. Not bad, Su Yuan weighed it in his hand, finding it very light. I can reduce the negative traits when I go back later, he muttered to himself and casually put the clothes back into the storage of the wristband. On the other side, the headless butler's corpse had transformed into wisps of black gas after being killed by Su Yuan, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. Is this all there is? I thought it would drop some good materials, Su Yuan said, looking at the empty ground, feeling a bit disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Forget it, the main target is still inside. I hope it won't disappoint me. His gaze turned towards the black ancient castle, which loomed in the night like a lurking giant beast. The castle's main door was a massive pair of double doors made of pure black iron, standing 5 meters tall, intricately carved with strange black swan reliefs. On either side, the door handles were lifelike swan heads, coldly watching the world outside with their hollow eyes. Su Yuan could clearly sense that behind the door, there were 8 living presences. Some were strong, some weak, but without exception, they were like flickering candles in the wind, their breaths chaotic, huddled in their corners, trembling. 8 talents. I wonder how many I can sew together. Su Yuan stroked his chin, already calculating in his mind. Just don't die too quickly. If they end up as food, I wonder if I can still extract their talents.
I at least want a complete body. As for how to get in, Su Yuan assessed that seemingly indestructible iron door.
He took 2 steps back, his body slightly sinking, the muscles in his right leg instantly tensing like a coiled dragon, filled with explosive power. He took a deep breath, channeling energy into his dantian, then bent at the waist and rotated his hips. Without any warning, he kicked out.
Bang! A deafening sound exploded at the silent lakeside. The 2 massive pure black iron doors, weighing several tons, buckled inward and deformed under Su Yuan's astonishing kick as if they were fragile cookies. The door frames let out a screeching sound that made one's teeth ache, countless rust and dust cascading down. Then, with a loud crash, the enormous iron doors detached from their frames and whistled inward, heavily smashing onto the smoothly polished marble floor of the castle hall, kicking up a cloud of dust. For a moment, the entire ancient castle seemed to shake 3 times from this earth-shattering kick. Inside the castle hall, 8 players sat up straight, not daring to breathe. They were gathered around a luxurious long table that could seat 30 people, each face written with tension and unease. The candlelight flickered on the long table, stretching each person's shadow into distorted and lengthy forms. In the air lingered a faint smell of blood mingling with the aroma of food, the bizarre combination roiling their stomachs. Just a moment ago, the terrifying man who called himself the butler had in an elegant yet cruel manner, right in front of everyone, turned a poor fellow who complained, "This chair is a bit cold," into a chair made of flesh and bones. That piercing scream seemed to still echo above the hall's dome. No one dared to speak, no one dared to make a move.
Including Su Yuan, the dead did not count as players. Earlier, it showed 2 players online in Haidu because those 2 still had a last breath left in them. As for why Su Yuan didn't count, he recalled his player number hitting 0, including Xiao was saying that they had already been removed from the train world.
Is this related? Or is it simply that I don't show myself? Maybe I'm just overthinking it.
A hint of doubt flashed in Su Yuan's mind, then he dismissed it. At this moment, the earth-shaking sound rocked the entire castle, striking heavily at everyone's hearts. The 8 people saw fear reflected in each other's eyes. Due to the constraints of the rules, none of them dared to speak, only able to mutter silently in their hearts.
What's going on?
A muscular man in a jacket, his forehead dripping with cold sweat, tightly clenched his fists until the knuckles turned white.
Is the butler back again? Or did someone break the rules again?
A man with glasses, his face as pale as paper, trembled slightly, unable to control his body.
Was it another earthquake? Is there a monster attacking? What was that loud noise just now?
A woman bit her lip hard, nearly drawing blood.
Should we run or stay here? Damn it, is this a test or a trap?
While everyone was anxious and lost in thought, a figure stepped through the cold night wind pouring in from the door, walking slowly on the broken stones and dust. Before long, Su Yuan walked into the hall, ignoring the terrified gazes, then dusted off his hands and innocently said, "Sorry, I'm late." His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it, and it felt like a thunderbolt in their hearts. 8 pairs of eyes focused sharply on him. Shock, confusion, fear, a mix of complex emotions woven in those gazes.
Su Yuan entered the hall and quickly scanned the 8 players present with his senses. 6 men and 2 women.
Most of them had weak auras, no different from ordinary people, only 1 or 2 were slightly stronger, but even so, they were all like startled birds, not a concern at this moment. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down in a relaxed manner, as if he were not attending a deadly banquet but returning to his own living room. This calmness starkly contrasted with the 8 trembling figures around him. Finally, in the dead silence, a timid voice broke through.
You need to be careful, we have to be careful here, or the butler will come."
The speaker was a girl at the end of the dining table, looking no more than 20, with a ponytail and some freckles on her face. Her voice trembled, but her eyes held a hint of compassion and urgency. Summoning the greatest courage of her life, she lowered her voice to warn Su Yuan about the castle's rules and the terrifying butler.
"When we first arrived, there were 10 of us. But now only 8 of us are left."
The girl's eyes turned red, and her voice quavered with a hint of tears. One was pulled out by the spine for a complaint and turned into a blood and flesh chair.
And another, he just accidentally broke a cup and he was literally poked into a pile of meat paste. Oh? That butler is so powerful? Of course powerful.
The girl was about to cry, feeling that this person was totally unreasonable. Did he really think life was so cheap?
We all have invitations. It's clearly written on them.
She trembled as she raised the glossy golden card in her hand, pointing at the words on it.
You must attend in formal attire. Maintain absolute silence during meals. Do not damage anything in the castle. Otherwise, it will be seen as a provocation to the queen and will be made into a dish for the banquet. And there's more unspoken table etiquette we must constantly follow. Don't you have an invitation? Haven't you seen any of this?
Su Yuan looked at the crumpled card in the girl's hand and blinked.
An invitation, huh?
He reached into his pocket. The eyes of the people around him instantly focused on his hand, eager to see what this madman had to offer.
Is this what you meant?
Su Yuan pulled out a thick stack of items from his pocket and casually threw it onto the table.
Thunk. That was a perfectly stacked pile of golden invitations, at least a dozen.
Each one was stained with dark red blood, still wet and not fully dried.
The air in the hall instantly froze.
The girl with short hair stared wide-eyed. Looking at the familiar pile of cards on the table, her mind buzzed.
Was that a spare invitation from the butler?
If it was just one card, it might still be possible to steal it. But this thick stack. Unless she stripped the butler bare, it was absolutely impossible to get her hands on them. Thinking back to the loud noise just now, an unbelievable thought exploded in her mind. She suddenly looked up at Su Yuan, her lips trembling so much she could hardly speak.
You. Chapter 84, Identification Process? What about me? Oh, right, which one are you talking about?
Su Yuan knocked on the cards with his finger, making a crisp sound.
Is it this one, requiring the aperitif to be finished in one gulp? Or is it this one, requiring the main course to be eaten with a knife in the right hand?
Oh, right, and this one, which surprisingly demands that guests must maintain a smile throughout the meal, or they will be deemed unpleasant guests and dealt with. As Su Yuan spoke, he picked out the different rule invitations and tossed them in front of the girl. The girl's name was Sonia, and she instinctively looked at the rules on her card. She subconsciously picked up one of them and looked at the card in her hand.
The rules on it were actually different. How is this possible?
A man also leaned in, grabbing an invitation and comparing it to his own, his face instantly turning pale.
Damn it! Mine doesn't say to keep quiet at all. It only says not to waste food. This one says no talking during the meal. Mine requires finishing everything on the plate, including bones. Panic spread rapidly among the 8 surviving players, like a plague. They realized that from the very beginning, they had fallen into a giant trap. The owner of the castle, the so-called queen, never intended for them to survive. She had set different, even contradictory rules for everyone, and no matter what they did, they would inevitably violate one of them, ultimately becoming her meal. This was an insolvable deadlock.
No, the only way out was to kill or restrain the butler, who had a 2-star power level outside, and absolutely not attend the dinner. They needed to waste time and leave immediately. You had fallen into someone else's rules from the very start, and they never intended for you to live. In the eyes of the so-called Black Swan Queen, these people were merely food.
Dawn.
A long, ancient bell rang suddenly from deep within the castle, without any warning. The bell seemed to carry a strange magic, instantly piercing through everyone's eardrums and striking deep in their souls. The 8 players, who had been in panic and chaos, froze at the sound of the bell. All discussions and movements stopped in that moment. They were like a recording machine with the mute button pressed, each pale-faced and dumbfounded, even holding their breath unconsciously. Then, a cold, emotionless voice, as if made of metal rubbing against metal, echoed from all directions in the hall. The voice was indistinguishable in gender and without any emotional fluctuations, yet it carried an unsettling authority.
The banquet is about to begin. Please, esteemed guests, take your seats.
At the moment the voice fell, a previously empty giant golden frame on the wall at the end of the hall suddenly emitted a strange red light with a hum. The red light flowed like living blood, quickly outlining and filling the frame.
In just a few seconds, a lifelike oil painting appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. In the painting, there is a woman.
A woman so beautiful that she takes your breath away, yet so cold that she chills your heart. She wears a magnificent black evening gown, her skin is white as snow, but her lips as red as blood. Her long, jet-black hair flows down like a waterfall, with a sleek black swan feather inserted askew. She sits quietly on the throne, one hand propping up her chin, while the other casually rests on the armrest. Her face holds no expression, but those deep, obsidian-like eyes seem to see right through a person's heart, coldly staring at everyone present through the canvas. Just a single glance into those eyes sends shivers down the spines of several players, uncontrollably feeling as if their souls are about to be frozen by her icy gaze. Without a doubt, the woman in the painting is the master of this castle, the Black Swan Queen.
That cold voice sounds again. Pre-dinner etiquette, pay the highest respect to the Queen.
All guests, please rise, face the portrait of the Queen, place your left hand over your heart, and then bow.
Those who do not obey the etiquette will be regarded as desecrators of the Queen. A new rule has emerged. And this time, the rule is clear and direct, seemingly aimed at everyone. Just moments ago, players who had just realized that the rules themselves were a trap now feel as if they have grasped the last straw of hope. They dare not hesitate or resist any longer. In the shadow of death, any chance of survival must be seized tightly. Hurry! Stand up quickly. Left hand. It's the left hand.
Everyone clumsily rose from their seats, then hurriedly turned around to face the ominous portrait of the queen.
Each person wore a tense expression, their movements stiff, cautiously raising their left hands to their chests. The entire hall only echoed with heavy breathing and the pounding of hearts. However, the more anxious they became, the more mistakes they made. In the crowd, a man who appeared to be about 30 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined, was now covered in sweat, his face pale. His name is Wang Tao, a department manager at a company used to wielding power, unaccustomed to such life and death scenarios. Overwhelming fear had turned his mind into a blank slate. Wang Tao stumbled, his mind faltering. When he finally came to his senses and raised his hand unconsciously to his chest, he was horrified to realize he had raised his right hand instead. It's over. The pupils of the man's eyes instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks. He wanted to switch hands, but it was already too late. That cold voice, like the judgment of death, echoed throughout the hall again. Desecrator. Ah. Help. Save me. Before the words finished, a blood hole suddenly appeared on the man's forehead, and after twitching twice on the ground, he instantly died. It was clear that the queen was very angry and had no desire to play anymore. But Su Yuan still sat there, making no movements. The queen seemed to ignore him, only smiling slightly. Now, my dear guests, I will give you a chance to prove your loyalty and worth to Her Majesty the Queen. Please, point out that rude person with your fingers. Correct identification will allow the banquet to continue, and you will also earn the right to indulge in the feast. If no one points out or identifies incorrectly, then you will all share his special punishment. On the other side, Su Yuan did not stop this scene, only watching the player's corpse with intense eyes. At this moment, a detail that everyone had overlooked appeared. It had suddenly started to rain the moment the queen descended. My dear guests, please, use your finger and point out that rude person. The cold female voice echoed through every corner of the hall, like a winter wind, piercing into the ears of every survivor, chilling them to the bone. In an instant, everyone's gaze, as if rehearsed beforehand, focused on the only man still sitting quietly in his chair. Su Yuan. Fear, hesitation, struggle, despair. A mix of complex emotions swirled in the eyes of these people, like a pot of boiling porridge. They knew this was a choice. A choice that would decide their own life or death. On one side was the monster queen in the portrait on the wall, radiating a terrifying aura, who had just used invisible power to effortlessly kill a companion before them. On the other side was this man who had just kicked open the castle door, looking incredibly arrogant, yet in the end, he was just a guest like them. How should they choose? The answer seemed to have been written from the very beginning. In the face of absolute death threat, any lucky thought was pale. The instinct to survive overpowered everything. A man wearing a jacket, with a sturdy build, was the first to make a choice. His name was Li Meng, a fitness coach, who usually spoke firmly to his timid trainees in the gym. But in this hellish place, his proud muscles were of no use except making him hungrier than others. He was scared. From the moment he saw the first companion turned into a chair, he felt fear. Now, he didn't want to die. He trembled and slowly raised his right arm. That arm, thicker than a regular person's, felt as heavy as if filled with lead. His index finger quivered in midair for a long time, and ultimately, like a puppet's finger pulled by an invisible thread, it pointed straight at Su Yuan. I'm sorry. Li Meng's lips trembled, squeezing out those 3 words. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. He didn't dare to look at Su Yuan, he was afraid to see those eyes. With the first person leading the charge, the psychological defenses of the rest instantly crumbled. Like a row of dominoes, once the first fell, the rest could no longer be stopped. The second, the third. Fingers from various positions around the dining table reached out, like invisible sharp swords, all pointing at the man sitting calmly in the chair. Even the girl Sunya, who had kindly reminded Su Yuan earlier, completely broke down at this moment. She tightly shut her eyes, with shimmering tears hanging on her long eyelashes, her relatively pretty face etched with despair and pain. She didn't want to do this, she truly didn't want to. But she wanted even less to die. She didn't want to end up like that man who complained about the chair, turned into a piece of furniture. She didn't want to be like that man who shattered the cup, turned into a puddle of indistinguishable meat. She was still young, she still had a bright future, she didn't want to die inexplicably in this hellish place. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Sunya frantically apologized in her heart, then slowly extended her own finger. She had no other choice. Or rather, from their perspective, they felt they had no other choice. Watching those fingers trembling from fear, yet resolutely pointing out of the will to survive, Su Yuan suddenly smiled. The laugh was light, even tinged with a hint of self-mockery, but in this deathly silent hall, it sounded especially jarring, causing everyone's heart to jump. That laugh seemed to lower the temperature in the hall even more. Interesting, truly interesting. Su Yuan leaned back in his chair, gazing at this group whose faces were ashen, seeing themselves as a lifeline, and slowly began to speak.
His tone was very calm, as if he were chatting about the weather with friends.
Stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. You all think that since the monster will kill, I won't kill, right? This sentence struck like a heavy hammer, hitting every heart hard. Yes.
They instinctively regarded the queen as the only threat, neglecting the fact that this man before them was also a profound presence.
A man who could kick open the castle door, a man who remained calm and composed in such a bizarre situation, could he be a good person? Everyone felt a thud in their hearts. A sense of unease, stronger than before, began to wildly breed in their hearts. Su Yuan ignored their suddenly ugly expressions. He stretched out his finger and gently tapped on the smooth table surface, producing a crisp sound of knock, knock, knock. Now, I also give you a chance to live. Su Yuan's gaze swept across each person's face. His eyes were calm like a bottomless lake, yet made everyone who met his gaze feel as if their souls were about to be sucked in. It's simple. Right now, you will use your fingers to point out who is the true culprit behind all this. Su Yuan's finger pointed in the air and finally landed on the ominous portrait of the queen on the wall. If you point right, maybe you'll still live. But if you point wrong?
Su Yuan grinned, showing a mouth full of white teeth. That smile, under the flickering candlelight, looked particularly eerie.
Later, I'll kill you all together.
At these words, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Su Yuan, then at the portrait on the wall. Everyone felt lost, their minds buzzing, completely trapped in a dilemma.
What is this? Make them choose between the two apparently terrifying monsters?
On one side was the monster queen, who had clearly stated she would kill and had already proven it with her actions. On the other side was this mysterious madman who had just kicked open the door, also declaring he would kill, and who didn't seem to be joking at all.
How to choose? How the hell do you choose this? This isn't a question of choice, this is a question of life and death. As everyone fell into stagnation, at a loss for what to do. Suddenly,
the girl named Sunya stood up from her seat as if completely mentally collapsed, letting out a hysterical scream.
It's you. It's all you. Chapter 86, it's you who destroyed everything.
Sunya's eyes, which were once clear, were now filled with bloodshot veins, completely red. She stared fiercely at Su Yuan, her gaze was full of resentment, accusation, and a nearly mad obsession. Her voice was hoarse and sharp, echoing in the hall like it had been ground down by sandpaper.
Why do this? Why come here? It's you. You broke the rules here.
Sunya's chest heaved violently with excitement. She pointed at Su Yuan, as if finding an outlet for all her fear and despair, beginning to desperately pour out her logic.
We could have lived. Your Majesty the Queen, she was just testing us. She just wanted to see if we were a group of guests who understood the rules and had manners. Her words left everyone present dumbfounded. Testing? Turning people into chairs, turning people into meat paste, is this also called a test? What kind of hellish test is this? But Sunya seemed to be completely immersed in the logic she invented, unable to pull herself out. Everyone's invitation rules are different, this is not a trap at all. This is the mercy of Her Majesty the Queen. She is using this way to remind us, to let us learn from the failures of others, and to observe the rules we truly need to follow. As long as we all stay careful, as long as we strictly follow our rules, by the time the dinner ends, we will survive. We will definitely survive. She became more and more excited as she spoke, more and more convinced that she was right. She had completely imagined a self-consistent logic that allowed her to see a glimmer of hope to stay alive. In this logic, the Queen was the high and mighty tester, while they were the participants who needed to carefully pass through layer after layer of tests. As long as they performed well, they would be rewarded survival. And Su Yuan, the man who kicked open the door, ignoring all the rules, was the one who shattered all her hopes and violently dragged her out of that false safe zone. It's you. It's you. You ruined everything. Sunya's accusation struck Su Yuan like the most vicious curse, each word hammering down on him. Listening to her shocking remarks, Su Yuan's expression shifted from speechless to a strange kind of pity, as if he were looking at a fool. Having a brain is a good thing, but not everyone is endowed with one. Or rather, under extreme fear, even the smartest person might abandon thought to clutch onto a lifeline, choosing to believe in some logic they themselves find ridiculous. Stockholm Syndrome? That word popped into Su Yuan's mind. He had initially thought about how this girl had kindly warned him before, though it was of no use, her heart was in the right place, and when the time came to act, he could consider giving her a swift end or letting her live. But now it seemed unnecessary. Someone who couldn't even recognize reality, placing hope in a monster's mercy, would not survive even if he saved her this time, she wouldn't make it to the next stop. So, you all want to point fingers at me, right? Su Yuan collected all expressions from his face, his voice turning cold once more as he asked one last time. No one answered. The few men lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Silence was the best answer. They chose to believe in the monster that seemed to follow the rules instead of this one who appeared reckless and chaotic. Very well.
Su Yuan nodded, then slowly leaned back against the chair. He no longer spoke, only quietly watched this group of people, his gaze like that of someone watching a group of dead bodies. In the painting on the wall, the Black Swan Queen's lips curled into an almost imperceptible arc, filled with satisfaction and mockery.
It seems my guests have made the wisest choice. That cold female voice echoed again.
In that case, let me eliminate this rubbish that does not understand the rules. Once I deal with this rude person, our wonderful dinner will continue. As the words fell, a force more massive than ever, filled with pure malice and the desire to kill, erupted from that painting like a volcano. The temperature in the entire hall plummeted to freezing point. In the air, countless black feathers appeared out of nowhere, they swirled, danced, and ultimately gathered into a massive hand made entirely of pure black feathers. That hand covered the sky, bringing a suffocating terror and pressure as it reached towards Su Yuan's position, ready to strike. The surviving ones in the hall saw this scene, their faces revealing a shared sense of fortunate survival, along with a trace of satisfaction.
Die. You arrogant guy. You asked for your own death, don't blame us.
Yet, just as that enormous black-feathered hand, capable of crushing steel, was about to descend, the man who had been sitting steadily in his chair, as if he had been scared silly, finally moved.
PFF.
A sound so faint it was almost inaudible. A sound like a sharp blade cutting through butter suddenly rang out. A spray of blood violently exploded at the other end of the dining table. The first man to stand up and accuse Su Yuan, the sturdy Li Meng, still had a look of relief and delight frozen on his face. He incredulously lowered his head to see a horrific gaping hole from his chest, something even his muscular body could not block. A glimmering, chilling white bone blade, sharp as a knife edge, protruded from his back, and on it even hung a heart that was still pulsating slightly. Blood dripped along the edge of the bone blade, falling drop by drop onto the luxurious carpet, blooming into vivid blood flowers. Li Meng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, only let out an incomprehensible gasp and then collapsed onto the dining table, never to move again. It was only then that the others reacted. They were terrified to see that Su Yuan's right arm had somehow transformed into a long, flexible, and deadly bone whip, several meters long, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, crossing the distance of the entire dining table to precisely pierce Li Meng's heart.
Now.
Su Yuan slowly retracted his arm, the bone whip drawing a beautiful arc in the air, flinging that heart away, before reverting to a normal arm again. He stood up, looking down at all the pale-faced survivors in silence, coldly declaring their fate with an emotionless tone.
Everyone must die. You.
In the image, the queen's cold voice showed violent fluctuations for the first time.
Anger. Unparalleled anger. This mortal. This ant. How dare he kill his food in front of her? This is a provocation. This is a flagrant trampling of her, the Black Swan Queen's, supreme authority. Unforgivable. Roar.
A roar that sounded nothing like a human, filled with brutality and madness, suddenly exploded from the image. In the picture, the queen, who had maintained an elegant sitting posture, suddenly sprang to life. Her splendid black evening gown instantly transformed into countless swirling black feathers, and her pale skin began to wither and crack, revealing the pitch-black flesh below, like charred meat. Her entire body morphed into a black storm made of pure resentment and killing intent, charging fiercely out of the constraints of the frame with a devastating momentum.
Chapter 87 Projection.
A fierce wind roared inside the room.
The Black Swan Queen's figure transformed into black mist and congealed into a huge hand.
The giant hand made of black feathers suddenly grasped in the air and struck down towards Su Yuan at an even greater speed with increased force. The survivors in the hall, upon witnessing this scene, were terrified to the point of losing their minds, scrambling backward, afraid of being caught in that terrifying power's wake. They stared in horror at the black giant hand that could cover the entire ceiling, their hearts filled with a single thought.
It's over. This arrogant guy is doomed. However, just as the black feather giant hand was about to fall. Crash. The castle hall's massive floor-to-ceiling window shattered without warning by an invisible force.
Cold rain, like a flood from a broken dam, mixed with strong winds, suddenly poured in.
The entire hall instantly turned into a swamp.
Su Yuan slowly raised his head, letting the cold rain wash over his cheeks, while the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a weak arc.
Finally, it's raining. The next second, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Su Yuan's body began to undergo earth-shattering changes.
His height soared, his shoulders broadened, muscles bulged, and his once decently proportioned figure transformed in an instant into one bursting with explosive strength. The surface of the skin revealed a fine, scale-like layer, reflecting a metallic shine in the flickering candlelight and the faint light coming in from the window.
Behind him, the fierce bony wings suddenly spread wide, crackling with electric light. At that moment, Su Yuan's momentum reached its peak.
Rainbow Hunter, Flood of the 44th Night, the two great talents activated simultaneously, beginning to stack upon each other.
The torrential rain was his domain. Monster, he is also a monster.
Sonia looked at the man before her, whose demeanor had suddenly changed, gazing at his eyes sparkling with lightning, and she was left dumbfounded, collapsing into the cold puddle, mumbling to herself unconsciously. The other survivors were so frightened that they couldn't even move, their faces as pale as death, bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Only then did they realize what kind of being they had provoked. This was not some arrogant kin, this was clearly a humanoid beast, 100 times more terrifying than the monsters in the castle. Su Yuan ignored the terrified companions, slowly stood up from the chair, stretching his muscles, with a series of crisp cracking sounds from his joints. He looked up at the massive black feathered hand right in front of him, with not a hint of fear in his eyes, only excitement and fighting spirit as if facing a worthy opponent.
Come at me. Su Yuan growled low, not using the warhammer that required stacking buffs because he felt he didn't need it at all. After merging with the ocean divine power, every punch and kick of his contained the power of thunder and the ocean. He simply raised his right hand, lightly pointing his index finger forward. Zizizi. A faint, almost negligible blue arc of electricity jumped at his fingertip. Then, in the dazed eyes of everyone, that tiny arc of electricity swelled against the wind. In an instant, a brilliant lightning bolt as thick as a barrel tore through the dim hall, carrying a terrifying power to purify and destroy everything, soaring upwards and crashing fiercely into the descending black-feathered hand. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Nor was there a deafening roar. At the moment the lightning met the black-feathered hand, time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, that massive hand made of pure resentment and murderous intent, like snow under the sun, offered no resistance at all, and was instantly evaporated, dissolved, and ultimately turned into nothingness in that raging lightning. The entire process was clean and neat, even somewhat artistic. In the hall, there was a dead silence. The surviving players were frozen in place like they were under a spell, holding various comical poses, even forgetting to breathe. Their minds were left with nothing but blankness. How is that possible? On the wall, the swirling black storm made of resentment and murderous intent churned violently, and a sharp voice filled with shock and confusion emerged from it. The Black Swan Queen was not dead, her attack had only been shattered, and now she could not comprehend everything happening before her. Truly useless. Su Yuan's words were casual, and the queen's projection became completely enraged. You seek death. She no longer maintained the ethereal form of the Black Storm, all the resentment and murderous intent crazily converged and compressed towards the center at that moment. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque creature over 3 meters tall, completely black, with a pair of massive black wings on its back, resembling a fallen angel from Western mythology, appeared before everyone. Its body seemed to be made of countless tortured, contorted human faces, which struggled and screamed beneath its skin, as if enduring endless torment. In its hand, it clutched a massive scythe made of pure dark energy. On the blade of the scythe, a ghostly green flame burned, radiating a deathly aura that harvested souls. I will tear you apart. The projection of the Black Swan Queen let out a deafening roar, its black wings behind it shook violently, transforming its entire body into a black lightning bolt, trailing a long tail of flame, charging fiercely towards Su Yuan with an unmatched momentum. The death scythe in its hand drew an eerie arc in the air, stirring up a gust of ominous wind, aiming straight for Su Yuan's head. With this strike, it used all its power. It wanted to crush this ant, who dared to provoke it, in the most brutal and direct way possible. However, facing this world-destroying blow, Zila! Lightning roared like a dragon, soaring into the sky. Boom! The lightning dragon collided solidly with the death scythe. No stalemate, no resistance. The scythe, made of pure darkness energy, was instantly pierced as it came into contact with the lightning dragon, shattering like paper, turning into countless black light spots. And the unstoppable lightning dragon, after smashing the scythe, maintained its power, barreling forward with even greater intensity, opening its savage dragon mouth and swallowing the still unresponsive fallen angel whole. No! A scream filled with dissatisfaction and venom echoed from the lightning, but soon it cut off abruptly. As the lightning faded away, the entire hall returned to calm once more. The hall fell back into a dead silence. The few surviving players were petrified, frozen in various ludicrous poses, standing still. Their brains had completely crashed. What just happened? That final boss, looking incredibly powerful, who had instantly killed a companion as soon as it appeared, and scared them witless, was just gone. That man, with just his finger, baya 2 times, took him out? Was this some kind of movie? Or were they, from the very beginning, caught in a ridiculous nightmare? The girl named Sonia was currently slumped in the cold puddle, her eyes vacant, her mouth slightly open, drool dripping down the corner without her noticing. In her mind, one sentence kept echoing. What kind of existence was I just yelling at? She felt like a clown, waving a plastic toy gun in front of a fully armed Terminator, boldly accusing it of not following the rules of the game. Ridiculous, so ridiculous. It turned out that the other party truly possessed the strength that didn't need to abide by any rules. Su Yuan didn't forget to deal the final blow, but unfortunately, the figure of the Black Swan Queen had truly vanished.
However, he knew in his heart that what he had just taken down was probably just a projection of the Black Swan Queen. This thing might have used the accumulated resentment in the castle and the fear of those players as an energy source to descend. Though it looked intimidating, it was essentially a decorative item, all show but no substance. The real Black Swan Queen, her true self, probably still lurked in some corner of this castle, watching everything. But since it was a 2-star difficulty, perhaps the Black Swan Queen's true form was even weaker than its projection, easily slain by an ordinary player.
It doesn't matter anymore. I will definitely find her, otherwise, where would the kill rewards come from?
Su Yuan turned around, casting a cold gaze at the group of survivors still in a daze.
The warm-up is over. Now, it's time to get down to business. Alright, now that the boss is dead.
Su Yuan wiped the water stains from his hands, his tone relaxed.
It's time to settle some of our personal grudges. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 6 survivors still collapsed on the ground. Did you all just point at me?
As soon as these words were spoken, the already pale faces of the 6 people turned even whiter by 3 degrees.
It's over. They had been so focused on choosing between the 2 monsters that they completely overlooked this man, who could also kill.
Moreover, judging from his clean and quick, even casual, seconds of killing, when he killed, he was probably even more decisive and terrifying than that monster queen.
And no. It's not like that.
Sir. We were forced. The girl named Sunya, who had just been pointing at Su Yuan and cursing, now showed none of her earlier madness and obsession. With a thud, she knelt down in the cold puddles, ignoring the biting cold, and joined her hands, crazily knocking her head and begging for mercy, tears and snot covering her face.
It was her. It was that queen who forced us. She said if we didn't identify you, we would all die. We had no choice.
Her words seemed to turn on a switch.
Yes. Sir. We were all forced. We didn't want this.
Please, sir, have mercy, just let us go.
We are bowing to you. Bang bang bang.
In an instant, the hall was filled with cries for mercy, the sound of heads knocking, and wails intertwined. The 6 who had just been cursing Su Yuan in their hearts, wishing him dead, now looked like they had seen a savior, placing all their hopes on Su Yuan's mercy. They began to wildly shift blame, putting all the responsibility onto the shadow of that queen who had already been beaten senseless by Su Yuan. It was as if the ones who had pointed fingers just moments before were not themselves. Su Yuan quietly watched their performance, witnessing them cry and plead about their innocence and lack of control, his expression showing no changes at all. Until the cries in the hall gradually diminished, and everyone looked at him with anxious yet hopeful eyes.
Only then did Su Yuan slowly, once again, speak. Are you done?
His voice remained flat, revealing no emotion of joy or anger. The 6 individuals froze simultaneously, then nodded wildly like chicks pecking at rice.
We are done. Very good. Su Yuan nodded, then spoke the words that plunged everyone into an icy abyss. If you're done, then it's time to go. Ha!
Everyone was bewildered, staring at Su Yuan in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard.
Master. What did you just say? One person trembled and asked.
I said, Su Yuan looked at him, repeating each word deliberately, you can go die.
No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please don't kill me. We are willing to do anything.
Sunya's voice had completely broken as she desperately crawled back, her fingers scratching the ground, leaving bloody trails. The others were the same, some collapsed on the ground, some curled up holding their heads, while others were so scared they wet themselves, their pants soaked.
All right.
Just as everyone expected Su Yuan to start his massacre the next second, unexpectedly, he made a complete 180-degree turn and actually agreed.
What?
Sunya abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide, her face filled with disbelief. The others were the same, they even doubted whether they were hallucinating.
What did this man just say? He said, all right? He agreed? Master, you mean, you are willing to let us go? A man asked cautiously, disbelief heavy in his voice. Let you go?
Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile on his lips.
I didn't say that. I just said, you can do something to earn a chance to live. As for whether you can ultimately live. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 6 faces. That will depend on your performance. Of course, things were not that simple. Su Yuan thought to himself at this moment.
He remembered the words Xiaohua had told him earlier on the train.
About the essence of talent. About the secret of the energy core. Since talent can be stitched together, does that also mean that talent itself is a kind of energy that can be absorbed and utilized? If I don't want to merge with a useless talent, can I treat it as nourishment to feed my existing talents? Or even directly transform it into pure life energy to enhance my physical body?
And then there were those trains. Su Yuan recalled the skeletal remains of the previous owner he found in the driver's cabin when he first got the train. He also thought of Xiao's intense reaction when he just evolved, constantly shouting not to eat it, not to eat it. Perhaps the essence of the energy core is also a huge mass of pure energy. If I can find their trains and eat their energy cores, could I directly enhance my own talents? Even if I don't strengthen my talents, could I evolve again and push my physical body to a new height? Su Yuan's breath grew a bit quicker as he thought of this. These were 6 players. 6 energy cores. 6 great tonics. Alright, now, I will give you one last chance to stay alive. Su Yuan looked at the survivors who were on the verge of collapse and spoke again. Take me to find your train. Train? Sunya froze. She raised her head, her eyes full of confusion. Yes, your train. Su Yuan nodded, his tone calm. You can also choose not to cooperate. In that case, I will have to kill you first and then go find it myself. After all, this castle is not that big, I have plenty of time to look for it slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the 6 people turned pale again. They finally understood. This man had never planned to let them go from the beginning. He just wanted to use them to find their train, and then leave them here to fend for themselves? But if they didn't agree, they'd die right now. I will take you there. Sunya was the first to react. She suddenly jumped up from the ground, not caring about her disheveled appearance, crawling and scrambling to run in front of Su Yuan. Go. I will take you there right now. Her survival instinct exploded, and her speech was as fast as a machine gun. I know where the trains of the others are. I can take you there. As long as you spare me. The others saw this and quickly reacted as well, speaking out one after another. I'm willing. My train is not far from here. Sir, I will cooperate with everything. Please, don't kill me. Very good. He turned and walked towards the door of the hall, speaking without looking back. Then let's go. By the way. He suddenly stopped, looked back at the 6 people. If anyone dares to play tricks, or tries to escape. He did not finish the sentence, but simply raised his hand, gently pointing his index finger. ZZZ. A small electric arc danced at his fingertip, then shot out sharply, hitting a stone statue in the corner of the hall with precision. Boom! The statue exploded instantly, shards flying everywhere. Got it? Su Yuan asked calmly. Why yes. The 6 of them nodded in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if they had rehearsed. They now had only one thought. Cooperate. They must cooperate. They absolutely must not anger this death god. Then, Su Yuan casually took out a treasure chest from his spatial ring, releasing the wealth spirit, and instructed it to go look for the chest. He also warned that there might still be some lingering monsters in the dungeon, and some unexplored areas. Don't search there, or their health would be deducted from their salary. If possible, keep an eye on any unusual energy fluctuations, as the boss in here had not yet died, the one he killed earlier was only an incarnation. The wealth spirit nodded. Then swiftly ran away. Alright, now it's your turn. Su Yuan turned around, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the 6 individuals. Who will be the first? Chapter 89, The Hide-and-Seek Train. The rain had stopped, but the sky remained gloomy, heavy dark clouds hanging overhead like solid blocks of lead. The air was filled with a damp scent of soil, mixed with a faint smell of blood, making it quite uncomfortable to breathe. As the first, Sunya led the way, while Su Yuan escorted the other 5 closely behind. Entering a copy, the maximum stay time required was 2 hours. Having just arrived not long ago, there was no rush yet. The primary task now was to deal with these mobile healing potions. This is the place. After walking for about 10 minutes, Sunya paused on a relatively flat open ground, pointing ahead, her voice trembling with a hint of weeping and fear. My train stopped right here. I remember it clearly. It's this exact spot. Su Yuan looked in the direction she pointed. The open ground was muddy, and besides a few stones washed clean by the rain, there was nothing else. Not to mention a train, not even the shadow of a rail could be seen. Are you sure it's here? Su Yuan's voice was calm, but Sunya sensed a hint of danger in it. I'm sure. I really am sure. Sunya's tears suddenly burst forth, she couldn't understand what was happening. How could a perfectly fine train just disappear? In this world, trains were a magical creation. Entering a copy was like entering a small space, generating a segment of void railway, and then stopping in any corner of the copy. When leaving, one would enter a vortex to return to a boundless plane. Seeing Sunya like this, it didn't seem like she was deceiving herself. Su Yuan closed his eyes again, pushing his sensing ability to the limit. Around him, it seemed like the air still carried the scent of an energy core, reminiscent of what it used to be before mutation. She was not lying. But the question was, where was the train? Could such a large train really vanish into thin air? Could it be? A sudden bold guess flashed through Su Yuan's mind. He remembered when he first obtained the train, discovering the skeletal remains of its former owner in the driver's cabin. He also recalled the two players trapped in slime in Haidu City. He had not found their train either. So that's it. Su Yuan slowly stood up, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He understood now. The trains in this world were likely much more intelligent than he had imagined. They could run away by themselves. Or rather, they entered a special invisible state, hiding in another dimension, waiting for the system to reclaim them. This was a protective mechanism. But from another perspective, was this not also a form of harvest? This kind of reclamation seemed more like the train world itself harvesting these ownerless energies. The energy core would be weakened back to a basic version, retaining some recent memories, then re-entering the cycle. And for the living train conductor, it appeared as if the train had vanished. To prevent being forcibly captured by outsiders like Su Yuan, that energy core might even hide with the train body into a temporary dimensional crevice. Interesting, Su Yuan thought to himself. It was like playing hide and seek, except the opponent could become invisible. Unfortunately, he just happened to know a loophole in the rules of this game. The energy core of the train had a limited range of active exploration. It could only sense its owner nearby. When the owner moved away, it became blind. Thus, as long as he didn't follow, allowing the train conductor to walk far ahead alone, that scared core would think it was safe, and then emerge to greet him. This method no longer works on Sunya. Her train core has been so frightened that it completely hid itself away. With her current abilities, it's really hard to pull it out from the dimension gap. Let's go, Su Yuan gathered his thoughts and turned to speak to the others. Let's go, Su Yuan gathered his thoughts and turned to speak to the others. He didn't handle Sunya immediately, which made Sunya tremble with fear. Yet, her survival instinct made her grit her teeth and follow him. This time, Su Yuan had learned his lesson. He looked at the remaining 5 people, a man wearing glasses, a woman in green clothes, a middle-aged uncle who looked honest, an older uncle with graying hair, and a young man with dyed yellow hair. You, starting from you, go ahead, Su Yuan casually pointed to the man wearing glasses. To make it easier, Su Yuan directly gave them numbers. Glasses man, number 1. Green-clothed woman, number 2. Middle-aged uncle, number 3. Old uncle, number 4. Yellow-haired youth, number 5. Su Yuan let the glasses man, number 1, go first, while he, with the rest of the group, followed at a distance, keeping at least 300 meters behind. Sure enough, this time there was finally a change. When the glasses man had walked about 500 meters and turned a corner, an ordinary black train appeared out of nowhere on the open ground ahead. At the moment the glasses man saw his train, a flash of joy and struggle crossed his eyes. He suddenly turned around, glanced at the few blurry figures in the distance, gritted his teeth, as if making a significant decision, and then sprinted towards his train. He rushed into the train at the fastest speed of his life, then with a bang, slammed the door shut tightly. For the train to hide itself, it requires the owner to be outside, and the train must believe that the owner is beyond saving, severing the connection by itself. In short, this is a bug prevention technology, designed by the train world to stop everyone from staying in the train, not exploring or fighting monsters. But now, this had actually worked in Su Yuan's favor. I knew you would hide. Su Yuan smiled slightly as he watched the train that had started to vibrate slightly, preparing to move. But finally, I found you. Boom. The sky, without warning, began to pour down with a torrential rain. Because of the 44th Night Flood talent, Su Yuan no longer felt the weakness effect after transforming in the rain. This side effect had now been cancelled by the power of this authority. In the astonished gaze of the remaining few, his body began to grow again, muscles bulging as he transformed into that terrifying 2-meter-plus form. All attributes surged, especially strength, which had nearly reached a superhuman level. If he dyed his skin green, he could cosplay as the real-life Hulk. He took the massive Demon Slayer warhammer from his bracelet, slung it over his shoulder, and began walking toward the train that had already started to move slowly. Bang! 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 The heavy warhammer, wielded with unparalleled power, struck the train's carriage again and again. The entire train was violently shaken by Su Yuan's blows, and on the side of the car, the solid iron armor began to show terrifying dents. Finally, with a harsh screech of tearing metal, the door was violently deformed and fell off after Su Yuan's hammering. Su Yuan yanked open the twisted iron door and threw it aside, then walked into the carriage. Inside, the glasses man, number 1, was slumped in the driver's seat, trembling all over, his pants soaked with a large wet spot. He couldn't even say a complete sentence. Su Yuan didn't waste words. His arm instantly turned into a sharp bone blade, glinting coldly. With one strike, he ended his life.
Su Yuan stored the corpse in his bracelet, ready to extract the talent later.
On the other side, from the feeding port of the driver's cabin, the red light shook violently, and an electronic synthetic voice, completely different from the tone of Little Fire, burst forth with terror and anger, ringing out sharply.
What are you doing? You're breaking the rules. You will be punished. Get off this train right now. I'm breaking the rules. Su Yuan grinned.
He walked to the driver's cabin, reached into the feeding hole, and indeed felt a quivering, warm energy core. This energy core might not compare to Little Fire, but it wasn't weak either. Its aura was quite rich. This time, it was different from when he faced Little Fire. Little Fire had already become a companion, a family member in Su Yuan's heart.
Although Su Yuan was not a completely good person, he absolutely could not harm a companion.
But this one before him,
it was just food.
The moment he touched the energy core, Su Yuan felt an unprecedented, intense craving surge through his body. It was an instinctive desire for energy, originating from the deepest part of life. Su Yuan did not even need to take any action. His body, his evolution talent, activated itself. A powerful, irresistible pull suddenly erupted from his palm. That still quivering energy core did not even have time to let out a wail before being torn apart by the force, transforming into the purest flow of energy that rushed frantically into Su Yuan's body. At the same time, a series of prompts flashed before Su Yuan's eyes. Successfully absorbed a level 2 energy core.
Energy conversion in progress. Conversion completed. Congratulations. You gained Constitution +3. Congratulations. You gained Perception +3. Su Yuan was completely shocked.
He stared blankly at his hands, feeling the surge of new strength within him, his mind buzzing.
It really could be like this?
Su Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the wild joy in his heart. He vaguely guessed something. He walked out of the train that had become utterly scrapped, turned into a pile of scrap metal, and set his gaze on the surviving few in the distance who were already paralyzed with fear. The group exchanged glances, the color drained from their faces, leaving only a deadly paleness. They were deeply terrified. Su Yuan did not attack immediately. Instead, he spoke slowly in a calm yet terrifying tone. Sunya kept her promise to me. She took me to find the train, but because of my mistake, her train was hidden, so I did not kill her.
But number 1 is different. He broke our agreement. If you want to live, all of you, cooperate with me.
He paused, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining 4 faces one by one.
Now, tell me, what level is your train? Chapter 91, feeling refreshed. Mine is level 2. I just upgraded to level 2.
Number 2 stuttered out first, and indeed, they had the same thought as the bespectacled number 1 earlier, hoping that the train's defenses could hold out, even regretting why they weren't in the front.
Because once number 1 closed the door and escaped, their chances would be slim. Looking back now, they felt quite lucky. Mine is also level 2, the young man with dyed yellow hair, number 5, whispered as well.
The remaining middle-aged number 3 and older number 4 both stated that they still had level 1 trains.
Su Yuan seemed to notice a pattern. It seemed that older individuals had weaker talents and thus poorer development. However, if they were too young, coming to this unknown world with no experience also became a disadvantage. Young men or boys, strong talents, and abundant energy, although not absolutely certain, this batch should be the best developed. Very good. Su Yuan nodded.
The energy of a level 1 train couldn't compare to that of a level 2, and although it wasn't as rich as he had imagined.
But even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, with the one I just absorbed, there are 2 now, right? You've leveled up to level 2, you must have used up all your resources, right? No extra modules, like defense or combat modules? Su Yuan asked again. Both number 2 and number 5 shook their heads desperately. What a joke. To gather the materials to advance to level 2, they've already emptied all their belongings. How could they have spare money for those fancy upgrades? Su Yuan understood in his heart. In fact, even if they were fully armed, it wouldn't matter. To stop the current him, it must be a specially modified heavy armored train of at least level 3. In front of him, a regular train was no different from paper. Next, you. Su Yuan pointed at the woman in green, number 2. Successfully absorbed level 2 energy core. Congratulations. You have gained Physique +3.5. Congratulations. You have gained Perception +2.5. This time the attribute points are different? Su Yuan felt the warm flow rushing into his body again, surprised. It seems that even among level 2 trains, the quality of the energy cores varies. This made him look forward to the upcoming harvest even more. He repeated the process, one by one. The yellow-haired youth, number 5, level 2 train. Congratulations. You have gained Physique +4. Congratulations. You have gained perception +2. Middle-aged uncle, number 3, level 1 train. Congratulations. You have gained physique +0.8. Congratulations. You have gained perception +0.5. Old uncle, number 4, level 1 train. Congratulations. You have gained physique +1. Congratulations. You have gained perception +0.3. When the last energy core was absorbed, Su Yuan let out a long breath. He opened his attribute panel. Train conductor name, Su Yuan. Identity number, 000000. Physique, 78.9. Perception, 119.3. Talent, evolution, perfect fusion, sword skill mastery, rainbow hunter, intermediate poison resistance / advanced mixed snake venom resistance, ossification, softening, ocean god power, unmoving as a mountain. Physique shot up to nearly 79 points. Perception was also about to break the 120 mark. Such a rocket-like increase in speed shocked Su Yuan himself. So great, this feeling. Su Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power within him that was about to overflow. He even had the illusion that he could punch through a mountain now. Of course, he knew this was just an illusion brought by the surge of power. But undoubtedly, he was now much stronger than before entering this instance. If he was a top player among the player group before, now, he could be called a monster. A complete and utter monster, cloaked in human skin. After handling all this, Su Yuan released his transformation state and returned to his train. As for the remaining 5 people, Su Yuan temporarily ignored them, just letting Xiaowu extend a vine to tie them together. At this moment, Xiaowu hesitated, saying, Master. Although I've turned into a plant type now, I only handle corpses or burning things, and since the whole train is connected to me, swallowing them would be a bit too much, right? Hearing Xiaowu's words, all of them turned pale. They shook their heads violently. What a joke. They didn't want to be eaten, they'd rather have died at the beginning. But Su Yuan only smiled and shook his head, saying, It's not for you to eat, I just haven't figured out how to deal with them yet. At this moment. Whoosh. The spirit of wealth rushed back excitedly, holding a silver glowing box in its chubby hands. Thanks to Su Yuan's efficiency, it had only been half an hour up to this point. Master. Master. I'm back. The spirit of wealth came out, immediately showing off as it handed the silver treasure chest to Su Yuan. I'm telling you, this castle is much richer than the last instance. This time, it's a huge harvest. As it spoke, it danced around, pulling out the spoils one by one from the treasure chest. 11 wooden treasure chests of different sizes. And one more, this real silver treasure chest in its hand. How about it? Great master. I'm amazing, right? The treasure spirit said with its hands on its hips. It's still me who is reliable. But this time I need to keep my salary with you, otherwise, always calling me will take ages. I also want to go out and release some stress anytime. Su Yuan nodded and said, Why didn't you say so earlier? Of course, no problem. But it's a pity, it said, some regret in its voice. There are still several places in the castle where I can feel a strong aura of wealth, but there are also signs of monsters. I don't dare to go in, otherwise, the harvest would definitely be more. You did well, Su Yuan nodded, satisfied with the result. However, the treasure spirit sighed, but time is tight, and there are monsters, so I couldn't find any places related to the queen's essence. Su Yuan patted its head, You did very well. Then, he took out 3 train tokens and directly pressed them on the chest, exchanging them for an additional 30 minutes of outside time. These are a reward for you and don't count as part of your salary. Yay, thank you, great master. Watching it bounce around, Su Yuan found it hard to imagine that this little guy had lived countless years. But then again, if it couldn't maintain this mindset, it would have long been suffocated. Alright, play later, little fat one. I have a serious question for you. Su Yuan looked at the treasure spirit and asked earnestly, Do you know a place called Eternal City? Chapter 92 about the Eternal City, 4,000 words. Eternal City? The treasure spirit excitedly nodded after hearing this name. Of course, I know. Great master, how did you know about that place? Could it be, are you going there next? Su Yuan nodded, not hiding it. Wow. That's just fantastic. The treasure spirit jumped up in excitement, its straw body creaking with the sound of rustling. Great master, you asked the right person. If there's one place in this train world that I know best, it's definitely the Eternal City. Oh? You've been there? Su Yuan was a bit surprised. Not just been there. The treasure spirit puffed out its chest proudly. Back in the day, I was a top figure in the Eternal City, living life to the fullest. Su Yuan didn't doubt where the treasure spirit had lived but remained skeptical about its claim of being a top figure living life to the fullest. It cleared its throat, seemingly lost in the memories of its glorious past.
Let me tell you, the Eternal City where I stayed is much larger and more complex than you can imagine. That place is simply a paradise for adventurers and also a den of spending. But unfortunately, the treasure spirit's tone dropped again, revealing a hint of fear on its face. Later, that city somehow got involved with someone it shouldn't have messed with and was destroyed overnight.
I was buried under the ruins in that disaster until...
It didn't continue, but Su Yuan already guessed what happened next. Until a certain unfortunate train conductor dug it out, starting its lone, wandering imprisonment career in treasure chests.
Alright, stop reminiscing about the past. Su Yuan interrupted it. Tell me, how much do you really know about that place?
Sure. The treasure spirit immediately perked up, knowing this was its best chance to showcase its value in front of the Great Master. Great Master, what you see now, this so-called train world, is just a tiny part of this vast world, a relatively special region. The Wealth Guard spirit threw out a piece of news that made Su Yuan a little surprised. This world is so big that it cannot be imagined. Besides us pioneers who drive trains and move on rails, there is another group of adventurers, far larger in number. They do not have trains. They rely on their own feet, walking between many worlds, to adventure, to fight.
Walking? Su Yuan raised his eyebrow. Then how do they travel fast?
How do they store supplies?
How do they fight those monsters? He, now you'd hit the key point. The Wealth Guard spirit laughed in a secret way. Although they do not have trains, by their side, there is also an existence similar to Little Fire. It pointed to the green little boy beside it, who was standing there with ears up, curiously listening in. But, different from Little Fire. I can feel that Little Fire's core is very simple, like a blank white paper. And the partners beside those people are much more complex, and also much more dangerous. The Wealth Guard spirit paused, as if it was arranging its words. Their true bodies usually live inside a ring, or a necklace, or some other object. Between them and their masters, there exists a special connection we cannot understand, hidden and unseen. That kind of connection is more like a contract. A contract at the soul level, one that cannot be broken free from. Hearing this, Su Yuan's heart suddenly moved hard. Ring? Contract? The Wealth Guard spirit continued to add, oh right, besides the adventurers who explore simply by walking, there are also those who are sent into fog regions to pioneer, or even enter unknown oceans, and in sky islands, like me, fish for materials of 10,000 worlds. In short, behind them, there also exists something similar to an energy core. Little Fire. Su Yuan suddenly turned his head and looked at the green little boy with a blank face. Ah? Master, you called me? Little Fire was startled by Su Yuan suddenly calling his name. Before this, did you hide something from me? Little Fire's body suddenly froze stiff, and those round black eyes were instantly filled with fear and unease. It subconsciously wanted to shake its head, wanted to deny it. But looking at Su Yuan's eyes that seemed to see through everything, it knew it could not lie. Master, you please don't kill me. I did not mean to hide it from you. I was just afraid that if you knew, you would not want me anymore. Su Yuan was stunned by this sudden reaction. He only wanted to bluff a little, to see if he could get some useful information, but did not expect this guy's mental defense to be so weak, breaking down directly. Alright, stop crying. Su Yuan helplessly patted its back and comforted it. When did I say I would kill you? I was just asking. Really? Little Fire lifted its green little face full of tear marks and asked while sobbing. Really? Su Yuan nodded. You honestly tell me what is going on, and I will not be angry. After getting Su Yuan's promise, Little Fire finally stopped crying, but its body was still shaking slightly. It sniffed its nose, and with a crying voice full of heavy nasal sound, began to tell the memory sealed deep in its core. Master, actually after leaving the connection of the train world, a memory appeared in my mind. That memory told me that the meaning of existence for us cores is not only to provide power for the train. We are bound to the train conductor. We can receive all kinds of information feedback from the train conductor at any time, their emotions, their experiences, their growth. These are the real food we rely on to live and grow. By upgrading the train, or burning those materials, it can indeed make us stronger, but that kind of strength is more like an external power, from another dimension. It is completely different from our most core strength, which comes from the growth of the master. At this point, Xiao's voice lowered again. I am naturally quite calm. I just want to eat something good. I was born a bit earlier. You are just my second master. But my previous master, he was a coward. He was a big eater. Every day he only ate and slept, never daring to explore the platform or fight monsters. That time, the newbie protection period was different from this time. That time, it was based on days for the protection period, where players would not be attacked by monsters and could explore freely, plus the platform was safer. But afterward, when the newbie protection period ended, the first time he encountered a monster attack, he got injured and hid in a box. Later, I don't know how long it took, I just knew I was so hungry and then met you, master. However, I swear I never had any thoughts of harming my master.
Su Yuan looked at the sobbing Xiao Hui in his arms, his gaze turning incredibly deep.
So, does this mean I am fighting against the train world for survival? Will I be discovered and face consequences?
Maybe once or twice it would be fine, but over time it would definitely be noticed, so I must find a way to cover my presence. The reason I am not being detected now is likely because I have separated from the train world's control and it no longer manages me. So it misidentifies me as a monster attacking players. As for the train's energy core, there must be some loss, but the loss rate is still within a controllable range, so it won't attract too much attention.
Master? Master? So Su Yuan completely dared not think about what was hidden behind the train world. What kind of existence needs so much energy? Master? Master?
The voice of the money guardian pulled Su Yuan back from his thoughts. It watched Su Yuan's changing expression and felt a bit uneasy, not knowing what scary thing this lord was pondering. Oh, it's nothing. Su Yuan came to his senses, set Xiaohua down from his arms, and looked at the money guardian, continuing the previous topic.
Please continue talking about the City of Eternity.
Okay. The money guardian swallowed hard and continued, Master, regarding the City of Eternity, there is actually one very important rule, which is about the identity issue.
Identity? Yes.
The money guardian nodded heavily. In the City of Eternity, as long as you still retain the identity of a pioneer or conductor, then the indigenous people of the city cannot directly attack you. They will only try to figure out how to profit from you, like deceiving you into trading with flashy items or binding you to their war chariot with unfair contracts, but they absolutely dare not, nor can they, directly take your life. Because that would violate the lowest rules of this world, bringing about terrible consequences.
But once,
the money guardian's tone became serious. Once you give up your identity as conductor, then in the eyes of those indigenous people, you transform from a guest into a masterless thing. A thing that can be bought and sold at will, a slave. The money guardian added quietly, those few people outside are like that.
Sold as slaves?
Su Yuan smiled slightly upon hearing this.
This is actually a good way to handle it.
No wonder the rules of the train world warned them not to easily give up their identity as conductor. It turns out that once abandoned in entering the City of Eternity, one becomes a lamb to be slaughtered.
I understand.
Su Yuan stood up, all the clues at this moment completely connected. Train world, City of Eternity, evil gods, righteous gods. In short, it's all about breeding venom. They are all using their own ways to filter. Cultivating and harvesting transcenders like him, extracting various energies from them. And the so-called identity is just a layer of protection. A layer that prevents these gloomy insects from being killed by other cultivators before they have grown fat. Once you lose this layer of protection, you transform from a player into a helpless NPC.
Interesting. Su Yuan stroked his chin, already calculating in his mind.
He now fully understood the rules of this world's game. He had also found the playstyle that suited him best.
By the way, Su Yuan suddenly remembered something and looked at the Keeper of Wealth. You just said the Eternal City you were in was destroyed?
Yes.
The Keeper of Wealth nodded, still trembling with fear. That scene was terrifying.
In just one night, the sky collapsed and the earth split, the entire city was gone.
Do you know who did it? Su Yuan pressed on. I'm not sure.
The Keeper of Wealth shook his head. I was buried underground at that time, so I didn't know anything. However, I did vaguely hear some rumors.
What rumors?
I heard that the main god of the city offended a passing, more powerful god. Then, that god casually erased the city.
After hearing this, Su Yuan fell silent.
Just like the previous sea god's platform.
Wasn't the sea god killed by the eye evil god?
This world is even more dangerous than he imagined.
Gods are not invincible.
A more powerful god can effortlessly erase a lesser god, along with their city and followers. With his current strength, in front of such beings, he probably wouldn't even count as an ant. It seems I still need to keep a low profile and quietly make a fortune. Su Yuan reminded himself in his heart. However, thinking of his nearly limitless evolution talent, he reignited his confidence. Not being able to fight now doesn't mean he can't in the future. As long as he is given enough time and enough nourishment, he believes that one day he will stand at the top of this world's pyramid and wrestle with those so-called gods.
Even, replace them.
At the same time, after continuously absorbing several energy cores, Su Yuan felt some other changes occurring in his body.
The 50 points of physique rewarded from the initial ultimate sublimation is not the main point.
That sublimation truly granted him near infinite growth potential. He discovered that as long as his physique and perception continued to increase, as long as he kept fighting, adapting, and evolving, he didn't need to stitch together those messy, trashy talents. He could entirely rely on himself to evolve those abilities. The most scarce was the rule-type energy. His physical body was the biggest bug, yet it could only act as a container, unable to autonomously evolve these rule-type talents.
Autonomous evolution only involved physical talents and infinitely growing perception and physique.
For those unrelated to the physical body, involving the underlying rules of the world, like space, time, fate, and other special talents, Su Yuan couldn't evolve them on his own. Such rare rule-type talents, which may not appear even once among thousands of players, are exactly where the perfect fusion of this talent finds its true use.
So that's how it is.
Su Yuan looked at his powerful hands, and his heart suddenly became clear. His path became incredibly clear at that moment. Harvest the core, enhance the foundation.
Fuse the rules, forge invincibility.
Clearly, rule-type talents are extremely rare in this world. Su Yuan's 3 initial promotions are unique, meaning he is the only one who has them.
This indicates that very few people possess rule-type talents.
The player talents he collected from the corpses are all physical enhancements. It is no longer worthwhile to stitch things together, because with the enhancement of my physical constitution, these talents have naturally evolved. These were originally products derived from a high constitution, but they did not possess a high constitution. Instead, they were merely enhanced in certain areas, gaining this ability. Now the greatest use of these bodies is to be fed to the train as meat chunks.
Chapter 93, A Special Telepathic Talent. Now that I have basically figured out all the problems.
Su Yuan did not delay any longer. He jumped out of the train car, the dark green train standing quietly behind him like a lurking giant beast.
Vine silently shrank back, gently placing the few survivors onto the muddy ground.
When they saw Su Yuan's calm face, including Sunya, who had previously been somewhat composed, the last trace of color drained from their faces.
They all heard it. Earlier, in the train, Su Yuan's conversation with Little Fire and the Guardian Spirit, he did not deliberately avoid them.
In this case, there are only 2 possibilities. Either this man is a complete fool, completely unaware of the importance of keeping secrets. Or, he simply doesn't care, because the dead cannot reveal any secrets.
And a man who can single-handedly laugh and kill that terrifying queen projection, could he be a fool? The answer is obvious. No, don't kill me please, I know nothing, I won't say anything. I can give you all my train coins. I still have some food. All for you. Everything for you. All I ask is for you to spare my life.
Sunya did not cry, nor did she beg for mercy. She merely sat there in a daze, kneeling on the ground, her eyes that had once been somewhat clear now completely lost focus, becoming vacant and numb.
Her mind was blank.
She finally understood that from the moment she chose to identify Su Yuan, her fate had already been sealed.
Su Yuan looked at the 5 people while quickly calculating in his mind. Kill them directly? That would be too wasteful.
Aside from Sunya, whose talent was somewhat interesting, the others all had generic physical enhancement talents, which held no attraction for him anymore.
Their bodies could be used as flesh energy to feed the train. But is that all?
A brighter idea suddenly flashed in Su Yuan's mind.
The reason those monsters attack the train is to eat us players, right?
This means our flesh has a deadly allure for them.
If that's the case, then let these people be the bait. After all, selling them into slavery would just leak his secrets, wouldn't it?
Although slaves have no say, he wouldn't dare take that bet. As for keeping them imprisoned in the train as subordinates, Su Yuan thought that it would be too troublesome, completely unnecessary, and who knows what kind of trouble could arise. Su Yuan made up his mind, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 5, finally stopping on the girl, Sunya, who had already lost her soul.
Her talent is very special.
It is neither a physical enhancement type nor a unique rule type that is rare enough to be one of a kind.
But a rare mental type talent.
After absorbing those energy cores, with his constitution and perception skyrocketing, his evolution talent has also greatly improved. Now he can vaguely sense the essence of talent contained in each person. Even without asking, he can inquire autonomously.
Only for Sunya.
The essence of talent on her is elusive, formless, like a warm mist. It is quite similar to his perception, but with lesser strength. It belongs to a specific type of special ability. If Su Yuan is not mistaken, this should be a power similar to empathy or mind reading.
Although the level is very low, the potential is immense.
No wonder she has repeatedly survived in the previous stations. Relying on this talent, she can easily distinguish who is strong, who is weak, who has good intentions, and who hides murderous intent, thus making the most favorable alignment for herself. Unfortunately, this time, she chose the wrong side. Because Su Yuan's perception was too high enough to form a natural mental barrier, her meager skills couldn't penetrate Su Yuan's depth at all. Plus, the shock of witnessing the monster brutally killing players, the 2 being turned into flesh paste, 1 being made into a chair, left a powerful impact on Sunya's mind before they died in despair. So, Sunya chose not to trust Su Yuan, who was also a player. She could only instinctively choose the monster queen that seemed more powerful and more rule-abiding. This talent indeed has value for stitching. Su Yuan's perception, although it allowed him to gain many hidden pieces of information, still leaned toward the physical and energy levels. He truly could not achieve 100% insight into the complexities of the human heart. If he had the ability to see through lies and distinguish truth from falsehood, then whether trading in the Eternal City or interacting with other players, he would stand invincible.
You can still live a little longer.
Su Yuan made a decision in his heart.
He slowly raised his right arm. No, don't.
The four people saw Su Yuan's movement, their pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinheads, letting out desperate screams.
However, Su Yuan did not give them any chance. His arm instantly transformed into 4 bone blades moving at blinding speed. Puff. 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 For sounds of sharp blades entering flesh almost simultaneously echoed. Blood blossomed silently on the muddy ground.
The cries for mercy and screams of those 4 suddenly stopped. Without exception, a tiny blood hole appeared in the center of their foreheads. The terror and despair in their eyes were forever frozen on their faces.
Su Yuan didn't even glance at them, his arm returning to its original position, shaking off the non-existent bloodstains.
He had considered whether to spare them.
But reason told him he couldn't.
In this world where lives are as cheap as grass, any unnecessary mercy could become a blade that kills him in the future. So the only thing Su Yuan did was let them die a little faster, without pain. This was the greatest kindness he could offer. Sonya stared blankly at the 4 slowly collapsing bodies, looking at the tiny blood holes on their foreheads, completely shocked. Then, Su Yuan did not kill Sonya immediately, instead, he had Xiaohua continue to tie her up. Extracting talents is best when they are fresh, although there's a warehouse that can slow down the decay of bodies, it's still not the same as doing it in real time, so he decided to clear the dungeon first, and deal with it later on the way. Su Yuan simply extended his finger and gently tapped her forehead. A weak electric current instantly surged, and Sonya felt a darkness overcome her, completely losing consciousness. Xiaohua then controlled the tentacles to slowly pull her inside.
Su Yuan paid no further attention and turned his gaze back to the Black Ancient Castle. Chapter 94, Gargoyle.
Su Yuan did not intend to let Sonya go just like that. In the past, there was no time, now his attitude towards absorbing talents is to always take the freshest. Like letting the sun shine for a while, chasing the cow to gnaw, eating a 0.001% cooked steak.
Su Yuan walked toward the ancient castle while opening his panel to check the online number of players, showing only 1 person left.
I don't count, so there is only Sonya left. It seems there are no other players here, and no one has come through in between. The guardian spirit followed him, and this time, with Su Yuan by his side. It suddenly became tougher. Gold Master, let me tell you, I previously collected a silver treasure chest and 11 wooden treasure chests, but there is not a single bronze treasure chest among them. That's because the silver treasure chest is in a special location, something only I can find. The wooden chests are really not that great, and the bronze chests usually have monsters nearby. I wouldn't dare go to those places, the Black Swan Queen is probably hiding among them.
Su Yuan nodded.
All right. This dungeon looked quite rich, after all, it was an ancient castle. Unlike the previous forest park, farm, or bay, which were basically wastelands.
1 person and 1 spirit once again stepped into the ancient castle radiating an ominous aura.
As soon as they entered the hall, a stench, several times stronger than before, mixed with the smell of blood, rushed towards them. Su Yuan frowned, he noticed the traces of a recent battle. Including the player who had been turned into a bloody chair, and the one that had been turned into mush, had completely disappeared. The hall was empty, with only the lavish long table and a few chairs tilted this way and that, proving that a dinner had taken place here not long ago. The guardian spirit also sensed something was off, it wrinkled its nose, sniffing hard in the air, its small face filled with confusion. Su Yuan didn't speak, he closed his eyes, pushing his perception to the limit.
In the next second, countless faint, agonizing wails, filled with pain and despair, surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The sound was not coming from the air but from the furniture in the hall. The long table was crying out, the chandelier was weeping, the carpet was sobbing. So that's how it is.
Su Yuan opened his eyes, and his gaze turned a bit cold. The player who had been made into a chair truly became part of the furniture, and the souls trapped inside these pieces were continuously tormented, providing energy for the queen. As for the one turned into mush, he had become the carpet. Such ruthless methods.
Gold Master, over here.
At that moment, the guardian spirit interrupted Su Yuan's thoughts. It was standing in front of a tightly closed oak door on the side of the hall, pointing at the door, excitedly saying, I smell it.
It's in there. There's a strong financial aura. Definitely a bronze treasure chest. Su Yuan walked over and examined the door. On either side of the door were 2 3-meter-tall gargoyle statues holding giant axes. They were carved vividly, with defined muscle lines, fierce faces, and an overwhelming presence. Crack.
Suddenly, the eyes of the 2 gargoyle statues lit up with 2 points of crimson light.
They moved.
Their hard stone bodies made a grinding sound that sent chills down one's spine as they simultaneously raised their giant axes, crossing them, and brought them down towards Su Yuan's head with immense force. If these two axes struck true, forget a person, even a small car would be split in half on the spot.
Bring it on.
Su Yuan stepped forward instead of retreating, his eyes filled with battle intent. He wanted to see just how strong his physical power had become.
With a thought, the bone transformation talent activated.
In an instant, his arms were covered by a thick layer of bone armor, radiating a chilling white light. He didn't use any techniques, simply lifted his arms and crossed them, welcoming the two axes that were coming down.
Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing erupted in the hall. Sparks flew.
A visible shockwave erupted from the point of impact, violently spreading outwards, knocking over surrounding tables and chairs. The guardian spirit was directly blown away by this powerful shockwave, flipping several times in the air before landing with a thud on the distant carpet.
The guardian spirit crawled up in a daze, then was shocked.
Before it stood Su Yuan, still firmly rooted in place, his feet seemingly grown into the ground, unmoving. His arms, covered in bone armor, were forcefully holding the two massive stone axes. Where the axe blades collided with the bone armor, not even a single white mark was left.
Roar!
The two stone gargoyles seemed stunned by this human's monstrous defense. Their crimson eyes were filled with confusion. They let out a furious roar and increased their strength, wanting to crush this daring challenger to death.
Is this all the strength you have?
Su Yuan smiled as he felt the pressure from his arms. In the next second, his arm muscles suddenly bulged, releasing a power more terrifying and wild than the gargoyles.
Open up for me!
Su Yuan shouted explosively, his arms suddenly pushing outward.
Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds of breaking echoed.
The two giant axes, made of hard rock, were forcibly broken in half under Su Yuan's terrifying brute strength.
Roar!
The gargoyle felt pain and instinctively took a step back.
However, Su Yuan didn't give them any chance to breathe.
He stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and his whole body shot forward like a cannonball, arriving instantly in front of the left gargoyle.
Die! Su Yuan threw a punch.
That fist, completely covered in bone armor, pierced through the air with a sharp scream, striking solidly against the gargoyle's hard chest.
Bang! A heavy, thunderous sound erupted.
The gargoyle's body shook violently. Then, starting from the spot where he was hit, dense cracks spread across its body like a spider web. In the end, with a crash, the entire gargoyle shattered, turning into a pile of rubble.
Instant kill.
The other gargoyle, seeing its companion's fate, seemed to sense fear and actually discarded its broken axe handle, turning to run away.
Want to escape? Su Yuan sneered and his arm transformed into a bone whip, striking out like lightning. PFF.
The bone whip wrapped precisely around the gargoyle's neck, then pulled back hard.
Crack! That huge stone head was forcefully yanked off its neck.
Congratulations, you have successfully killed the elite monster Awakened Gargoyle X2. Congratulations, you have obtained Quality Gargoyle Core X2. Su Yuan walked over to the pile of rubble and picked up two fist-sized, slightly glowing stone cores.
Name, Quality Gargoyle Core. Quality.
Effect, a unique energy core containing earth elements and resentment, can serve as a power source for making stone puppets or directly absorb its energy.
Absorb energy?
Su Yuan looked at the core in his hand, his heart stirred. He tried to guide his evolution talent toward the core in his hand. In the next second, the core flashed with light, transforming into a stream of pure energy that surged into his body. Successfully absorbed Quality Gargoyle Core. Your physique has gained a slight increase. Your bone transformation talent has undergone a minor mutation effect. I feel the weight of my bone structure increasing. This way, both destructive power and defense have been slightly enhanced. It seems these things are worth absorbing.
The Money Master is amazing.
The guardian spirit climbed up from the carpet, looking at the rubble all around, then at Su Yuan, its eyes shining with stars.
Su Yuan ignored it and kicked open the oak door. Behind the door was a luxurious VIP lounge.
The guardian spirit quickly found a bronze treasure chest and handed it to Su Yuan.
Su Yuan accepted it with a slight smile.
Great, today I will create a golden treasure chest through stitching. I am very curious as golden treasure chests are incredibly rare in this world.
Then the things inside definitely won't be bad. Chapter 95, Travel to Terra.
The treasure spirit cheered, wanting to rush in and take Su Yuan to the next place.
Wait.
Su Yuan grabbed it by the back of its collar.
At that moment.
Hiss. A hair-raising sound suddenly echoed from the shadows of the lounge. The sound was sharp and piercing, as if someone was wildly cutting something tough with a rusty giant pair of scissors. Just listening to this sound made one feel a toothache and a chill down the spine.
What is it?
The treasure spirit jumped in fright, its previously lively body froze in an instant. Hiding behind Su Yuan, it dared only to peek out half its head, carefully looking towards the direction of the sound. In the dim corner of the lounge, three thin and eerie figures slowly walked out from the shadows.
They wore tattered black and white maid outfits, stained with dark red grime. Their skirts were torn to shreds, revealing two thin, bamboo-like legs beneath.
Their movements were stiff, one step at a time, like marionettes, walking soundlessly.
What was most horrifying was their heads. They had no heads.
Where their thin necks should be, instead, there were huge, hideous scissors, glinting with a cold light. The handles of the scissors were their shoulders, and the two blades, half a meter long and extremely sharp, formed their heads.
As they moved, the large blades would occasionally open and close with a hissing sound, as if ready to cut something at any moment. Scissors? Scissor maid?
Su Yuan looked at these three uniquely styled monsters, and the name popped into his mind. Reports had mentioned that some failures punished for breaking the rules roamed the castle, having lost their sanity and would attack all living things. It seemed that these three beings were just that.
Name, Scissor Maid. Level, 1-star extreme.
Description: they were once the most beautiful and favored maids of the queen in the castle, but because they accidentally spilled the queen's favorite red wine at a banquet, the furious queen forever changed their form with accursed gardening shears. Their souls are trapped within the scissors, enduring the pain of being cut day and night, with the only instinct to trim away all unwanted debris in the castle. Hiss. Seemingly sensing Su Yuan's provocation, the middle scissor maid let out a sharp hiss. Its body leaned forward suddenly, the huge scissor blades opened with an astonishing speed, like a steel giant mouth ready to devour, slashing straight toward Su Yuan's head. If hit by this cut, not to mention a head, even a steel plate would be sliced in half on the spot. However, against this deadly blow, Su Yuan did not dodge or evade. He simply raised his hands. At the very moment the scissors were about to close, he accurately caught the two incredibly sharp blades. Creak, screech. The harsh sound of metal grinding instantly erupted. The scissor maid's blades, capable of cutting steel, were forcefully stopped less than a centimeter from Su Yuan's temple. Su Yuan's hands felt like two invincible iron claws, gripping the blades tightly, preventing them from advancing a single millimeter. What? The scissor maid's hollow body seemed to emit a sound filled with disbelief. It could not comprehend. How could this human, with flesh and blood, catching his own full-powered strike with bare hands? This is impossible. The scissor maid exerted herself madly, trying to close the scissors, to cut this ignorant guy in half. She could even feel her body groaning under the excessive force, unable to bear the strain. But it was no use. Su Yuan's hand was as if it was welded to the blade, unmoving. Too weak. Due to being an ultimate creature, Su Yuan was not someone who could be matched by those mutated or endowed with some kind of energy. Therefore, Su Yuan had a strong precision in controlling the power within him and possessed a special force field, somewhat like Superman, not a mutant. Under the terrified gaze of the scissor maid, those two huge blades, made of high-quality steel and incredibly sharp, were actually forcefully snapped in half under Su Yuan's terrifying brute strength. Hiss. The scissor maid let out a shrill scream. With its core weapon destroyed, its soul also suffered an unimaginable heavy blow. However, Su Yuan did not give her any chance to breathe. He casually tossed away the broken blade in his hand, and before the two scissor maids that flanked from the side could react, in one swift step, he charged forward. Thud. Su Yuan's right hand became a fist, punching out. The fist, piercing through the air with a sharp howl, firmly struck the connection point of the neck of the scissor maid on the left. That was her weakest spot. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The body of that scissor maid shook violently. Then, the huge head of the scissors was directly smashed off from her body by Su Yuan's punch, rolling through the air several times before crashing to the ground with a clatter. The headless maid's body swayed, then weakly collapsed to the ground, turning into wisps of black mist, dissipating into the air. Next. Su Yuan didn't even look at the vanishing corpse, turning instead to fix his gaze on the last remaining scissor maid. He grabbed the torn collar of her maid outfit, and amidst her terrified hissing, he lifted her up forcefully. Don't kill me. A thought full of fear and pleading transmitted from the enormous scissors into Su Yuan's mind. Oh? You're begging for mercy? Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. He initially thought these losers were nothing more than mindless walking corpses. He didn't expect that she still retained a trace of weak consciousness. I don't want to die. I don't want to stay in this ghostly place anymore, please, let me go. Su Yuan looked at the trembling monster in his hand, fell silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he raised his other hand. As you wish. Thud. A punch pierced through her core. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the elite monster Scissor Maid X3. Congratulations, you have obtained Shards of Resentful Scissors X3. Su Yuan looked at the 3 shards of scissors on the ground that were still faintly glowing, and absorbed them as before. This time, his bone transformation experienced a subtle mutation, seemingly becoming sharper in cutting. Other than that, there were few changes. Better than nothing. For me, the most important thing is still energy, or those special crystal cores that can awaken talents. Then, guided by the wealth spirit, Su Yuan suddenly stopped and paused in front of a painting in the corridor. In the painting, there was a beautiful golden-haired girl in a splendid court dress, with a gentle and warm demeanor. She sat on a garden bench, holding a book in her hands, her mouth curving into a serene smile, looking like a princess untouched by the mortal world. And on her shoulder, there rested a jet-black swan.
This is the queen in her youth? Su Yuan looked at the painting, a thought suddenly bubbling in his mind. At that moment, in the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a line of elegantly written small letters in the lower right corner of the frame. To my dearest sister, Audrey. Odetta. Audrey. Odetta.
Su Yuan muttered this name, and suddenly, his mind uncontrollably flooded with images.
When his gaze refocused, he could confirm that this person was not the Black Swan Queen.
Furthermore, this instance had a danger level of 2 stars, and the strength of the Black Swan Queen herself was also beneath 3 stars. However, there was still a Black Swan Lake here, and the danger level of the instance only showed the surface, normally following the rules, facing the challenges ahead.
Perhaps the entire Black Swan Castle was hiding many unexpected secrets.
Since the next stop was the City of Eternity, Su Yuan planned to thoroughly explore this place, cleaning it out completely, grabbing everything like treasure chests along the way, naturally needing to prepare adequately. Su Yuan faintly felt that this time, the gains might not be simple.
The next target was the second floor of the castle, the library.
The staircase leading to the second floor was a spiral one, covered with a dark red carpet, and the handrail was carved from precious rosewood, entwined with vividly lifelike rose vines, filled with classical charm. But at this moment, these exquisite carvings were covered with a thick layer of dust, and the air was filled with a decaying, damp odor.
Su Yuan walked up the stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor, appearing exceptionally clear.
Soon, a heavy, gigantic wooden door carved with a relief of the goddess Athena appeared before him.
This was the library. Without hesitation, Su Yuan reached out and gently pushed. Creak.
A sound of scratching that made one's teeth ache arose as the heavy wooden door slowly opened a crack. A strong aroma, mixed with the musty smell of old books and dust, rushed out from the gap in the door.
Su Yuan walked inside.
Before him was an incredibly spacious and even majestic large space. The dome towered high above, painted with exquisite starry sky murals. Although faded due to age, it still showcased the brilliance of years past. Rows of towering bookshelves, reaching 10 meters high, were neatly arranged, filled with tightly packed heavy books. And between those bookshelves were large reading tables crafted from whole pieces of oak. At that moment, at those reading tables sat one guest after another. They wore magnificent noble outfits from centuries ago, holding books in their hands, maintaining the posture of reading, completely still. Their skin was shriveled, tightly adhering to their bones, with their eye sockets sunk deep like 2 hollow skulls. The essence of life they once had long since vanished, leaving only a thick, lingering aura of death.
More of these things. Su Yuan looked at these lifelike mummies and curled his lips. He knew that these were also failures. Just as the sound of his footsteps broke the dead silence of the library. Crack. 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 All the guests sitting at the reading tables, as if they had heard some kind of command, simultaneously turned their heads. That 180-degree turn of their necks made a series of spine-tingling cracking noises. Dozens of hollow, eyeball-less eye sockets all suddenly looked at Su Yuan, the intruder. A chilling, vile resentment instantly locked onto Su Yuan. Master. Master of gold. The guardian spirit buried itself behind Su Yuan, trembling like a leaf. Don't be afraid, they're just a bunch of lifeless figures. Su Yuan gave a cold laugh, too lazy to make a move. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Zing! Like a silver snake, the arc of electricity suddenly exploded at his fingertips. Those guests who had just exuded a terrifying aura, at the moment they touched the arc, were like dry firewood catching fire, unable to even let out a scream, instantly burnt to charcoal in the violent lightning, then turned into a pile of black ashes. The whole process was smooth and clean. It took no more than a few seconds. The entire library returned to silence once again. Only the air still carried a faint smell of ozone. Done.
Su Yuan clapped his hands, as if nothing had happened. Su Yuan no longer planned to continue testing his physical power, so there was no need to waste time. He started with a bolt of lightning, instantly defeating all those monsters. Stop staring, hurry and find the treasure chest. Su Yuan urged. Oh. Okay. The guardian spirit snapped back to reality, immediately using its skills to search in the vast library. Meanwhile, Su Yuan strolled to a bookshelf and casually pulled out a book. Most of the books in this castle were collections of fantasy and poetry, not very valuable. But Su Yuan's senses could help him find some things he deeply desired. The cover of the book was made of some unknown animal skin, cool to the touch, with an ancient golden font spelling out a title. Travel Notes of Terra.
Su Yuan's eyes lit up.
What he needed most now was information about that mysterious city. He didn't expect to make a discovery here, even if it was a bit early. Although the guardian spirit had experience living in the Eternal City, the differences between cities were significant.
Chapter 96, The Banquet Hall. The pages were already yellowed, the writing somewhat blurred.
If it were someone else, reading such an ancient book would likely be difficult, but Su Yuan was different.
His abnormal senses allowed him to read without having to identify each word one by one.
The moment his finger touched the page, a stream of information automatically surged into his mind, capturing the author's thoughts, sights, and sounds, all played out in a 3D holographic projection in his brain. This feeling was as if he were there in person, sharing the author's thoughts and feelings. If Su Yuan could use this ability to read web novels, it might be even more enjoyable.
At first, the narrative seemed normal.
A guy calling himself a bard described the shock he felt when he first entered Terra City. Towering white spires, magical airships flying through the sky, streets bustling with various oddly dressed intelligent races.
That prosperous scene made Su Yuan a little envious.
But as he continued reading, the expression on his face gradually became peculiar.
Why did the narrative seem increasingly off?
Large portions of the book detailed the indescribable places within Terra City. From decoration styles to service offerings, and the various characteristics of different races' technicians, it was all written in great detail, even explicitly.
The elegance of the elves, the wildness of the orcs, the stoutness of the dwarves?
The author even thoughtfully included detailed maps in the corners of pages, marking which street and which alley held the most cost-effective, gentle mansion. However, Su Yuan wasn't interested, even if he wanted to go. Who knows how much time had passed, and perhaps everything had changed. Just as Su Yuan thought this book was useless and was about to toss it back, he turned to the last few pages. The author's tone changed from previous frivolity and jest to fear and reverence. On that day, rivers of blood flowed. The Red Mill, the place I loved most to visit. The place with the strongest wine and the gentlest girl turned into a hell. A girl, one who had been beaten half to death by the madam yesterday, kneeling on the ground begging me for a single copper coin, she went mad. In her eyes, there burned a flame not belonging to humans, and within her body surged a terrifying power I couldn't understand. She killed everyone there, whether it was the madam who had oppressed her, the guests who sought pleasure, or even the sisters who usually got along with her. Not a single one was spared. Later, I heard that she was taken away by a group of mysterious people in black robes. They said she was chosen by the heretics, she was food for the gods. At this point, Su Yuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Heretics? Food?
He immediately thought of Qinjia, the girl in the Plague City, who had been forced to swallow eyeballs and participate in a bloody massacre. He also remembered what the Spirit of Wealth had told him before, about the brutal and crazy sequence promotion rituals. Su Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart and continued reading. Others thought this was just an accident, a massacre caused by a madman.
But I know, no, it wasn't. I've heard some bits of secret from those big shots at their banquets.
This seemingly glamorous city, its rulers, those high gods' agents, they were tolerating, even deliberately creating this madness. They needed food, a special kind, filled with immense life energy and soul essence. And this food could only be born in the most desperate, painful, and twisted environments. They even intentionally spread seeds that seemed like hope. But that wasn't hope at all. It was a trap. A bait they used to mark potential stock for later harvesting. Once you get it, your soul will be stamped with an indelible mark, and no matter where you run, you can never escape their gaze. When you grow enough plump, they will come, and then, they will devour you and everything you have. The pages of the book abruptly stopped here. Su Yuan wasn't too surprised upon reaching this point because he had already understood. In this world, there is no such thing as inheritance. Don't look at gods with human eyes, because they might have eternal lives and do not need to pass down their bloodline.
The likely purpose from the beginning was simply to obtain food.
As for that girl, she was probably chosen by a god under some form of despair to become a sequence member. There are many sequence members in this world, and they are just bigger ants. They either wait to be harvested or are hunted by other sequence members, or they are consumed as food by higher beings. But, who cares?
Su Yuan quickly adjusted his mindset. Want to harvest me? You'd better see if you have the right teeth for it. At that moment. Master. Found it. Found it.
The excited, slightly higher-pitched voice of the Spirit of Wealth came from behind a large bookshelf.
Su Yuan followed the voice and walked over.
He saw the Spirit of Wealth coming out from behind the shelf, holding 2 bronze chests.
With these, he had now obtained 3 bronze chests, 1 silver chest, and 11 wooden chests. As long as they made enough progress today, they would definitely be able to create a golden treasure chest. Where to next? The next place is also the last one, the banquet hall.
But similarly, that place is also the area in the castle with the strongest monster aura, the most dangerous place. Su Yuan showed no hesitation, not even raising his eyelids, turning around and walking straight toward the exit of the library.
What are you talking about? The treasure chests are right here, of course, I'm going to take them. As for danger?
Right now, the thing he feared least was danger.
Walking through the long,
a corridor filled with various eerie oil paintings appeared before them, and at the end stood a pair of grand, magnificent double doors, even more splendid than the library's entrance. They were golden doors, carved with countless black swans dancing elegantly, their posture graceful and noble, but their eyes, inlaid with obsidian, exuded an indescribable eeriness and coldness. Before Su Yuan could reach the door, he heard the melodious sound of a waltz, as if coming from another world. The music was beautiful, sweet to the ears, but it carried an empty echo, like a broken tape recorder playing on a constant loop. Aside from the music, Su Yuan also heard voices of men and women chatting and laughing, the crisp sound of clinking glasses, and the grinding sound of knives and forks cutting food, which made his teeth ache. Behind the door, it seemed a grand and lively banquet was being held.
Master, this inside. The guardian spirit hid behind Su Yuan, its voice trembling.
It could feel it, the thick, almost tangible aura of resentment and death emanating from behind the door. That feeling was like the door connected to another world, a world belonging to the dead.
Su Yuan paid no attention to it.
He simply stood quietly at the door, closing his eyes, listening carefully. His twisted perception allowed him to hear more, sounds that ordinary people could not hear. He heard a woman's laughter, filled with happiness and longing.
Darling, do you think this wedding dress is beautiful?
I designed it myself, and it has 1,314 black swans embroidered on it.
He then heard a man's gentle and affectionate reply.
Beautiful, so beautiful, my Odette, you are the most beautiful bride in the world. Then, the scene changed. The wedding bells rang.
The melodious waltz echoed through the grand banquet hall.
Countless elegantly dressed guests raised their glasses in celebration, offering their sincerest blessings to the newlyweds standing at the center of the hall. The bride wore a magnificent wedding dress embroidered with black swans, her face beaming with a happy smile as she held the groom's arm, preparing to receive the priest's blessing.
However, at that moment, an uninvited guest stormed in.
It was a golden-haired young girl, dressed in an equally extravagant court gown, with a beautiful face and a gentle aura.
It was Audrey.
She was Odette's sister, the one in the portrait, where a black swan rested on her shoulder.
Sister! Don't marry him. He's a liar. He doesn't love you.
All he loves is our family's wealth and status.
Father's death was also his plan. We've all been deceived. Audrey rushed to the bride, shouting at the top of her lungs.
She took out a letter from the groom to a lover, filled with explicit love words and dirty deals.
Odette recognized the handwriting.
The banquet hall instantly erupted in chaos. All the guests watched the sudden commotion with eager eyes.
The groom's face instantly darkened.
The bride, Odette, stared blankly at the letter, her face losing all color as she gazed at the familiar handwriting. She couldn't believe it, raising her head to look at the man who had just spoken sweet words to her, and all that remained in his eyes, once filled with love, was endless shock and despair.
Why?
She trembled as she asked these 3 words. The man remained silent. His silence was the best answer.
Odette laughed. Her laughter was harsh, desperate, like a wounded nightingale's cry in the midnight.
Odette suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's neck, but the man was not willing to back down. They struggled and both fell from the 2nd floor. The man finally stood up with great difficulty, but Odette, having fallen with her head hitting the ground, broke her neck and twisted to death.
Illusion, it's over. However, Su Yuan seemed to have noticed some details, one being that Audrey in the corner had a faint smile on her lips. Was it an illusion? This seemed somewhat suspicious.
Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression becoming incredibly serious.
He finally understood.
He understood the origin of the Black Swan Queen. He also understood why there was such deep resentment in this castle. On the day of the wedding, she was betrayed by the one she loved most, and in front of all the guests, she chose the most tragic way to end her own life.
Her resentment was so deep that she dragged everyone who witnessed her tragedy into hell.
This castle was her hell. And that endless banquet was her most malicious curse on everyone.
So that's how it is.
Su Yuan took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and reached out his hand, pushing the door open with force.
Creak.
The door hinge turned, making a heavy sound. Behind the door was a banquet hall even more luxurious and spacious than the previous one. The melodious waltz instantly enveloped them. In the banquet hall, hundreds of guests dressed in gorgeous noble attire, paired in twos, were elegantly dancing the waltz. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, meticulous, as if they had rehearsed 1,000 times. But their faces showed no expression, their eyes hollow, skin shriveled, like puppets controlled by invisible strings. And in the center of the hall, beneath a massive crystal chandelier,
a female corpse dressed in a black wedding gown was quietly hanging there.
Her neck was strangled by a white silk ribbon, leaving a deep mark. Her feet were half an inch off the ground, slowly rotating in the air, as the air flowing in from the door made it spin. Her face, which should have been very beautiful, turned purple from suffocation, her eyes wide open, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. All the guests danced around the hanging body, as if performing some strange, never-ending ritual.
Su Yuan seemed to have guessed something. The instance had probably existed for many years and had seen many outsiders entering. Those who did not follow the rules were turned into various furniture, plates, and even food, while those who succeeded in following the rules came here to be guests. If nothing unexpected happened, this instance should have the highest death rate in the 2-star category, with the only solution being not to enter the castle. Perhaps there was some special way to handle the invitation and deal with the butler. So why was she hanging here? Didn't she die from falling? Perhaps something happened in the middle that he didn't know about, and how did she turn dark to cause all this? Su Yuan thought carefully. He could feel Audetta's emotions at that time.
In fact, her extreme actions were not entirely due to anger over betrayal or deception. She had lived under the gaze of others since childhood, extremely concerned about their opinions. It was more out of disgust for these guests, or rather, these guests were all spectators. She had always cared deeply about the opinions of outsiders, so she designed these rituals to discipline the guests with etiquette.
Master, that corpse.
The voice of the guardian spirit of wealth was trembling uncontrollably. It could clearly feel that the source of all the resentment in the entire banquet hall pointed to the corpse hanging in midair, dressed in a black wedding gown.
The Black Swan Queen's real body. Right here. Just as Su Yuan and Shou Kai Ling stepped into the banquet hall,
the melodious waltz abruptly stopped. All the guests who were dancing suddenly froze in place. Then, they all simultaneously turned their heads.
Hundreds of hollow eye sockets, devoid of eyeballs, simultaneously looked towards the two uninvited guests at the door. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence.
Only the bride's corpse, hanging in mid-air, continued to slowly spin.
Suddenly, crack! A crisp sound, like a neck being snapped, echoed. The bride's corpse, her head that had been hanging low, suddenly lifted up. Her eyes, wide open from asphyxiation and filled with blood, fixed intensely on Su Yuan. Ah! A piercing scream exploded from her mouth, sharp enough to break eardrums. The sound waves turned into a tangible shock, shattering all the glass in the banquet hall into pieces. Chapter 97, Encounter with the Sequence Holder. The sound waves transformed into a visible white shockwave, sweeping madly in all directions like a tsunami. Crack! 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 All the crystal glasses, decorative glassware, and even the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the banquet hall instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks under this terrifying sonic blast, then with a bang exploded into a cloud of sparkling powder. Oh my god! Shou Kai Ling let out a frightful scream. Its straw-woven body, caught in this shockwave, flew out like a leaf in a tempest. Even scarier was that the sound wave seemed to strike at the soul directly. Its spirit whoosh was ejected from the straw doll, tumbling in midair in terror, flickering as if it might disperse at any moment. It fearfully saw the white shockwave rushing straight towards its golden master. It was over. Could the golden master's mighty body withstand this direct attack on the soul? However, Su Yuan just stood there, not even lifting an eyelid. That terrifying sound wave, potent enough to disperse a spirit, hit him like a gentle breeze, causing only his clothing to flutter slightly, without any further effect. He even reached up to his ear, feeling a bit annoyed by the noise. With a physique of 78.9 and perception of 119.3, his body and soul had become astonishingly resilient. To him, this level of sound wave attack was akin to attending a rock concert, merely feeling the vocalist's voice was slightly rough. Is that it? Su Yuan pouted, appearing somewhat disappointed. And this action seemed to completely enrage the presence above. The music grew louder, and the originally bland rhythm began to become more intense. In the dance floor, those hundreds of previously stiff guests trembled violently as they heard the transformed tune. Thick, black blood like oil began to flow from their hollow eye sockets. They all turned their heads in unison, their necks made cracking sounds as they rotated 180 degrees, hundreds of hollow eye sockets streaming with black blood locked onto Su Yuan. In the next second, they moved. No longer were they performing the elegant and rigid waltz, but a twisted, rapid dance of death. Their limbs swayed at angles defying human anatomy, their bodies spun rapidly like drunken tops on the smooth floor, creating chilling winds as they pounced towards Su Yuan. Warning, you have entered a special rules area death waltz. Danger level, 2.5 stars. Rule 1, once pulled into the dance floor, you must keep up with the rhythm of the music. Step out of the correct dance step. Rule 2, any wrong dance step will be seen as a desecration to the queen, your body will be forcefully twisted and torn by the power of the rules until death. Rule 3, before the dance ends, you cannot leave the dance floor. Must die rule? Su Yuan looked at the system prompt emerging in his mind, then glanced at those partners rushing at him like ghosts, and a hint of a playful smile appeared on his face. Interesting, this is forcing me to dance with you.
He moved his wrist and made a cracking sound.
What a shame.
Su Yuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. That smile, in the dim banquet hall, appeared especially sinister.
I don't dance, I just smash the place up. At the moment his voice fell. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted violently, centered around Su Yuan. He didn't even use the power of lightning. With pure physical strength, he forcefully blasted away the first few partners that pounced at him. Immediately, Su Yuan shook his right hand, and a grotesque, exaggerated-looking, demon-slaying warhammer, taller than him by a large margin, appeared in his hand. He hoisted the heavy warhammer onto his shoulder, feeling the familiar weight. A rush of exhilarating pleasure surged from his heart. Come on, all of you, die.
Su Yuan let out a low roar, suddenly exerting force under his feet, and his entire body charged forward like a tiger entering a sheep pen, heading straight toward the dark mass of corpses.
Bang!
A male corpse in a tailcoat spun and rushed to Su Yuan's front, extending a hand as dry as a chicken claw, trying to pull him into the death dance floor. Su Yuan didn't even spare it a glance, with the demon-slaying warhammer sweeping down, a straightforward and unpretentious chop.
Poof!
That corpse, along with its relatively decent tailcoat, was smashed like a watermelon hit by a battering ram, instantly exploding into a mass of bloody, mushy black paste.
One hammer. Just one hammer.
Su Yuan didn't pause at all. He swung the warhammer like an unweary wild bull, charging rapidly in the dance floor.
Bang! 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 The dull sounds echoed one after another in the hall.
With each hammer strike, there would invariably be one or several corpses smashed into an indistinguishable puddle of rotten flesh. Su Yuan's attacks were simple, brutal, without any skills, but they were incredibly effective. In the face of absolute power, any rule, any skill, seemed so pale and powerless. He simply did not need to abide by the dance of death rules. All he had to do was directly rid himself of those annoying partners physically. Just as Su Yuan was getting into a rhythm, preparing to clear the entire dance floor in one go. Hiss! A sense of extreme danger suddenly came from above his head.
Su Yuan suddenly looked up.
He saw the bride's corpse, Odette, which had been hanging under the crystal chandelier, had somehow cut the white silk ribbon strangling her neck.
Her body did not fall.
Instead, like a gecko, her limbs twisted backward, sticking to the ceiling in an incredibly eerie posture.
Her splendid black wedding dress now seemed alive, countless black threads extending from it, covering the entire ceiling like a spider's web.
And her head had turned at a horrifying angle of 180 degrees, her eyes filled with resentment and madness, fixating on Su Yuan below.
In the next second, her body moved.
She moved like a giant, disgusting black spider, her limbs crawling rapidly on the ceiling, moving so fast that only afterimages were visible.
In the blink of an eye, she had already crawled to right above Su Yuan.
Her black wedding dress suddenly shook, and the hem instantly transformed into countless sharp black spikes, pouring down like a storm towards Su Yuan's throat, heart, temples, and all vital points, fiercely stabbing down.
This strike was fast, accurate, and fierce. It sealed off all of Su Yuan's escape routes. Well done.
The fighting spirit surged in Su Yuan's eyes. Instead of dodging, he slammed the evil slayer warhammer heavily onto the ground.
Steady as a mountain.
Buzz. A heavy force field, invisible to the naked eye, instantly spread out from him as the center. Ding 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 ding. Dense, sharp sounds rang out like rain hitting banana leaves, going crazy. Those black spikes, capable of piercing steel plates, when they hit Su Yuan's skin, felt as if they crashed into an invisible wall, getting forcefully deflected. The 30% damage reduction, combined with Su Yuan's abnormal physical defense, made this strike, which Odette thought must succeed, not even break his skin.
My turn.
Su Yuan grinned, taking advantage of Odette's missed attack and brief moment of stiffness. He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed her ankle, which looked especially thin due to excessive twisting. It felt cold and stiff, like holding a piece of pork frozen for 100 years.
Get down! Su Yuan bellowed, his arm muscles bulging as a terrifying force exploded.
Holding onto Odette's ankle, he flung her down like swinging a broken sack, fiercely pulling her from the ceiling, then swung her around and smashed her down onto the hard marble floor.
Boom! A deafening roar.
The entire banquet hall seemed to shake 3 times from this terrifying shockwave. The hard marble floor cracked around the center of Odette's body, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading throughout the hall.
However, this was not the end.
Su Yuan, taking advantage of his momentum, gave no chance for Odette to catch her breath, stamping heavily on her chest, pinning her firmly to the ground.
Then, he raised the evil slayer warhammer high, targeting Odette's head that still glared at him with hatred, and slammed down hard. Bang! Lightning flashed.
Odette's head burst like a rotten watermelon struck by a hammer, splattering red and white everywhere. However, just when Su Yuan thought the battle was over, the headless body beneath his foot was still struggling madly. Thick black gas surged out from her severed neck, quickly gathering and reassembling in the air.
A brand new, intact head was regenerating at a visible speed. Su Yuan watched this bizarre scene with a deep frown. Can't be killed?
He swung the hammer repeatedly, smashing Odette's body into a pulp again and again. But each time, the scattered blood and flesh, along with the black gas, would within seconds recombine and return to normal.
Moreover, Su Yuan could clearly feel that Odette's aura not only did not weaken from being repeatedly killed but rather grew stronger.
It was as if the entire castle was providing her with endless energy.
Looks like this is a bit troublesome.
Su Yuan kicked the reassembled Odette away, watching her stand up as if nothing happened, feeling the first sense of difficulty in his heart. This won't work, it never ends. Su Yuan looked at Odette, who was charging at him again, his expression turning extremely serious. He knew clearly that although he was powerful, he did not have limitless strength. If this continued, even if the opponent couldn't kill him,
would eventually be worn out to death. I must find her weakness. Or rather, find the source of her infinite regenerative energy.
Su Yuan no longer hesitated. After killing her again, he took a safe distance, closed his eyes forcefully, and pushed his terrifying perception ability, which stood at 119.3, to the limit. In an instant, the surrounding world, in his sight, completely changed. Those crazy writhing corpses in the dance floor, the furniture stained with resentment in the banquet hall, even the dust hanging in the air, everything shed its disguise, transforming into groups of light made of different colors and intensities of energy. And Odette, in Su Yuan's perception, was an incredibly large and deep black energy mass, filled with pure death and resentment.
However, Su Yuan keenly noticed that atop this huge black energy mass, something seemed to connect. There were threads of energy, thinner than hair, invisible to the naked eye, semi-transparent.
The number of these threads was in the thousands, densely packed, like a gigantic spider web, wrapping around Odette's entire body. And the other end of these threads all pointed in the same direction. The second floor of the banquet hall. There, a tightly closed room. A breath more eerie and cold than Odette herself was continuously emanating from that room, flowing through those invisible threads, and injecting into Odette's body.
So that's it.
Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. All the puzzles, at this moment, were unraveled. The queen seems like the final boss, possessing her own consciousness, but is more like a puppet.
The reason lies with the hidden mastermind behind.
Understanding this, Su Yuan's strategy became instantly clear. He no longer entangled with Odette, the punching bag that would not die, but instead began to look for an opportunity to rush to the second floor.
However, Odette seemed to have sensed Su Yuan's intent. Her attacks became even more frenzied and reckless.
She was like a crazed beast, doing everything possible to drag Su Yuan firmly into the center of the dance floor, preventing him from approaching the stairs to the second floor. Su Yuan had been entangled by her. Although he had enough power to crush her, she seemed impossible to kill. This thing looked like a product of rules. Even with energy behind it, it was too huge to be consumed quickly.
It made Su Yuan, a physical combat enhancer, finally face a setback. So Su Yuan decided to use this trick.
His talent, the 44th Night Great Flood, is not just about summoning winds and rains, it also includes controlling floods.
It's decided.
A hint of madness flashed in Su Yuan's eyes.
He took a deep breath and pushed the ocean godly power within him to the limit. The next second. Splash.
The rainwater that was only rushing in through the broken windows, at this moment, seemed to have lost all restraint.
The torrential rain appeared out of nowhere, filling the entire banquet hall in an instant. This was not ordinary rainwater.
Every drop of rain contained Su Yuan's violent thunder and ocean power. They came crashing down with terrifying weight and impact. In just a few seconds, the whole banquet hall turned into a massive swirling vortex. The terrifying water pressure surged in from all directions. The corpses that were still wildly writhing in the dance floor, under this terrifying water pressure, were like being thrown into a press of tons of water. Without even a scream, they were crushed into patties of meat. And Odette, the infinitely regenerative queen, finally found herself in this sudden great flood. She has tasted bitterness. Her body, under the terrifying water pressure and the furious lightning, began to uncontrollably collapse and crumble. Countless black feathers and resentments were ripped from her body, then instantly purified and evaporated by the divine power of the lightning.
Roar! Odette let out a roar filled with pain and unwillingness.
She wanted to reassemble her body, but the omnipresent rain and thunder acted like a gigantic meat grinder, constantly tearing apart the body she had just begun to form.
Good opportunity.
Su Yuan looked at Odette, who was struggling in the flood, knowing his chance had come. He no longer hesitated, his legs pushed with force, and he shot out like a bolt from a crossbow, leaving a long white line in the murky water as he surged toward the second floor.
Boom!
He couldn't even be bothered to take the stairs, crashing violently through the gorgeous railing made of white marble on the second floor, like a deity descending from the heavens, landing heavily in the corridor above.
The water at his feet splashed wildly all around.
Su Yuan didn't pause for a moment, ignoring the strange oil paintings hanging on the walls of the corridor, and charged straight towards the source of that eerie aura. However, just as he stepped onto the second-floor corridor, everything around him changed. The deafening roar of the flood below, Odette's painful and unwilling screams, all vanished without a trace in that moment.
Replaced instead was a dead silence.
Su Yuan suddenly stopped, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. The corridor was still that corridor. The oil paintings were still those paintings. But Su Yuan could clearly sense that he seemed to have stepped into another space. A separate realm constructed by that behind-the-scenes mastermind with their own power.
At that moment, giggling,
a crisp and pleasant yet spine-chilling sound of a girl's laughter came unexpectedly from the depths of the corridor. That laughter was innocent and carefree, like a child who didn't understand the world, playing hide-and-seek with her friends. But in this dead silence corridor, it felt especially eerie, especially creepy.
"Big brother, your performance is so wonderful."
Along with the laughter, several pitch-black swans, exuding an ominous aura, flapped their wings as they flew out from the shadows in the depths of the corridor.
They did not attack Su Yuan.
Instead, they circled around, landing on his shoulders, and affectionately rubbed their cold, obsidian-like beaks against his cheek.
As if they were guiding him.
Meanwhile, downstairs, the guardian spirit avoided Su Yuan's energy intentionally, causing no harm, instead forming a layer of protection, finally giving him a moment to breathe. But the next second, its chubby face instantly turned pale, and even its spirit began to flicker violently, as if it might collapse at any moment.
Su Yuan seemed to hear several shouts from across the water's surface. "Sequencer, it's the sequencer. Master, be careful."
I sensed the aura of the sequencer. "Well, I'll just hide in the treasure chest for now."
"Master, I can't be of any help anyway, but I'll cheer for you." Chapter 98, Path of the Performer, Sequence 8. "Sequencer?"
Hearing the guardian spirit's words, Su Yuan was slightly stunned, feeling for the first time since entering the instance a ripple in his heart. Although he had long suspected that the mastermind was not simple, the three-word sequencer instantly tensed his nerves.
This was not like Qinjia, a novice at Sequence 9 who didn't even know what they were drinking.
From the guardian spirit's terrified reaction, it was clear that the one occupying this castle definitely had a high sequence level. This means that the other party likely already possesses more than one strange and powerful extraordinary ability.
It's a bit troublesome.
Su Yuan's gaze slightly hardened, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, a stronger fighting spirit arose.
So what if they are a sequent? He dared to curse the gods, so why should he fear a sequent?
He gently shook his shoulders, and the few black swans still rubbing their beaks against his cheeks let out a mournful cry, instantly turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating into the air. Su Yuan no longer paid attention to the faint sound of a girl's laughter and took steps straight toward the deepest part of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a door that didn't match the eerie and strange style of the surroundings. It was a door painted in pink, adorned with a cute nameplate decorated with lace and ribbons, reading Audrey. Through the crack of the door, warm and soft orange-yellow light leaked out, accompanied by a delightful ringing sound from a music box.
Everything looked so warm and so full of youthful spirit.
But Su Yuan could clearly feel that behind the door lay a malicious aura, hundreds of times more intense than that of the tower below, filled with madness and distortion. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and pushed open the pink door. Behind the door, there was no imagined monster, nor a bloody altar. What lay before him was simply a princess's room decorated like a fairy tale. Pink walls, white curtains, and a floor covered with soft velvet carpets scattered with various plush toys. And in the center of the room, at an ornate vanity carved with rose patterns, sat a figure. A girl in a pure white dress adorned with lace and pearls, with 2 golden braids, was facing away from the doorway. She held a silver comb in her hand, repeatedly running it through her long, smooth golden hair like a waterfall, humming an off-key nursery rhyme. She looked so harmless, so innocent, like a princess stepping out of a portrait, untouched by the world. She was Audrey, the sister of Odette.
However, just as Su Yuan pushed the door open and stepped into the room. Warning! High concentration of evil god contamination detected. Warning! You have entered the domain of a high sequent, the theater. Warning! Analyzing target information. Analysis failed. The other party has a status suppression. Warning! Attempting to bypass suppression. Target identity, sequent. Pathway, please, affiliated with the evil god Joyous Playwright. Sequence level, 8, Clown. Abilities, puppet manipulation, script writing, emotional infection, illusion weaving. Remarks, she is a skilled director and an incurable audience. She enjoys weaving the pain and despair of others into magnificent stage plays, pleasing her great master through this. Please note, when you step into her theater, you have already become a character in her script. Sequence 8, Clown? Su Yuan looked at the information on the panel, his brow slightly furrowed. He remembered that the guardian spirit had said that Sequence 9 was an entry level. And Sequence 8 was a being that had taken a firmer step on their respective paths. Naturally, they were much stronger. As expected, this enemy is not simple.
And from the moment Su Yuan stepped into this room, he had already unwittingly become the male lead in her play.
He. Audrey at the vanity finally stopped combing her hair.
She slowly turned around. Su Yuan finally saw her face. It was an incredibly exquisite and perfect face, like the most outstanding creation of God, without a hint of flaw. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate to the touch. Her large, bright eyes, like two sapphire jewels, they sparkled with innocent and curious light. A delicate nose, cherry-like lips, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, carrying a sweet smile. She looked like an innocent, flawless angel who knew nothing of the world. But Su Yuan saw something else deep in her seemingly innocent eyes, a fleeting flash of intense, uncontainable madness and greed.
Big brother, you're finally here.
Audrey stood up from the vanity, barefoot on her pure white little feet, stepping toward Su Yuan, one step at a time. Her voice was sweet and clear, like the tinkling of silver bells, enchanting to listen to.
I've been waiting for you for so long.
She stopped in front of Su Yuan, tilting her perfect little face upward, giving him a curious and admiring gaze, scanning him from top to bottom.
I never thought my useless sister couldn't even hurt a single hair on you.
You are strong, very special. Audrey stretched out her delicate finger, lightly tapping her lips, her sapphire eyes shimmering with increasing brightness.
I like you.
She smiled sweetly and said something that left Su Yuan momentarily stunned.
I've been watching you for a long time. From the moment you kicked open the castle door, I knew you were completely different from all the boring guests before. You have a scent about you that fascinates me.
Audrey said, taking a deep breath, her face showing a profoundly intoxicated expression. It's the scent of a strong person, the scent of rebellion, the scent that makes my drama more exciting, more thrilling. Her words made Su Yuan's heart sink.
From the very beginning, had she been targeting him?
My original script was very boring. Audrey shrugged, a slightly distressed expression on her face. It was just to let my dear sister use those boring rules to turn you guests into her dinner, or furniture. Though it could still please my great master, it was so repetitive, I was almost sick of it.
Until you appeared. Audrey's eyes once again lit up, like two stars twinkling in the night.
You broke the rules, you defeated my sister, you made this dull play suddenly full of suspense and conflict.
Do you know?
The moment you used lightning to scatter my sister's projection, my great master cast his gaze. Audrey spread her arms wide, a fervent, devout expression on her face.
He was so happy. He was overjoyed. He said, this is the drama he wanted to see.
This is the performance that truly pleases him. And I, because of this, received his blessing. Audrey said, gently caressing her flawless face. This face, it was given to me by him, as a reward for the magnificent drama I orchestrated.
Su Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. He finally understood. This seemingly harmless girl was actually a complete lunatic.
A lunatic who, in order to please her so-called master, didn't hesitate to turn her own sister's tragedy into a play for her amusement, a hopeless madwoman. The so-called wedding farce was never an accident. It was all meticulously planned by her. She seduced her brother-in-law, schemed her father's death, and then, at the wedding, exposed everything in front of everyone. Her goal was to please the evil god.
She just wanted to enjoy it.
To enjoy the moment when her perfect sister, who had lived under a halo since childhood, pampered with all the love in the world, would fall from the cloud of happiness into the hell of despair, and to see what expression would appear on her face. The pain, the despair, the distortion. That was what she offered to the evil god.
How is it? Big brother?
Audrey seemed very pleased with the instant expression of disgust that appeared on Su Yuan's face. She smiled triumphantly, like a child showing off their favorite toy.
Isn't my masterpiece perfect? Don't you think so?
Audrey seemed completely oblivious to the disgust in Su Yuan's eyes as she excitedly continued to display her masterpiece. She turned around and lightly clapped her hands. In the corner of the room, the princess bed covered by a white veil slowly pulled apart, the curtain moving as if by an invisible wind.
It revealed another Audetta lying in the bed. No, that could no longer be called human.
It was a doll made of countless black threads and twisted limbs, sewn together. The doll's face was still Audetta's beautiful face, but it was sewn into a strange, eternal smile with needles and thread. Her limbs were firmly secured to the four corners of the bed with black silk threads, arranged in a posture that was extremely shameful, extremely humiliating. Her body was completely split open, revealing an empty chest cavity inside. There was no heart, no organs, only a mass of black energy that squirmed constantly, emitting a strong sense of resentment. That energy core was the source of power for the undying puppet queen downstairs.
Look, this is my most perfect work. Audrey walked to the bedside, touching the doll's cold cheek with an almost obsessive gaze.
I have frozen my dear sister forever in her most painful, most hopeless moment. Her soul, her resentment, will be eternally trapped in this doll, endlessly repeating the tragedy of that wedding, providing joy energy for me, for my great master.
Isn't this the most perfect piece of art?
Audrey turned her head and looked at Su Yuan, her sapphire-like eyes sparkling with anticipation, like a student eager for praise from a teacher.
Su Yuan looked at this scene, this one where Odetta, now an eternal puppet, couldn't even wish for death.
He remained silent.
Have you finished talking? Audrey was stunned for a moment. It seemed she hadn't expected Su Yuan to react this way.
In fact, Su Yuan endured listening to so much because he wanted to gather more information from her.
He actually didn't care about any of this.
What others did was none of his business. As long as he grew stronger, and the true body of the evil god couldn't come, a mere sequence practitioner, it would come down to whether the opponent's rule power was stronger, or if his own strength could break through everything.
Audrey was stunned for a moment.
She hadn't expected Su Yuan to react like this. In her mind, after seeing her perfect masterpiece, Su Yuan would either react like the previous guests, scared and begging for mercy, or he would act like those self-righteous heroes, angrily condemning her and cursing her. No matter the reaction, it would be a wonderful performance for her, and she would enjoy it. But Su Yuan's calmness, his utter lack of emotion, made her feel a sense of unease.
Big brother, what's wrong? You don't like my work?
Audrey tilted her head, showing a somewhat wronged expression.
Even if you don't like it, it's okay.
Because you are soon going to become the male lead in my next work.
Audrey's eyes sparkled with an increasingly greedy and insane gleam.
She looked at Su Yuan like he was a rare treasure, a material that would bring her supreme glory.
You are stronger and more special than all the materials I've encountered before.
Your soul, your power, are filled with dramatic elements that fascinate me. As long as I can make you, my new male lead, blending your pain with my sister's, to create a grander, more tragic story. My great master will surely be overjoyed.
The life of an ant is brief and pitiful.
From the moment I was born, I could easily decide the fate of those people's lives, but I know this is not enough. What I desire is eternal life, an immortal face, and powerful strength.
Come.
As long as I can make you, my new male lead, blending your pain with my sister's, to create a grander, more tragic story. My great master will surely be overjoyed.
And I, too, will be promoted because of it. Promoted to Sequence 7.
Audrey spread her arms, her face showing an incredibly fanatic expression, as though she could already see herself stepping onto a higher rung of the ladder, shining in the future under the dark god's blessing.
So, big brother.
She slowly stretched out her delicate and fair little hand towards Su Yuan.
For my great art, for my noble ideals. Please, die. At the moment the words fell, Audrey snapped her fingers. Snap. The crisp snap echoed through the hall. In the next second, all the stuffed toys that had been quietly scattered on the floor came to life. The teddy bear's eyes glowed with crimson light, and the thread that had originally stitched its mouth snapped violently, revealing rows of sharp, dagger-like teeth beneath. The Barbie doll's plastic body creaked with an unbearable creak, its limbs twisted at an eerie angle, and it mysteriously held a small glinting kitchen knife in its hand. The building block robot, the tin frog, the wind-up soldier. All the toys in the room, in this moment, turned into terrifying machines of slaughter, holding sharp blades and knowing nothing but killing. They surged towards Su Yuan from all directions. At the same time. Boom! A huge explosion. The floor of the room was suddenly shattered by a terrifying force from below. A hideous figure, completely black with massive wings on its back, came crashing up from the banquet hall below, bringing a storm of rubble and dust with it. It was Odetta. Chapter 99, violently crushing the sequence member. That undying puppet queen, in such a short time, actually repaired her body and broke free from her restraints. It let out a roar filled with hatred, and a deathly scythe appeared in its hand, sealing off all of Su Yuan's escape routes with an aura of harvesting all life. In front were the revived killing toys, and behind was the immortal puppet queen. Audrey, the clown of Sequence 8, finally showed her most ferocious fangs. She had set up a deadly trap to completely keep Su Yuan, the perfect material, in her eyes, here. He. Audrey looked at Su Yuan, who was caught in the dead end, and let out a silver bell-like laugh, filled with smugness and the joy of victory. However, facing this desperate situation of being trapped between a pincer attack, Su Yuan smiled. So you're just a clown, relying on pity and perversion to please your master. Your script is too bad. Let me teach you what real violence aesthetics is. As soon as the words fell, boom! An even more violent and terrifying force erupted from Su Yuan's body. The clouds in the sky, which had gathered due to the 44th night great flood, became even darker and deeper at this moment. Thick lightning bolts, like giant dragons, were crazily darting through the clouds, roaring as if they would tear apart the sky at any moment and bring down divine punishment.
In the banquet hall, the water that had originally only submerged up to their ankles was at this moment
madly skyrocketing.
Around Su Yuan's body, countless tiny electric arcs appeared out of nowhere, crackling and jumping, ultimately converging into a terrifying armor made of pure lightning that covered his entire body.
He no longer held anything back. He wanted to kill this clown of Sequence 8 in the most direct, violent way, under the gaze of this evil god. This was also the first time since his last transformation that Su Yuan showcased his full strength against an enemy. Boom! Lightning flashed suddenly. Su Yuan moved. He didn't even look at the murderous dolls rushing from all directions, nor did he pay attention to the death scythe behind him, bringing the force of destruction. His target, from beginning to end, was always the same. Audrey. To catch the thief, first catch the king. As long as he took down this puppet master, the others were nothing but insignificant pawns. Su Yuan's figure left a long electric shadow at the spot, and in the next second, he appeared directly in front of Audrey as if teleporting. Too fast. So fast that Audrey's proud smile on her face hadn't even had time to dissipate. So fast that the animated dolls had only just begun to pounce halfway. So fast that the death scythe of Odetta had just been raised. What? Audrey's sapphire-like pupils suddenly shrank, revealing an expression of horror for the first time. She could not understand at all. Why? Why was this man, in her theater domain, not only unrestrained in speed but instead, became even faster? She wanted to dodge, she wanted to retreat. But it was already too late. Su Yuan's fist, completely covered in lightning armor, slammed solidly against her flat abdomen with a force that seemed capable of shattering stars. Bang! A sound so deep that it was almost extreme. Audrey's petite body was instantly bent backward, like a doll hit head-on by a speeding truck, curling up like a cooked shrimp. Her perfectly flawless little face twisted in extreme pain, and a spray of blood mixed with internal debris erupted from her cherry lips. Immediately after, a violent force of thunder erupted from Su Yuan's fist, instantly surging into her limbs and bones. Ziz! Countless tiny electric snakes crazily scurried through her body, destroying every cell and every meridian. Ah! The delayed, heart-wrenching scream finally erupted from Audrey's mouth. Her body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, slamming against the wall of the room, and then with a thud, fell to the ground, splashing a large amount of accumulated water. The entire room shook violently under this punch. Those previously fierce dolls, rushing toward Su Yuan, froze in place like they had been hit with a pause button the moment they saw their master being punched away. And the puppet queen Odetta, raising her death scythe, also stopped all her movements, a hint of imperceptible confusion flashing through her eyes filled with resentment. The director was nearly beaten to death, so naturally, the actors did not know how to proceed. The entire theater fell into a strange pause at this moment. Cough, cough, cough. Audrey struggled to crawl up from the cold, stagnant water. Her once pure white princess dress was now dirty and torn, stained with mud and her own blood. Her once smooth golden hair had become messy, wetly sticking to her face, making her look incredibly disheveled. She pressed on her painfully throbbing abdomen, looking at Su Yuan in disbelief. In those sapphire-like eyes, confusion and resentment filled the air. Why? Why are you so strong? But Su Yuan gave no answer, his figure vanished once again. Not good. Audrey's face instantly turned pale. Without a second thought, her body suddenly fell backward, like it had lost its bones, melting softly into the puddle beneath her, disappearing from sight. This was one of her trump cards as a Sequence 8 clown, hydration. It allowed her to merge with any liquid for a short time, immune to most physical attacks. However, she was fast, but Su Yuan was faster. Just as her body was about to completely blend into the water, Su Yuan's figure appeared above her, like a ghost. He reached out his hand, fingers claw-like, fiercely grasping at the water's surface. Ocean god power. Buzz. An invisible wave, filled with supreme majesty, erupted violently from Su Yuan's hand. At that moment, the puddles of water in the room seemed to come alive. They were no longer ordinary rainwater but transformed into an extension of Su Yuan's body, a manifestation of his will. Those waters, which had just prepared to welcome Audrey, immediately betrayed her the moment they sensed his will. They churned and compressed wildly, forming a gigantic cage made purely of flowing water, trapping Audrey, who hadn't completely hydrated yet, in the center. No! This is impossible. Audrey's terrified little face twisted and deformed within the water cage. She could feel her control over the surrounding liquid being forcibly stripped away by a will that was stronger and more tyrannical. She felt like a child wanting to play in the Dragon King's temple, only to be caught red-handed by the real Dragon King. Playing with water in front of me? Su Yuan looked at Audrey, struggling desperately in her watery prison, and showed a cruel smile. You're still too young. He suddenly clenched his fingers. Ah! The water cage instantly contracted. Terrifying water pressure rushed from all sides, crazily squeezing toward Audrey's petite body.
Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed from the water cage. Under this terrifying water pressure, enough to crush a submarine, Audrey's body was forcibly mashed into an indistinguishable, bloody pulp. However, just when Su Yuan thought the fight was over, from that bloody mush, a giant, strangely styled clown face suddenly appeared. That face occupied the entire water cage, grinning with a mouth painted in bright red lipstick, looking at Su Yuan with a gaze filled with mockery and ridicule. Then, a voice full of madness and joy rang directly in Su Yuan's mind.
Giggling, interesting, truly interesting. I didn't expect that a random stage I chose could catch such a big fish. You carry the scent of him. Very good, very good. This drama is becoming more and more exciting. As a reward, let me show you what a true clown looks like. The moment the words fell, that giant clown face suddenly opened its blood-filled mouth wide. A power more terrifying than ever before, filled with pure chaos and madness, exploded. Chapter 100, The Projection of the Evil God. Boom! The water cage that Su Yuan had constructed shattered instantly under the impact of that violent evil god power. Endless splashes of water, mixed with bits of flesh, wildly sprayed in all directions. And that giant clown face slowly began to gather into a new form at the center of the explosion. No longer was it the golden-haired girl in a princess dress. Instead, it was a being over 4 meters tall. The figure was extraordinarily slender, its limbs long and thin like bamboo poles, wearing a bizarre black and white clown costume, a monster. On its face, it wore a white mask with an eternal smile, and on the left eye of the mask was an exaggerated red heart, dripping with blood. On its head, it wore a comical jester hat with 2 little bells jingling on top. In its hands, it held no weapons. But it just stood there quietly, a chilling aura, filled with pure chaos and madness, spreading like a tide, coloring the entire theater area in a strange and ominous hue. This was Audrey, the true form of the Sequence 8 clown. This was the true power she gained from the evil god, joyful playwright. He he he. Clown-shaped Audrey let out a series of eerie and bone-chilling high-pitched laughs. Her head tilted at an extremely strange angle, that eternal smiling mask now facing Su Yuan. Big brother, you just hurt me so much. Her voice was no longer the sweet tone of a girl, but an erratic pitch, oscillating between male and female, filled with madness and mockery, a bizarre voice that defied gender. So, to repay you, I've decided to pay you back double. The moment her words fell, Audrey's figure vanished into thin air. Su Yuan's pupils constricted, his terrifying perception, at 119.3, couldn't capture her trace at that moment. She seemed to have completely merged into the air, melding into the theater realm, omnipresent yet elusive. Be careful. At that moment, a terrified scream from Xiao was suddenly echoed in Su Yuan's mind. More than facing the attack, Su Yuan was surprised. He didn't expect that although the greedy spirit talked big, it actually had a sense of loyalty, warning him at this time. Suddenly, Su Yuan felt an extreme chill creeping up his back, striking without warning. Without thinking, his body instinctively rolled forward. Puff! A light sound of a blade entering flesh was heard. Su Yuan felt a chill on his back, a deep wound instantly extending from his left shoulder to his right waist. Blood instantly stained his back crimson. Su Yuan rolled up, clutching his bleeding back, staring in disbelief at the spot where he had just stood. There, it was empty. But in the air, a faint, sweet scent of blood lingered. Hurt? Su Yuan looked at the blood on his hands, completely stunned. Since he arrived in this world, experiencing countless battles, this was the first time he was truly, significantly injured. Moreover, it happened while he had activated the Rainbow Hunter and 44th Night Great Flood, greatly boosting all attributes, being struck hard by the opponent. This Sequence 8 clown was stronger than he imagined. He he he. The eerie laughter again echoed from all directions, filled with pride and mockery. Big brother, what does your blood taste like? I really want to taste it. Accompanying the laughter, the air around Su Yuan began to twist. One by one, figures identical to that of the clown emerged from the distorted air. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was filled with at least 100 smiling clowns. All of them wore that eternal smiling mask, facing Su Yuan, their heads tilted at various strange angles, letting out the same chilling high-pitched laughter. Is this an illusion? Su Yuan stared at this scene, which could be called mental pollution, with furrowed brows. He could feel that each of these clowns emitted the same aura as that earlier true form. At that moment, his perception could not tell which one was real, and which one was fake. No, no way. Su Yuan quickly denied his own guess. This is not an illusion. Or rather, it's not just an illusion. In my stage, every single one of me is real. That androgynous, eerie voice echoed from every clown's mouth at the same time. And, they are all fake. At the moment the voice fell, all the smiling clowns moved. They rushed towards Su Yuan like sharks that smelled blood, swarming from all directions.
Their methods of attack were bizarre and varied. Some turned their hands into sharp blades. Some spewed out highly corrosive acid from their mouths. Others detonated their own bodies, turning into an explosion full of chaotic energy. In an instant, the entire room was completely submerged by various attacks. But Su Yuan discovered that getting hurt wasn't entirely a bad thing. Perhaps his body had never truly faced the danger of death, not even experiencing a proper injury before. This time, although the injury didn't trigger evolution, it sharply enhanced his vitality. The originally hideous wound on his back healed at a visible speed. Su Yuan felt his breath continually rising, and a fierce look began to show in his eyes. Since I can't tell real from fake, then I will destroy you all. Boom! A wave of energy storm, more violent and terrifying than ever before, erupted with Su Yuan at its center. The entire castle trembled and wailed under this terrifying energy storm. Countless thick, dragon-like lightning bolts descended from the sky, tearing off the roof of the entire castle. Cold rain mixed with violent thunder poured down like divine punishment. At that moment, Su Yuan completely unleashed the great flood of 44 nights, his unique talent, with all his power. He aimed to wash away this cursed stage, along with everything inside it, in a flood capable of cleansing the world. Ah! Under the furious thunder and flood, the tiny clones of the smiling clowns were like ice cubes thrown into lava, evaporating and vanishing before they could even scream. Suddenly, Del'iris realized that her supposed fatal second form was ineffective. Although her 8th sequence clown was relatively weak in terms of physical body within the sequence, it was incredibly strong in close combat due to the second form's ability to summon countless true and false clones. She never expected to encounter such a situation. What's wrong with your breath? Didn't you hold back your power from the start? But at that moment, flames ignited on Del'iris' body. She began to struggle in extreme pain. A huge shadow made of pure darkness and chaos slowly emerged in the raging lightning storm. The shadow towered over dozens of meters, like a moving mountain. It had no fixed shape, only a writhing, ever-changing mass of pure chaos. In the center of that chaos, a clown's face, exaggeratedly large, slowly opened its blood-tearing red heart-shaped eye. It looked down with disdain at the tiny figure below, small as an ant. A voice, indistinguishable in gender yet full of mockery, rang out. Mortal! You have successfully pleased me. Warning, high concentration of evil god's aura detected, evil god projection has descended, danger level of the instance has risen. Current danger level, 4 stars? Su Yuan's pupils constricted. Not good, he knew that sequences were not simple. He never expected to encounter this right when he was about to be killed. The evil god behind her used all her blood and flesh to briefly bring down a projection. Chapter 1011 Force breaks 10,000 laws. Facing this thorny situation, Su Yuan had already guessed most of the real truth. This kind of low-level sequence holder was absolutely unable to summon an evil god, even a shadow, at most could only bring a weak response. This situation should have come from Audrey's special path, the spectator path. She was watched at every moment, and after she was killed by herself, the evil god actually offered her blood and flesh as a sacrifice and personally descended. It was only the figure in front of him. Su Yuan felt the aura around him. This instance had become 4-star, and the current situation became tricky. But whether he could win or not was still completely unknown. His evolution talent seemed stronger than imagined, because the previous instances looked dangerous, but actually never pushed Su Yuan into a real crisis. Basically, there was no possibility of killing him, but this time the opponent had become a sequence 8 sequence holder. Su Yuan truly felt the pressure multiply, and even one careless mistake could cause a total failure. Just as Su Yuan stayed alert, a strange scene happened. The violent thunder around them slowly calmed down. The flood that could drown everything also quietly retreated. Replacing it was paper scraps flying all over the sky, colorful and bright. The ear-splitting thunder sound turned into thunder like applause and cheers from countless spectators. The whole world, at this moment, turned into a gorgeous and absurd giant stage. And Su Yuan was the only main character on this stage. An invisible power began to invade his body, trying to control his limbs, making him follow that strange background music from nowhere, and dance a funny dance. This is erosion at the rule level? Su Yuan understood the other side's intent instantly. This evil god projection did not plan to crush him with pure power. It wanted to play him to death. It wanted to turn him into a puppet, on this absurd stage it built with its own hands, to put on a deadly farce. You want me to dance? Dream on. Su Yuan snorted coldly, teeth clenched tight, forcibly driving the 44-night Great Flood talent inside his body. He no longer tried to understand the strange rules of the other side, and no longer tried to analyze the composition of the other side's power. What he needed to do now was only one thing. That was to use his strongest, purest violence, to break this damned stage, and tear this disgusting script apart. Break for me now. Su Yuan let out a beast-like roar. The ferocious armor made of pure lightning on his body, at this moment, burst out with an unprecedented dazzling light. Countless electric snakes thicker and more violent than before crazily surged out from the gaps of the armor, like thunder dragons breaking free from chains, roaring, biting, and forcibly driving out those chaotic wills that tried to invade his body. Oh! In midair, that huge clown smile face seemed to feel a trace of surprise at Su Yuan's resistance.
In its hand, at some unknown time, there appeared a thick ancient script bound in human skin.
It stretched out that finger made of pure black mist, with no physical body, and lightly scratched a certain page of the script. The script needs a small modification. That strange voice without clear gender rang out again, carrying an unquestionable authority, like a god making a judgment. The hero, amid the applause and cheers of the audience, falls from exhaustion. His heart will turn into the most brilliant balloon, bursting loudly, offering the most perfect fireworks for this wonderful play.
At the instant the words fell, Su Yuan's heart suddenly shrank.
A terrifying power from the rule level, impossible to resist.
Instantly, it acted on his heart.
His heart began to uncontrollably swell, crazily.
Swelling again.
As if in the next second, it would explode into a brilliant shower of blood and flesh, just as that voice described. The shadow of death, at this moment, for the first time, enveloped Su Yuan. He could clearly feel his life streaming away at a rapid speed.
This is a bit strange. Su Yuan's vision started to darken, and his consciousness gradually became blurry.
He wanted to resist, but the force acting on his heart was not something he could counter with brute strength.
That was the rule.
It was the absolute, unbreakable rule set by this evil god in this theater domain. The edge had absorbed the softening talent, and a layer of protective membrane had grown on his internal organs, buying him some extra time, but it could not offset the effect of this rule's power. However, just at the moment when Su Yuan was thinking if he could live after his heart shattered, consciousness about to completely sink into darkness. The one talent in his body that had accompanied him since the beginning, allowing him to step from an ordinary person to today, his unique and strongest talent awoke.
Evolution activated.
Detecting an attack of rule-level erasure.
Evolution talent passive triggered. Performing emergency adaptive reinforcement. Heart structure is being restructured. Cellular activity is being excessively enhanced. Keratinization. Activating. Buzz.
Su Yuan's heart, on the verge of bursting, was completely wrapped by a thick and tough layer, shining with a metallic luster. That terrifying rule power acting on his heart was like crashing into an indestructible city wall, forcibly blocked.
Put.
Su Yuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Although his heart did not explode, that terrifying force still severely impacted his internal organs.
However, he survived. He withstood the erasure from the divine projection with his extraordinarily powerful body.
So, the so-called rules are not invincible. Su Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up from the ground. He looked up at the huge clown face in midair, and in those slightly dim eyes, due to blood loss, a fierce battle intent burned more fiercely than ever before.
He finally understood.
As long as his body was strong enough to bear and crush all external forces, then even the rules of gods could do nothing to him.
You, actually, withstood it?
In midair, the huge clown face showed a shocked expression for the first time. Its blood-tear-flowing red hard eyes fixedly stared at Su Yuan, as if wanting to see through him.
It could not understand. How could a mortal, an insect, withstand the script erasure from the joyous playwright?
This does not comply with logic. This does not comply with the rules.
Seems like your script has gone wrong.
Su Yuan grinned, revealing a provocative smile.
He gave the opponent no time to react. He seized the moment of shock that made the opponent numb. He suddenly exerted force with his foot.
His whole body shot forward like an arrow, instantly arriving in front of that huge clown face.
The demon-slaying war hammer in his hand had appeared again without him knowing when.
The hammerhead was wrapped in raging thunder and judgment's purple light, carrying a force of 1,000 tons, without any fancy techniques, simply using all his strength, he smashed down towards that huge, eternally smiling mask.
Crack for me!
Su Yuan shouted fiercely, pouring all his power into it. All the power was infused into this strike. He wanted to use the purest, most primitive violence to tell this lofty evil god.
Your script is utterly rotten. And I am the one here to smash the stage. Chapter 102, Evolution Talent Still in Action. Bang!
A sound so deep and resonant, like a giant bell, exploded throughout the entire theater domain. The evil Slayer Warhammer struck solidly against the exaggeratedly large clown mask.
Time seemed to freeze for a second at that moment. And then... crack!
A crisp sound, like glass shattering, rang out. That mask, symbolizing the evil god's majesty, with its eternal smile, began to show a fine crack at the point where the warhammer hit.
Immediately, that crack spread out like a vine with a life of its own, visibly extending rapidly in all directions. No! A shriek filled with rage and unwillingness came from behind the mask. The giant clown face began to twist violently, struggling, as if it wanted to reassemble the broken mask. But, it was too late. This strike from Su Yuan infused all his strength, along with his indomitable will. In the face of absolute violence, any fancy rule seemed so fragile. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the giant mask completely shattered. Countless white shards flew like fluttering butterflies, dispersing in the air, then transforming into pure energy points, dissipating into the atmosphere. However, Su Yuan was unexpectedly surprised. What flowed from behind the mask was not blood, but a thick, faintly fragrant black ink. That ink moved in the air, as if it had a life of its own, trying to gather and reshape. Want to escape? The most fair principle in this world is the conservation of energy, otherwise, the train world and the many evil gods wouldn't work so hard to reap. If this evil god were at full strength, Su Yuan might not even have had the chance to struggle. But the opponent was just a shadow after all. It seemed he wanted to reclaim the flesh and blood energy of Audrey, knowing that he couldn't fight anymore, to reduce losses. But how could that go as he wished? If that were the case, wouldn't his own rewards be gone? Su Yuan sneered, how could he give the enemy such an opportunity? He raised the evil Slayer Warhammer once more, lightning surging at the hammerhead. Thunder Dragon! Su Yuan shouted in a low voice, and the Warhammer swung fiercely forward. Roar! A fierce giant dragon composed entirely of raging thunder burst out from the hammerhead, opening its massive mouth to devour all the wriggling black ink. Lightning flickered wildly in the belly of the dragon, thoroughly purifying and annihilating the ink representing the evil god's will. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire theater. The giant clown projection began to tremble violently, flickering in and out, as if it would collapse at any moment. It was furious. It was completely enraged. A mortal and insignificant insect dared to hurt it. This was the most serious, most unforgivable blasphemy against it, against the great pleasure playwright. You should die. That strange, ambiguous voice echoed again, but this time, it was no longer mockery and ridicule, but filled with pure, cold-killing intent. That huge shadow, composed of pure chaos, suddenly shrank inward and then exploded. Countless thick, snake-like black tentacles surged wildly from the center of the explosion. Those tentacles were covered in a mass of tightly packed, constantly opening and closing mouths, dripping with thick, foul-smelling green slime. They were overwhelming, blocking out the sky, like a giant net woven from nightmares. Towards Su Yuan, it covered down on his head. The evil god projection, after being angered by Su Yuan, finally gave up all flashy and tricky drama methods, and showed its most original, most ugly, and most terrifying true body form. It wanted to use the most direct, most savage way, to completely assimilate this ant that dared to provoke it. Turn him into a part of its own body, turn him into, on this stage, an eternal, painful prop. Looking at the terrifying tentacles that rolled in from all directions, full of pollution and chaotic aura, on Su Yuan's face, not only was there not even a bit of fear, instead there appeared a trace of bloodthirsty, crazy smile. This finally looks right. He threw away the war hammer in his hand. Because he knew, facing this kind of attack that was huge in number and full of polluted energy, pure physical strikes no longer had much effect. What he wanted to use was more violent, more primitive hand-to-hand combat. Roar! Su Yuan raised his head to the sky and let out a roar that was not like a human. The pair of ugly bone wings behind his back suddenly spread open, and at the tip of every bone spike, violet lightning was wrapped around. His body, at this moment, seemed to also turn into an ancient tyrant dragon bathing in lightning, filled with unmatched, destructive power feeling. He did not retreat but advanced. Facing the tentacle army that covered the sky and came rushing, he opened his arms, like a fearless warrior, and actively went to meet it. Poo-chi! 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 Countless tentacles, in an instant, completely drowned Su Yuan's tiny figure. They were like giant snakes that smelled blood, crazily wrapping, tightening, trying to squeeze him into a puddle of flesh mud. The sharp-toothed big mouths on the surface of the tentacles even more crazily bit his skin, injecting that slime full of polluted energy into his body. However, break for me! A roar full of endless anger suddenly exploded from the center of the tentacles. Boom! A lightning light brilliant to the extreme suddenly erupted. Those tentacles wrapped around Su Yuan were like being thrown into a meat grinder, and were brutally torn into countless pieces by that violet lightning power. Black blood, green slime, splashed everywhere. Su Yuan's figure once again appeared in everyone's in the evil god's field of vision. His whole body was bathed in blood, his skin covered with terrifying wounds from biting and corrosion, and in some places even grim white bones were exposed. But his pair of eyes were bright to a frightening degree, like two burning suns, full of unyielding, crazy fighting intent. He let those chaotic energies run wild inside his body, corroding his flesh and blood. Then, the next second.
His abnormal to the extreme evolution talent, and that terrifying physique as high as 78.9, brought super strong self-healing ability, began to take effect. Those terrifying wounds, under the nourishment of lightning light, healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The newly born skin was tougher than before, more full of power feeling. He, in battle, evolved once again.
Your power is also nothing more than this. Su Yuan looked at his wounds that were healing rapidly, felt the power inside his body that became even stronger because it adapted to chaotic energy, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He looked at the evil god projection that fell into a short blank because its attack was broken, and in his eyes, there was undisguised, naked greed.
This thing is a great tonic. Chapter 103 Divine Fragment. You monster.
In the evil god projection's genderless voice, for the first time, there was a trembling of disbelief.
It could not understand. Why?
Why did this mortal, after enduring its full power strike filled with pollution and chaos power, not only was not assimilated, not corroded, but instead became stronger?
This is not reasonable. This completely violated all the laws that it knew. In its script, any creature brave enough to face its true power will only meet two fates. Either, in endless pain, they will be completely assimilated, becoming a part of its body. Or, the soul will be eroded by chaos, going completely insane, turning into a mindless corpse that knows only killing and destruction. But this one before me. He is like a bottomless black hole, a greedy monster, surprisingly absorbing its power. Taking its corruption as the nourishment for evolution. Monster? Su Yuan listened to the fearful accusation from the other side and smiled. He licked the black blood tainted with a hint of sweetness and saltiness from his lips, showing an extraordinarily bright yet menacing grin. That's right, I am a monster. A monster that specifically eats monsters like you. The moment his words dropped, Su Yuan moved. The thunderous bone wings on his back trembled violently, and he transformed into a golden lightning bolt, ignoring the wildly flailing broken tentacles, charging directly toward the core of the huge shadow made of pure chaos with unyielding determination. There lies the source of the evil god's projection power. And it is its weakest, only weakness. The huge red heart eyeball, still flowing with blood tears. No! Don't come closer. The evil god's projection seemed to realize Su Yuan's intention, letting out a terrified scream. It wanted to retreat, wanted to escape. But Su Yuan's speed was too fast. With the enhancement of the Rainbow Hunter and 44th Night Flood talents, Su Yuan's speed had reached an unbelievable realm. In its vision, Su Yuan's figure even left clear, substantial afterimages. And each afterimage inherited 100% of the main body's attack power. Stop. The evil god's projection roared madly, summoning all its strength. Countless new tentacles shot out from its body, forming black walls, stacked layer upon layer, blocking Su Yuan's path. However, it was useless. Su Yuan was like an indestructible, red-hot blade, effortlessly slicing through the seemingly unbreakable butter walls. He didn't even bother to tear them apart with his hands. His body, wrapped in raging thunder, was the most powerful weapon. Any tentacle daring to block his way, upon making contact with his body, was instantly burned to charcoal in that raging thunder, turning to ash. Like a bamboo being smashed. In just a few seconds, Su Yuan broke through all defenses, rushing to the front of that huge, trembling red heart eyeball. He reached out his right hand. Fingers spread wide, like a merciless iron claw, gripping the huge eyeball that was still flowing with blood tears. It was cold, slick, and had a strange elasticity. Su Yuan could even feel the intense beating inside the eyeball, sending forth waves of fear and pleading thoughts. I have finished reading your script. Su Yuan looked at the eyeball in his hand, symbolizing the evil god's will, his face revealing a cold, emotionless smile. To be honest, it's terrible. He compressed all the thunder power in his body madly to the tips of his fingers. At that moment, those 5 fingers became 5 dazzlingly brilliant, miniature suns. So, take your bow. Su Yuan clenched his 5 fingers violently. Boom! A deafening explosion burst forth in the entire theater domain. That enormous red heart eyeball, under the dual impact of Su Yuan's power capable of crushing stars and the wildly violent thunder power. With a bang, it exploded. Countless piercing red lights. A frenzy shot out from Su Yuan's fingers, illuminating the entire dim space into a sea of blood red. A storm of destructive energy swirled violently, centered around Su Yuan's fist, sweeping out in all directions. That massive shadow made of pure chaos lost its core and wailed like a boneless slime, unwilling to accept its fate, as it was torn apart inch by inch in the raging energy storm, ultimately vanishing completely into thin air. The sky was filled with colorful confetti, the thunderous applause and cheers, the eerie background music. Everything came to an abrupt halt at this moment. The splendid yet absurd theater came to a close. Ding dong.
Congratulations, you have successfully killed the will projection of the evil god Joyful Playwright. As the first player to face the will of a deity head-on with a mortal body, you receive an extra reward. Congratulations, you gained Constitution plus 10. Congratulations, you gained Perception plus 10.
Damn. Su Yuan felt the explosive growth of power within him and couldn't help but curse.
His Constitution and Perception both surged by an incredible 10 points.
What does this mean?
To know that he had previously struggled hard, devouring energy cores and absorbing monster essences, only to raise his Constitution to a mere 78.9 points. Now, just by killing a projection of an evil god, the extra reward had pushed both of his core attributes to a brand new height.
Conductor name, Su Yuan.
Identity number, 000000.
Constitution, 88.9. Perception, 129.3. This feels way too good.
Su Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming power that was almost bursting out of him, thinking he could punch through a mountain right now. The exhaustion from the earlier battle was swept away by this surge of power. He felt better than ever, and he believed he could handle not just one more projection of an evil god, but even two. Of course, this was just an illusion brought on by the sudden boost in strength. He knew full well how lucky he had been in that fight. If it weren't for his evolution talent suddenly awakening the keratinization ability at a crucial moment, withstanding the fatal rule erasure, he would have already turned into a spectacular blood explosion.
But a win is a win.
The greater the risk, the higher the reward, he understood that. Before he could recover from the thrill of his attribute boost, a series of even denser system prompts echoed like a tidal wave in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained Special Item Divine Fragment, Joyful Playwright, X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Special Talent Crystal Gift of the Playwright X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Golden Treasure Chest X1.
Divine Fragment? Unique Quality Talent Crystal? And a Golden Treasure Chest?
Su Yuan gazed at the three shining names in the reward list, his breath growing a bit hurried.
This reward was overly generous.
Suppressing his excitement, he immediately began to check the details of these three items. First, was the so-called Divine Fragment.
Name, Divine Fragment, Joyful Playwright.
Type, Special Material/Consumable.
Quality, Mythical.
Effect, contains a fragment of the Joyful Playwright's divinity, can be used to forge special equipment, or absorbed directly. Warning, this divinity contains strong chaotic and insane will, absorbing it directly has a high probability of polluting your spirit, distorting your will, and ultimately turning you into a puppet of the evil god.
Mythical quality.
Su Yuan's eyelids twitched at seeing these two words. This was the first time he had encountered an item that surpassed the epic and craftsmanship levels. Though it was just a fragment, since it had the word divine on it, it was definitely not ordinary. However, the bright red warning behind it sent a chill down his spine.
Direct absorption had a high chance of turning him into a puppet of the evil god? This thing is simply a hot potato, a sugar-coated deadly bomb. It seems that this thing cannot be recklessly used for now. Su Yuan had plans in his heart, preparing to put it away first, and think of a way to deal with it when he became stronger in the future. He then turned his gaze to the second reward. It was a completely black, yet shimmering with colorful light, bizarre crystal core. Special Talent Crystal Core Gift of the Playwright. Type, Talent Class Consumable. Quality, Unique.
Effect, after use, you will gain a unique talent related to drama, manipulation, and illusion. Note, this is the most primal core of power left by the Joyful Playwright before the will dissipated. It contains all of his understanding of drama and records all his works.
Obtaining it will give you a chance to become the next Joyful Playwright.
Hiss. After Su Yuan read the introduction of this crystal core, he could not help but take a sharp breath.
Another talent of unique quality.
Moreover, it's such a bizarre ability leaning towards rules and the spiritual realm. Drama, manipulation, illusion. These keywords together make one feel a chill just by thinking about them. If he could obtain this talent, his fighting style would undergo a tremendous change. No longer relying purely on physical strength and elemental power to clash hard, but could play with people's hearts like that evil god projection, weave illusions, and even set rules.
Great stuff.
This is definitely great stuff. Su Yuan looked at this crystal core, his eyes filled with enthusiasm.
As for the last golden treasure chest, Su Yuan didn't even have time to take a closer look.
Because at that moment, a change happened again. The piece of divine fragment of myth quality, which he had just deemed to be a hot potato, suddenly emitted an eerie blood-red glow without warning. Immediately afterward, an irresistible force filled with greed and desire erupted from within Su Yuan's own body. That piece of divine fragment, like iron filings meeting a magnet, could not be controlled by Su Yuan at all, and in a flash, it turned into a stream of light and entered his brow.
What the hell? What's going on?
Su Yuan was completely stunned. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Just as the divine fragment entered his body, a flow of chaotic and insane will, 100 times more terrifying than the previous evil god's power invasion, exploded in his mind like a rushing flood.
Chapter 104, Evolution of Talent Evolution. Ah!
Su Yuan let out a scream of pain, clutching his head, and kneeled heavily on the ground. His eyes instantly turned blood red, with countless chaotic, insane, and distorted images flashing madly in his mind like a revolving lantern. He saw countless worlds performing absurd and bloody tragicomedies under the script of the joyful playwright. He saw countless beings dancing the comical yet desperate dance of death like puppets under the manipulation of invisible threads. He even heard that androgynous eerie voice whispering continuously in his ear, tempting and seducing him.
Give up. Give up your ridiculous resistance. Accept me, embrace me, become me.
You will gain eternal life, you will become the new playwright, you will dominate the fate of countless worlds.
Come on, let's together present the grandest, the most glamorous, the most insane drama for this boring world.
That voice was filled with endless magic, as if it could reach deep into the soul, stirring the most primitive desires within one's heart. Su Yuan's consciousness, under the impact of this terrifying torrent of will, was like a small boat in a stormy sea, ready to capsize and be swallowed at any moment.
His gaze began to feel confused and dispersed.
He felt his body was quickly being taken over by an external force. He even felt that his thoughts and memories were being assimilated and distorted bit by that chaotic will.
He was about to not be himself anymore. What a joke!
At the last moment when Su Yuan's will was about to completely sink, a surge of indomitable strength and anger, originating from the very essence of life, erupted violently from the depths of his soul.
My life, I make the decisions. A mere trash evil god, whose projection I have shattered, thinks it can control me. Get out of here.
Su Yuan bit his tongue suddenly, the intense pain cleared his fading consciousness for a moment. He began to frantically draw upon all his mental strength to resist that chaotic will invading his mind.
However, how could a divine will be easily resisted by a mortal? Even if it was just a fragment of a will, the power contained within was far beyond what Su Yuan could compare to at that moment. His resistance seemed so pale and powerless before that vast sea of will. His mental defenses were being breached step by step. That chaotic will had already begun to invade the depths of his memories, attempting to alter his personality, turning him into a complete madman who only knew how to please the evil god. Damn it, am I really going to fall here? Su Yuan's heart sank bit by bit.
He could feel his will being slowly extinguished. He had even begun to forget who he was, where he came from, and where he was going. Everything seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. However, at this moment of utmost despair, the very core talent that had accompanied him from the beginning, that had helped him step by step from being an ordinary person struggling to survive to who he was today, erupted once more.
Evolution activated again.
It seemed to sense the deadly crisis that the host was about to be seized. A power more powerful than ever before, filled with primal and wild strength, suddenly awakened from the depths of every cell, every gene chain in Su Yuan's body. It roared like an enraged ancient beast, charging towards the chaotic will trying to occupy its territory.
If the evil god's will was filled with skill and temptation as a magical attack,
then the power of the evolution talent was the purest, most primitive, and most unreasonable physical attack. It didn't have all those flashy things, it had only one simple logic. Any external force attempting to change the essence of my host must perish.
Boom! It felt like a nuclear bomb exploded inside Su Yuan's body.
Two utterly different yet equally powerful forces unleashed the most intense, most primal battle within him.
Pooh!
Su Yuan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the distant wall. He felt his body like a rag doll being torn apart repeatedly, at any moment ready to completely fall apart.
On one side, the evil god's will was crazily corroding his mind.
On the other side, the evolution talent was wildly transforming his body, trying to forcibly expel those foreign viruses.
He was caught in the middle,
enduring the dual extreme pain from his soul and body.
What the hell is this?
Su Yuan lay on the ground, his consciousness blurring, barely maintaining his awareness through the last bit of instinct. He finally understood what that bright red warning from the system truly meant.
This thing was not meant for living people at all.
Just then, a series of cold system prompts sounded again in his mind.
Ding dong. Detecting your evolution talent. Having absorbed enough uniqueness primordial energy. Excessive evolution is underway. Uniqueness primordial energy?
In the moments of intense pain, Su Yuan caught this key word.
He instantly understood.
His evolution talent, the reason it had gone out of control, the reason it had actively devoured that fragment of divinity. It was not because it wanted to commit suicide,
but because it was hungry. It craved higher level energy, it longed to complete its final transformation.
And that fragment containing a trace of divinity was, to it, the most delicious, most nourishing feast. Although this feast was a bit spicy, the side effects were quite strong, but for the sake of evolution, it didn't care.
You annoying thing. In his heart, Su Yuan cursed his talent mercilessly.
But at this point, he had no choice but to believe in it.
Either he was completely assimilated by the evil god's will and became a madman,
or he would take a gamble, betting that his talent could come out on top in this grand wager.
Come on. Su Yuan let out a roar of unwillingness in his heart. Either we live together, or we die together. It seemed to sense the host's resolute will. The power of evolution erupted completely at that moment.
An indescribable force, as if it came from the very beginning of the universe, the most primal, the oldest power, awakened explosively from Su Yuan's body. This power directly ignored the erosion of the evil god's will, wrapping that fragment of divinity which had already fused with Su Yuan's body with an unreasonable force, and then began to digest it.
No!
A scream filled with terror and unwillingness echoed from deep within Su Yuan's mind. That was the last trace of will left by that joyful playwright. It couldn't believe that in the body of a mortal, there was such terrifying power capable of devouring even divinity. But no matter how it struggled, no matter how it roared, it was of no use. In the face of that ancient and overbearing power, it was like gold thrown into a furnace, slowly melting, disintegrating, ultimately transforming into the purest energy, completely absorbed and devoured by the evolution talent.
At the moment the evil god's will was completely obliterated. Su Yuan's body stopped trembling.
His blood-red eyes gradually regained clarity.
Everything was over. Evolution completed.
The cold system prompt sounded like heavenly music in Su Yuan's mind, slowly ringing out. Su Yuan slowly got up from the ground, moving his still slightly stiff body. He felt like he had just awakened from a nightmare that lasted for centuries. He was enveloped in an indescribable exhaustion, yet his spirit was clearer than ever. He looked down at his hands. The skin was still the original color, and no strange tentacles or eyes had grown on his body.
It seems I won the bet.
Su Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling completely relaxed. That battle that erupted within his body was extraordinarily dangerous. If any link went wrong, he would have likely already been finished. Fortunately, his evolution talent ultimately lived up to expectations, successfully backfiring against that trace of the evil god's will, and also used that myth-quality divine fragment as nourishment, completely digesting it. He just didn't know, after devouring that divine fragment, what kind of evolution his talent would undergo.
Su Yuan was filled with anticipation as he immediately opened his attribute panel, focusing his gaze on the talent section. Congratulations! Your talent evolution, uniqueness, has successfully transformed into all things return to one, myth. Myth.
At the moment he saw these two words, Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His talent had actually evolved to myth quality.
This is the highest quality he has seen so far. The one who unifies everything. This name, it sounds so powerful.
Su Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued reading, wanting to know what kind of earth-shattering ability this brand new mythic talent possessed. Talent Effect 1, Ultimate Adaptation. Your body will be able to adapt to any known, non-rule-based extreme environment, drawing energy from it to strengthen yourself. In theory, in ordinary environments, unless you suffer a super attack, you will be immortal, tireless, and evolve infinitely.
Ultimate Adaptation? Su Yuan's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the description of the first effect.
This effect seemed like an ultra-enhanced version of the previous evolution talent. The previous evolution also allowed him to adapt to various environments, but there was always a process, and for certain extreme environments, like pure vacuum or the interior of a star, it probably wouldn't work.
But now, this ultimate adaptation removed all those limitations. Any known, non-rule-based extreme environment.
This meant that, as long as it wasn't an environment involving time, space, or destiny, rule-based environments that are fatal, he could almost always survive in it and even draw energy from it to grow stronger.
This is essentially the precursor to immortality. Su Yuan's heart burned with excitement. With this ability, he would never have to worry about being trapped in some dead zone again. What others see as a death zone, to him, might just be a treasure trove for leveling up. He continued to look at the second effect.
Talent Effect 2, Infinite Devouring. You will be able to devour any non-living energy core, including but not limited to, talent crystals, divine shards, equipment cores, and convert them into the purest evolution points to strengthen or unlock your various abilities.
Infinite Devouring.
The moment Su Yuan saw this effect, his heart raced uncontrollably again. If the ultimate adaptation gave him almost unlimited survival ability, then Infinite Devouring gave him almost unlimited growth potential. Previously, he devoured players' energy cores, but it still relied on the passive adaptation of the evolution talent to forcibly convert and absorb the energy. The efficiency was low, and there were certain risks.
But now, this process was automated and systematized.
He could directly devour various energy-containing cores and convert them into a universal currency called evolution points.
And these evolution points could be used to strengthen or unlock his abilities. What does this mean?
It means that from now on, he no longer has to painstakingly train, fight, or search for various rare materials to improve his physical strength and perception. As long as he has enough evolution points, he can directly level up his stats, just like in a game.
This is essentially an official cheat. Talent crystals, divine shards, equipment cores.
Su Yuan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the list of things he could devour. To other players, these might be incredibly precious treasures that need to be used with caution. But for him, they were all just evolution points, experience packs.
I've struck it big, this time it's really big. Su Yuan felt so happy that he almost fainted.
Just these two effects alone were enough to completely distance him from other players, making them two beings from different dimensions.
But he knew, this wasn't the end.
A mythic quality talent couldn't possibly have only this little power. With an incredibly excited heart, he continued to look at the third effect. And this third effect was what truly shocked him, making him realize that he had completely broken free from all constraints. He walked onto a completely different path.
Talent Effect 3, Self-Evolution. You no longer need to rely on fusion to gain new abilities.
As long as your understanding of a certain ability reaches a certain depth, you can consume evolution points to let your body autonomously evolve that ability.
Self-Evolution?
Su Yuan stared at these four characters, his whole being in a daze.
He read this introduction repeatedly several times before finally digesting its information.
Then, an indescribable ecstasy erupted from his heart like a volcanic explosion.
No more reliance on fusion. As long as his understanding of a certain ability reaches a certain depth, he can consume evolution points to autonomously evolve that ability. This is simply too heaven-defying.
The talent of perfect fusion, while powerful, has its limitations. He could only fuse existing entries that had been stripped from elsewhere.
Moreover, the objects of fusion must be inanimate.
This means that if he wanted to gain new abilities, he had to find corresponding materials, either from monster corpses, player corpses, or certain special items.
This process was filled with uncertainty and was very passive. But now, everything was different. He could create abilities himself. As long as he could understand and had enough evolution points, he could make his body, like a universal biological factory, continuously evolve all kinds of abilities he wanted. This meant that his future growth path would no longer be restricted by any materials. His upper limit would only depend on his own imagination and the number of evolution points he could acquire. So is this the true meaning of the one who returns to all?
Su Yuan murmured to himself, a storm swelling in his heart.
He finally understood why this talent was rated as mythical quality. Because it had already touched the realm of creation. And this is the most fundamental difference between mortals and gods. Su Yuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
He knew there was one last effect waiting for him. And this effect might reveal to him what the end of this path truly is. Talent Effect 4, Unity. When the abilities you evolved reach a certain number and strength, you will have the opportunity to merge them into one, tracing back to their source, ultimately evolving into your own most original.
Rule. Chapter 105, Eye of Truth. Rule.
When he saw these two words, Su Yuan felt as if a thunderbolt struck his brain, buzzing like a swarm of bees. He had deeply experienced the terrifying power of rules when fighting against that evil god's projection. It was a power that completely disregarded reason. The evil god said, "Your heart will turn into a balloon and explode." Then, his heart really started to uncontrollably swell, almost leading to his instant death. If it weren't for the evolution talent forcibly protecting him at the last moment, he would already be a corpse. That kind of power, which ignores physical laws and directly erases from the conceptual level, left a deep impression on Su Yuan. At that time, he was wondering when he could also possess such power that obeyed his every word. Unexpectedly, the answer came so quickly. The effect of unity pointed him towards the ultimate path to godhood. Evolve countless abilities, then merge them, trace back to their source, and ultimately forge his own rule.
At that time, he would be a god. Ha!
Su Yuan exhaled a long, deep breath, the excitement and shock in his chest unable to calm for a long time. He felt as if he had pushed open a door to a new world, seeing an unprecedented, grand landscape. In the past, although he was strong, he was still confined within the realm of mortals, pursuing nothing more than a stronger body, faster speed, and more powerful combat skills. But now, he had seen a hope of transcendence. Just like what the guardian spirit said before, the pain sequence person, feeling power in pain, would eventually gain some ability. Su Yuan did not know what exactly it would be. And there were even more. However, the most urgent task was to figure out how to use his brand new mythical talent. Su Yuan shifted his gaze back to the storage space of his wristband. There, quietly lying, was one of the greatest spoils of this battle. The unique quality talent crystal core, the playwright's gift, that had exploded from the sequence 8 jester. Following his old thinking, he would have undoubtedly, without hesitation, looked for an opportunity to merge this powerful illusion and control talent into himself. After all, a unique quality talent was rare and hard to come by. But now, he had a better choice. Infinite Devour. Su Yuan looked at the crystal core emitting a tempting glow and silently muttered in his heart. He wanted to try, how many evolution points could this thing give him? Detected unique quality talent crystal core, the playwright's gift, do you want to devour it? Devour. Su Yuan did not hesitate at all. As soon as the words fell, the crystal core automatically flew out of his storage wristband and hovered above his palm. The next moment, an irresistible pulling force exploded from his palm. The incredibly hard crystal core was like encountering a super powerful crusher, and with a series of crisp crackling sounds, it was forcefully broken down into the most primitive energy light points, then turned into a brilliant stream of light and completely absorbed into Su Yuan's palm. Boom! A vast, unimaginable torrent of information instantly exploded in his mind. Countless principles of illusion construction, script writing techniques, ways to infect emotions, methods to control the human heart. All the understandings of drama from the evil god joyful playwright, everything about this path, were now forcibly implanted into Su Yuan's mind as the purest knowledge. Ugh! Su Yuan felt like his head was about to explode. The feeling was no better than when the evil god's will had invaded him before. He gritted his teeth, enduring the violent mental impact, desperately digesting this vast knowledge. At the same time, the system prompt also arrived as expected. Devouring successful. Congratulations! You have gained evolution points x 10,000. 10,000 points. Seeing this number, Su Yuan almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder it's a unique quality talent crystal core, the experience points are really generous. With these 10,000 initial points, he could now begin his self-evolution journey. But before starting, he needed some time to digest the knowledge now overflowing in his mind. Su Yuan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began sorting through the knowledge about the drama path. He realized that the so-called joyful playwright was indeed a genius. It took the concept of drama to its utmost limits. In its understanding, the whole world was a huge stage. All living beings were actors. And it was the one and only director and screenwriter. It could write different scripts to assign different roles to the actors, controlling them to perform scenes of joy, sorrow, partings, and reunions. It could even construct a completely false illusion theater, pulling enemies into it and making them walk toward their doom according to the script it had set. Just like what Su Yuan had experienced before. Brilliant illusions are never just about creating false images. They mix truth and falsehood, reality and fantasy, making it impossible for you to tell where the boundary lies between the real and the illusion. Su Yuan digested knowledge while sighing in his heart. He recalled the experience of being toyed with by that clown sequence person, and his heart felt a wave of fear after the fact. Although he owned a terrifying perception as high as 129.3, when facing that kind of illusion and deception almost at the rule level, he still felt somewhat powerless. If not for the last critical moment, when he forcefully burst his limits and used absolute violence to break the other side's theater, the outcome was really hard to say. No, I must first get myself a kind of break delusion ability. Su Yuan quickly fixed his first self-evolution goal. He now had only empty powerful strength, but when facing those strange rule-type abilities, he was still too passive. He needed a pair of eyes that could see through all falsehood. Only this way could he stand undefeated in future battles. With a clear goal, Su Yuan no longer hesitated. He sank his consciousness into the just-obtained evolution points system. Su Yuan's consciousness entered a strange space. Here was complete nothingness, with only a simple and clear semi-transparent panel floating before his eyes. On the panel, there was only one striking number. Evolution points, 10,000. And below the number were gray ability icons, each in a locked state. These icons covered everything. There were fist icons representing strength, lightning icons representing speed, flame icons representing fire, and even hourglass and cube icons representing more abstract concepts like time and space. Su Yuan knew that these were the ability directions he could self-evolve in the future. As long as he had enough evolution points and his understanding of the ability reached a certain depth, he could light up these icons and let his body evolve corresponding new abilities. Depth of understanding. Su Yuan looked at these icons and pondered in his heart. He had just devoured the playwright's gift and gained massive knowledge about illusion, control, and related fields. By logic, his understanding of illusion should now be the deepest. He tried to focus his consciousness on the eye icon representing illusion. Sure enough, the originally gray icon began to slightly light up, releasing a faint purple glow. The panel immediately popped up new prompts. Detected that your understanding of the illusion field has reached the mastery level, meeting the prerequisite for self-evolution, but consume evolution points to perform ability evolution? Evolution Direction 1, Illusion Weaving, consume 3,000 evolution points, can evolve the ability to construct basic illusion realms. Evolution Direction 2, Emotion Infection, consume 3000 evolution points, can evolve the ability to influence others' emotions through mental waves. Evolution Direction 3, Reality Fraud, consume 5000 evolution points, can evolve the ability to distort others' senses and create false reality. On the panel, 7 or 8 different evolution directions were listed at once, each corresponding to a core ability in the drama path. Su Yuan looked at these options, and his heart burned with heat. Any one of these abilities, taken out alone, was enough to let an ordinary player completely transform. But he was not blinded by these tempting options. He was very clear that what he needed most now was not the ability to create illusions, but the ability to break illusions. What he wanted was not to become another playwright, but to become the nemesis of all playwrights. Is there any ability like break delusion or anti-illusion? Su Yuan asked the panel in his heart. The panel seemed to understand his intent, and the options on it instantly changed. Detected evolution intent, break delusion. Performing optimal solution deduction based on your knowledge reserves and body potential. Deduction complete. Evolution direction, Eye of Truth, unique. Evolution requirement, evolution points x 5000. Ability description, evolved a pair of eyes that can see through all illusions and understand the essence of things. Has a high immunity to illusions and deception at the level of rules, and can analyze the target's energy composition and soul fluctuations. Note, when you see the truth of the world, will you still be you? Eye of Truth. Su Yuan's eyes instantly brightened when he saw this name and description. This is it. This ability is made just for him. See through illusions, understand essence, immunity to illusions, analyze energy. This is simply the true parent's ability of illusion. With these eyes, he will no longer worry about being toyed with by opponents like a clown. He can even directly see through their energy composition and soul fluctuations, finding their true form in one strike. Although the cost of 5000 evolution points is a bit high, taking half of his fortune, Su Yuan felt this investment is absolutely worth it. It's decided, it's you. Su Yuan no longer hesitated and confirmed the evolution in his heart. Consume 5000 evolution points, evolve Eye of Truth. Command confirmed. Initiating self-evolution. Boom. At the moment of confirmation, a huge energy surged from the void panel, instantly pouring into his entire body. At the same time, Su Yuan's physical body underwent drastic changes. He felt as if his eyes were thrown into a red-hot iron furnace, an unbearable heat and sharp pain came from deep within his eyeballs, instantly sweeping through his entire brain. Ah! Even with Su Yuan's current willpower, he couldn't help but let out a painful groan. He felt his eyeballs being forcibly decomposed and reorganized by an invisible force. Every cell and nerve inside the eyeball underwent profound transformation by that huge energy. Before Su Yuan, everything was blood red. He felt his vision rapidly fading, the entire world becoming blurred. But he did not panic. Because he could clearly feel a brand new, stronger power being nurtured and born in his eye sockets. This process lasted about 10 seconds. When that burning and painful sensation gradually faded, replaced by a gentle coolness, Su Yuan knew that the evolution was successful. He slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, the whole world looked different in his eyes. In the originally empty air, he saw countless colorful energy threads, intertwined and flowing. He saw on the ground and walls, the remnants of the black energy belonging to the evil god's projection, filled with chaos and madness. He could even see inside his body, the rushing, vibrant golden biological energy. The whole world seemed to have shed its false skin, revealing its most real and essential side to him. Su Yuan walked to a relatively intact mirror and looked at himself in it. In the mirror, his eyes had undergone obvious changes. His originally pitch-black pupils had now become deep, molten gold. In the depths of those golden pupils, it seemed like countless stars flickered, rotating, exuding an awe-inspiring, all-seeing majesty. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have successfully evolved a new ability, Eye of Truth, unique. Is this the Eye of Truth? Su Yuan looked at his golden pupils in the mirror, filled with shock. He could feel unimaginable power contained within those eyes. He tried to push the Eye of Truth ability to the extreme. The world in his eyes changed once more. This time, what he saw was no longer just energy flow. He saw rules. He saw that in the air, there were invisible lines, made up of countless tiny runes, maintaining the stability of this space. He saw that the ground beneath his feet was solid because it was bound by a rule line representing sturdiness. He saw that the distant hanging lamp, still swaying, shone because it was connected by a rule line representing light. These are the codes that make up the very foundation of this world. So that's how it is. Su Yuan's heart was filled with clarity. The so-called illusion, the so-called theater, simply put, is twisting, overlaying, and rewriting these codes through one's own power to create a false world. And it's true I could directly see through these modified codes, find their flaws, and even restore them directly. But for ordinary people, even if they understood, they could do nothing because they lacked the evolutionary talent and precision to control their powers. Only the sequencer, combined with this true eye, would work. If Su Yuan counted as a sequencer, then he should be considered one of the strongest sequencers, with one of the highest limits.
Now, who can play illusions in front of me? Su Yuan's lips slightly curled up, and his heart was filled with immense confidence. With these eyes, he would be the nemesis of all flashy things. However, he also realized that using this deep insight ability for a long time consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Just after a few seconds of looking, he felt waves of fatigue in his brain. Su Yuan thought for a moment and retracted his ability. The golden light in his eyes gradually faded, returning to its normal black. The world around him also returned to its original appearance. It seems this ability can't be casually used, it should be treated as a trump card. Su Yuan reminded himself. After evolving his new ability, Su Yuan felt his strength had reached a new level. But he was not satisfied with this. He knew that his gains were far from over this time. Although the evolutionary talent is powerful and can self-evolve, it doesn't mean perfect fusion is useless. Su Yuan stroked his chin and pondered. Self-evolution, while strong, has its clear limitations. 1. It consumes a large amount of evolution points. 2. It requires a sufficient understanding of that ability. Meanwhile, perfect fusion has none of these restrictions. As long as there are suitable materials, he can directly fuse the entry into an item, simple and effective, immediate results. Especially for enhancing equipment and items, the advantage of perfect fusion is irreplaceable by self-evolution. This time I gained quite a few treasure chests, just right to see if I can create a golden treasure chest or even a chest above the golden one. As Su Yuan thought of this, his heart burned with excitement. He immediately returned to his train. At this moment, the wealth spirit had already burrowed back into the treasure chest. Su Yuan just smiled slightly, as it was enough for it to remind him there was no meaning in the meaningless sacrifice of facing a companion in crisis. At least this guy could work together. He placed the main treasure chest into his wrist ring. Upon returning to the train, the first thing Su Yuan did was deal with the woman still tied up in vines, Sunya. Master, you are back. The figure of Xiaohua transformed into a humanoid and rushed out from the driver's room at once. Seeing Su Yuan safe and sound, her green little face was full of joy. Su Yuan nodded and his gaze fell on Sunya, who was bound like a zungzi and thrown into the corner. This woman had now completely lost her former arrogance and madness, her whole being seemed to have the soul drawn away, her eyes hollow, face ashen, lying there motionless. As Su Yuan approached, her body instinctively trembled slightly, her lips quivering, yet she could not utter a single word. Fear had completely shattered her will. Master, how should we deal with this woman? Should we feed her directly to the carnivorous plant toilet? Little Fire tilted its head, curiously asking. In its worldview, enemies were merely nourishment for the train. No rush, Su Yuan waved his hand, she still has some use. Saying this, Su Yuan squatted down, extending his finger to gently tap on Sunya's forehead. The Eye of Truth, though powerful, leaned more towards seeing through and analyzing, belonging to a passive defense type ability. However, Su Yuan still needed a proactive attack type psychic ability. He wanted one that could directly destroy enemies while from a mental level, even plunder their memories and abilities. And Sunya, a woman with empathy or mind-reading talents, was his best reference material. Don't be nervous, I won't let you die too painfully. Su Yuan's voice was very calm, devoid of any emotion. Yet, to Sunya's ears, these words were more terrifying than any malicious curse. No, please. I beg you, let me go. Sunya finally regained her voice, beginning to struggle wildly and scream. She used all her strength to activate her talent, trying to perceive Su Yuan's thoughts, seeking a glimmer of hope. However, when her mental power cautiously touched Su Yuan's consciousness for an instant. Boom! Sunya felt as if her head had been collided head-on by a supernova. What did she see? She saw an endless, surging abyss of thunder and flood. She saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, witnessed countless monsters wailing, and saw deities falling. She saw an indescribable, terrifyingly great existence lurking at the very bottom of the abyss, far more dreadful than any evil god she had ever encountered. That existence merely opened its eyes, coldly glancing at her. Just that one look. Sunya's mental world crumbled in an instant, crushed like it had been washed away by a billion-ton nuclear bomb, turning into the most primitive void. Ah! A short, piercing scream escaped from Sunya's throat. Then, her body suddenly stiffened, her eyes completely lost focus, a glistening drool trickling from the corner of her mouth, her entire being turning into a soulless plant-like person. She had gone insane. Or rather, her soul had been utterly crushed by Su Yuan's terrifying mental world. Su Yuan slowly withdrew his finger, his face showing little emotion. He had long anticipated this outcome. With his current mental strength, let alone an ordinary player like Sunya, even a seasoned clown of Sequence 8 who dared to pry into him with mental force would not meet a better fate.
However, that brief contact had already been sufficient. At that moment, Su Yuan had completely analyzed Sunya's talent composition and her meager knowledge regarding telepathy through the eye of truth. Detected that your understanding of the mind domain has reached entry level, satisfying the prerequisites for self-evolution.
Would you like to consume evolution points to undergo ability evolution? Entry level? That's enough.
Su Yuan muttered in his heart. After all, Sunya's talent itself was not strong, and the knowledge she could provide was limited.
But it was okay, he had evolution points and could forcibly pile it up. Evolution direction, mental attack, will plunder. Su Yuan issued his order in his mind. Detected evolutionary intent, will plunder.
Calculating optimal resolution based on your knowledge reserve and physical potential.
Calculation complete. Evolution direction, will plunder, rare. Evolution requirement, evolution points x 2000.
Ability description, you can forcibly invade the target's mental world.
Impact and plunder the will.
After success, you will have a certain chance to obtain fragments of the target's memories, or even, temporarily copy some of their abilities.
Note, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Be careful not to break yourself while playing with it. Will plunder. Su Yuan looked at the description of this ability and nodded with satisfaction.
Although it was only of rare quality and came with the risk of failure, the effect of this copying ability intrigued him. This meant that, if used properly, he could even temporarily steal his opponent's abilities during battle, using their own methods against them.
That's it. Consume 2000 evolution points, evolve will plunder. Instruction confirmed. Initiating self-evolution.
Once again, a torrent of energy surged out from the void panel, pouring into Su Yuan's body. This time, it was not his eyes being enhanced, but his brain. Su Yuan felt his cerebral cortex being pierced repeatedly by countless fine electric needles, a tingling sensation spreading from his head down to his feet. This process wasn't as painful as the true eye, but rather had an inexplicable refreshing feeling.
After about 10 seconds, the evolution ended.
Congratulations, you have successfully evolved a brand new ability, will plunder, rare. Su Yuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of subtle brilliance flashed in them. He could feel that his mental power had become more refined and had a more offensive quality.
If his previous mental power was like a calm lake, now, it was like an extraordinarily sharp scalpel. Come on, let me test the effect.
Su Yuan shifted his gaze back to Sunya, who had already turned into a vegetable. He reached out his hand and pointed to her forehead again.
Will plunder.
Buzz. An invisible wave of mental energy shot out from his fingertips, instantly drilling into Sunya's already shattered spiritual world. This time, Su Yuan was no longer an observer but an invader. He began to recklessly search and plunder in the chaotic ocean of Sunya's memories. Soon, some fragmented, disorganized memories were forcibly copied over. He saw all of Sunya's memories, including those before entering the train world, but she was just a small employee who graduated 2 years ago, born in a common background, with no secrets to speak of. These memories were of no value to Su Yuan. What he truly wanted was her innate talent itself.
Su Yuan increased the output of his mental power. Boom!
Sunya's already shattered spiritual world was completely stirred into a mess. And at the center of that chaos, a core of energy emitting faint white light, representing the talent of telepathy, was exposed.
Found it!
Su Yuan's eyes brightened, his mental power transformed into an invisible large hand, fiercely grasping towards that energy core.
Plunder successful. You have temporarily copied the target's talent, telepathy, common. Duration, 10 minutes. Hint, would you like to consume purification points to convert this talent into permanent?
A completely new, strange feeling surged in Su Yuan's heart. He felt his range of perception expand several times in an instant. He could hear the pure admiration and dependence that Xiaohua had for him in her heart. He could hear the spirit of wealth hiding in the treasure chest, calculating how to ask him for more rewards later. He could even hear the lively, joyful heartbeat of the train itself.
Is this telepathy? Su Yuan felt very curious.
This newly acquired talent, will plunder, leaned towards being offensive while also allowing him to read memories.
Sunya's telepathy was a feeling of empathy, but comparatively, it was much weaker.
After 10 minutes, that wonderful feeling vanished.
Su Yuan ultimately left an imprint of this talent.
Not confirmed immediately, but later if desired, it can be activated with evolution points.
Compared to telepathy, Su Yuan still preferred will plundering. Any creature, even just an ant, releases strong emotional waves before death. Even I would be seriously affected. The side effect of this talent could likely lead to madness. Facing the enemy, killing is just killing, no need for too much empathy. After all, at the moment of decision, the outcome for the other side is already sealed. Little fire. Here, master. Take care of it. All right.
Little fire responded, and in the corner of the carriage, the huge pitcher plant toilet suddenly opened its gaping mouth. Several thick vines wrapped around Sonya's body, ruthlessly throwing her inside. Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache and the sound of liquid flowing, this woman, who had repeatedly danced on the edge of life and death, ultimately disappeared from this world because of a wrong choice, forever lost.
Ding dong.
Detected flesh and blood energy, converting. Conversion complete, gained flesh and blood energy, 50 units. Su Yuan glanced at the numbers on the panel, feeling nothing special. What he needed to do now was to count the real big gains from this instance. Those, which could allow him to synthesize golden treasure chests.
Chapter 107, Stitching, Golden Treasure Chest. This harvest was indeed abundant. 1 golden treasure chest dropped after killing the projection of the evil god. 1 silver treasure chest dropped after killing the true body of the Black Swan Queen. 3 bronze treasure chests scavenged from the castle. And a total of 11 wooden treasure chests, also found in the castle. Cut.
Without too much nonsense, Su Yuan focused his mind, extending his finger and making a slicing gesture in the air. One of the wooden treasure chests had the term representing wooden wealth, normal, instantly cut away by him.
Crack.
A soft cracking sound rang out. The wooden treasure chest, stripped of its core term, resembled a shell without a soul, its surface immediately filled with fine cracks, and then, with a flicker of light, it turned into a pile of useless wood shavings, dispersing into the air. A small light group, only the size of a thumb, emitting a faint white glow, floated at Su Yuan's fingertip. Su Yuan could clearly feel that both his speed and precision of stripping had increased. Perhaps soon he could strip terms from living beings. If this move is applied in battle, it would be incredibly powerful. The most basic thing would be to strip away the sense of touch, the sense of hearing, or the sense of sight, influencing the opponent's perception. Of course, if this move faces physical entities, it could instantly strip away the friction of the ground beneath the enemy's feet. However, the reason Su Yuan did not think of and use it is that it is not very effective against powerful beings. Using it on ordinary people would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. With a light touch of his finger, as the light faded, on the floor, that originally unremarkable wooden treasure chest had vanished without a trace. In its place was a new chest made entirely of bronze, its surface carved with simple patterns. Congratulations, stitching successful, item quality enhanced.
Item, bronze treasure chest. Quality, fine. Terms, bronze wealth, fine, spatial storage, normal. Su Yuan quickly paired the remaining 9 wooden treasure chests into groups of 2, using the same method to stitch them again. As the light flickered, 4 new bronze treasure chests appeared one after another on the floor.
Now, along with the 3 originally found in the castle, he had a total of 8 bronze treasure chests. Next, Su Yuan repeated the process and instantly had 5 silver treasure chests in hand.
Above silver lies gold. Su Yuan still had 1 golden treasure chest in his hands.
His purpose was clear, to take a gamble. If he could bring forth the treasure from the golden chest, that would be the best. If not, it would still be a golden chest plus 1. A golden chest could at least yield an exquisite quality item, and there was even a good chance of directly receiving an epic level divine gear or item.
And above epic, there were the legendary items.
A golden chest was enough to transform an ordinary player, elevating them to the heavens in an instant.
And beyond this. Detected the common term, silver wealth, rare. Do you want to fuse it?
Warning, the basic success rate for fusing golden chest is 20%. After a failure in fusion, there is a 99% chance that the silver chest will mutate into a higher quality silver chest plus 1. Note, after a failure in fusion, there is a 1% chance that the core energy of both chests will conflict, resulting in their destruction. Hidden note, the success rate can be improved by continuing to input the same term, not exclusive to lucky individuals.
Cut. 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 Cut.
For shining blue light balls radiating with rare quality terms, like 4 gentle stars, slowly hovered and danced at his fingertips. Meanwhile, the 4 silver chests from which the core terms had been extracted transformed into a cloud of silver powder amidst a soft glow, dissipating into the air. Detected that you have prepared 4 common silver wealth, rare, terms. Do you wish to use all of them for this fusion? After fusion, the success rate for golden chest will be raised to 100%.
Come on.
Su Yuan's eyes sparkled, with no hesitation remaining.
Give me.
Fuse. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed all 4 blue light balls hovering at his fingertips down onto the silver chest.
Buzz.
In an instant, a brilliant and indescribable pure golden light exploded from the chest. The light was so dazzling, so blazing, as if a true sun had descended into the small carriage. The entire carriage was completely engulfed in this golden light, transforming it into a sea of gold. Powerful waves of energy spread furiously like a tsunami in all directions. Even the whole Emperor Path, devouring wild train emitted excited, dragon-like roars under the impact of this terrifying energy. The walls and furniture made of plants in the carriage began to grow at a visible speed under this golden light, becoming tougher and more vibrant. Xiaowu involuntarily covered his eyes. Even the wealth spirit couldn't resist the powerful fortune, causing its seal to loosen and its body to emerge. The golden light persisted for nearly half a minute before slowly receding like a tide. When the light finally faded away, a brand new chest radiating endless majesty and splendor silently floated in midair. It was a massive chest made entirely of pure gold, engraved with countless intricate, ancient, and sacred runes on its surface. Every edge was polished to perfection, and every line was filled with strength and beauty. In the center of the chest, there was a massive diamond the size of a pigeon egg, continuously emanating a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. Just looking at it made one feel as if their soul was being drawn into that noble aura. Congratulations, fusion successful, item quality elevated. Item, golden chest. Quality, epic. Terms, golden wealth, epic, spatial storage, rare. Chapter 108, The Luck of the European Emperor. As the golden light gradually faded, the intense heat and luxurious aura that nearly melted one's soul within the carriage also receded. A huge chest made entirely of pure gold, engraved with countless intricate, ancient, and sacred runes, was quietly hovering in mid-air. Its every edge is polished incredibly smooth, and every line is filled with a sense of power and beauty. In the very center of the treasure chest, there is a massive diamond, as big as a pigeon egg, constantly emitting a dazzling array of colors. Just looking at it makes one feel as if their soul is being drawn into that luxurious aura. Congratulations, fusion successful, item quality improved. Item, golden treasure chest. Quality, epic. Attributes, golden wealth, epic, space storage, rare. Glub. A clear sound of swallowing echoed in the silent cabin. The little eyes of the money spirit are now as wide as bells, staring intensely at the golden treasure chest floating in the air, mouth wide open, drool nearly hitting the ground. Its body woven from straw is shaking madly at a visible frequency. It's hard to tell if it's excitement or fear. Gold. 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 It stumbled on the word gold for a long time, failing to say the next word, finally getting anxious and stomping its feet, little chubby fingers pointing at the treasure chest, turning to Su Yuan, its voice changing pitch. My gosh. Master. You really made it appear? The money spirit felt as if its spirit form was about to become unstable. It had floated in this world for countless years, seeing many good things, but a golden treasure chest of this level, it had only heard of in legends. It had never seen one even in the eternal city it once lived in. That's a golden treasure chest. The legendary chest that can open epic quality items. An epic piece of equipment or item is enough to make a top-tier sequencer beat each other's heads in, even start a war for it. And now, a living, breathing, steaming golden treasure chest has appeared right in front of it. And it was sewn by its master with a few shabby silver chests. What kind of madness is this? Calm down, calm down. Su Yuan looked at the money spirit's naive expression, waved his hand, but his face showed a light demeanor. In fact, he was equally excited inside, but he had to keep his composure. In the world of the influential, such basic operations are nothing to brag about. Master, this box, it glows, so beautiful. In the driver's seat, Little Fire also poked its green little head out, its eyes made of shiny fruit filled with curiosity and shock. Although it didn't know how precious this chest was, just the overwhelming wave of energy almost suffocating it made it understand that this is definitely a remarkable treasure. Not just beautiful. Su Yuan smiled, reaching out and lightly flicking the floating golden treasure chest. Ding! A clear and pleasant sound, like the ringing of a bell, echoed throughout the cabin, resonating endlessly. Just with this flick, both the money spirit and Little Fire temporarily froze, as if their souls were washed by the sound. This thing can change fate. Su Yuan looked at the golden treasure chest in front of him, his heart racing. He took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to open it immediately. Because, he had another, even crazier, bolder idea. Su Yuan didn't look at the newly synthesized golden treasure chest, instead, he directed his gaze toward the storage space of his wristband. There, quietly lies another identical golden treasure chest. That was the first kill chest awarded by the system when he killed the projection of the evil god Joyful Playwright. One golden treasure chest is enough to drive countless players crazy. And now, he has two in his hands. One is to open. Two also started. Su Yuan stroked his chin, murmuring softly, his eyes sparkling with a familiar gleam that the wealth spirit realized was madness. Gold master, you can't be thinking. The wealth spirit looked at Su Yuan's expression, its heart suddenly thumped, a ridiculously absurd but hauntingly real thought surged from the depths of its heart. It was so frightened by this idea that it shivered, hurriedly waved its small chubby hands, its voice carrying a crying tone. No way. Gold master. Absolutely not. It rolled and crawled to Su Yuan's feet, hugging his large leg, looking up with its chubby face, pleading pitifully. That's a golden treasure chest. Not a cabbage by the roadside.
You can already combine one, it's already like winning 8 lifetimes of bad luck. You can't take this risk again. The wealth spirit was truly anxious. It knew better than anyone, the higher the quality of the item, the greater the difficulty and risk of fusion. From bronze to silver, failure means only material damage. From silver to gold, although there's a 1% chance of both being destroyed if it fails, at least there is a 99% chance of becoming silver chest +1, which is somewhat of a safety net. But what is above gold? It's the legendary mythical. No, wait, between epic and mythical, there's an even more ethereal quality that exists only in myths, mythical. To want to combine 2 epic golden treasure chests into one mythical level chest? This is no longer gambling, this is simply risking your life to challenge the fundamental rules of this world. The consequences of failure were unimaginable to the wealth spirit. It had no doubt that once it failed, the terrifying energy contained in those 2 golden treasure chests would instantly go out of control, clash violently, and then with a boom, turn this vehicle, along with everyone inside, into the tiniest dust in the universe. Gold Master, please listen to my advice. The wealth spirit cried, holding Su Yuan's leg, in an utterly heart-wrenching manner. Let's call it good, shall we? Opening either of these 2 golden chests has enough inside for you to use until graduation. There's really no need to take this risk again. Su Yuan looked down at this chubby little guy who was crying with snot and tears, and felt amused. He definitely understood the risks. But he believed even more in his own talent. All things returned to one, this mythical level talent brought him not just immense power, but also an absolute confidence that arose from the depths of his soul. Fortune favors the bold. Su Yuan extended his hand, lifting the wealth spirit from his leg like picking up a chick, and placed it on the table, saying lightly, "Besides, do you think I look like someone who would fail?" The wealth spirit gazed at Su Yuan's deep, calm eyes that seemed to contain the entire starry sky, momentarily speechless. Yes. This man before me had been creating miracles since the first day it met him. Kicking open an indestructible castle door. Enduring the rule attacks of Sequence 8 Clown. Even standing defiantly against the projection of a deity with a mortal body. Everything he did went beyond common sense, like dancing on the edge of a knife. But somehow, he succeeded every time. Failure? Those 2 words truly seem to have never appeared in his dictionary. But the wealth spirit wanted to advise again, but Su Yuan already did not give it the chance. He focused his mind, and the golden treasure chest that burst forth from the evil god's projection instantly appeared in his hand. Let's go. Su Yuan held 1 golden treasure chest, placing them side by side. 2 identical chests, radiating endless grandeur and majesty, quietly floated in midair, their brilliant golden light almost blinding to the eyes of any person. Let me see, what scenery lies above gold? A flash of intense light sparkled in Su Yuan's eyes as he extended his finger, pointing at one of the golden treasure chests. Cut. Buzz. With Su Yuan's command, the space at his fingertip seemed to twist in an invisible force. The chosen golden treasure chest, engraved with countless sacred runes, suddenly lit up, erupting in a brilliance more dazzling than ever, as if it were making a final stand. A colossal pressure, capable of causing an ordinary sequencer to collapse mentally on the spot, erupted from the chest, crashing heavily towards Su Yuan. Had this been the former Su Yuan, facing such a level of energy surge would have taken a great effort. But now, he merely snorted. Still want to resist? In his profound golden eyes, a domineering will flashed fiercely. Break for me. Crack. A sound akin to a soul-shaking shatter rang out. That immense pressure, before Su Yuan's even more unreasonable will, was instantly torn to shreds like paper. The radiance on the surface of the golden treasure chest suddenly dimmed, losing all resistance at that moment. A swirling, radiant orb of light, embodying the essence of epic quality, was forcibly cut out of the chest by Su Yuan. The golden treasure chest, stripped of its core entry, began to fracture inch by inch with a reluctant buzzing sound, transforming into a shower of golden light flakes, like a brilliant golden rain, ultimately fading into the air. The entire process, though it may seem lengthy, actually occurred in the blink of an eye. In the corner, the guardian spirit of wealth was utterly dumbfounded. Its chubby face was filled with days, mouth agape enough to fit an egg, and it could not close it for a long time. What did it just see? The rich master actually suppressed the energy backlash of a golden treasure chest with just a single glance? This is still human? It's simply more unreasonable than a god. Su Yuan ignored the dazed guardian spirit, all his focus was attuned to that swirling, dancing orb of colorful light at his fingertip. He could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within this orb. It was a pure, distilled concept of wealth. Just by holding it, Su Yuan felt countless images of what mere mortals dream of flashing across his mind. Mountains of gold coins, dazzling jewels, supreme power, breathtaking beauty. Countless temptations surged like a tidal wave, wildly striking at his heart, attempting to pull him into the abyss of desire.
If it were anyone whose will wasn't strong, they would surely be entirely consumed by the torrent of desire contained within this entry the moment they touched it, turning into a madman who only seeks wealth. But Su Yuan merely gazed at it quietly, his golden eyes revealing not a trace of turmoil. This wealth in the eyes of mortals was, to him, mere fleeting smoke. What he pursued was a higher, more fundamental power.
Come on. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan pressed that orb of rainbow light steadily but unwaveringly onto another intact golden treasure chest. Detected same source entry golden wealth, epic, would you like to fuse? Warning, basic success rate for synthesizing mythical treasure chest is 1%.
Upon failure, the golden treasure chest has a 99.9% chance of transforming into a higher quality golden treasure chest +1. Note, upon failure, there is a 0.1% chance of a core energy conflict between the two chests, leading to mutual destruction.
Hidden note, this is a gamble. If you win the bet, you will gain the qualification to glimpse the realm of the divine, but if you lose, you will have nothing. A 1% chance of success?
Su Yuan looked at the prompt before him, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth. For others, this might be a gamble where one could die 9 times out of 10. But for him, who possessed the mythical talent of the unifier of all things, this was just a game he would win 100%.
Give me, merge.
Light burst in Su Yuan's eyes, and he hesitated no longer.
Booming. At the moment he confirmed the merge, the entire world seemed to freeze for a second.
Then, a storm of terrifying energy that transcended description, beyond light, beyond sound, beyond the limits of human understanding, erupted from the chest.
This time, it was no longer just golden light, but a pure, transparent light, as if it contained all the colors of the universe, and also as if it had no color at all, the light of chaos. That light was so pure, so fundamental, like the first thread of light at the beginning of creation, or the last glimmer at the end of all things. The entire imperial path devouring wilderness train, under the illumination of this chaotic light, emitted an unprecedented, incredibly violent roar and tremor. Inside the car, the walls and furniture made of plants began to grow and evolve at an unimaginable speed, as if injected with hormones. On the dark green vines, extraordinary flowers emitting starlight bloomed one after another. On the floor, patches of bizarre grass leaves glimmering like jade sprouted. Even in the cockpit, the small fire's crystalline core fruit revealed mysterious golden patterns on its surface, as if undergoing some profound transformation. The entire train was undergoing earth-shattering changes under the baptism of this power from a higher dimension. In the corner, the spirit of wealth had completely lost consciousness. Its body, woven from straw, could not withstand this terrifying pressure and directly poofed, turning into a pile of useless straw scraps. Only the cursed treasure chest containing its essence continued to resist bravely, its surface glittering faintly, but it looked ready to collapse at any moment. The chaotic light lasted for a full minute. As the light gradually faded, the entire car had changed beyond recognition. What had once been a spacious car was now a fantastical space filled with strange flowers and plants, resembling a mythical fairy garden. And in the center of this magical space, a brand new treasure chest, radiating dreamlike brilliance, silently floated in mid-air. It was a treasure chest made entirely of an unknown crystal, transparent and sparkling like diamond. Its surface bore no complex runes or carvings, only natural, intricate patterns, like the star paths of the universe, slowly flowing. Just looking at it made one feel as if their thoughts were about to be assimilated by the deep breath containing the truths of the world. Congratulations, the merge was successful, the item quality has improved. Item, diamond treasure chest. Quality, mythical. Attributes, diamond wealth, mythical, space storage, epic.